Introduction. When Aegon Targaryen's dragon fire first incinerated the enemy forces along the banks of the Blackwater, the annals of Westerosi history ought to have been forever altered. 7 kingdoms unified, the Iron Throne eternal, the dragon lineage reigning supreme. Yet history is seldom confined to a single trajectory. Allow me to guide you through an alternate timeline of the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. What if the Targaryen dynasty had never waned? What if the Blood Moon dance had not torn the family apart? What if the Mad King Aerys had not ignited flames in King's Landing? What if the dragons had not perished, but instead lay dormant in shadows, poised for rebirth? A soul from a modern era traverses time, becoming the last scion of House Targaryen, awakening the Dynasty Reforging System. With each family mission accomplished, an ancestral spirit may be summoned, restoring a fragment of lost history and rekindling a shattered reign. He is no longer a forlorn prince in exile, but the rightful master of the 7 kingdoms, wielding the Blackfire sword and commanding the 2-headed dragon. From Dragonstone to King's Landing, from the Wall to Dorne, he shall quell insurrections with iron and blood, reclaim the loyalty of the lords, awaken slumbering dragons, and remold the fractured realms of Westeros into an everlasting Targaryen empire. This is not the ambition of a usurper, but the sacred mission of an heir. The Iron Throne once belonged to us, and now it must return home. Chapter 1 Prologue. Only men may rule the realm. You must become Aegon, bidding farewell to Aegon the boy. Slay the boy within and embrace the responsibilities of a man. Aemon gazed at his brother, who, at 33, still bore the semblance of a child, retaining that innocence and the sweetness of love. This is his fortune, though it is difficult to deem it a fortune for the kingdom. Beneath the Dragon Gate in King's Landing, Aegon V looked reluctantly at his brother, knowing that Aemon had chosen to become a Night's Watchman, intent on extinguishing any threat to his brother's throne that might arise in his name. Aegon, you are no longer Aegon the boy. Slay the child within, for you are King Aegon V. In this moment of parting, Aegon made a resolute decision. Aemon, perhaps your choice is misguided. I was never meant to be a king, nor do I possess the temperament for it. Yet, may the gods bear witness, I shall strive to govern this realm well and entrust it to a worthy successor. Aegon paused, then continued. Ser Duncan, summon Brynden Rivers. Dressed in the black cloak of the Night's Watch, Brynden Rivers regarded the young man before him. Though he was to exile himself as a Night's Watchman, he felt an undeniable tranquility within. His guardianship of the realm was drawing to a close. Perhaps the wall would herald the beginning of a new journey. Brynden Rivers, you deceived Aegon Blackfire and took his life in the name of the king, thus betraying the trust of the Iron Throne. I hereby strip you of your office as Hand of the King. Aegon paused, seemingly making yet another decision. In light of your exemplary service during the 3 Blackfire rebellions and your tireless dedication to the Iron Throne for decades, I, as King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, do hereby elevate you to the title of Count of White Harbor. Your heir shall enjoy all legitimate rights to White Harbor and its territories. Rise, Count of White Harbor. In the year 233 AC of the conquest, to everyone's astonishment, the king granted clemency to Brynden Rivers at the last moment before his departure, bestowing upon him the title of Count of White Harbor. The igniting spark that led to the demise of King Maegor was the forfeiture of White Harbor and Durrandon Keep from House Peak, leaving only their ancestral lands, Starfall. In the year 236 AC, on the banks of the Windwater, the bodies of the fallen nearly choked the river's entrance as the frozen iron, wielding the Blackfire sword, was retrieved from the mound of corpses by the Kingsguard. Ser Duncan, Ser Roland, in the name of the king, I command you to journey to Essos, to eradicate the remnants of the Golden Company and seek the last of the Blackfire heirs. 3 years into his kingship, Aegon appeared transformed, no longer the boy of yore. Count Brynden will provide you with intelligent support. It is time to resolve the kingdom's greatest conflict. In the year 238 AC, a grand wedding took place within the Red Keep, where the heir to the Iron Throne, Prince Duncan Targaryen of Dragonstone, wed his bride, the Stormland's Lady Lily Baratheon. This marriage, regarded by many as a fitting union, did not seem to bring joy to the melancholic prince. After the birth of their heir, young Aegon, Prince Duncan, like his father before him, chose to travel the 7 kingdoms. When the hands of fate finally turned, Prince Duncan encountered his true love, Jenny of Stonehenge. For this love, the prince offered his claim to the throne as a bride price, relinquishing his right to the Iron Throne and dissolving his marriage to Lady Lily. The king, in turn, secured peace by marrying young Aegon to Princess Myrcella of House Baratheon. In the year 259 AC, as King Aegon V led his kin and court to the Hall of Summer, destiny knocked once more. On this day, the Targaryens paid a heavy toll of blood and fire, sacrificing 7 Targaryen lives to usher in a new chapter of ice and fire. Chapter 2. The Long Summer of Harrenhal. Cold winter bites, fierce fire blazes. In the Hall of Summer, blood and fire entwine. Dragons bathe in flame. The Dragon King is born. Yes, yes, yes. 7 great dragons soar the skies. I know. That is blood and fire. The singer known as Golden Voice, Herta from Lys, captivated many noble ladies from the Riverlands to the Crownlands with his remarkable voice and exotic accent. The noble families of the 7 kingdoms gathered at Harrenhal, and Herta could not miss the opportunity. Beautifully sung, though the Targaryen dragons are no longer 7, Prince Maegor of House Targaryen proclaimed proudly, "Our esteemed Duke of Harrenhal, the heir to the Iron Throne, Aegon, now possesses a dragon worthy of the title." Indeed, the narrow sea knows well the Targaryen family's 9 dragons. The scarlet dragon of our great king Aegon VI, Marduk, the emerald dragon of the esteemed Queen Diana, Inanna, the ash-gray dragon of the heir to the Iron Throne, Prince Aemon, the black dragon, Nidhogg of Aegon, and his 2 accompanying dragons, true gold Helios and Valyrian silver Selene, the blue gold dragon of your father, Prince Ares, Lord of Durrandon, Ninhursag, the orange-yellow dragon of Princess Nymeria, Fenrir, and the glass dragon of Lady Syra of White Harbor, Ymir. Herta recited the names of the 9 Targaryen dragons and their masters in a poetic cadence. The ballad I just sang was but an ancient melody from the fire priests of the Eastern Continent. You can recite the names of the 9 dragons without error. A golden dragon is most deservedly yours. The noble and proud Prince Maegor of House Targaryen would not reward with mere silver stags, while the bountiful House Durrandon would not spare a single gold dragon. Young man, you may be fortunate enough to witness the 9 dragons, provided that Princess Nymeria or that witch of House Bloodraven attends. Though Herta had only been in Westeros for a few months, his extensive travels among the nobility had made him well aware of the long-standing conflict between the illustrious House Bloodraven, established by Brynden, and House Durrandon, founded by the late King Aegon V's youngest son, Prince Daeron. Thus, earlier, Herta intentionally placed the white dragon Ymir of House Bloodraven, second only to the black dragon Nidhogg, at the end of his recitation. Upon hearing Prince Maegor mention the illustrious dragon Queen Shireh, still referred to as the Witch of the Bloodcrow family by those who harbor animosity towards them, Herta chose to feign deafness. On one hand stood the renowned heir of the Bloodcrow Duke, and on the other, her own benefactor. As a humble singer, it was prudent to remain uninvolved in this matter. The roar of the great dragons echoed clearly, even before their forms became visible. Gazing southward, she beheld 7 dragons of varying sizes drawing closer from the horizon. Had a man from the Riverlands, long absent from Westeros, returned home, he would scarcely recognize the magnificent castle before him as Harrenhal. The Hightower family, stripped of vast lands during the Riverlands rebellion 30 years prior, faced dwindling income and the relentless Harrenhal curse, leading to the eventual decline of its members. Unable to endure further, they petitioned the Iron Throne for a new fief. Though the newly granted land of Beauty Market lacked a grand castle, its substantial taxes rejuvenated the family's fortunes. King Aegon VI initiated an ambitious renovation of Harrenhal 20 years ago, bestowing the title of Duke of Harrenhal upon Prince Aegon, the firstborn son of Prince Daemon Targaryen, after the latter's victory in the year 282 of the conquest. This title integrated portions of the Hightower family's former lands into the North's dominion, with Prince Aegon serving as the governor of the North. Now, 30 years after becoming the Duke of Duskendale during his family's darkest hour, Horst Hightower had aged significantly. Through his steadfast loyalty at the Iron Throne and the advantageous marriages of his 2 daughters, he managed to halt the Hightower family's decline post-rebellion. Although now elderly and frail, he reflected on how his brother continued to serve the royal family as a Kingsguard, while his eldest daughter Catelyn held the esteemed title of Lady of the North, and his youngest daughter Lisa became the hand of the king and the mistress of the Vale, ensuring that the Hightower family preserved its dignity on the continent of Westeros. The grievances of yore with the Targaryens of New Valyria had dissipated under the Iron Throne's stern authority, and his sole wish was for his son Edmure to wed the daughter of the Earl of New Valyria, thereby securing the Hightower's dominion over the western Riverlands. This was the extent of his aspirations. Indeed, as he observed the Targaryen members dismounting from their dragons, led by the king who was greeted by the herald's proclamation of His Majesty Aegon VI, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. He felt compelled to kneel, assisted by his son Edmure. Rise, Duke Tywin, Duke Mace, Duke Horst. Duke Tywin, I have received your letter. Parchment lacks the warmth of words, and I believe it would be best to converse in person. Duke Mace, please convey my regards to Aunt Sherera. Garland is a fine young man, although it would be preferable if he were not influenced by Aegon. You must understand, the Red Keep is nearly overrun by these children. The king projected his vibrant energy, his voice robust yet amiable. Duke Horst, Prime Minister John has asked me to extend his apologies. Of course. It is I who must apologize, for while the king dreams, the Prime Minister builds those dreams. Duke John will manage everything efficiently after I depart from King's Landing. Alas, this means you and Lisa may not meet. If your schedule permits after the banquet, I would be honored to discuss matters further. The usually stoic Warden of the West, Duke Tywin of Casterly Rock, displayed a rare softness before the king. To this request, King Aegon readily consented. Your Majesty, my mother also sends her regards. Mace beamed with uncontainable joy, for Sherera was among the last surviving children of King Aegon VI, and even Aegon VI regarded her with utmost respect. Certainly, Your Majesty, if you, Mace, believing himself unnoticed, cast a furtive glance at Duke Tywin, hesitantly added, I mean, if you have time tomorrow, I would appreciate the opportunity to speak. Well then, let us share breakfast tomorrow, the king replied, patting his cousin Mace on the shoulder. Let me see. Duke Horst, if you have matters to report, we can enjoy a few glasses of fine wine from the Vale this afternoon. Now, we have lingered at the gate for far too long. Gentlemen, please make yourselves comfortable. In the newly renovated King's Tower, the king and queen savored a modest yet delectable dinner. Most often, the king preferred dining privately with the queen, particularly following the passing of Queen Alysanne. So, we find ourselves facing two marriage proposals again? Queen Diana inquired. Aegon, you know that Daenerys is inseparable from young Aegon. Moreover, she paused, considering, you have seen that little Edis from House Stark. If the gods are willing, he may grow into something remarkable. To be precise, there is one. Tywin lacks suitable offspring for a union. He merely wishes for his granddaughter Myrcella to wed young Aegon. Last year, Robert expressed this desire, while Mace will likely follow Aunt Shira's wishes. However, the dragon at White Harbor remains a lurking threat outside the royal fold. Regardless, Sherera must marry Aegon. The king's visage appeared resolute in the candlelight. The descendants of Ares are inconsequential. Ninurta will inevitably return to the royal line. However, you must keep a close watch on Viserys. The Prince of Summerhall has long lingered in Dorne, and even a fool can discern his intentions. I am well aware. It was manageable until young Aegon's birth, after which Viserys' obsession with dragons intensified. Aegon possesses 3 dragons, while he has none. Too few dragons pose a problem, yet too many are a greater danger. The king scoffed at his younger son. Do not speak of Aegon. Compared to Gaemon, he is far inferior. Gaemon may not be a great king, but he would hand over a united kingdom to Aegon, whereas Viserys is incapable of even managing his own wife. I hear that Maria from House Carlin has been weeping to you again. Let us instead discuss young Aegon's marriage. The queen expressed her frustration and helplessness at her husband's overt favoritism towards their elder son. Daenerys, Sherera, and now add to that the Baratheons, Myrcella. My dear wife, watch closely. This may merely be the beginning. Chapter 3. The Feast of Nights. The grand arena of Harrenhal, the mightiest city in the Seven Kingdoms, is truly magnificent. Unlike the royal jousting grounds outside King's Landing, Harrenhal's arena was constructed from the very inception of the nefarious Aaron's vision, built to the highest standards of the Seven Kingdoms. Divided into 6 sections, this arena can accommodate a staggering 50,000 spectators, far surpassing the 40,000 capacity of the King's Landing arena, thereby establishing its unparalleled grandeur. In the royal viewing box, the king and queen preside, with the crown Prince Gaemon, Princess Rhaena, and Ilya seated below them. Rhaena cradles her second daughter, Rhaenys, and her young son, Jaehaerys, while Princess Naemelia sits beside Ilya, holding her brother, Aemond. Further down, the Targaryen couple, Lord Mek and Lady of Durliston, and Count Duncan of Newstone are present. Today's tournament celebrates the 17th name day of Princess Alysanne, the daughter of Prince Gaemon and Princess Rhaena, and commemorates the completion of the restoration of Harrenhal. 7 Kingsguard members take to the field, united in their duty to protect the crown of love and beauty that adorns the princess. Yet, surprisingly, our two protagonists are absent. Those familiar with the king know he is not displeased. Indeed, it is impossible for him to be angry in the presence of his two cherished grandchildren. The queen glances at her other granddaughter, Princess Neamelia, and remarks, "It is time to reign in Little Alyssum. I have heard that at last year's tournament in Seagull Town, she crowned herself the queen of love and beauty, along with that so-called Ice Rose entourage. By the seven, she is a princess, not a mercenary leader." "Fair is fair, Diana," the king interjects, pride swelling within him for his grandkids. After all, if Aegon has his Kingsguard, how can we deny Little Alyssum her own band of knights? Yet they are not the same, the queen counters gently. "Very well, my queen. The tournament has commenced. Allow me to revel in the knight's gallantry," the king replies. In the arena, the first to stir with impatience are the Northerners, who have just escorted Lady Catelyn here the previous night. The eager Ser Hermandawa boldly steps forward to challenge Prince Lewin Martell of the Kingsguard. "Eddard, I thought all Northerners were as cold as ice," remarks the jovial Ser Oswell of the Kingsguard, known for his love of merriment, contrasting with the taciturn Ser Eddard Stark, who has always maintained a cordial rapport with him. However, this towering figure seems somewhat unwise, for Prince Lewin's lance is among the finest even within our ranks. "Maintain your composure, Ser Oswell. The honor of the Kingsguard must not be tarnished," admonishes Ser Balon, the captain of the Kingsguard, who regards the king and the honor of his order above all else. Under the watchful gaze of thousands, failure is not an option. The contests within the arena are spellbinding. Yet for the throngs of young spectators, the Kingsguard embodies every boy's dream and every girl's fantasy. "Mother, look. There stands Ser Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, the fearless Ser Barristan Selmy, and the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Jaime Lannister. For 7-year-old Bran Stark. The dream of becoming a noble member of the Kingsguard has always burned brightly within him. Of course, there is also Uncle Ned." Bran felt a twinge of embarrassment for nearly forgetting his uncle, who is also a member of the Kingsguard. "Be quiet, Bran. Your noise is distracting me from the tournament." Bran's sister, Arya Stark, admonished him sharply. Lady Catelyn looked on, somewhat helpless, at her bickering children. "I apologize, father. They have always been this way," she said. Duke Hoster smiled fondly at his grandchildren. "Little cat, were you and Lisa not the same in your youth? Speaking of Lisa, has she not accompanied us this time? Oh, Jon must remain in King's Landing, and Lisa needs to care for young Aegon." After a moment of hesitation, Catelyn continued, "Brandon spoke of that child. He is as delicate as summer grass. If possible, I would like to bring him to Winterfell. With Robb and Bran around, it would be much better for him." "No, Catelyn, do not mention this to Lisa. She regards that child as her entire world." A complex emotion always crossed Hoster's face whenever he spoke of his younger daughter, Lisa. Last year, Jon attempted to make young Aegon Prince Aegon Squire, but Lisa caused such a stir in the Red Keep that peace was lost. "That was my uncle Brendan. He has once again bested a challenger." Bran recounted the feats of the Kingsguard with great enthusiasm. "The knight he defeated? Let me see. The Oakhart family from Old Town." In the tournament arena, many had already challenged the 5 members of the Kingsguard, but none dared to face Ser Barristan Selmy, the fearless. Now, Ser Jaime Lannister, heir to the Lannister family from the Westerlands, stepped forward to challenge none other than the indomitable Ser Barristan Selmy. A gasp rippled through the crowd, as if all felt a chill at the prospect of the Lannister heir facing off. Suddenly, a long and powerful roar echoed from a distance, met by the thunderous response of the 7 royal dragons surrounding the arena. 2 juvenile dragons, one gold and the other silver, soared into the sky, their scales dark as if absorbing sunlight, with crimson membranes stretching from their necks to their wings. The formidable Drogon, the mightiest dragon of House Targaryen, had arrived. Drogon descended with an agility that belied his 100-meter length, while Prince Aegon's bonded dragon, the golden Helios, and the silver Selene, though rapidly growing, appeared diminutive in comparison. Drogon deftly approached the edge of the tournament grounds, gently depositing the prince from his saddle. "Grandfather, grandmother, I hope I am not too late." The prince hurried towards the king and queen, as the Kingsguard knights surrounding their majesties bowed in respect. "Indeed, you are late," Queen Diana lamented on such an important occasion. With both protagonists absent, the prince, alongside his father, mother, and Aunt Ilia, greeted their family in turn. In response to his grandmother's complaints, he chuckled, "Haha. Why don't you take a look at the gift I brought for my tardiness?" At that moment, everyone noticed the large bundle slung over the prince's shoulder. "Brother, did you bring us gifts?" inquired his sister Rhaenys, her curiosity piqued as she watched him retrieve the parcel. Meanwhile, the young Prince Aemond, nestled in the arms of Princess Ilia, hurried over to his brother, his face alight with anticipation. Of course, this is no ordinary gift. Prince Aegon grinned as he carefully unwrapped the tightly bound bundle, revealing 3 round stones that sparkled like precious gems. "Dragon eggs!" exclaimed Prince Jaehaerys, who had previously been calmly resting in his mother's embrace, but now dashed over. Ever since the resurgence of dragons in Westeros, the allure of dragons and everything associated with them had captivated everyone's dreams. When the king saw his grandson unveil the 3 dragon eggs, even he, who usually maintained his composure, couldn't help but be astonished. The late King Aegon VI had awakened the dragon from its egg in the Summerhall, and the dragon eggs lost during the various upheavals had become the most coveted treasures across the 2 continents. From the Sea Lord of Bravos to the Princes of Pentos, and even the Masters of the Slave Bay, all were willing to go to great lengths to acquire dragon eggs. Yet, decades had passed, and aside from the 7 eggs awakened by the late king, even the numerous eggs held by the royal family had seen only Prince Aegon awaken the golden and silver egg that had been placed in his cradle since infancy. Yes, the golden Helios and the silver Selene are twin dragons within one egg, as unique as their master. "Aemond, this black one is yours. You adore Vhagar, do you not? May you awaken your very own Black Dread," Prince Aegon said as he handed the largest black dragon egg to his elder brother Aemond. "Rhaenys, this lovely pearlescent egg belongs to you. It will shine as brightly as you do," Princess Rhaenys exclaimed as she excitedly accepted the white dragon egg. Finally, Prince Aegon passed the dark green egg to his younger brother Jaehaerys. "Jaehaerys, your name shares a legacy with our ancestor King Aegon. I hope you too shall possess your own bronze fury." As the elder grandson distributed the 3 dragon eggs to his siblings, the contemplative old king smiled. "It seems your journey to Essos held wonders unknown to us. These 3 dragon eggs, if I am not mistaken, they are the very ones stolen by Alyssa Farman years ago." "Indeed, I share your thoughts, grandfather," Prince Aegon replied, observing his siblings captivated by their gifts. Feeling much of his travel fatigue dissipate, "I encountered a group of warlocks from Ashai during my time in Karth. They were esteemed guests of the male sorcerers there. Since they attempted to awaken the dragons through me, I thought these 3 dragon eggs would serve as their token of gratitude." According to one of the witches from the Ashaya, these 3 dragon eggs were obtained from the Moon Singer in Bravos. By the 7. How could you venture to such a distant place as Kyle's? For Queen Diana, although dragon eggs are precious, the royal family does not lack for them. Furthermore, did you not initially state your intention to search for Alyssa? Have you not found her trace? After being away for 3 to 4 years and only briefly appearing at last year's tournament before returning to the eastern continent, the queen is clearly filled with resentment. "Grandmother, I fear my sister's experiences are far more thrilling than mine. Legends of her abound throughout the eastern continent. The Ice Rose troop has now merged with 3 or 4 smaller mercenary bands, boasting 1,000 members," said Aegon, feeling exasperated by his notoriously headstrong sister. "However, I have indeed discovered her whereabouts. For now, let me keep it a secret. The surprise she has in store for you should be revealed by her own hand." The old king cast a deep gaze at his eldest grandson. In comparison to the renowned Bloodraven Duke with his 1,001 eyes, and the diminutive birds of Varys, the master of whisperers, this grandson, though seldom revealing himself, consistently gleaned information from the silence, akin to thunder heard from afar. Even Alyssa, who had evaded Varys's keen spies, had been located by Aegon with remarkable accuracy. The nobles of Westeros were seated around the royal family, arranged by their ranks from closest to farthest. Duke Tywin, as the guardian of the realm, naturally sat nearest to the crown. Observing the 3 dragon eggs that Prince Aegon had effortlessly procured, he fell into deep contemplation. "Tywin, please guide Jaime well. He is the heir to the guardianship of the realm, not merely a hired knight," Lady Jenna Lannister boldly admonished Tywin, the only member of the Lannister family daring enough to speak thus. Perhaps in her heart, the Tywin who valiantly pursued his own happiness in youth was her brother, not a stern lord. Indeed, martial prowess is crucial for a lord, yet it is not everything. He must learn to wield his intellect. He may fight like a Thai guy, but he lacks the cunning that you possess. "My lady, your words wound me deeply. Am I not also a person renowned for valor?" protested Jenna's husband, Duncan, the Earl of Newstone, the only son of the late King's eldest son, Prince Duncan, and Jenny of Oldstones, and the current King's only brother. "Do not be too harsh on Jaime. After all, what man is not consumed by dreams of honor in his youth? At least he no longer dreams of becoming a Kingsguard, but is courageously assuming the responsibilities of the heir to the West. Indeed, my lord husband, Sir Duncan of Newstone, the wielder of the Dark Sister, who rescued me from that loathsome Fry family, a man who has accompanied me through much of my life, is dearly cherished by me. Yet, like every woman, I often find myself lamenting more than praising my husband. But you have a good brother. His Majesty the King can support you in all things. You may revel in the thrill of battle and the glory of victory. He will strive to secure everything for you. Valyrian steel, new stone. However, Jaime is the firstborn, the heir. Yes, he has his own brothers, but in Tywin's eyes, there has never been another son, Jaina. Indifferent to his sister's complaints, Tywin could no longer restrain himself upon hearing her mention his other son. Casting a glance at his brother-in-law, Count Duncan, he declared, I have but one heir, and that is Jaime. If this is the god's punishment upon me, then I cannot deny Tyrion his place within the Lannister family, yet he shall never, ever be my heir. Though it was well known that the illustrious Duke Tywin harbored a profound disdain for his youngest son, the infamous dwarf Tyrion Lannister, Duncan, having met Tyrion, perceived him as a worthy heir, despite his appearance and deliberate debauchery. Yet, the world only ever notices such superficialities, just as they regard his elder brother. The noble heir to the Iron Throne, Prince Duncan, son of the Duchess of Whispering Isle, his claim to the Iron Throne is unassailable. Meanwhile, he is merely the son of Prince Duncan and Lady Jenny of Stonehenge. Not only is the Iron Chair beyond his reach, but even the Targaryen lineage is a privilege granted by his elder brother. Duncan, in self-mockery, thought to himself, Duncan, Duncan, even your name is a derivative of that humble lineage. Count Duncan, did you not participate in this tournament? After conversing with his family, Prince Aegon customarily paid a visit to the great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Or rather, he sought to bestow upon us younger generations some opportunity. Duke Tywin, Sir Jaime's valor is indeed impressive. Even Sir Bollistan was no match for him. Thus we can only await the duel between the Sword of the Dawn and him. Haha. Your Highness the Prince can hardly wait to inherit the Dark Sisters, can he? At the last tournament in King's Landing, you were but a hair's breadth from claiming victory. I mean, had it not been for Sir Jaime's intervention. Prince Duncan held a favorable impression of the few Targaryen princes renowned for their martial prowess, largely due to his beloved elder brother, the king. Viewing Prince Aegon as his true successor, you flatter me, Your Highness. I have yet to see my 15th name day. One day, I believe you will be the greatest knight in the Seven Kingdoms. The onlookers regarded Duke Tywin with some incredulity, finding it hard to imagine hearing a word of praise from his lips. Nevertheless, they recognized the truth in his words. The legendary Sword of the Dawn, Sir Arthur, and the fearless Sir Bollistan were both advancing in years, while the stalwart generation, Sir Jaime and Sir Brynden, were also past their prime. In the younger generation, few could rival the prince. Prince Aegon smiled wryly. Duke Tywin, I fear you have not considered that our realm's foremost lady knight, my sister Princess Alysanne. Laughter filled the air, for it was common knowledge throughout the Seven Kingdoms that Princess Alysanne's reputation struck fear into many knights of Westeros. No one wished to lose to a lady, even if she were a princess. Or perhaps it is more bitter that the opponent is a princess. For knights are meant to protect princesses, which is surely the true legend of Westeros, is it not? Now, let us quietly observe the knight's performance, as it appears there may be some surprises in store. Indeed, everyone has noticed that a mysterious knight has challenged 5 Kingsguard members throughout this tournament and is now poised to duel with Sir Jaime. This knight is indeed enigmatic, clad in armor devoid of any sigil, riding a pure white steed from the Dothraki plains, suggesting origins from the eastern continent. Sir Jaime Lannister, the guardian of House Lannister from the Westerlands, has chosen to continue his battle against our mysterious challenger, opting to impart a harsh lesson to this unknown adversary. Chapter 4. The Queen of Love and Beauty. I choose to bestow this crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty upon my dearest sister, Princess Rhaenys. In the grand spectacle of the tournament at Harrenhal, the mysterious knight returning from the eastern continent, the star of today's joust, has surrendered the crown, which rightfully belongs to her, and which she has earned, to her sister, Princess Rhaenys. Hey, brothers, Sir Oswell remarked, observing the disheartened expressions of his sworn companions. If we are to lose to Princess Alysanne, perhaps we are not at fault. However, Sir Arthur, do tell me, did you not recognize Princess Alysanne in the end? You all know the prowess of the princess. I fear it would not allow me to do so, Sir Arthur interjected, his face betraying no signs of disappointment, despite the gasps and lamentations from the crowd as he was bested by the mysterious knight. All right, my brothers, let us set aside the jousting for now and fulfill our duties. His Majesty and the princes will soon meet with the populace to hear their grievances. Let us muster our spirits. Sir Gerald, ever loyal to his post, declared. Let Sir Robert, Sir Balon, Sir Clarence, and Sir Erlyn lead a contingent of squire knights to maintain order. It is time to train these newcomers, he added. As the White Bull Gerald Hightower contemplated that perhaps it was time for the Kingsguard to refresh its ranks. Within the Great Hall of Harrenhal, capable of accommodating an entire army, the venue did not feel empty, for this grand event attracted representatives from over half of the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms. Even the North and Dorne, typically indifferent to external affairs, had sent attendees. Alysanne stood atop the restored Giant's Tower, gazing down at the vibrant festivities in the hall below. The hundreds of feet high tower made even the nearby hall seem insignificantly small. "You still cherish your solitude," Prince Aegon remarked as he approached his sister with a smile. "You would not wish to witness the nauseating expressions of those who, after being defeated by you, harbor resentment yet must greet you with smiles." "Oh, of course, my brother. Perhaps they harbor no ill will. To be vanquished by a dragon rider, the heir to the Iron Throne, might indeed be a mark of honor." Alysanne replied with a touch of self-deprecation. "What distinguishes you from me? Is it merely that you possess one additional item? I find myself enduring the incessant introductions to so-called talents from the Seven Kingdoms, as suggested by our grandmother." "Oh, my dear sister, our differences extend far beyond that. I have a dragon." "Huh." Aegon has learned from a young age how to confront his sister's oppression, how to face her repeated victories in the arena. What could possibly be more formidable than the magic dragon to retaliate against her? "Well, my sister, I refuse to believe that grandmother can compel you to do anything. By the way, what of your new love, that princess from the lands beyond? I have heard that you sacrificed 2 ships of skilled men for her sake. Brother, do you know what I find most irksome about you?" Alysanne glared at her brother once more, irritated by his incessant taunts involving the magic dragon, contemplating when she might impart another lesson in love. "It is not merely your 3 unique dragons. I have heard that Uncle Viserys has become even more unhinged, having completely resolved to remain in the White Garden. I hope the Thorn Queen can awaken him from his fixation on Prince Aerys' magic dragon, as if he is poised to inherit it upon the latter's demise. Returning to your most vexing traits. Do not allow your merchants to keep their eyes on me all day. I am your sister. You possess great dragons. But I wield my swords. No one can harm me, including that madman, Aegon, and the Horse Lord of Dothraki." Prince Aegon toyed with the Valyrian steel dagger in his hand, listening intently. "Because you are my sister, I care for you. It is time to conclude your mercenary games. In Westeros, even if a single man remains, no one would allow a woman to ascend the throne. However, no one can prevent me from offering you a crown. Perhaps the crown of Tyrosh. What do you think?" The firelight in the tower illuminated their faces, reflecting a pair of eyes filled with ambition and another filled with astonishment. "So, have our 2 protagonists disappeared once more?" Prince Gaemon found himself utterly exasperated by his troublesome daughter Alysanne. Of course, Aegon need not concern himself, as his opinions seemed to garner universal approval. The heir to the Iron Throne, Gaemon, Prince of Dragonstone, was once a dazzling figure in the Seven Kingdoms. As a prince, he was the successor to the Iron Throne. As a knight, he had claimed victory in numerous tournaments, and he was even a talented harpist, captivating the hearts of many young maidens in his youth. Yet, like all men, his post-marriage life was consumed by family obligations, compounded by pressures that were double those of an ordinary man. Princess Elia hailed from the fiery lands of Dorne, but she exuded a gentle demeanor, dedicating much of her energy to their 2 children. As for Princess Lyanna, one need only observe how exasperating Alysanne is to understand the strength of the Stark blood coursing through Lyanna Stark. "However, brother, you promised to assist me in settling Mogul." Edmund appeared forlorn, seemingly troubled by his brother's broken promise. "Mogul, Edmund, have you given your dragon egg a name?" Princess Naemilia curiously scrutinized the dragon egg in her brother's hands. "Mogul, that name rings a bell. I recall there was a dragon by that name in history. Wasn't there? It belonged to Princess Jaehaera Targaryen." Prince Jaehaerys, well-versed in the lore of dragons, interjected eagerly, but was met with a fierce glare from his brother, Aemond. "Perhaps I could assist you," Naemilia expressed, clearly intrigued by the dragon egg as well. "Absolutely not. You have never hatched your own dragon egg," Aemond retorted, placing greater trust in his steadfast elder brother, Aegon, despite their different mothers. Aegon had never let him down. "I just overheard someone complaining about me," Aegon remarked, appearing behind Aemond, affectionately tousling his silver hair. His brothers and sisters, Rhaenys and Jaehaerys, flanked him, securing Aegon's legs. "All right, my little ones, follow me. Let us embark on the grand endeavor of hatching the dragon egg." After calming his 3 younger siblings, Aegon opened his arms towards Naemilia, asking, "What? No grand hug for your brother who has returned from afar?" Naemilia had been quite attached to this brother during her childhood. When did she consciously begin to distance herself from him? Perhaps it was the moment she realized that she was different from Alysanne and Aegon, that even siblings sharing the same father were not alike. It could have been the dispute over succession between her elder sister, Princess Visenya, and Aegon. Or perhaps it was after hearing her uncle, Prince Daeron, suggest to her mother that she marry Aegon. Welcome home, Aegon, Gaemon, and Illyria. The couple who provided space for their children murmured while managing the incessant greetings from nobles. I discussed Daeron's proposal with father last time, and he expressed agreement. Having Naemilia wed Aegon is undoubtedly quite suitable. Well, that would be ideal, Illyria replied hesitantly. But what of Lyanna's thoughts? Alysanne, she may not be suitable. Yet there is still Rhaenys. Of course, I have heard that Lady Catelyn also wishes to arrange a match between her eldest daughter, Sansa, and Aegon. Father would never consent to have two successive queens from House Stark, Gaemon remarked, glancing at Lady Catelyn of Winterfell, who was animatedly conversing with Lyanna. Since the reign of the former king, the royal family has either intermarried to preserve bloodlines or allied through marriage with guardians of the realm to strengthen the kingdom. My grandmother hailed from House Baratheon of Storm's End, and my mother is the daughter of Prince Daeron of Dorne. Additionally, Daenerys' mother was Queen Alysanne of the Vale, while you and Lyanna represent the guardian families of the North and Dorne, respectively. Let father worry about such matters. After all, Naemilia has found her own place. So what do we need to fret about? As for Rhaenys, that is Aegon's concern. The two spoke of Lady Catelyn, who was similarly engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with her sister-in-law, Lyanna. In the north, the renowned Lady Lyanna Stark, sister of Brandon Stark, had only met her sister-in-law Catelyn once, during her wedding to Brandon. You must be Sansa, Lyanna, the princess, exclaimed upon meeting her niece and nephew for the first time. Since her brother Brandon Stark's marriage over a decade ago, she had not returned to the north. You have inherited your mother's beauty, Lady Lyanna, Catelyn remarked, noting Sansa's evident nervousness as she greeted her aunt, the princess. Sansa, take Bran and let him play with the children, Catelyn instructed. On this journey south, she had brought only her eldest daughter Sansa and her second son Bran, while her eldest son Robb remained in the north to learn the ways of a worthy lord under his father's guidance. Her youngest son, Rickon, was too small, and the journey would be a challenge for him. Lyanna, Brandon misses you dearly. You and Eddard are far away in King's Landing, while Banyan must guard his wall. Catelyn continued, I know that Brandon has wished to visit you many times. Perhaps we shall soon meet again in the north, Lyanna replied, expressing her own longing for her brother. The king intends to send Gaemon and me to the north. According to Maester Aemon's report from the wall, the king wishes Gaemon to investigate the wildlings' movements. Like many others, Catelyn often forgot that a Targaryen was stationed at the wall, keeping watch. Brandon will be overjoyed. Both Brandon and I will wholeheartedly welcome your arrival, your highnesses. No, we hope for a journey unencumbered, especially with winter approaching. Every resource in the north should be devoted to where it is most needed. The nobles were hosting lavish feasts in the Great Hall, with sworn knights, mercenaries, and opportunistic adventurers from across the Seven Kingdoms, each with their own celebrations. Outside Harrenhal, merchants gathered to create a makeshift market, where a few copper stars could suffice for a meal, and a handful of silver stags could procure a delightful feast or even a somewhat decent lady. There were also knights and lesser nobles willing to spend a gold dragon or two on ladies of exquisite beauty arriving from as far as King's Landing or Lys. Hey, Jason, you aren't too old to take up arms, are you? Aquis of the Tyroshi, with his striking blue hair and braided beard, a tradition among his people, chimed in. Or has returning to your homeland made you more reserved? Sir Jason Hogg of Hornvale, accustomed to the jests of his mercenary brethren, replied, Aquis. If you don't want to embarrass the princess, you ought to rein in your brothers. This is not Essos. The remarkable rise of the Ice Rose Company in Essos was not an overnight phenomenon. It had absorbed several mercenary bands along the way, leading to an inevitable decline in standards. Their proud achievements had filled the purses of their brothers, and the destructive impact caused by over 100 brothers who voluntarily returned home as guards was nearly equivalent to half of the mercenaries gathered in the Seven Kingdoms. Jason, I concede that your swordsmanship is commendable. However, in comparison to you, I must assert that the mercenaries of Westeros are woefully inept. Aquis, with a smile, savored the sweet mead offered by a daughter of Tyrosh from his homeland. Observing a Westerosi mercenary felled by the gladiator Naz from the arena of Yunkai not far off, Aquis laughed heartily, proclaiming, that makes 12. When a group of unruly mercenaries congregates with a company of seasoned women, the absence of conflict seems utterly improbable. Today, the band of mercenaries led by Princess Alysanne from Essos has already dispatched 12 Westerosi mercenaries. Undoubtedly, the strength of the Ice and Snow Rose Company is formidable, yet, were it not for decades of peace in Westeros compelling most mercenaries to change vocations, and the expansion and generous remuneration of the Kingsguard absorbing the elite among the few remaining mercenaries, the clashes would not be so lopsided. Balin, we cannot permit these foreign ruffians to be so brazen. If such base provocation could incite him, Balin would have long since met his demise. Moreover, not long ago, the towering figure now attempting to ally himself with Balin had received a sound thrashing for a similar transgression. "That little one, this is not your place," he remarked. Yet evidently, his silence did little to deter the arrogant foreigners. "Hey, I'm speaking to you." A roaring warrior from the Dothraki tribe. It was clearly unwise to provoke him. Nonetheless, Balin executed a sweeping motion, and the Dothraki warrior, whose upper body was well-developed yet unsteady from years of riding, found himself ensnared. Seizing one of his hands, Balin deftly turned and bound his arm, a dagger pressed firmly against the warrior's throat. Jason observed Aquas silently, seemingly mocking. "What was that you just said?" With a short sword drawn, Aquas resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to the insolent Westerosi. Jason, maintaining his composure, brandished his long sword in response. "Listen, I have no desire for conflict," Balin stated, while allowing the Dothraki beneath him to feel the keen edge of his meticulously maintained dagger. "Yet, it is evident that your brethren are unwilling to let me be. Now, hand over your horse and escort me properly." As dozens of mercenaries closed in silently, Balin realized he had grossly underestimated the gravity of this predicament. For a mercenary who flirted with death, a single misjudgment could prove fatal. "Lay down your dagger, and I promise to spare your life." Chapter 5. The Undercurrents of King S. Landing. Naz, the chief vice-captain of the Ice and Snow Rose Company, though not a knight of Westeros, nonetheless held his honor in high esteem. In the Iron Legion of New Guys, honor and discipline are regarded as paramount. While Naz may no longer be a soldier of the Iron Legion, he retains this cultivated sense of decorum. Conversely, Balin, as a Westerosi, possesses no understanding of honor. For a mercenary whose future is uncertain, honor is an extravagant luxury. "My lord, I appreciate your kindness, yet I must trouble this noble Dothraki to escort me." Boron gripped the hilt of his dagger tightly, surrounded by dozens of mercenaries, all skilled fighters, with a few foreign men proving particularly troublesome. The subdued Dothraki remained surprisingly silent, a silence that instilled in him a sense of danger, yes, a palpable threat. The ominous sound of arrows slicing through the air interrupted Boron's thoughts. One embedded itself in his skull, while the other pierced through him and the Dothraki, binding them together. The arrow that struck his head belonged to Prince Backer of the Summer Isles, who shrugged and returned his golden heart longbow to his back. It was evident that he had claimed Jaco's life. Half of the onlookers focused on Backer, while the others were drawn to Jogo, Jaco's brother, whose long braids cascaded to his waist. Indeed, it was Jogo who had just linked Boron and Jocko's hearts with a single shot. Boron had grown complacent. He should not have allowed Jogo to witness his brother's gratitude in his final moments. Captured by this diminutive figure, he would not choose to survive. The commotion not only attracted the guards of Harrenhal, but also summoned Aegon and Alysanne. "You are correct. Although they are mercenaries, they possess the strength to rival the Kingsguard." Aegon acknowledged his sister. 1,000 against 1,000, the outcome remains uncertain. 10,000 against 10,000, victory will belong to me. Alysanne nodded in agreement. Following the renovations in King's Landing, the windows of the council chamber no longer needed to remain shut all day, and the entire Red Keep appeared considerably brighter. This was due to the fact that the great city of Westeros, with its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, was no longer permeated by the stench of filth. The harvest from the 7 royal estates of the Kingsguard had begun to fill the warehouses, and according to the estimations of the scholars, it was anticipated that this year would yield over 700,000 golden dragons in total revenue for the crown, reported the esteemed Earl Peter Baelish, the chief royal treasurer, respectfully to Prime Minister Jon Arryn and the other lords of the council, with the income from the Royal Hunting Party and the Royal Chartered Trade Alliance of Prince Aegon. The total revenue for the crown was expected to reach a commendable 3 million golden dragons, proclaimed the proud Chancellor Mathis Rowan. This year, the kingdom's fiscal revenues and expenditures showed a slight surplus, primarily due to the completion of Harrenhal, which had allowed for a gradual restoration of taxes in the north. "My lords, according to His Majesty's decree, we are to allocate 800,000 golden dragons this year for the procurement of grain from the eastern continent," interrupted Scholar Pycelle. "My lords, the king's decision remains as sagacious as ever, and my colleagues in the Citadel concur that this long summer is soon to conclude. It is well known that following a long summer comes the bitter winter. With such an extended summer, The approaching cold season is likely to be exceedingly prolonged. Scholar Pycelle. We question not the king's wise decisions. Prime Minister Jon wisely curtailed the impending debate. However, the preparations for winter are not solely the concern of the kingdom. I have commanded the valley to store all this year's grain beyond what is strictly necessary. And I shall also write to Duke Brandon in the north to make similar arrangements, should the need arise. The Iron Throne can extend low-interest loans to the lords of the north to procure grain from the eastern continent for winter preparations. My Lord Jon, I fear these essential measures must be expedited. The large-scale purchases from last year, coupled with this year's winter reports, have already alerted the merchants of the eastern continent. As always, Master of Whispers Varys spoke in hushed tones. It is not only the merchants of the eastern continent. The long-dormant pirates of the Stepstones are also stirring. This year, the royal fleet has already struck against several bands of lawbreakers, remarked the cold and stern master of ships Stannis Baratheon. There is evidence suggesting that the Tyroshi are behind this mischief. I fear, my Lord Stannis, we lack the resources to sanction the Tyroshi across the narrow sea. Interjected the Lord Chancellor, Count Tydos Blackwood. Beyond the Wall, a man claiming to be the king beyond the wall, Mance, has gathered an army purportedly numbering 100,000. According to the reports from Maester Aemon, the Night's Watch is far from being a match for them. And Lord Jason of the Stormlands has reported that the pirates of the Iron Islands are once again becoming restless. Lord Tydos, are you suggesting that these sea marauders dare to defy the laws of the Iron Throne? The captain of the King's Landing Guard, commonly referred to as the Gold Cloak Commander, Lord Mervyn Valerion, traditionally does not attend the small council meetings. However, since the reform and expansion of the King's Landing Guard to 9,000 men, the authority of the Guard's captain has increased significantly. Lord Mervyn Valerion has thus become the most powerful member of the Valerion family since Oakenfist Aelinor. My Lord Mervyn, I fear these lawless sea marauders know nothing of law. Only the iron fist of the Iron Throne can keep them securely on their islands, explained Prime Minister Jon regarding the Gold Cloak Commander, whose simple mind and loyalty to the crown are indeed fitting for the role, far more so than that wretched and corrupt captain of the Kingsguard, Janos, who even deceived himself. The thought that Janos managed to amass a fortune of hundreds of thousands of gold dragons through bribery and corruption right beneath my nose, and even aspired to influence the captain of the King's Landing Guard, ignited a furious blaze within Jon. Alas, our troubles do not end there. Lord Beric of Blackport claims that several bands of unruly brigands in the Bones are supported by House Elenwood, the Guardians of Dorne. More worrisome is that one of Prince Daemon's heirs, Prince Quinn, is now the ward of Lord Elenwood and is deeply influenced by him. After a brief pause, as if hesitating, Count Mathis said, the eldest daughter of Prince Daemon, Princess Aeliana, claims that Princess Naemilia has a legitimate right to the Iron Throne. A sudden silence enveloped the small council chamber. The legitimacy of the Iron Throne's succession is indisputable, stated Prime Minister Jon with an unyielding voice, his expression as inscrutable as water. After Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone, it is Prince Aegon, Duke of Harrenhal, who is universally acknowledged as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, an unwavering truth across the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, Princess Arianne is indeed the eldest daughter of Prince Gaemon, and some of Dorne's ludicrous customs should not be applied as they would have us believe. Now, esteemed colleagues, let us direct our focus to matters of significance. First, the preparations for winter in the Iron Throne, the Vale, and the North must continue unabated. Second, the fleet of Gulltown will coordinate with the Stormland Fleet of Storms and to reinforce the Royal Fleet in patrolling the Narrow Sea, particularly the Stepstones. Third, convey to Duke Balon that the Iron Throne shall not remain indifferent to the chaos of the Iron Islands. Fourth, inform the lords across the realm that the Night's Watch requires their assistance, and the kingdom will allocate 100,000 golden dragons to support the wall. When the king and the royal family are absent from King's Landing, all eyes are fixed upon the small council, where the discussions, particularly the discordant notes from Dorne, have intensified. Prime Minister Jon has erupted in fury, and after executing several servants of the Red Keep accused of spreading vile falsehoods, the unrest seems to have been quelled. Yet, words are like wind, they will eventually disperse. Nonetheless, words can also be as sharp as blades, leaving indelible marks. So, do the Dornish truly seek to champion Princess Arianne's claim to the Iron Throne? Rather than for Arianne, it appears to be for their own foolish pride. How can the bloodline of the North, having triumphed over the descendants of Dorne, ever expect to be appeased? The Conqueror's dragons did not bend them to submission, and now they too possess their own dragon. In the shadowy booth of the Pleasure House in King's Landing, the hopeless heir and the scheming conspirator whisper conspiratorially, "Father, You do not believe those rumors were spread by me, do you? Arianne Martell questioned as she encountered her father, Prince Doran, in the Water Gardens. I am not naive enough to think that a few idle words from Dorne could sway the resolve of the Iron Throne. Indeed, you are not, replied Prince Doran. But you cannot guarantee what thoughts may cross the minds of those around you. He gazed at Arianne with a solemn expression. Quentyn's claim follows yours. His words represent only himself, while you are my legitimate heir. Every action you take will be perceived as the stance of House Martell and Dorne. You must first travel to meet your uncle Oberyn and Lys. You will represent House Martell in King's Landing to offer blessings for Princess Arianne's name day and convey my gratitude to His Majesty the King. House Martell has consistently supported Prince Aegon's claim to the Iron Throne and appreciates the King's plan to wed Princess Arianne to him. Arianne looked at her father in astonishment. Yes, the betrothal of Prince Aegon had indeed been a matter of great interest across the Seven Kingdoms in recent years, but she had not anticipated that her cousin, with the blood of Dorne, would seize the initiative in this regard. Do not look at me in such astonishment. When you have irrevocably lost in this game, it is wise to prepare for the next, he advised. Regarding his heirs, Dowling is generous with his counsel. Is there still any wavering presence among the Seven Kingdoms with the union of dragons and the support of Dorne in the north? Here, I shall succinctly outline the timeline and lineage of House Targaryen, which may initially be perplexing for fans of the series. In this narrative, the prologue marks several pivotal alterations to the original timeline. Upon ascending the throne, King Aegon VI did not exile Bloodraven. Rather, he dismissed his prime minister, but subsequently restored the title of White Garden to the Blackwood family, which had been stripped of it. During the Third Blackfire Rebellion at the Battle of Windwater Bridge, Cold Iron did not evade capture as in the original world, but was instead slain. And the Golden Company was also eradicated. Additionally, the War of the Ninepenny Kings bears significant relevance within this world, which will be further revealed later. One of the most crucial changes involves Aegon VI's heir, Prince Duncan, who first wed the daughter of the Laughing Storm. Only after securing the succession of Aegon VI did he encounter Jenny of Oldstones, who voluntarily relinquished her claim to inheritance. Thus, Aegon VI is a successor of a different generation, directly following Aegon V, Duncan, Aegon VI. The first chapter commences in alignment with the original text, set in the year 297 AC, as the others begin to manifest beyond the wall. The lineage of House Targaryen remains unchanged for Aegon V and his children, though their marriages have all diverged significantly. Apart from the aforementioned marriage of Prince Duncan, the original timeline's heir, Jaehaerys II, did not wed, his broken engagement to House Tully being one of the catalysts for the ensuing Riverlands conflict, which will be elaborated upon later. His daughter, Shira, fulfilled her betrothal by marrying Lord Rosby of House Tyrell, and there has been no alteration in the Tyrell lineage compared to the original timeline. Daeron adhered to his betrothal with the Thorn Queen, Olenna Redwine, who may now also be referred to as Olenna Targaryen. Princess Rhae also married into House Baratheon. Beginning with Aegon VI, through struggles and compromises with the faith, the practice of polygamy was reinstated, classified under the Targaryen exception law. Perhaps the prince remains ensnared in the shadows of his mother's tearful demise, or perhaps he believes that more marriages signify more alliances, an insight reminiscent of Maester Gilden's wisdom. In my view, the original narrative of House Targaryen depicts multiple instances of decline, aside from the extinction of dragons. The primary reason for the dynasty's downfall was rooted during Aegon V's reign, as he sought the support of the common folk rather than the nobility, orchestrating his children's marriages with remarkable finesse. The coalition of Targaryens, Baratheons, Tyrells, and Redwine was no less formidable than the subsequent alliance that ultimately toppled the Targaryen dynasty. Yet it was systematically dismantled by his progeny. The decisions surrounding broken engagements serve as a significant factor in the many upheavals within the realm of ice and fire. Below is the current lineage of House Targaryen. Main lineage: Aegon V, the unlikely prince Duncan, the small princess Lyanna Stark, Aegon VI, Targaryen princess Daenerys Targaryen, daughter of Prince Daeron of Duskendale and the Thorn Queen, Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone, Princess Alysanne, Prince Aegon, Princess Rhaenys, Prince Jaehaerys branch lineage. House Blackwood of Raventree Hall, Brynden Blackwood. After being bestowed Raventree Hall, the family adopted the name Blackwood, marrying Septon Dray, an unnamed male descendant of the Blackwoods. House Targaryen of Duskendale. Aegon V, Prince Daeron, Lady Olenna Redwine, Princess Daenerys Targaryen. Aerys Targaryen, Lara Hightower, Maegor Targaryen, House Targaryen of New Stone, newly built on the site of the Old Stone. Aegon V, Prince Duncan, the small Lady Jenny of Stone. Count Gendry Lannister, sister of Lord Tywin. Roland Targaryen, Lauren Targaryen, Serena Targaryen. Chapter 6. The fallen eagle black wings bring dark tidings. The people of Westeros are well aware of this adage. Your Highness, news from the Red Keep. Sir Coburn of Harrenhal bowed before Prince Aegon. Regrettably, Prime Minister Jon has passed away last night. His wife has departed King's Landing with the heir to the Vale, Aedes Aaron. According to the reports from the guard, they are believed to have taken a ship back to the Vale. His Majesty should have also received the news. I will request to handle this matter shortly. Aegon pondered for a moment. Also inform Ser Jaime to lead the King's Guard through the Bloody Gate to meet me at the Eyrie. Your Highness, do you wish to ride the dragon to the Vale? Coburn, being not only the scholar of Harrenhal, but also the one assisting the Thorn with Aegon's intelligence network, expressed his concern regarding the kingdom's seemingly tranquil state, which concealed numerous undercurrents. The Thorn suspects that Peter Baelish has colluded with Lady Lisa to harm Prime Minister Jon, and there is evidence suggesting that Jon fell victim to the infamous Tears of Lys, although our Master of Whispers insists that Jon died a natural death. If it were merely Peter's machinations, the conspiracy would be exposed under the light of day. Aegon's fingers lightly traced the hilt of his Valyrian dagger, feeling its lightweight yet sturdy essence. I fear he may simply be a pawn in a larger game. What news from Varys? It is difficult for our agents to approach him covertly, but there are several small birds in King's Landing whose networks are within our reach. Any new developments regarding Illyrio? According to our reports from Braavos, there is evidence suggesting that Illyrio has struck a deal with the Sea Lord of Braavos, speculated to involve a betrothal with the Sea Lord's son. Over the years, the Sea Lord has clandestinely gathered several dragon eggs, including the one belonging to Prince Aegon that we have been tracking. Continue to closely monitor them. Our esteemed intelligence chief appears to serve the nation and its people, yet the shared bloodline may lead him to show leniency towards the remnants of Blackfire. Indeed, Your Highness, Paetyr, I fully comprehend your concerns regarding Lady Lisa and Duke Aedes. The Chancellor of Finance, Count Mattis, expressed his support for Paetyr's desire to return to the Vale, yet he rejected the request for resignation. However, you need not submit a resignation to me. Your contributions to the kingdom over the years are well recognized. I shall grant you an ample leave to address these matters. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Mattis. I will do my utmost to reassure Lady Lisa, for she is indeed terrified by the sudden passing of Lord Jon. Furthermore, Duke Aedes is the sole heir of Lord Jon, and Lady Lisa has come to regard him as her entire world. Paetyr's voice, soft as a feather, was compelling. Additionally, the rumors circulating in King's Landing may also cause her distress. Mattis understood the rumors to which Paetyr referred, yet he found it difficult to comment on matters involving royal family members. Nevertheless, he mused that Prince Viserys' arrogance would likely lead to calamity. Prince Viserys is the second son of His Majesty King Aegon VI and the eldest son of the late Queen Alysanne, as well as the nephew of Lord John Allen, the former heir. Following the passing of Lady John's 2 wives and several heirs, the realm regarded Prince Viserys as the legitimate heir of the Vale. This perception persisted until the Tully family allied with the Allen family, marrying Lisa Tully to John Allen, who, after enduring multiple miscarriages and the loss of children, finally bore Aedes Allen. I trust that His Majesty the King will administer justice fairly to the Vale, yet all must proceed legally under the laws of the Iron Throne. Of course, Lord Mattis, the Vale shall always remain a loyal subject of the Iron Throne. Prince Aegon did not proceed directly to the Eyrie, rather, riding his dragon. He arrived in the Vale ahead of Lisa. His first stop was the Stone of the Royces. The Royce family warmly welcomed your arrival, Your Highness. The bronze-hued Lord Aemon Royce, accompanied by his heir, Endar Royce, awaited Prince Aegon outside Stone. Lady Ysena Royce presented him bread and salt. Thank you for your generous hospitality, my lord. The prince dipped the bread into the salt and consumed it, thus fulfilling the sacred guest oath. I imagine you have also received the sorrowful and shocking news regarding the passing of Lord Jon. It is indeed hard to believe. However, we must prepare for the matters that lie ahead. Amidst the throng, the prince entered the castle of the Royce family. Lord Aemon Royce's second son, Robert Royce, served as a sworn knight of the Kingsguard, a candidate for the future Kingsguard. The youngest, Waymar Royce, is a member of Prince Aegon's Kingsguard. The prince shares a deep friendship with the Royce family, and this is not his first visit to Stone. Outside the castle, the servants, brimming with trepidation yet infused with a sense of honor, diligently dragged a number of goats toward the magnificent trio of dragons, 2 small and 1 large, belonging to Prince Aegon. The 3 colossal dragons, renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms, presented a rare opportunity for the noble youths of the Royce family to boast about their close encounter with such majestic and formidable beasts. Without further ado, Prince Aegon addressed Lord Yorn. expressing his desire for him to manage the affairs of the valley in his capacity as regent and guardian of the gorge on behalf of the young Duke Aedes. He paused momentarily, adding that this was also the will of His Majesty the King, and upon Duke Aedes's coming of age, he would assume the responsibility of protecting the eastern lands. Thank you for your trust, Yrn replied. In light of your and His Majesty's appointment, I hope to receive the full understanding of Lady Lyssa regarding her increasingly neurotic widowhood. The thought of the late Lordess widow, who had seemingly abandoned her deceased husband to return to the valley with her young child, weighed heavily on Yrn Royce, making him acutely aware of the complexities surrounding the situation. My lord, I hope you will take on the responsibility of educating and caring for Duke Aedes as the regent of Eagle's Nest. The duty of guarding the Eastern Realm is indeed monumental. As for your territory, I have faith that your heir, Andar Royce, possesses the capability to manage all affairs efficiently. Grateful for the prince's commendation, Andar Royce promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Furthermore, my sister, Princess Daenerys, is in need of several female companions. If it pleases you, I would like to propose your daughter for this role. Yrn Royce, well versed in the tradition of noble children accompanying royal members, found no objection, especially considering that his younger sons were devoted followers of the prince. Simultaneously, in the southern town of Seagull, Count Jalogras Versin received a letter from Prince Aegon, instructing him to ensure that Lady Lyssa was well accommodated and to await the arrival of the prince. More critically, he was to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Aelin family in Seagull, particularly the followers of Prince Viserys. Holding the letter in his hand, Count Jalogras sensed an impending storm in the valley. Yet, as a steadfast supporter of the Targaryen royal family, his foremost duty was to obey the commands of Prince Aegon, heir to the Iron Throne. Chapter 7. The advancing lion. The relentless waves of the sunset sea crashed against the cliffs of Casterly Rock, where within the opulent and resplendent hall, Sir Kevan Lannister, tasked with guarding the castle, finished reading a letter from his brother and handed it to his inquisitive nephew. Tyrion Lannister, after swiftly perusing the contents of the letter, an inexplicable smile flickered across Tyrion's serious visage. With a playful whistle, the infamous imp quipped in a light-hearted tone. It appears our Lord Tywin may once again be addressed as the esteemed Prime Minister. How many years has it been since my dear sister Cersei was denied the chance to wed Prince Gaemon? 13, 14. Tyrion, do not feign ignorance of the peril concealed behind the veil of opportunity. Kevin's voice resonated with a deep, commanding tone, reminiscent of his brother Tywin, whose shadow loomed large over every action and utterance. It is widely recognized that Prince Viserys harbors ambitions toward the Vale, and our own bloodline descendant, Serena Targaryen, has been betrothed to him. Uncle, have you forgotten the most crucial point? The Seven Kingdoms are well aware of Lord Tywin's aspirations for the hand of the king. Indeed, it is common knowledge that in the wake of the Prime Minister Jon's passing, as per the correspondence from my brother, Duke Tywin, His Majesty the King intends to reappoint Tywin Lannister as Hand of the King. What is paramount is not the position of Prime Minister, but rather the union of our most formidable heir to the Iron Throne, Prince Aegon, with the future king. Tyrion toyed with the gold coins in his hand. The role of Prime Minister is but a precarious one, fraught with the potential for sudden loss and public scorn. The marriage to the future king is the guarantee of our family's enduring power on the grand stage of the Seven Kingdoms. Indeed, when have Dorne and the North ever held such a central position in the affairs of the realm? We must tirelessly facilitate the betrothal of Myrcella to Prince Aegon, while I shall serve as Lady Alysanne's steward on the eastern continent. Aside from Jaime, William, Martin, and Tyrion shall all join the King's Guard. It is a grand strategy devised by Lord Tywin. Tyrion, despite knowing he has no chance of inheriting Casterly Rock, could not suppress his resentment at being so far removed to Essos by his father. Do not blame your father, Tyrion. The duty of the second son is to support the firstborn heir. Lady Alysanne may be fated to never sit upon the Iron Throne, nor possess dragons. Yet her accomplishments on the eastern continent are undeniable. Follow her, Tyrion, and I believe your talents will find their opportunity to flourish. Steffon Lannister strode into the hall, his disdain for Tyrion evident in his glare before addressing Kevan. 30 capable men, the finest of Lannisport, have been selected as per the Duke's orders. You see, Tyrion, Tywin is not devoid of compassion. These 30 warriors of House Lannister shall be your leverage in establishing yourself within Lady Alysanne's camp. I fear this is not paternal concern. Tyrion replied with a smile. Jaime has also mentioned that our princely lord intends to procure a crown for his beloved sister, a title for her as Princess of Tyrosh, perhaps. Furthermore, our warrior princess, Alysanne, wields considerable influence in the realm of the Three Daughters. Tywin Lannister leads 2,000 elite cavalry from the Westerlands along the winding mountain paths toward the Golden Tooth, as a strategic stronghold between the Westerlands and the Riverlands. The Golden Tooth requires no cavalry support. Following Duke Tywin's orders, Tywin's 2,000 elite cavalry are merely the vanguard. Soon, Kevin shall lead the main force of the Westerlands. Is such a large-scale troop mobilization truly without issue? William Lannister, unaware of his impending induction into the Kingsguard, voiced his concerns. My dear cousin, what you jest about Devon Lannister observing William Lannister is quite amusing. Surely, you do not presume that our actions are devoid of the Iron Throne's directive? Fear not, for our aim is the Trout of the Riverlands. Ah, splendid. I affirm this, as we indeed act under the decree of the Iron Throne. Observing the sudden brightness in his cousin's demeanor, Devon Lannister felt a twinge of mockery within. Could such a person truly navigate the illustrious ranks of the Kingsguard? Yet, who among the Seven Kingdoms would dare provoke the majesty of the Iron Throne? In this moment where 9 dragons dance, none can forget the feats of the conqueror. Even the Duke of Tywin, whom one holds in utmost reverence, remains the most loyal subject before the Iron Throne. I have yet to congratulate you, cousin. Lord Tywin has recommended you, along with Tyrick and Martin, to serve as attendants to Prince Aegon and join the Kingsguard. Is it truly so? I must share this delightful news with Martin. It has been his dream. I believe I must exert effort in selecting suitable attendants for both of us. For we cannot tarnish the honor of House Lannister before the noble offspring of the realm. I imagine they too are accompanied by their own capable companions. Fear not, William. With Jaime present, who would dare belittle you? Indeed, Jaime, my cousin, stands as one of the 7 vice-commanders. To this foolish cousin emphasizing one of the 7, Devon could only wish he would refrain from mentioning it in Jaime's presence. The herald announced with great volume the arrival of the heir to the Iron Throne. His Majesty King Aegon VI's grandson, Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone, son of Duke Aegon of Harrenhal, as the Kingsguard prepares to pass through the Bloodgate. Members of the Order, including Jaime, instinctively puffed out their chests with pride, receiving the admiring and yearning gazes of the knights from the Vale upon the Bloodgate. The Kingsguard not only continues the glorious legacy of the Kingsguard, but also embodies the honor of protecting the heir to the Iron Throne, meticulously selecting the finest knights from across the 7 kingdoms. In a mere 6 years since its inception, it has quelled the brotherhood within the Kingswood, vanquished the remnants of the warriors' sons in the Riverlands, subdued the 5th bandit calling himself the Vulture King from the Red Mountains, and quelled the rampant wildlings of the Moonlight Mountains. They even allied with the royal fleet to deliver a crushing blow to the combined forces of Rhys and Mill at the Stepstones. Sir Jaime, do you think that above the Bloodgate, there might be the likes of Lelek Wretch, the boisterous knight of the Vale, who aspired to join us but failed? He attempted to lower his booming voice, as their ranks also included knights from the Vale. Jaime, with exasperation, glanced at Lelek Wretch and remarked, Lelek, your voice is nearly deafening my ears. While it is possible some have failed, I believe, Sir Lelek, if you are intrigued by the prowess of the Vale Knights, you may have a contest with the Knight of the Bloodgate, Lyn Cobray, though he felt inferior in strength. Sir Michel Redford from the Vale could not overlook the disdain shown towards his fellow knights. I am certain Sir Lelek harbors no disrespect for the Vale Knights, Jaime interjected, attempting to soothe the situation. Do not forget the mission that lies before us, my sworn brothers. The prince awaits our arrival. Perhaps only Prince Aegon can unite the headstrong youths from the noble families across the 7 kingdoms. After all, a boy who claimed victory in the tournament at the tender age of 11 commands universal respect, and more importantly, he possesses dragons, 3 of them. Chapter 8. The Wolves of Winterfell in the name of His Majesty Aegon VI Targaryen, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men. Ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, I, Brandon Stark, Duke of Winterfell, hereby pronounce your death sentence. You may now speak your final words. Duke Brandon Stark's steely gray eyes bore into the deserter of the Night's Watch standing before him. I did not lie. The White Walkers have truly returned, murmured the deserter. My brothers of the Night's Watch do not believe me. I only wish to flee far from the wall. Then you should hold steadfast to your duty. My lord father, why waste words on a coward without honor? Retorted Cragen Snow, the only child of Duke Brandon who dared to contradict his father, the Running Wolf. As Duke Brandon was known, had many illegitimate offspring throughout the North and the Riverlands, yet only 2 were acknowledged, Cragen Snow and Sarah Snow, both of noble lineage themselves. Their mothers being esteemed ladies of the North, recognized not only by Duke Brandon, but also by many lords of the region. Robb Stark, the legitimate eldest son of Duke Brandon, regarded his half-brother with a complex gaze. Cragen, 3 years his senior, had once been an object of admiration in Robb's youth. His prowess in battle was unparalleled even in the martial north. However, as they grew older, Robb's mother and those around him made him acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. Thus, Cragan, have you made your decision? The Night's Watch is no longer a symbol of glory, as I hope Banyan has sufficiently conveyed to you. Brandon's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions as he looked at his eldest son, who was also his illegitimate child. If he had been born of lawful union, what a remarkable heir the North would possess. I hope you have shared this news with Lady Baylor, he continued. She said that since you cannot become a Stark, you should pursue your own honor. Cragan laughed. Robb, do not regard me with such a countenance. In the future, you will inherit the guardianship of the North, while I shall become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the steadfast shield of the realm. Cragan, with your abilities, you could achieve great deeds under your cousin's command. Robb could not bear the thought of his half-brother becoming a member of the Night's Watch at the Wall. If you wish, I would be delighted to introduce you to Prince Aegon. You know, Domi has become the prince's squire, one of the 7 vice-captains of the King's Guard. Robb, I am pleased that you would consider such a prospect for me. Cragan gently patted the shoulder of his brother, who shared half of his blood, advising him not to make things difficult for himself and their cousin, as they pondered how to explain their situation to Lady Catelyn. I apologize for intruding upon your family's warm gathering. Riding into the scene was Theon Greyjoy, who disregarded the gruesomeness of the execution ground while sharing his cold jokes. He then turned to Duke Brandon with a serious tone, stating, My lord, I believe this news must reach you. Lord Hand of the King, Jon, has passed away. And here is a letter from Lady Catelyn. She should be in the area by now. After reading the letter, a deeper chill settled on Brandon's already stern face, prompting him to swiftly return to Winterfell with his children and guards. My lord, I believe you should see this. The scouts have discovered something extraordinary by the river. Soon, the group encountered what the captain of the Duke's Guard had referred to as extraordinary. They had never witnessed the likes of it south of the Wall. 2 immense corpses of dire wolves lay on the riverbank, each with fatal wounds to their necks and abdomens. Winter is coming, and all manner of strange creatures have emerged. Duke Brynden remarked calmly, something even more terrifying has claimed their lives. Captain Martin Kaiser glanced at his liege, understanding that he was deliberately concealing a greater possibility. The 2 direwolves had exhausted themselves in battle against one another. After all, direwolves held profound symbolism for House Stark. Nevertheless, they had fiercely protected their young. The instructor of Winterfell, Martin Kaiser's uncle, Roderick Kaiser, spoke up as 4 Winterfell guards followed him, each cradling 3 direwolf pups. They belong to you now. Surprisingly, Duke Brandon seemed inclined to have his children adopt these direwolves. In the legends of the North, many from House Stark possessed the gift of wargs. My children, perhaps one day these direwolves will become your loyal companions. My lord Brandon, your children each have 1, and there are 5 remaining. Shall I offer them mercy? Theon brandished a dagger, only to receive a fierce glare from Robb. The strongest 4 are for my nieces and nephews, Alysanne, Aegon, Rhaenys, and Jaehaerys, who are also kin of House Stark. Brandon selected 2 black and 2 white pups, handing the 4 largest to Martin Kaiser. See to their careful nurturing. Arrange for someone to deliver them to Princess Lyanna in due time. Furthermore, Theon, though you initially became my ward as a hostage, the North never forgets. There will always be a seat for you by my hearth. Choose a direwolf that belongs to you as well. Theon Greyjoy seemed utterly taken aback by the words of Duke Brandon, who he both revered and feared. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Theon, I believe this one will do, he said, pointing to a direwolf with a golden sea monster hue. Chuckling, quite splendid indeed. Cragan, a fellow bastard of the North who shared a similar fate, timely stepped in to rescue him from his astonishment. Theon cast a grateful glance. His voice momentarily choked with emotion as he spoke. I too aspire to become a Night's Watchman. Perhaps I could serve as your aide. The future Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Lord Cragan, if you would permit it, my Lord Brandon. If your father, Lord Balon, grants his permission, I can conceive of no reason to deny you, Theon. The words escaped Brandon with a hint of humor. The abandoned son left in the North. Fear I may have long been forgotten, Theon replied with a bitter smile. Moreover, with Roderick, Marlon, and Lord Balon's heirs, there is ample provision, if you wish. But you must still write to Lord Balon and inform him of your decision. After all, he is your father. Indeed, he is my father. The blood of sea monsters courses through my veins. As Lord Cragan said, no one can choose their lineage, yet we can determine our own path. Rather than return to the Iron Islands, as an incongruous northern whelp, I would prefer to stand vigil at the Wall with my brothers, Theon pondered. Maester Aemon, This is the list of those who have come to swear fealty in response to Lord Jon's call from across the Seven Kingdoms. May the old and new gods bless him. This was also among his final commands, sighed Commander Jormungandr. The gods are always elusive. I should have passed peacefully in my brother's embrace, surrounded by his children. Yet who could have foreseen that I would send off Aegon and even his progeny one by one, leaving me, this centenarian, to endure alone, Maester Aemon murmured. Forgive my reminiscence, Commander. For an old man, the past is ever a haunting presence. Of course, Maester Aemon, though I have not traversed the years as you have. In many respects, I too am an elder, Commander Gior sighed. Although it may seem avaricious, I must implore you, Maester Aemon, to write to Prince Aegon for assistance. We are in dire need of provisions, weapons, and men, across the Seven Kingdoms. Only our esteemed king and Prince Aegon possess the foresight to anticipate the impending storm beyond the wall. Yes, young Aegon, with his striking violet eyes akin to those of his great-great-grandfather. When Aegon ascended to kingship at the age of 33, he was still a boy, yet at 13, I discerned within him the resolve of a man. The blood of conquerors stirs within him. As Maester Aemon reflected on the only two descendants of his brother who had visited him at the wall, a radiant smile graced his face. Unlike Duncan, who was an exceptional warrior and even a lord, in Aegon, I perceived the true essence of a king, his sagacity reminiscent of King Daeron II, and the fortitude and integrity of my beloved uncle, Prince Baelor, who was destined for the throne. Commander Jor did not interrupt Maester Aemon's reminiscence. He understood that his requests, in the eyes of all, far exceeded what was necessary. Under the auspices of the king and Prince Aegon, the Night's Watch, once diminished to a mere 2,000 souls, has now burgeoned to nearly 4,000. Although this figure pales in comparison to the historical zenith of over 10,000, it nonetheless represents the highest numbers the Watch has seen in nearly a century. Furthermore, with the unwavering support of the king and Prince Aegon, 9 of the 19 castles along the wall have been fortified, and these sturdy bastions, complemented by vigilant patrols, stand ready to withstand the onslaught of the king beyond the wall. Yet, the ominous whispers from the east and recent incidents of desertion trouble the mind of the commander. Perhaps the original mandate of the Night's Watch was never intended for the rabble of wildlings. However, when the true threat of the White Walkers descends upon them, the Night's Watch will rely not only on the wall and their blades, but also on blood and fire, the dragons of House Targaryen, 9 mighty dragons. This may very well mark the pinnacle of House Targaryen's storied legacy in Westeros. From the 3 dragons of the Conqueror to the many that danced in the skies during the height of the Blood Dragon, none possessed the awe-inspiring presence of the current 9 dragons and their 7 dragon riders. Chapter 9, The Storm in the Vale, Part 1. Robb, thank you for your escort, Lady Lysa said, tightly embracing young Lord Arryn. Your protection from the Stormlands to the north has been invaluable. She acknowledged Duke Robb Baratheon of Storm's End. Madam, Jon regards me as his own kin. Rest assured, the legitimacy of young Arryn's claim is unassailable. Not even a Targaryen prince could usurp it, Duke Robb declared, his fiery temperament evident. Even the usually stoic captain of Jon's guard, Varys Egan, could not help but glance sideways at such boldness, while Lady Lysa trembled at his words. Do not speak so, Robb. You know the king holds Jon in high esteem, and Prince Aegon is quite fond of young Arryn. Their support for his claim is beyond doubt. However, as you are aware, that individual is perpetually arrogant and lawless, seeking to assert his claim over the Vale. Robb was well aware of whom Lady Lysa spoke, the arrogant scion of House Targaryen, Prince Viserys Targaryen of Summerhall, the one audacious enough to encroach upon his vassals' lands and to vie for the fairest flower in King's Landing, boldly proclaiming that the Baratheons were merely a bastard offshoot of the Targaryens. Rest easy, my lady. His Majesty will not tolerate Viserys' insolence. Moreover, it is not without envy that some within House Targaryen regard him. Robb's expression revealed a cunningness that was unusual for him. The distant silhouette of Seagull Tower came into view as they approached Seagull Town, close enough for them to behold 3 magnificent dragons outside its gates. Prince Aegon is here. How did he arrive? Robb's tone was markedly different from Lysa's. He exuded confidence while she was filled with uncertainty. Lady Lysa, I am deeply saddened by the passing of Lord Jon. His Majesty has entrusted me to convey his heartfelt condolences. I understand that our grief pales in comparison to yours, Prince Aegon said as he led the welcoming party ashore. Esteemed Prince Aegon, we are all profoundly grieved by the passing of Jon. It is now paramount to discuss the matters concerning the Vale and young Aegon, as determined by His Majesty the King. Duke Robert, your impatience remains unchanged. Having traveled such a distance, both the lady and young Duke Aegon must be weary. let us first ensure our comfort and rest. For I believe we have ample time for discourse today. The passing of the esteemed Prime Minister has rendered the welcoming banquet in Seagull Town rather subdued, with a heavy atmosphere permeating the evening. Lady Lisa, citing fatigue from her journey, was the first to take her leave. Your Highness, a merchant vessel has arrived from King's Landing, bearing the escort of Lord Peter Esgard, Rosebryn. Furthermore, according to reports from the capital, Lord Peter has encountered difficulties on his journey to the Vale. The informant from the Shet family, a branch of the merchant network in Seagull Town, has relayed this information to Prince Aegon. What movements have been observed from the fools of House Arryn? They have employed a contingent of mercenaries from Pentos and have also made contact with the Lynx tribes residing near the Moonshadow Mountains. Do these tribes still possess such audacity? While the specifics of their agreements remain unclear, our informants indicate that a cache of weaponry sufficient to arm approximately 300 men has been delivered to the Lynx tribe. Despite Aegon's anticipation of the folly exhibited by the Arryn kin, he is still taken aback by their sheer stupidity. It took nearly 2 years of collaboration with the Red Keep and Iron Oak to subdue the increasingly unruly mountain clans within the Moonshadow Range. Yet, these imbeciles have provided the fierce mountain clans with arms. After your decisive eradication of the most formidable factions among the mountain clans, the Scorchers, the Hound clan, and the Black Ears, the Lynx tribe has emerged recently, having absorbed some of the scattered members from the Hound and Black Ear clans. I understand. Continue to intensify surveillance on the families of the Vale and the Moonshadow Mountains. In a nearby chamber, Lady Lisa is receiving Lord Peter Esgard. Is Lord Peter already en route? Were it not for the affection she holds for him, Lisa would never entertain such a lowly mercenary. Indeed, my lady. Lord Peter is on his way. He has indicated he will arrive in 3 days. Additionally, he has relayed credible intelligence that the Arryn family of Seagull Town has allied with that individual, rendering the journey to Eagle's Nest perilous. Lord Peter hopes you will summon your vassals for protection. I understand. You may take your leave. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Lady Lisa's expression was one of deep uncertainty. Young Duke Aegon, sensing his mother's troubled spirit, stepped forward to embrace her. From birth, Aegon's frail constitution has been a source of concern, afflicted with epilepsy. The scholars of the Citadel deemed him unlikely to survive to adulthood, causing his mother, Lady Lisa, profound sorrow and indignation. My dear Aegon, do not worry. I shall safeguard your rightful claims. You are your father's legitimate heir, the Duke of Eagle's Nest, and the protector of the Eastern Realm. Father, must we truly proceed in this manner? Moreover, Prince Aegon and his draconic companion have arrived in the Vale. Once, the heir of House Arryn of Seagull Town, Ezenbale Arryn, was filled with trepidation, for his father, Lord Geoffrey Arryn, had been beguiled by the Summer Prince, Viserys. He believed that once the prince claimed dominion over the Vale, House Arryn of Seagull Town would ascend to a corresponding stature of prominence. Should we refrain from action? Is it not reasonable to contend with the disturbances caused by the mountain clans of the Moonshadow Mountains? Lord Geoffrey Arryn savored the summer red wine from distant Dorne, its flavor as intoxicating as power itself. As for those mercenaries from Pentos, none could ascertain that we had employed them, my dear child. The Vale is replete with fallen knights eager to support our princely lord. Since the Dance of the Dragons, after the failure of Ezenbale Arryn's ambitions for the title of Duke of Eagle's Nest, House Arryn of Seagull Town has not regained its rightful influence and status in the Vale. As a cadet branch of House Arryn, they may have amassed a wealth worthy of the Vale, yet in the eyes of the honor-bound nobility, wealth signifies little. Moreover, when it comes to wealth, even in Seagull Town, the Grafson family holds the upper hand. My child, on this continent, wealth does not wield the same omnipotence as it does in the free-trading city-states. In this current age of Dragonfire, noble power is contingent upon ties to the Targaryen dynasty. Sir Geoffrey gestured for his son to refill his glass. But do we truly risk so much for a mere earldom? An earldom? The Earl of Seagull Town, one of the 5 great cities of Westeros, would rest in our hands. We shall supplant the Grafson family and become the tax collectors for House Arryn in Seagull Town. Sir Geoffrey smiled with satisfaction, and most importantly, Viserys is set to wed your sister. Yet, what of his betrothal to the Lady of Newstone City? Without a verbal agreement witnessed by the Seven, and given that the Seven cannot grant him the ducal seat of Eagle's Nest, Viserys shall make the right choice. The night is the perfect shroud for conspiracy. The servants, as per usual, presented the young Duke Edis with his bedtime milk, as the scholars believed it would aid the young Duke's slumber and bolster his constitution. Lady Lisa would not allow young Edis to stray from her sight for a moment, and Prince Aegon empathized with the lady's maternal instincts. Thus he paid a visit. Young Edis, filled with admiration for the celebrated prince of the Seven Kingdoms, was destined to fall short of becoming a great warrior, yet like his illustrious ancestors. He longed to be a knight renowned throughout the realm. As was her custom, Lady Lisa tested the temperature of Edis's milk, fearful that the servant's negligence might scald the young duke. However, today, the young duke, engrossed in tales of knighthood recounted by Prince Aegon, momentarily neglected to drink his bedtime milk. A small accident wrought a tremendous change, when Lady Lisa's complexion turned as deep purple as a plum and she succumbed to death. Those present understood that the milk contained a deadly poison meant to strangle its victim. The fortunate Atis, as the people of the Seven Kingdoms referred to him, was the one who had narrowly escaped calamity, Atis Island. The deceased are gone, yet the storm in the valley is just beginning. Chapter 10. The Storm in the Valley, Part 2. When Count Peter Baelish finally traversed the tempestuous narrow sea and arrived at the port of Seagull Town, he was not greeted by Lady Lisa, but rather by the news of her demise and the fortunate escape of young Duke Aetas from peril. Peter felt the situation slipping from his grasp. There must be another hidden hunter lurking in the shadows, exploiting the chaos for personal gain. Although sorrow was evident on Peter's face, turmoil raged within him, a capable puppeteer who could act amidst the dual machinations of himself and Prince Aegon. Your Highness, there are matters I believe I must first report to you. In the presence of Prince Aegon, Peter was always the loyal servant of the crown, a rising star in the court. Count Peter, I understand the deep friendship you shared with Lady Lisa, as well as your loyalty to Duke Island. However, Aegon's face momentarily flickered with an inscrutable expression. Abandoning your duties at court is not a wise decision. The deceased have departed. Regarding Lady Lisa's return to the valley without notifying the royal family after leaving Prime Minister Jon's body behind, it seems unwise to pursue this matter further. Your Highness, what I wish to report is precisely the origin of this issue. Peter paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. You may still recall Jon's squire, who? The lad with dreams of knighthood. Unfortunately, it appears that his aspirations were manipulated. Just before my departure for King's Landing, the boy had already journeyed to the Hall of Summer. If you remember, he was knighted by Prince Viserys at last year's tournament in King's Landing. In such a moment, Count Peter, your mention of these two incidents seems to imply an ambiguous accusation against my uncle. Peter swallowed hard. This was the greatest crisis he had faced since challenging Brynden. Your Highness, I am merely stating the facts. In actuality, there is a more serious matter. A merchant from Lys claims that Prince Viserys' squire once sought to purchase Tears of Lys at a high price. Moreover, before his passing, Lord Jon had complained of abdominal pain, yet Maester Pycelle examined him and found no issues. In truth, Lord Jon was in excellent health prior to his untimely demise. Peter believed that amidst the peculiar and successive deaths of significant members of House Island, the one who stood to gain the most was now under scrutiny. As the nobles from the valley hastened to gather, even Prince Aegon would be compelled to provide the assembly with a satisfactory answer. The simultaneous deaths of Lord and Lady Jon shocked the nobility of the valley. The royal members stationed at Harrenhal convened in the small town of Lord Harroway to accompany Prime Minister Jon's remains back to the valley and address the matters surrounding the fates of Prime Minister Jon and Lady Lisa. Indeed, if the demise of Prime Minister Jon was initially met with mere astonishment, the failed assassination of Duke Edis and the unfortunate passing of Lady Lisa have led many to believe that a conspiracy is afoot. In the Vale, the Royces and the Valerians, alongside numerous noble families, have united to form the League of Justice. Although the various houses have yet to summon their vassal armies, their representatives have gathered at the Eyrie before His Majesty, seeking the justice they deserve. Perched upon the giant's lance, the Eyrie stands as perhaps the most formidable castle in the Seven Kingdoms. However, to the dragon lords of House Targaryen, its steepness is but a trivial obstacle, akin to facing the dragons of the Conqueror's sister, Visenya. Aside from Princess Naemelia, who returned to King's Landing to accompany her mother and brother, and Lord Iris, the royal family's 7 dragons and their riders were all in attendance. The 2 largest dragons, the black dragon Vhagar and the white dragon Meraxes, soared around the giant's lance, while the King's crimson dragon, Marduk, claimed the small garden of House Arryn. The remaining dragons feasted upon the flocks of sheep and cattle brought by the servants outside the moon door. Concerning the successive deaths of Lord Jon and Lady Lisa, we implore your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation to provide justice for the Vale. The representative, Count Yohn Royce, petitioned King Aegon VI, seated upon the Iron Throne. Additionally, we seek to affirm Edis Arryn's unquestionable right to rule the Vale, as stated by Lady Anya Valerion, Countess of Iron Oaks. Regarding Jon's passing, I have received an accusation. Lord Peter Baelish, Based on your account to Prince Aegon regarding the circumstances of Jon's departure, do you allege that Prince Viserys of Summerhall instructed Jon's steward, Syrax, to use the tears of Lys purchased from the merchant of Lys? The king's inquiry left Peter feeling that matters were spiraling beyond his control, veering toward a perilous and inexplicable direction. While he had anticipated that Prince Aegon would relay his report to the king, he never expected the king to publicly disclose such an accusation before the assembled nobles of the Vale. Yes, your majesty. I expressed my concerns to Prince Aegon. Peter felt the gaze of the Vale's nobles, laden with uncertainty yet tinged with admiration, upon him. It was a respect he had never experienced from the great lords of the Vale, a stark contrast to his origins as a minor noble from the Barren Fingers. With Lisa gone, his ambitions in the Vale seemed to come to a close. It was now paramount to extricate himself from this tumultuous affair, regardless of the true puppeteer's intentions. Peter silently encouraged himself, recognizing the importance of maintaining a respectable presence before the influential figures. I believe Count Peter's apprehensions are not without merit. What astonished those present even more was Prince Aegon's declaration. Although Master Pycelle believed that Prime Minister Jon's departure was serene, we are all aware that many poisons can achieve such an effect. Peter observed the eloquent prince, maintaining a composed smile while silently reflecting that he had underestimated the ruthless ambition of the Dragon Lords, who were fiercely vying for power. It seemed that the unassailable Prince Aegon was also deeply dissatisfied with his uncle, the proud and troublesome Prince Viserys of Summerhall. However, the scholar Coburn of Harrenhal held a different perspective regarding the demise of Lord Jon. Tall and slightly stooped, with a perpetual hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth, Coburn possessed a presence that belied his height. Upon hearing Prince Aegon's remarks, he stepped forward from the crowd. Your Majesty, Your Highness, and esteemed lords, Coburn bowed respectfully. Although the sudden passing of Prime Minister Jon, along with the symptoms he exhibited prior to his death, inevitably brings to mind the infamous tears of Lys, I fear this may merely be a distracting smokescreen obscuring the truth. He gestured for a servant to present a silver wine cup. Esteemed lords, you are likely familiar with this falcon silver cup. Traces of deadly nightshade have been found in it, among the vessels most favored by Lord Jon. The prolonged, small doses of this poison would only manifest as chronic gastrointestinal distress, as evidenced in Master Pycelle's recent diagnostic records regarding Lord Jon. Catelyn, still engulfed in the sorrow of her sister's demise, began to sense that something was amiss, as did many acquainted with Prime Minister Jon's circumstances. Lord Jon had a habit of sipping Valley red wine in the evenings. Coburn then signaled for a guard from the Red Keep to bring forth a maidservant, whom many recognized as the stewardess of Jon's household. Please share what you know with His Majesty and the esteemed lords. Facing the gaze of so many prominent figures from the Seven Kingdoms for the first time, the stewardess appeared visibly anxious. However, as a noble house's steward, she quickly composed herself. Your Majesty, esteemed lords, I am the stewardess of Lord Jon's household. For the past 2 months, I was responsible for pouring him a glass of Valley red wine each evening, until 2 months ago when Lady Lisa took over this task. A commotion erupted in the hall. Silence. Prince Aegon commanded with authority. My lady, can you stand by your statement? Yes, I swear by the seven that all I have said is the truth. Your Majesty, if we are to take her words at face value, does it imply that the one who conspired against Lord Jon is none other than his wife, Lady Lisa? The forthright Earl of Wyrms stepped forward. What motive could she possibly have to commit such a sin against her husband, a transgression that the Seven would not forgive? My sister has already been murdered, and now you would lay this disgraceful crime at her feet? Lady Catelyn finally reacted, her voice rising in indignation. Amidst the turmoil, Peter felt a chilling realization. He understood that he had transformed from a player in this conspiracy into a mere pawn within the game. My esteemed lady, Lady Catelyn, it is with great regret that I must inform you that the motivations of Lady Lisa are, alas, a disgraceful affair loathed by the gods. The cold words of Prince Aegon pierced through the clamor of the crowd, rendering the hall silent in an instant. Chapter 11, The Dance of the Dragon. I wonder, distinguished lords, if you are aware that Lady Lisa was 3 months pregnant before her untimely demise, a fact that was still accompanied by a semblance of a smile. Yet this very smile unsettled the noble assembly in the hall. Naturally, we have inquired of several maids from Lord Jon's household, including the lady's personal attendant, all of whom affirmed that several months prior, Lord Jon, burdened by matters of state, often toiled until midnight and, in consideration of his wife's rest, had long since taken to separate chambers. Given Lord Jon's advanced age and the testimonies provided, we have reason to believe that the couple had not consummated their marriage in the last 6 months. Our Master of Whisperers, Lord Varys, possesses unique insights regarding this matter. As Prince Aegon spoke, he summoned forth the concealed figure of Lord Varys, the master of whisperers, who had been lurking among the throng. A veritable spider in the web of secrets. It is he. Who else could be privy to such hidden truths? Peter sensed the imminent danger. Yet he could not fathom the true intentions of this wretched remnant of Blackfyre, the infamous eunuch. Your Majesty, Your Highness, and esteemed lords, I express my deepest condolences regarding the passing of Prime Minister Jon. Furthermore, I beg your indulgence as I relate a sorrowful tale. In this narrative, I too regret that I was unable to act in time. By the moment I uncovered the truth, it was far too late. Under the cloak of night, the area appeared even more foreboding, the chilling winds howling atop the mountains, leaving all present feeling an unusual coldness. Perhaps even more chilling was the fear that gripped their hearts. During the day, the tale recounted by Varys lingered like a shadow in the minds of the assembly. A married noblewoman, having found her marriage less than harmonious, suffered the anguish of multiple miscarriages and the loss of children, rendering her fragile and sensitive. At this vulnerable juncture, a childhood companion and first love re-entered her life. She introduced this man to her powerful husband, and amidst their prolonged companionship, their love rekindled, at least in the heart of the noblewoman. Ultimately, she became pregnant with this man's child. And in a bid to conceal this secret and protect the fruit of their passion, she took the drastic step of murdering her husband. This tale left the nobles of the Vale in a state of bewilderment, for their revered lord had been slain, and the true perpetrator perished in yet another conspiracy. While that despicable man may have acted immorally, the laws of the kingdom could not bring him to justice, for within this intrigue, he had merely acted as a catalyst and instigator, having committed no crime. Nonetheless, in the prince's revelation of another conspiracy, the man ultimately received his due fate. During the relentless pursuit of the remnants of House Blackfyre by the late King Aegon VI, there was both merciless extermination and compassionate forgiveness. The brutal Maegor Blackfyre perished in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, while the current master of whisperers, Varys, was brought back from Pentos by the stalwart captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Duncan the Tall. In Pentos, Ser Duncan also unearthed another descendant of Blackfyre, a girl named Scylla, who at that time was wed to a somewhat prominent merchant, Illyrio Mopatis. As the narrative unfolds, the affluent and ambitious Illyrio Mopatis endeavored to secure a hereditary title for himself and Scylla's child. He sought to intertwine the bloodline of Blackfyre with that of House Targaryen, leveraging his influence in Pentos to draw closer to the Iron Throne. His aspiration was to arrange a marriage for his son with a true Targaryen princess, Daenerys Targaryen, the Light of the Vale, born amidst the storm. However, his ambitions extended beyond mere lineage. He coveted not only the princess's Targaryen heritage, but also her claim to the Vale. To achieve this, he deemed it necessary to eliminate those who stood in the way of her inheritance, notably Aegon Targaryen and Viserys Targaryen. In the latter part of this conspiracy, a wealthy merchant from the eastern continent calculated his moves meticulously. The ambitious Prince Viserys Targaryen, eyeing the Vale, orchestrated the poisoning of its lady and her heir. Although the power of House Targaryen could protect him, he had no rightful claim to the Vale. With the princess of the Light of the Vale becoming the sole heir, his son would consequently emerge as the ultimate beneficiary. Yet, the will of the gods thwarted his initial steps. Of course, what transpired were merely two seemingly unrelated tales, destined to remain unknown to the world. The Seven Kingdoms were aware only of the unfortunate passing of Prime Minister Jon, who succumbed to exhaustion. Foreign adversaries, harboring animosity towards him, attempted to assassinate his widow and heir. The heir, under the protection of the gods, survived, but the unfortunate Lady Lisa met her demise. In the end, all parties seemingly achieved their desires, yet the outcomes were far from satisfactory. The architects of the two conspiracies faced their fates. One met with the punishment of death, while the other remained beyond the reach of the Iron Throne's justice. Nonetheless, the royal family and the nobles of the Vale would not forget this enmity. The instigator, Peter Baelish, quietly perished on his return to King's Landing, and the Baelish family of the Fingers faded into obscurity. The crown preserved its dignity, granting the Vale's nobility the justice they sought. Aegon Targaryen, the heir of the Vale, became the Duke of Eagle's Nest, growing under the joint guardianship of Lord Jon and Lady Anya. Everything appeared to conclude satisfactorily. What thoughts do you harbor regarding your kin, my lord? Varys inquired as Prince Aegon, and he strolled beneath the cascading waters of the Tears of Alicia. Your Highness, the ignorant bear no guilt. Illyrio Mopatis will face justice for his transgressions, yet I beseech you, let your justice not extend to the innocent children, Varys respectfully articulated. Innocent? I believe in the innocence of Scylla Blackfyre. What fault did she possess being sold to the brothels of Lys? However, what of Illyrio Mopatis and his son, Aegon Blackfyre? Do you deem them innocent? Observing the silent Varys, Prince Aegon remarked, Varys, every individual must make their own choices. Years ago, you made yours by aligning with the Targaryen branch of Blackfyre. Illyrio and Aegon Blackfyre too made their decisions, and now you are faced with yet another choice, selecting your kin. As Prince Aegon conversed with Varys, King Aegon awaited the arrival of his summoned younger son, Viserys Targaryen. Father, shall we allow that wretched harlot Lysa's son to occupy the Iron Throne of Eagle's Nest? Viserys was well aware of the truth behind the matter. Am I not your son? If my brother inherits the Iron Throne, do I not have the right to claim the veil? The somber words of the elder king interrupted Viserys' accusations. Both Gaemon and I have indulged you far too much. Your actions have brought shame upon the royal family. Depart. Go to Essos, and until the king grants you mercy, should you dare set foot on Westerosi soil, I shall see you cloaked in black. The intrigues of the Vale brushed against the royal family. Yet once more, a conspiracy from Essos drew the dragon house's gaze back to the continent of Westeros. Over 3 centuries after the conqueror had turned his eyes westward, the heir to the Iron Throne, Duke Aegon Targaryen of Harrenhal, alongside his dragon, Black Dread II, the colossal beast Nidhogg, and the companion dragons, Golden Helios and Silver Selene, Count Durrandon of Dorne, Prince Aerys with his blue-gold dragon Nerda, and Lady Seraphine of White Harbor with her glass dragon Ymir. The 3 dragon riders and their 5 dragons unleashed the fury of the dragon kind upon the continent of Essos. Princess Alysanne, accompanied by her entourage, journeyed to Tyrosh, where the election of the new Grand Lord was imminent. Conspiracy and bribery would shroud Tyrosh for an extended period. Once a realm of 3 daughters, the Tri-City Alliance had long dissipated after the War of the Daughters, and the endless disputes among the 3 cities had subsided into a brief tranquility following the Iron Throne's assertive intervention after the War of the 9 Penny Kings decades prior. However, now, prolonged maritime trade frictions had plunged relations between Lys and Tyrosh to freezing depths, and on the eve of the Grand Lord selection, war seemed imminent. In the northern reaches of the 3 Daughters realm, Pentos too welcomed emissaries from the Iron Throne, demanding responses from the princes and governors regarding the shameless murder of the Lady of the Vale and the Vale's heir by the governor of Pentos. Accompanying the Iron Throne's envoy was news that the 5 dragons of the Dragon House were preparing for battle on Dragonstone Island. Chapter 12. The envoy from Braavos, the purple-sailed ship, having furled its sails, docked at the port of Dragonstone Island. The envoy from Braavos, representing the sea, Lord Ferrago Antarian, stepped upon the land of Dragonstone. This island, perched atop a volcano, once served as the sanctuary for the last dragon lords of Valyria and nurtured countless dragons. The sentiments of Vegaro, a descendant of the Valyrian slaves, towards this land are undeniably intricate. Within the hallowed hall of the conqueror Aegon, where the renowned Round Table proudly displays the map of Westeros, Vegaro encounters the purpose of his journey. Aegon's progeny, the heir to the Iron Throne of Westeros, Duke Aegon Targaryen of Harrenhal. Allow me to introduce the esteemed envoys accompanying us, tasked with breaking the ice. This is His Grace, Prince Aegon Targaryen, the heir to the Iron Throne, and this is Vegaro, the plenipotentiary representative from Braavos, the Sea Lord's envoy and customs officer of Braavos. Undoubtedly, both gentlemen hold significant responsibilities within their respective city-states, and this meeting bears profound implications for the war and peace across the Narrow Sea. Your Highness, I shall be forthright. Braavos expresses deep regret regarding this incident and vehemently condemns the conspiracy to assassinate your esteemed nobles. Forgive my interruption, Your Excellency, but it is not condemnation that holds weight, rather it is punishment. To penalize the offenders is not only an act of justice, but also a means of offering solace to the departed. Your Highness, I hope you will pardon my boldness. It is our understanding that the victim of this unfortunate event appears to be a criminal. The crime of husband killing, I believe, is unforgivable in both Braavos and Westeros. This does not excuse the wrongdoing, especially considering that the governor of Pentos intended to harm the heir of the Vale, our future protector of the East. On that note, Your Highness, it seems there is evidence suggesting that the governor's wife may be a member of House Blackfyre, which indicates that this matter pertains to the internal affairs of House Targaryen. Upon uttering these words, Vegaro and Tyconestos sensed an immediate chill in the air of the hall. Thus, does Braavos intend to intervene not only in the disputes of the 7 kingdoms and Pentos, but also to attribute all of this to the Targaryen family itself? Prince Aegon lightly tapped the map table, while the illustrious dragon knight, Ser Harroway, keenly observed the 2 envoys, and another dragon knight, Prince Aerys, stood loyally guarding his nephew's flank. The unabashed hostility of the three dragon knights intensified the pressure on the envoys, compounded by the thunderous roars of dragons echoing from above. Gentlemen, if Braavos harbors such sentiments, I fear there is little need for further discourse. Prince Aegon appeared to be drawing a conclusion to the negotiations. The Targaryens respect Braavos' particular concerns regarding Pentos. However, it seems this has not yielded any respect or sincerity in return. Specifically, Sir Tychon, I find it imperative to reconsider our collaboration with the Iron Bank. I believe that the intentions of Tyrosh, Myr, or Lys demonstrate far greater sincerity. Prince Aegon, please hold for a moment, as I believe you may have misconstrued Lord Vigaro's statement. Just as Vigaro feared the worst, the Iron Bank's desire to collaborate with this prince has overshadowed its concerns for Pentos. After all, when faced with a foreign entity that conflicts with its core business versus a neighboring nation closely tied to its interests, the Iron Bank possesses its own criteria for judgment. In the beast garden of the secret city of Braavos, the Sea King, Ferrego Antarian, leisurely strolled accompanied by his chief swordsman, Quiro Valentine. Quiro, I have heard that your former colleague, Cilio Frel, seems to have accepted the Dragon Prince's invitation. Your Highness, it is not only Cilio Frel. Within the House of Black and White, there are those who, unwilling to remain faceless, have chosen to serve under that prince. Quiro Valentine sighed, adding, not everyone prioritizes their responsibilities and missions, and whether on the eastern or western continents, few are willing to bestow hereditary titles upon those of humble origins. Indeed, the stability of Westeros lacks upward mobility, while the opportunities in Essos are far too chaotic. Now, someone seeks to stitch these together. Ferrego Antarian gazed at the languid beasts confined within the beast garden, creatures from across the known world, the white lion from the Dothraki Sea, the shadow lynx from the mountains of Westeros, and even the wyverns from the continent of Sothoros. Quiro, do these beasts possess the capability to rival dragons? True peril emerges when the masters of dragons cease to revere their power and seek beyond. Your Highness, are you so pessimistic about this mediation? As chief swordsman, Quiro, with his keen insight, often contributed unique perspectives not only in the protection of the Sea King, but also in various matters. How can a negotiation devoid of deterrent credibility be persuasive? Moreover, our own ranks are fraught with disunity. The Iron Bank, willing to lend its last ally to the noble and generous Dragon Prince, would nonetheless exert every effort to thwart us in order to safeguard each of their investments. The wind across the narrow sea swept through the secret city, sending a bone-chilling sensation through its master, Sea King Ferrego Antarian. Time was fleeting for him, yet he wished not to leave a legacy of ruin for his successors. Alas, everything seemed to exceed his grasp. Your Highness, the Iron Bank shall remain, as ever, your closest ally, said Tychonestus, bidding farewell to him and his dear friend, Prince Aegon. Although there were differences in opinions during negotiations, neither Vigaro nor Tychonestus wished to air their disputes before outsiders. Thus they departed on the same vessel after a successful negotiation. Certainly, both Westeros and Braavos sincerely desired to maintain peace between the shores of the narrow sea. Prince Aegon embraced his old friend once more and shook hands with the Braavosi envoy, Vigaro, bidding him farewell. Indeed, let us hope we can both fulfill this commitment. Vigaro's expression was grave. As a staunch member of the Braavos elite, he vehemently opposed the Iron Throne's encroachment upon the eastern continent. If the annexation of the Stepstone Islands by the Iron Throne was inevitable, then Tyrosh and Pentos represented the line in the sand. No matter the circumstances, the Iron Throne must not extend its reach to these two free trading city-states, lest the blood and fire of the Dragon King once again set foot upon Essos. The negotiations, however, left all three parties satisfied. The Iron Bank preserved its most significant and reputable client. The Sea Lord curtailed the Iron Throne's ambitions towards Pentos, while the Iron Throne spread its laws and justice across the narrow sea to Pentos. As for Pentos' own sentiments, perhaps even the Pentoshi themselves were indifferent. With the two dominant powers establishing the tone across the narrow sea, Pentos' fate in this matter was all but sealed. Chapter 13. The Siege of Pentos, Part 1. Nestled along a bay facing the narrow sea, Pentos may well be one of the most densely populated free city-states. The city sprawls along the bay, its buildings arrayed in close proximity, while at the heart of the city, the prince's palace gathers the most powerful figures of Pentos. Before the Prince of Pentos, seated upon his lofty throne, stood three ceremonial officials, each holding symbols of trade, war, and justice, a golden scale, an iron sword, and a silver whip, respectively. Over 30 governors took their seats in order of their influence, for it is well known that in Pentos, and indeed in all free trading city-states, The magnitude of one's power is directly proportional to one's wealth. Esteemed governors, the joint announcement from Westeros and Braavos is already known to you all, the Prince of Pentos declared, casting a subtle glance towards the prominently seated Governor Illyrio. How we respond is a matter for our collective wisdom. With that, the prince fell into silence. Since the gradual erosion of the prince's authority by the governors centuries ago, it had become customary for princes to adopt a stance of passive observance regarding significant decisions. What is there to discuss? The corpulent second-in-command governor interjected. In my view, the terms are fair, even generous. To preserve one's life is a stroke of fortune for many. When one reaches for the power of Westeros elite and the bloodline of the Dragon King, one must anticipate the consequences. I object. Since when has the law of the Iron Throne been executed without obstruction in Pentos? Will you bear the wrath of the Dragon Kings? Do you think that your few unsullied can shield you from the might of dragons? I do not believe Braavos will stand idly by as the Iron Throne encroaches upon the eastern continent. Nor do I think your Braavosi allies will relinquish their golden dragons of Westeros. By the gods above, if it were not for the Iron Bank's meddling, the reconstruction of Harrenhal would have been financed by our bank's loans. Enough. Have you not learned from the fate of House Rogaire? Not everyone is as cowardly as those of Lys. We have engaged Braavos 6 times. 6 times. And we lost 4 of those encounters. Undoubtedly, this meeting of governors descended into an endless cacophony of disputes, with the fervor of the arguments reaching new heights. The 30 or so governors can generally be categorized into 3 factions: the native independence faction, the pro-Braavos faction, and the rapidly ascending pro-Iron Throne faction. Naturally, within each faction, there exists the potential for endless subdivisions, leading to countless smaller groups. Taking the focal point of this conference, Governor Illyrio, as an example, he is widely recognized as a supporter of the Iron Throne. However, as the governor of Pentos, who maintains the best relations with the Dothraki Horse Lords, he is also a staunch ally of the native faction of Pentos, engaged in the lucrative trade of spices, gemstones, dragonbone, and other dubious enterprises. He simultaneously aligns himself with the free trade segment of the pro-Braavos faction. Originally, Governor Illyrio would have been quite lively and adept at navigating the political waters, but at this moment, he remains unusually silent. Many of the governors who have fallen out with him secretly mock him, for according to the announcements from Westeros and Braavos, Illyrio must relinquish his governorship of Pentos, with his assets to be evaluated by 3 parties, 70 of which will serve as compensation to the Iron Throne. 20 will be paid to the Duke of Eagle's Nest, and the remaining 50 will be deposited as collateral for a loan to the Iron Bank. As for his son, Aegon Blackfyre, a descendant of the Blackfyre line, he must either abandon his surname and live as a commoner under the Iron Throne or choose to end his young life. Though the remaining assets would still allow Illyrio to lead a life of luxury, without the protection of his governorship, he would become a target for many nefarious individuals on the eastern continent. As for those governors who had maintained cordial relations with him, they could only contemplate the hefty price they would have to pay to acquire the lucrative trades he possesses. However, the quarrel of the day unexpectedly concluded rather swiftly, for the Dothraki Horse Lord had arrived, and none other than the most formidable of the Dothraki lords, called Drogo. According to reports from the border troops, Drogo was leading his 40,000 roaring warriors, alongside over 100,000 of his Khalasar, traversing the Velvet Hills along the ancient Valyrian road towards Pentos. Almost everyone immediately grasped the implications. Was this indeed Governor Illyrio's trump card? Yet, for the governors, safeguarding their assets and Pentos while remaining passive observers of the conflicts between the Dragon Lords and the Horse Lords seemed a tolerable arrangement. Thus, Governor Illyrio made his way to his rural estate outside the city of Pentos to welcome the distant Khal Drogo. Myrcella had always believed she was merely an ordinary maid of Valyrian descent in the household of Governor Illyrio. Illyrio cherished his wife, Scylla Blackfyre, and thus, those servants possessing Valyrian blood often enjoyed preferential treatment within his home. It was not until her 10th year that her young master, Illyrio's only son Aegon Blackfyre, revealed to her that she was, in fact, his full sister, and that she was not merely a maid but a descendant of the great Dragon Lord lineage. And her name was not Myrcella, but Daenerys Blackfyre. Governor Illyrio soon became aware that she had uncovered this secret, yet he chose to keep it hidden. This continued until a few days ago. In order to safeguard her family from upheaval and to preserve her brother's life and freedom, she must wed the Khal of the Dothraki. Finally, she is afforded the treatment befitting a princess, for it is inconceivable that a mere handmaiden could marry a Khal. She must be a scion of the Targaryen lineage. The true handmaidens, Irri, Jiki, and Doria, attend to Daenerys as she bathes, And while the water temperature is almost unbearable for them, it is just right for the descendant of the Dragon King. Having recently been acquired by Lord Illyrio, the handmaidens are unaware of the privileges Daenerys once enjoyed, yet they sense that this young girl seems somewhat unaccustomed to being served. "Leave us," Daenerys instructs, wishing to converse with her brother. The dashing and charming Aegon Blackfyre is the dream of many of Lord Illyrio's handmaidens. Although Doria has only recently arrived, she has already become infatuated with this captivating prince, offering herself to him on multiple occasions. Doria is certainly aware of the Targaryen tradition of consanguineous unions, and it appears that the young prince harbors peculiar feelings for his own sister. Yet, it seems all will come to naught. Both she and the little princess are destined to become the spoils of the call. "We can leave together," Aegon exclaims eagerly after the handmaidens depart. "Father has commanded me to go to Astapor in the Bay of Slaves to purchase Unsullied. We can depart together." Observing her brother, her kin, Daenerys responds calmly. "What of Lord Illyrio? I mean our father. What of everyone at home? If I leave, they will all perish. Moreover, our journey to the Bay of Slaves will not be without peril. Countless foes will seek to present our heads to the king upon the Iron Throne." Aegon, taken aback by his sister's composure, is momentarily speechless. "Sister, it is not as dire as you think. I shall become the Khaleesi of the Dothraki, will I not? My future husband, called Drogo, will be our staunchest protector." Daenerys gently smooths Aegon's disheveled hair, a gesture of sisterly affection. "You will also become the most powerful governor of Pentos." Aegon opens his mouth to respond, but finds himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he turns to leave. But before departing, he softly utters, ensuring Daenerys hears, "Wherever you may go, we are bound by the same blood." Chapter 14. The Siege of Pentos, Part 2. The wedding of the Dothraki call was grand and raucous, with numerous governors from Pentos surrounding the newlyweds on a makeshift earthen platform, akin to stars orbiting a celestial body. The revelation of Illyrio's secret lineage to Blackfyre prompted both admiration for his cunning and ridicule for what many perceived as an exercise in futility. Nevertheless, the assembly understood the implications of Illyrio's reciprocation for the call's life-saving intervention. At the call's wedding, all guests, including members of the Khalasar, were required to present gifts of sufficient value to convey their respect. Even the governor of Illyria, who is marrying off his daughter, is no exception. However, to everyone's astonishment, the gift he presented was none other than a dragon egg. In this era of the resurgence of dragons, the value of a single dragon egg is capable of transforming a destitute individual into one of the wealthiest magnates of the major free trade city-states, enabling them to hire the most elite mercenary band to wage a war, or even to command a legion of 1,000 pure-hearted warriors. One can only hope that your prophecy is indeed accurate. After offering the gift, the Illyrian governor returned to his seat, accompanied by a memorable red-robed sorceress. "Fear not, my lord. The will of the King of Light is unequivocal. The dragon will awaken at the call of your bloodline." The high priestess of Raloros, the witch Melisandre from Ashai, possessed a heart-shaped visage and flowing copper-red hair, but what was most striking were her crimson eyes that seemed to radiate both light and warmth. Naturally, Illyrio was not a man easily swayed by others, yet he had witnessed Melisandre's formidable powers. Although she attributed it to the blessings of the King of Light, the governor, accustomed to the tricks of religion, preferred to believe it was the arcane might from the shadowy land of Ashai. At the same moment, at the port of Pentos, on Illyria's largest and swiftest 3 ocean-going vessels, Aegon Blackfyre stood at the stern, gazing at Pentos. All the Pantosians who noted his absence from the wedding assumed the youth was still engulfed in sorrow from the loss of his sister, unwilling to confront the reality. Little did they know he was leading Illyria's most loyal subordinates and a third of his assets toward the slave bay. "Your Highness, you will return," the robust eunuch Bivos, known for his imposing stature, remarked as he observed Aegon's distant gaze at Pentos, mistakenly believing it stemmed from homesickness. "Bivos, do you know? Today, I lost my destined bride," Aegon confided, accustomed to pouring out his troubles to the stout Bivos. "I was the one who pushed her away. I knew that when I urged her to leave with me, she would only become more resolute in marrying the Horse Lord." Bivos, whose mind was solely occupied with thoughts of battle, was at a loss for words to comfort his master. However, his not-so-astute intellect understood that his master did not seek a response. He merely needed an outlet for his emotions. The 3 vessels sailing towards the deep sea unfurled their sails and swiftly departed, soon to vanish into the horizon of the Pentos harbor. Suddenly, chaos erupted as a military force seized control of the port, detaining all the ships. At that moment, Pentos City was thrown into turmoil, several granaries ignited in flames. and rumors spread that the prince and several governors in council had been assassinated by a shadowy figure. With nearly half of the governors attending the Horse Lord's wedding outside the city, it meant that nearly half of Pantos's strength was rendered semi-paralyzed. The assassination of the prince and the three most powerful governors compounded the dire situation. In this critical hour, Governor Odro gathered 5 close allies among the governors, seizing control of Pantos's defenses and managed to hold back the roaring Dothraki warriors at the city's gates. At present, we find ourselves with an army of fewer than 6,000 men. Among the 6 governors, the only one with any semblance of military experience has rightfully assumed the role of the temporary commander for the city's defense. 6,000 troops are sufficient for our defense. As the Dothraki are not adept at siege warfare, Governor Odro stated calmly, the crux of the matter lies in our provisions. That rascal Illyrio has preemptively arranged for those he had stationed in the city to incinerate our granaries. Illyrio was well prepared. He had recruited 3 mercenary companies, and the guards at the eastern gate had already spotted their banners. It is paramount that we hold our ground steadfastly, for both Braavos and Westeros will soon react. Sharing Illyrio's assessment, the loss of the initial opportunity to seize Pentos has left Illyrio in a state of acute anxiety. He understands that opportunities are fleeting. If he fails to capture Pentos in due time, he will face the wrath of both Westeros and Braavos. Khal Drogo, we must act swiftly, Illyrio thought. He knew that presenting gifts to Khal and requesting reciprocation was the only viable course, yet he finds himself desperate for time. The silent Khal Drogo, too, comprehended the situation. Being on the eastern continent, he was aware of the might of the Dragon King and the formidable strength of Braavos located in the northwest corner of that continent. However, amidst the initial chaos within the city, his men had failed to seize the city gates, resulting in the sacrifice of hundreds of his fierce warriors. His bloodsworn, Corso, stepped forward and declared, "My blood of blood, I beseech you for another chance to offer this city to you. The Pentoshi, Illyrio, will not see the Dothraki warriors sacrifice themselves in vain. You have not fulfilled your promises, allowing the Dothraki steeds to gallop forth." Khal Drogo, valiant yet not reckless, denied the request of his bloodsworn, returning the dilemma to Illyrio. For this counteroffensive, Illyrio had not only gathered all the guards he could muster, but also enlisted 3 renowned mercenary companies from Essos, the Cadess Company, the Raveness Company, and the Longspear Company. Along with his assembled forces, he barely managed to reach a scale of 3,000 men. The leader of the Raveness Company, Plandana Kisin, hastily remarked, "Governor Illyrio, besieging a city is an entirely different endeavor." "Indeed, gentlemen," Illyrio replied. "As long as you capture a city gate and assist the great Khal Drogo in conquering Pentos, in addition to the promised rewards, you shall enjoy 3 days of respite from your blades, just like the Dothraki warriors." For mercenaries, the assessment of risk is primarily contingent upon the allure of rewards. Clearly, Illyrio's offer appealed to their avarice. Within the city of Pentos, as the discussions unfolded outside, Governor Odro reached out to the remaining governors who had not attended Khal Drogo's wedding. After restoring order within the city, he rallied all available forces. Upon the walls, the commanders shouted at the guards to bring defensive supplies to the battlements. Since the last war with Braavos, Pentos had not experienced conflict for decades. This generation had grown amidst flowers and feasts, and the inhabitants of the major free trade cities preferred commerce over warfare. Many individuals remain engulfed in confusion, particularly as the terrifying cries of the Dothraki beyond the city walls send shivers down their spines. Amidst the chaos, a diminutive boy carelessly scattered arrows that were supposed to be neatly arranged atop the battlements. Under the stern reprimand of the commander, he scrambled to gather them. Below the walls, 3 mercenary companies had readied themselves for the siege, with avaricious mercenaries pitted against inexperienced guards, an exquisite juxtaposition. Their shouts drowned out the sounds of battle. The mercenaries seemed to prefer the safety of the ground below, engaging in a duel with the defenders rather than risking their lives atop the walls. Even the militarily inept Illyrio comprehended that, if this continued, not only would the capture of Pentos be in jeopardy, but even the ascent to the battlements seemed uncertain. However, Illyrio was not in haste. He had a plan. Chapter 15. The Siege of Pentos, Part 2. Illyrio certainly did not place his hopes on a single bout of chaos to seize the gates. His true contingency lay in the opportunity created when the siege escalated. He had lured several local governors of Pentos to the forefront during Drogo's wedding. While he had long concealed allies within the pro-Westerosi faction, placing sufficient pieces on the board within the city. Amidst the turmoil, 2 governors had hidden themselves, and when the siege commenced, they launched an internal assault on the walls with their own guards. Securing the gates meant that Pentos beckoned to Illyrio. As he witnessed the gates finally swing open, a victorious smile spread across his face. He realized his gamble had succeeded, and with Pentos in his grasp, he now had the opportunity to enter the fray. Drogo was equally satisfied. This expedition to Pentos had yielded not only a star and moon with the blood of dragons, but also the prosperous free trade city of Pentos, with its wealth entirely his own. He regarded the mercenary companies with disdain, believing that wolves could merely feast on the scraps left by lions. And nothing more could be expected. Drogo signaled to the long-awaiting Bloodrider, Chorus, to lead his men into the city. Suddenly, the sound of leathery wings filled the battlefield. As dusk descended, an eerie stillness enveloped the earth. A dragon, shimmering like frosted glass, emerged above the city of Pentos, casting its pale golden flames equally upon the mercenaries besieging the city and the Dothraki warriors charging forth. The moment the dragon appeared overhead, Illyrio comprehended that his final desperate efforts had been in vain. He decisively commanded his remaining guards to assemble around him, escorting him towards Drogo. Yet, Drogo was swifter, already gathering his khalasar and retreating eastward. To the north, the forces of Braavos surged towards the battlefield, shielded by another azure dragon. In contrast to Drogo, who melded into the torrent of Dothraki warriors, Illyrio, flanked by his guards, stood out conspicuously. Before the dragon, even the conquerors of the eastern continent chose to flee. How then could the mercenaries be expected to stand their ground? However, there are always those who possess the wisdom to discern opportunities amidst crises. Take for instance Daario Naharis, the vice-captain of the Stormcrows. He neither chose to flee nor to submit in defeat. Instead, he opted to present the severed head of an Illyrian as a tribute to the Dragon Lords. Aside from the fleeing Dothraki warriors, the agile cat Espa swiftly evacuated from the southern edge of the battlefield, while the majority of the spearmen and part of the Stormcrow mercenaries were consumed by dragon fire. Daario Naharis paid his respects to the Dragon Lords, humbly kneeling before the two dragon riders and offering the Illyrian head as a gift. No one understands the art of submission to the powerful better than mercenaries. And who could be more formidable than the dragon riders commanding the two dragons that were presently devouring warhorses? Iris, having allowed the horse lord to escape, was aware that the Illyrian bride, known as the Black Fire, was the granddaughter of Bloodraven Brynden, while the notorious Bloodraven Duke was the illegitimate son of the mediocre King Aegon IV and the half-brother of Daeron II. Within the lineage of House Targaryen, Prince Daeron, the younger brother of the former King Aegon V, was the father of Iris Targaryen, making it possible for the over 50-year-old Iris to refer to the under 30-year-old Black Fire as Aunt. As night fell, the elusive Dothraki were hard to trace in the wasteland, and the notion of calling out Aunt to the Black Fire seemed trivial to Iris, who chose instead to discuss matters of significance. You are the commander of this battle in Pentos, and I shall heed your counsel. Unlike her grandfather, the Bloodraven Duke, Blackfire harbored no animosity towards Blackfire. Being a member of the Targaryen family branch, she remained above many trivial concerns. As the master of Vhagar, the second largest dragon in the world, she was indeed entitled to such a stance. Apart from a few granaries within the city and some casualties amidst the chaos, Pentos endured only minimal losses during the timely siege, amounting to merely a few hundred lives. Among the governors detained by Illyrio, 3 suffered injuries during the turmoil. And apart from Illyrio himself, only 2 governors who acted as informants within the city faced execution. The prince convened a celebratory banquet in the palace to honor the victory, where a few familiar faces were absent, yet the envoy from Braavos and 2 dragon riders under the Iron Throne were present. Thanks to our steadfast allies in Westeros and the support from Braavos, may our friendship endure, the Prince of Pentos began his opening remarks, leaving the ensuing negotiations concerning benefits to the governors, esteemed dragon riders, and honorable envoy from Braavos. Although the architect of this incident, Illyrio, has been vanquished, reports indicate that his son has fled with a considerable fortune and is now unaccounted for at sea. Moreover, his daughter has wed the horse lord of the Dothraki. Governor Audro, who valiantly turned the tide during the siege, now holds the greatest sway over Pentos. Pentos yearns to forge a closer alliance with Westeros and Braavos. An impatient governor remarked that perhaps he was deliberately showcasing the dynamics between the 2 colossal allies who would eventually dominate the situation in Pentos. Governor Audro cast a glance at him before stating, "Pentos shall offer a bounty of 500,000 gold coins for the head of any child of Illyrio. And we shall gather funds to procure 2,000 unsullied from Astapor as a garrison." Westeros could provide terrestrial protection for Pentos, while Braavos' Purple Fleet would extend maritime support. An envoy from Braavos interjected, asserting that according to the prior accord between Braavos and Pentos, 2,000 unsullied significantly exceeded the stipulated requirements. Following several conflicts between Bravos and Pintos, stringent limitations had been imposed on Pintos' military capabilities. Indeed, 2,000 unsullied surpassed Pintos' needs. Count Iles concurred, adding, however, Pintos does require a dependable garrison. I propose that the procurement of unsullied be restricted to no more than 1,000. After a moment of contemplation, the Bravos' envoy acquiesced to this suggestion. It was evident to all present that there had already been discussions regarding Pintos' military capacity between the Iron Throne and Bravos. Once the critical matters were resolved, the banquet commenced. Compared to the stern and often hostile envoy from Bravos, the two dragon lords from Westeros were undoubtedly more favored. Waves of Pintos' nobles and affluent merchants approached the two dragon lords to offer toasts. Since the resurgence of the dragons, the Iron Throne has not only solidified its authority in Westeros, but has also extended its influence to the free cities along the shores of Essos. In the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, following King Aegon VI's quelling of the Fourth Blackfire Rebellion and the annihilation of the Golden Company, a robust defensive stronghold was established on the Stepstones. Aegon VI, capitalizing on the aftermath of the Battle of the Nine Penny Kings, forcefully intervened in the disputes of the Three Daughters, securing Tyrosh as a loyal ally of the Iron Throne. In Pintos, recognized as the free trade city with the closest ties to the continent of Westeros, there exists a desire to leverage the power of the Iron Throne to counter Bravos' burgeoning influence over Pintos. This has led to the emergence of factions within the governors, the local faction, the pro-Bravos faction, and the pro-Westeros faction. As for Bravos, the most powerful among the 9 free trade cities, it has experienced a period of tension with the Iron Throne. However, since Prince Aegon assumed governance over Harrenhal and transformed it into a stronghold of the north, not only has he facilitated the so-called free trade agreement between the two nations, but he has also reached 3 significant investment loan agreements with the Iron Bank. Traditionally in Bravos, the foremost powers, aside from the elected Sea Lord, include the Iron Bank and the merchant guilds of Bravos, both formidable forces. To borrow Prince Aegon's words, collaboration fosters friendship, and trade will serve as the most stable foundation for the future relationship between the two nations, with negotiation replacing friction as the means to resolve disputes. What a proposal that resonates deeply with the hearts of the Bravosi. Rather than war, the people of Bravos prefer trade and seafaring. Now, even the Dragon King, who wields powers beyond the capabilities of Bravos, is willing to sit down for discussions. The further prosperity of Bravos is within reach. However, in this world, nothing comes without a price. As Bravos reaps the goodwill of the Iron Throne and the dividends of trade, it must inevitably offer something in return. Westeros not only gains the tacit acknowledgement of growing influence in Pintos, but the followers of the Seven also have the opportunity to return to the ancestral lands of the Undulls, where the origins of the Seven Faith lie, embarking on pilgrimages and even establishing branches of the Seven Church in Andalos. The Bravosi envoy remains unfazed by the cold reception from the Pintoshi. The strong do not concern themselves with the opinions of the weak. For him, this visit serves a dual purpose, resolving the issues with Pintos and, more importantly, forging a connection with the heir to the Iron Throne, Prince Aegon, a close ally of Bravos. Princess Cersei and Prince Aerys, though somewhat unfamiliar with the current nomenclature within the Targaryen royal family, do not take offense at the misnomers. As the royal family and the Targaryen branch have grown increasingly complex over the years, the titles of royal members were restructured over a decade ago. The descendants of the late King Aegon V are uniformly addressed according to their titles, while the half-brother of His Majesty King Aegon VI, Lord Duncan of Newstone, still retains the title of prince. Thus, in official Westerosi circles and among the nobility, Cersei and Aerys are referred to as Lady Cersei and Lord Aerys. Yet, even beyond the narrow sea, many lesser nobles and common folk in Westeros continue to address them as princess and prince. I have heard that Prince Aegon is fully responsible for the events in Pintos. I wonder if His Highness will come to Pintos. Alas, my Lord Envoy, I fear that Prince Aegon has more pressing matters at hand. Cersei the Bloodraven chuckled. Chapter 16. Shadows of the election. The election of the great Lord of Tyrosh is rife with threats and bribery. Yet the Tyroshi deemed this to be legitimate. How could a candidate who cannot even secure votes through bribery be worthy of ruling their city? The bustling streets of Tyrosh are filled with opulence and greed, and their alliance with the Iron Throne has led them to invest more energy into trade and indulgence. Beneath the city's glamorous facade, however, dark currents swirl. In truth, even before the demise of the late governor, Tyrosh had already been steeped in electoral bribery. It is widely believed that the new sovereign will emerge from among the 3 candidates. the green-haired Roni, who, though born of humble origins, has amassed a fortune sufficient to command respect in Tyroshi through numerous maritime adventures. The blue-bearded Edward, hailing from a merchant family, has possessed an adventurous spirit since childhood. And even his staunchest supporters acknowledge that, at least in his early years, he was more a pirate than a merchant. Today, he not only possesses immense wealth, but is also the sole Tyroshi with his own mercenary army. And then there is Rain, the god of wine, whose family has produced the most sovereigns in Tyroshi's history, with even the renowned fountain of the god of wine built under their patronage. However, no one anticipated the emergence of an unexpected contender, Alysanne from the Dragon King family, a woman renowned across both continents. The selection of the sovereign in Tyroshi does not impose stringent requirements on candidates, yet the eligibility of a princess from Westeros has sparked extensive debate. Ultimately, when the Tyroshi Mercenary Guild issued a public notice affirming that the formidable Ice Rose Company was registered in Tyroshi, and the Tyroshi Bank provided evidence of Princess Alysanne's investments and properties in Tyroshi for over 5 years, the controversy subsided. Undoubtedly, if Princess Alysanne were deemed ineligible to participate, it would be challenging to find candidates capable of conducting the election. Thus, this already fierce electoral battle has become even more suspenseful. Your Highness, I believe we can reach a collaboration. Roni, despite his humble beginnings, has become the most ostentatious after his rise. Every outing is accompanied by a retinue of over 100 individuals. Among them, 80 members of the Unsullied Guard ensure his safety, while more than 20 pleasure slaves from Meereen cater to his whims. And his personal attendants include a scholar and a Bravosi who claims to have competed for the title of the chief swordsman of Bravos. Princess Alysanne signaled for him to continue. Unlike Roni, Alysanne Targaryen embodies the pride of the Dragon King lineage and the cold efficiency of House Stark from the north. Many Northerners who have encountered the princess believe that the bloodline of the ancient elder, Cregan Stark, is evident in her. Your Highness, I am willing to lend my full support to your campaign, with the majesty of the Iron Throne backing you and your renown in several free trade cities. Combined with my assistance, success is assured. Roni expressed in his damp, exaggerated Tyroshi dialect of Valyrian. And what is it that you seek from me? In contrast to Roni, Princess Alysanne's pure, ancient Valyrian sounded both dignified and clear. If I am fortunate enough to marry the princess, Roni stated, provoking laughter from the members of the Ice Rose Company present. Of course, after marriage, you shall not only enjoy dominion over all my possessions, but also possess ample freedom in every sense. The notion that Princess Alysanne favors beauty over valor is well understood by many across the 2 continents, albeit they refrain from voicing it openly due to the weight of the Iron Throne. I trust you do not aspire solely to the hollow title of the princess's husband? Your Highness, regarding the profound bond between you and Prince Aegon, I have heard whispers of it, even from afar in Tyrosh. I believe Prince Aegon would not hesitate to grant one of his future sons, who shall not inherit the throne, the honor of carrying your name, a child of the bloodline of a Dragon King, destined to be the future master of the Iron Throne, is a prospect that Rani of Tyrosh wishes to invest in wisely, hoping for a 100-fold return in the future. Your proposal seems mutually beneficial. However, I have heard much of Lord Rani's illustrious exploits. Your Highness, while Tyrosh is open and inclusive, it too, like Westeros, safeguards the rights of legitimate heirs. They may one day possess enough wealth for a comfortable life, but that is all. My entire fortune shall belong to the rightful heir. Your proposition involves my brother, and I require time to communicate with him. Of course, Your Highness. With Rani's departure, Alysanne finally found a moment to breathe. Your Highness, you cannot genuinely entertain the notion put forth by this Tyroshi zealot, can you? Count John Clinton, who has followed the princess in her endeavors to establish Eagle's Nest in Essos, has always been her staunch ally, as well as the chief vice-captain of the Ice Rose Company. In my view, we possess dragons. We could simply eradicate those who dare contest the princess for the title of sovereign. Kaido, the vice-captain of the Ice Rose Company, once a notorious pirate of the Summer Sea, has long believed in the supremacy of force. While Prince Aegon's dragons could help us seize this city, they cannot ensure the loyalty of the people under your rule. From the north, Omoda, a scion of the Tohar family, came to Essos last winter with many northerners seeking their fortunes and was among the first to pledge loyalty to Alysanne. The 3 vice-captains are the most formidable allies since the establishment of the Ice Rose Company by Princess Alysanne. As green-haired Rani visited Princess Alysanne, Bluebeard Edward was meeting with the god of wine, Ren. I have heard that Rani sought an audience with the princess of the Dragon Lord family. In Tyrosh, the price of uncovering a secret is determined solely by what one is willing to pay. Ren, at a minimal cost, managed to lay a trap near Rani. If your intention was merely to share this information with me, it is unnecessary. I was already aware before Ronnie set out to pay his visit. Edward, who makes his living upon the seas, places great importance on information. What commodities are currently overpriced in which city, where fleets can be bought, and which shipping routes are lucrative. If Ronnie chooses to align with the Dragon Princess, and we opt to fight separately, victory will remain elusive. Uniting is a simple affair. Yet the throne has but one seat. Prior to discussing the rightful claimant to the throne, let us first consider our alliance against our common adversaries. Edward's experiences remind him that ineffective allies can be more perilous than enemies. I am still young and can afford to await the next election. Edward, I can choose to support you, but I require your assurance of backing my appointment as Admiral of the Navy following your election, as well as the hand of your second daughter in marriage, alongside the inheritance of 1/3 of your estate. For Edward, the audacity of such demands poses no fear. Even if the other party's conditions are exorbitant, the absence of stipulations may conceal ulterior motives. Moreover, when compared to the throne of Tyrosh, the terms proposed are hardly excessive. A deal is struck. The Stair Islands have endured countless conflicts since the Fourth Blackfire Rebellion and the War of the Ninepenny Kings. The Iron Throne has maintained a firm grip on this territory. The fleet of the Stair Islands, as a branch of the Royal Navy of Westeros, bears the responsibility of safeguarding this land. Aside from Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island, which have established fortresses for defense, the remaining smaller islands have been granted to knights who distinguished themselves in the two wars, serving as direct vassals to the crown. Although the lands of these islands may not be fertile, their strategic location over the narrow sea lends itself well to maritime trade. Lemon Island, situated to the south of Tyrosh, was once an unnamed isle. Following the War of the Ninepenny Kings, Sir Andrew Dat, who received the grant for this island, named it Lemon Island, not only to honor the ancestral lands of his family, the lemon grove, but also due to the island's favorable climate and soil for lemon cultivation. Soon, the lemons produced on Lemon Island became highly sought after in the land of the Three Daughters, and through trade with 3 city-states. Sir Andrew Dat amassed a considerable fortune, proudly declaring himself as Sir Andrew of the Dat family of Lemon Island. In truth, the royal decision to bestow the smaller islands of the Stair Islands to reward the valiant knights, while keeping only Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island directly under royal control, was motivated not only by a desire to minimize initial investments, but also to secure the Iron Throne's dominion over the Stair Islands. Sir Andrew Dat, having risen as a knight during the wars, has indeed borne the responsibility of upholding the Iron Throne's rule in the Stair Islands. The fleet of Lemon Island comprises not only merchant vessels for long voyages, but also several military rowboats designated for patrolling and intercepting smuggling activities around the island. My lord, a vessel is en route to Tyrosh, carrying a small mercenary band from the Bay of Slaves, reported the captain to the Lord of the Fief, Sir Andrew Dat, during a routine inspection. However, this marks the 4th wave of mercenaries heading to Tyrosh recently. As long as they adhere to the laws of the Iron Throne by paying the toll and refrain from causing disturbances within the territories of Westeros, including the Stair Islands, their affairs are of no concern to us. Sir Andrew Dat is acutely aware that Tyrosh is currently embroiled in a major election for the High Lord, with a princess from the north also participating. Yet, what relevance does this hold for him, a former vassal of Dorne? He was once a vassal of House Martell from Dorne, but now stands as a direct vassal to the crown. More importantly, the current protector of the Stair Islands is none other than Her Highness Princess Naemilia Targaryen of Bloodstone Island. We shall focus on our own responsibilities. The matters of others are of no concern to us. Perhaps in the future, Prince Aegon, the heir to the Iron Throne, will wed Princess Nerys, yet at present, as a former Dorne, he is not inclined to extend any support to the Northern Princess. Chapter 17. Sand and Ice. Bloodstone Isle, once a desolate land ravaged by war, has transformed into a bastion of strength, boasting a vibrant town flourishing around its harbor, populated by thousands of landless peasants from King's Landing who toil the soil. Within the walls of the Sunfire Keep, Princess Nerys, having returned from a brief sojourn in King's Landing after visiting her cousin, Princess Arianne Martell of Dorne, is now graciously entertaining her cousin. I greatly miss Uncle Oberyn, she expresses. I would be overjoyed if you could attend my name day celebration in King's Landing. Princess Nerys, heir to the legendary warrior woman Nymeria, embodies her ancestors' valor and has maintained a close bond with her Dornish warrior uncle, Prince Oberyn, since childhood. Her father hopes that Uncle Oberyn will find solace in settling in King's Landing, as currently, it is only Aunt Elia and Uncle Lewin who remain there. Princess Arianne is dissatisfied with Dorne's influence in the court of King's Landing and the small council. Since King Daeron I decided to unite Dorne with the Seven Kingdoms through marriage, Dorne has established itself as a formidable presence in King's Landing. Not to mention the lineage of the Dornish princesses during the reign of Daeron II. However, in this era of the resurrected dragons and the royal family's expanding power, Dorne's influence over the court and the kingdom has gradually diminished. Arianne, it is not just Dorne. The crown will not permit any regional power to grow unchecked within King's Landing. In contrast to her ambitious cousin Arianne, Princess Nerys possesses a clearer understanding of reality. Look at the north. Apart from the Kingsguard, Ser Ed Stark, which noble has held any significant position. Yet, within the Kingsguard, figures such as Ser Domic, Jon Amber, Ser Cray, and even Jon Snow are entrusted with great responsibilities. Arianne is both resentful and discontented that the Northerners wield greater influence in King's Landing than Dorne. Aegon will not reject the fealty of the Dornish lords. Arianne, the crux lies in our choices. Princess Nerys gazes intently into Arianne's eyes, urging her not to dwell on past grievances. The will of the gods is not to be defied. We mourn the loss of Sister Visenya. Yet you must understand that Dorne's laws of succession do not apply to the Iron Throne. Regardless of whether the claim once belonged to Visenya or Alysanne, with Aegon's birth, he is now the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. In truth, Dorne and the North have never had disputes throughout history, separated as they are at the southern and northern ends of Westeros. Perhaps, after the Conqueror's subjugation, there was mockery from Dorne towards the North, as House Stark knelt in surrender. However, no animosity comparable to the millennia-old blood feuds between Dorne and the Riverlands or Stormlands has transpired between them. It was only with Dorne's pride, exemplified by Princess Elia Martell marrying Prince Rhaegar of Dragonstone, that the relationship became intricate, as Rhaegar, under the insistence of the former Warden of the North, Lord Rickard Stark, later wed Lyanna Stark. Thus, the dynamics between Dorne and the North became decidedly nuanced. When Princess Visenya, the eldest daughter of Prince Daemon of Dragonstone, and Princess Alysanne, her younger sister, were born, the clash between the sands of Dorne and the snows of the North became irrefutable. Led by Prince Oberyn, the proud Dornish steadfastly asserted Princess Visenya's claim to the Iron Throne, while the seasoned Prince Daemon contended that her inheritance could be resolved through the traditional Targaryen practice of marriage, once Prince Daemon's firstborn arrived. However, the birth of Aegon and the subsequent death of Princess Visenya due to influenza the following year interrupted these debates, further fueling the resentment within Dorne. The blood of the North had seemingly triumphed over the heirs of the Sun's Spear by mere fortune. Whether it was the hatching of the dragon eggs in the cradle of Prince Aegon, yielding the golden Helios and the silver Selene, or his taming of the greatest dragon, the dread Lord of Death, Vhagar, at the tender age of 7, Aegon's position as the heir to the Iron Throne was irrevocably solidified, alleviating fears of a second dance of dragons. Yet, in Dorne, the voice of dissent remained unquenchable. The Dornish had not yielded to the 300 dragons of Valyria, and the Conqueror's dragon had faltered in the deserts of Dorne, with even the most extreme Dornish proclaiming as much. Dorne had integrated into the Seven Kingdoms through marriage, yet the Iron Throne had fortified its dominion through blood and fire. Princess Nymelia, concerned for her bloodline in Dorne, was precisely the one who wished to avoid conflict between Dorne and the Iron Throne. Your Highness, we are merely striving for your rightful claims. Dorne harbors no intention of direct confrontation with the Iron Throne. Lyanna, I know you do not. And I am aware that neither Uncle Daemon nor Uncle Oberyn share such views, but not every Dornishman thinks as you do. Some do not act for House Martell, but for their own interests. Before Princess Nymelia conquered Dorne, how many families bore crowns? Princess Nymelia did not wish to see her heir, Lyanna, manipulated by a throng of ambitious individuals. Did not Uncle Daemon tell you about how, before the War of the Ninepenny Kings, countless families disregarded House Martell's commands and covertly supported Maegor Blackfyre? They even overlooked the fact that the first target of the Ninepenny Kings might very well be Dorne, the sun spear of their liege, House Martell. House Martell would not interfere in the schemes against the Targaryens. We are allies, so long as the Iron Throne safeguards our legitimate rights. Lyanna, you still do not comprehend. For His Majesty, what he desires is not an alliance with Dorne, but Dorne's submission. 9 dragons in concert, 7 adult dragons alongside their Targaryen riders, are more than capable of obliterating any force of resistance. The marginalized Nymelia, in the power dynamics of King's Landing, might see more clearly her grandfather, Aegon VI of House Targaryen. The golden age of House Targaryen has never witnessed so many families commanding adult dragons and dragon riders. Before the Dance of Dragons, we may have had numerous dragons, Yet they were either too small or too wild, lacking dependable riders, and even the might of Valyria eclipsed us. Princess, the dragons have never been everything. No one understands them better than the Dornish. Indeed, your majesty relies on the dragons for governance, but does not fall prey to the delusion of their might. The late king orchestrated familial unions, making the Reach a steadfast supporter of the Iron Throne, while the Baratheon lineage further fortified its ties to the crown. My grandfather resolved the disputes of the Riverlands, and the Targaryens of Newstone aided House Tully in maintaining dominion west of the God's Eye. He forged a marriage alliance with the Vale, drawing House Arryn closer to the Iron Throne. As for the King's Landing plan, originally confined to the Blackwater Bay, it expanded northward into the eastern Riverlands and southward across the Kingswood, connecting to Summerhall, and further southwest, it even crossed the headwaters of the Mander. Yes, Princess, the strength of the Targaryens is formidable. For the sake of Dorne's interests and the kingdom's stability, should you not graciously accept His Majesty's proposal? I cannot conceive of a better choice than Prince Aegon. Ollien smirked slyly. Her intent was never to incite Nymelia to contest for the inheritance, but to unite, thus safeguarding Dorne's interests efficiently and securely. As for the Northerners, let them bask in their pride for a moment. After Prince Aegon, their influence will wane. Princess Nymelia fell silent, realizing she had been subtly outmaneuvered by her cousin. Regardless, what I wish to convey is that while we may not assist in Alysanne's bid for Tarth, we should not hinder it either. Aegon is on his way. In the far north, 1,000 leagues from the Stone Steps Islands, Lady Catelyn has endured much during her time southward. Initially, she only intended to attend the celebration at Harrenhal, yet she found herself embroiled in the Tempest of the Vale. Her sister, the Duchess of the Vale, was murdered after slaying her husband, while she and her father remained in the dark at Harrenhal, attempting to advocate for her sister's rights before the king. Her brother foolishly assembled the vassals of Riverrun, even attempting to march on Harrenhal. Thus, in the northern Riverlands, the coalition of Newstone and Riverrun intercepted them at the river crossing, while the Westlands, under the command of Lord Tywin, received the king's decree to advance east from Golden Grove, encircling Riverrun. Ultimately, it was the king and queen, riding their dragons, who quelled the imminent conflict, summoning the lords of the Vale at the Eyrie and revealing the truth before the great nobles of the Riverlands. Although, for the sake of the kingdom's honor, the truth was never publicly disclosed, there are no secrets among the nobles. The reputation of House Tully has now risen to rival that of House Frey. Years ago, the second son of the late King Aegon VI, Jaehaerys, violated the betrothal with House Tully and resolutely embraced the Seven, plunging the relationship between House Tully and the crown into a deep freeze. King Aegon VI, under the pretense of the River and Hill King, the descendant of House Mud, bestowed upon the short-statured Prince Duncan the title of Earl of Newstone after he relinquished his claim to Dragonstone, utilizing royal funds to reconstruct the dilapidated Harrenhal into a formidable stronghold upon the hill by the Blue Fork. The discord between House Tully and the royal family has extended to its new vassal, House Targaryen of Newstone City. The current Count of Newstone City, the diminutive Prince Duncan, disregarded the matrimonial overtures from the Tully family and, under the encouragement of his elder brother, wed Jaena, a ward of the Lannister family. Guardians of the West, spurred on by the Frey family, the former head of House Tully, in defiance of the majority of the Riverlands nobility, stripped Duncan of his title and lands, claiming it was within his rights as Lord and Governor of the Riverlands, Duke of the Flowing City. Yet, none anticipated the resolve of the newly ascended King Aegon VI, who summoned the Lord of the Crownlands and swiftly occupied the eastern territories of the Riverlands, advancing westward upon the Flowing City, while his confidant Tywin led the western forces to the east. Ultimately, under the relentless pressure of these two armies, House Tully was compelled to concede to the king, losing the governorship of the Riverlands and dominion over all lands east of the God's Eye Lake, retaining only the title of Duke of the Flowing City and Governor of West Riverlands. Furthermore, Heir Horse Tully became effectively a hostage in King's Landing, serving as the king's cupbearer. Frankly, amid the tumult following Jon Arryn's death, she had once attempted to signal her husband, Duke Brandon Stark, in the north for assistance. Fortunately, at the urging of Princess Lyanna Stark, she chose to bide her time. In the end, although Edmure Tully was reprimanded and the Tully family fined 500,000 golden dragons, they fortunately escaped the severe and foundation-shaking punishment faced previously. Subsequently, Catelyn declined Princess Lyanna Stark's invitation to King's Landing, choosing instead to accompany her somewhat despondent father back to the Flowing City. Nonetheless, a piece of good news provided Catelyn with some solace. Her husband, Duke Brandon Stark, journeyed south, ostensibly to visit his sister in King's Landing. Catelyn knew he was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Gazing at the distant banner of the dire wolf, Catelyn felt a sense of peace. Chapter 18. The dire wolf descends. Duke Brynden, situated in the north, with the characteristic shrewdness of the northerners, sensed the approaching chill of winter earlier than the learned city amid the southern blooms by the Honeywine River. As winter loomed, marking what could be the final harvest of the north, Duke Brynden should have remained at Winterfell to oversee preparations. However, news from the south compelled him to delegate his responsibilities to his eldest son, Robb, while he descended southward with his young son, Rickon, and 2 bastards. At the crossing of the Red Fork, Duke Brynden embraced his wife, whom he had not seen for months. While Rickon longed for his mother and was eager to share their bounty of a few direwolf pups with his siblings. Brandon, I am sorry for making you leave everything behind just as the North needs you. Catelyn's guilt caused her to momentarily set aside her long-held animosity toward the 2 bastards and embrace them. The Stark family's motto may not contain the term family as found in the Tullis, yet we firmly believe that as winter approaches, the lone wolf dies while the pack survives. Brandon is acutely aware of his wife's disdain for their illegitimate child. Yet as long as she can provide fair treatment to the siblings, Cregan and Sarah, according to his wishes, he will not intervene excessively. With winter on the horizon, our north requires the support of the Iron Throne. Moreover, my dear niece, Princess Alysanne, has penned a letter to me expressing her intent to claim the crown of Tyrosh, and I wish to offer her our northern support. Whenever winter descends, the people of the north gather to form the Winter Wolf Army, whether to partake in the disputes of the southern realms or to cross the sea to the eastern continent. No one ever chooses to return home to quarrel with kin over meager winter provisions. The previous winter was not as frigid, and the support from the Iron Throne afforded the north its first opportunity to remain unyielding in the face of adversity. However, Brandon senses that this winter will be exceptionally lengthy. Thus, on this journey south, he led many second sons from various families, not only to assist Princess Alysanne in her pursuit of land on the eastern continent, but also to prepare for the north's winter ahead. Beside him, Bran and Arya were already entranced by the dire wolves brought by their siblings, huddled together as they selected their companions. Rickon affectionately named his little black wolf Furry, while Cregan and Sarah named their 2 gray-blue dire wolves Winter and Nun respectively. I wish to rest at Riverrun for a while, and after meeting with Duke Host, I will take you all to King's Landing, declared Duke Brandon. Before his words could fully settle, Sansa Stark, who had remained silent until now, excitedly inquired, Really? Father, are we going to King's Landing? Brandon cast a puzzled glance at his wife, having noticed their eldest daughter's melancholic demeanor since their reunion, and her sudden exuberance left him bewildered. Catelyn signaled to Brandon that she would explain later, then addressed Sansa. You may be pleased now, but Sansa, this journey to King's Landing is merely a visit to Aunt Lyanna. Of course, Mother. I adore Aunt Lyanna. She is so kind to me. Sansa replied. Indeed. She is exceptionally kind to you, but more importantly, she is the mother of the illustrious Prince Aegon, Catelyn mused inwardly. Thus, the Stark family, along with Duke Host of House Tully and Edmure, partook in a sumptuous dinner. Duke Host warmly welcomed his son-in-law's arrival during these trying times for House Tully. Few things could provide greater comfort to the aging patriarch than the presence of a formidable relative. Meanwhile, Edmure remained lost in his own regrets, tormented by remorse and discontent. A young man not yet seasoned, but still naive. As night fell, the Stark couple shared their longing and reflections in the guest chamber, discussing matters concerning both families. Brandon, I believe it is time to find Edmure a suitable wife, Catelyn suggested. Brandon understood that his wife's family initially sought to find a suitable guardian from among the children of the Riverlands to serve as a potential match for Edmure. However, the current circumstances of House Tully no longer permitted them the luxury of time to engage in tentative discussions regarding such a union. Presently, House Tully continued to rely on the support of the River Lords, and it was apparent that House Frey desired an alliance with them, as Lord Frey possessed ample female heirs for such matrimonial arrangements. Like most of the lords in Westeros, Brandon held a disdainful view of the notoriously greedy Lord Frey of the twins. Yet, it was likely that the avaricious Lord Frey would offer no support to House Tully at this juncture. Lady Catelyn certainly did not wish for her brother to wed a Frey, especially one as unscrupulous as those she had encountered within that family. At an opportune moment, Brandon hoped to propose to Lyanna that she facilitate a match with Lady Serena of House Targaryen from Newstone, a girl he had seen and deemed quite suitable as a wife. Brandon did not immediately respond to his wife's suggestion. The child of Prince Duncan would indeed be an appropriate match, yet one must not overlook the recent tensions between your 2 houses. I fear that in this matter of marriage, neither Prince Duncan nor Lady Gina, nor even Lord Tywin of Casterly Rock would grant their consent. The discord between the two families had been settled decades prior. Catelyn quickly interjected, asserting that Prince Duncan had always adhered to the royal arrangements, and as for the Lannisters, could they truly extend their influence into the Riverlands? In Harrenhal, I had heard that Lord Tywin intended to marry Myrcella Baratheon of Storms into Prince Aegon. Did they truly aspire to reach into the Targaryens of Newstone as well? Catelyn, Lord Tywin is one of His Majesty's most trusted vassals, and their bond has been unbreakable since their youth. The War of the Nine Penny Kings saw Tywin aiding His Majesty to triumph. And in the early days of the King's reign, Tywin was his right-hand man. Brandon was taken aback by the lady's apparent animosity towards House Lannister. In this moment, whether it be House Tully or our own Stark family, it is far wiser to cultivate alliances than to create enemies on all sides. Brandon remarked soberly that Lyanna's son would be the king upon the Iron Throne, and Prince Aegon bore the blood of House Stark as well. Were we not already sufficiently noteworthy? I beg your pardon, Brandon. I apologize. I have simply been under immense pressure of late. Catelyn understood that in the midst of the kingdom's great tempest, House Tully had cast a dark shadow. Lisa of House Tully had conspired against her husband and colluded with the late Duke Hostina's foster son, Peter, in a scheme to frame Prince Viserys of House Targaryen, actions that the king would never forgive. Catelyn, House Tully has erred grievously. It is imperative that they maintain their current holdings with stability. As for House Stark, we shall not seek any power in King's Landing. There is no doubt that His Majesty will orchestrate the union of Princess Nerys with Aegon, and the interests of Dorne must also be considered, as they are the only ones not conquered by the blood and fire of the Dragon Lords. This is their power. Should everyone not then contend for yet another Queen's throne? His Majesty King Aegon VI, with the assistance of the then Archbishop, enacted yet another Targaryen exception law, permitting the heirs of the king and his Iron Throne to take multiple wives. However, from the Conqueror to Aegon VI, including Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone, it has been customary to wed only 2 wives. Did you truly believe that when I instructed you to journey south to Harrenhal and communicate with Lyanna, the crown of the future queen was a certainty to rest upon Sansa's head? Brandon was greatly troubled by his wife's political naivety. Robert was merely a brutish warrior. Yet his father-in-law, Lord Tywin, was astute and strategic. There were no suitable women of noble standing in the Westerlands, and Myrcella, bearing the blood of both the Baratheons and the Lannisters, was a fitting candidate for an alliance. Moreover, historically, the Baratheon family has frequently intermarried with the Targaryens. Thus, it is likely that the Duke of the Tyrells from the Reach had also set forth to Harrenhal with intentions of uniting through marriage. Catelyn pondered, having heard that the Duke's daughter not only was close in age to Prince Aegon, but also enjoyed a fine reputation in the Reach. Observing his wife's intellect finally awaken, Brandon continued, the Arryn family presently lacks female heirs. However, Princess Daenerys, being the daughter of Queen Alysanne and favored by His Majesty, stands as a formidable candidate for future queenship. The Iron Islands pirates need not be considered, and as for Dorne, with Princess Nymeria in existence, the king would not permit the Dornish to expand their influence within the court indefinitely. Myrcella of House Baratheon, Princess Daenerys. It seems that Sansa's aspirations may indeed be in vain. Lady Catelyn sighed, reflecting on Sansa's deep affection for the prince. She truly could not fathom the extent of Sansa's sorrow should she fail to wed Aegon in the end. Perhaps you have overlooked one more, Brandon lamented. Indeed, all have neglected her, yet I fear that among them all, the king will give particular consideration to her. Noticing his wife's perplexed expression, Brandon elaborated, the Countess of White Harbor, scion of House Manderley, and the rider of the second greatest dragon of our age. How can that be? That daughter is much older than Prince Aegon. I believe she is near my own age, and in terms of lineage, she is even a sister to the former king. You still do not grasp the significance of the dragons to the Targaryen lineage. The former king hatched 7 dragons in the Summerhall, and after Prince Aegon hatched the dragon eggs from the cradle, no dragons have since been born. Some even believe these 9 dragons to be a divine gift to House Targaryen. Dragons are of utmost importance. Yet did not Prince Gaemon also neglect to marry a dragon rider? Do you still not understand? The current king forbids any dragon from being outside the control of House Targaryen, nor allows any branch of the family to eclipse the power of the main line. Gaemon riding Arinder could not subdue the Master of the West, but Aegon can. Do you truly believe that the reason for Westeros's lack of a spouse for so many years is merely that she is enraptured by the magical sorcery left by Bloodraven? A notion so absurd? Catelyn felt an unsettling chill enveloping her. Whether during her youthful days at the Tully household in Riverrun or after her marriage to Brandon in the north, it seemed as though her life had never been marred by such intricate scheming. Now, Her heart pondered. Was this the invisible dance of blades and shadows that characterized King's Landing? Even if her wishes materialized, would Sansa truly thrive in such an environment? Chapter 19. The Harvest Feast of King's Landing, Part 1. Brother, Catelyn, welcome to King's Landing, exclaimed Lyanna Stark, joyfully embracing her brother before extending warm hugs to her nieces and nephews. Observing the effervescent Lyanna, Catelyn recalled her husband's recent words regarding the king's machinations. It appeared that this northern rose, forged from ice and snow, had yet to endure the harsh trials of life. Princess Rhaenys and Prince Jaehaerys approached to pay their respects to their uncle, Duke Brandon, receiving a special gift of a direwolf cub, before swiftly joining their unfamiliar cousins in play. Meanwhile, Eddard finally seized the opportunity to embrace his brother Brandon, while Jon Snow, feeling somewhat awkward, stepped forward to greet his uncle, another Stark bastard. The Stark family might present a facade of ice, yet each member bore the blood of the direwolf. Catelyn fervently hoped that her sons, Robb, Bran, and Rickon, would not emulate their father and uncles. In contrast to her husband Brandon, Eddard Stark displayed remarkable restraint. He had but one illegitimate son, Jon Snow. Perhaps it was due to him that Jon had later joined the Night's Watch. Regardless, the Stark family remained steadfast in their oaths and responsibilities. Yet, why had she not exchanged vows with Brandon beneath the weirwood trees of Winterfell, but rather in the sacred halls of the Seven? Catelyn's mind was a tumultuous sea of thoughts, all while she endeavored to mask her disdain for bastards as she greeted Jon Snow. Jon, with the sensitivity characteristic of a bastard, sensed his unfamiliar elder's disapproval. Bastards were seldom welcomed in Westeros, and wisely, Jon chose to mingle with his bastard cousins, Cragan Stark and Sarah Snow, rather than with the illustrious legitimate kin, who were friends of the resplendent princes and princesses. Oh, forgive me, brother, I have yet to inform you that Alysanne has grown weary of her mercenary games. She seeks to claim a crown from a free city, and Aegon has decided to aid her, perhaps in Tyrosh or on Dragonstone. In any case, Aegon has been discreetly assisting Alysanne in preparation for the Grand Council election in Tyrosh. Noticing her daughter Sansa searching the crowd, Lyanna explained, "But fret not, dear Sansa. Tomorrow is the harvest feast that His Majesty has prepared to celebrate this year's bounty, and all the esteemed guests will be in attendance. Aegon will certainly be present." As Catelyn observed her daughter blush under her aunt's playful teasing, she mused to herself, though they shared Stark blood, Sansa might not possess the adaptability to thrive amidst the opulence and intrigues of King's Landing, much like Lyanna. As Lady Lyanna remarked, Aegon indeed arrived just in time for the bountiful feast in King's Landing. Beneath the blazing afternoon sun, the three-headed dragon descended upon the newly renovated dragon lair situated on the Rhaenys Hills. This new lair, unlike its predecessor, was a grand semicircular structure with an open roof. Designed with the lessons learned from the Blood Dragon's rampage and the counsel of Maester Aemon in mind. The diameter of the new lair had been increased by half on its original radius, offering ample space even for the 9 dragons that currently resided within. Moreover, Prince Aemon frequently traversed between Dragonstone and King's Landing, while Prince Aegon and his 3 colossal dragons journeyed between Harrenhal, Dragonstone, and King's Landing, with Prince Aemorys Nymer and Ser Harwin's Ingvild residing in their respective fiefs year-round. "Your Highness, Prince Jaehaerys awaits you in the Dragon Lair," announced the captain of the Dragon Guard, stepping forward to greet Prince Aegon as he dismounted from his dragon saddle. "Which dragon is he bonding with now?" he chuckled. "Or has young Jaehaerys truly managed to persuade one to hatch a dragon egg for him?" With a smile, Aegon entered the grand entrance of the Dragon Lair, wide enough for 50 knights to pass side by side. The lair boasted 3 additional doors on the east, west, and north, each capable of accommodating 30 knights. The prince's words brought a smile to the captain's face. "By the way, inform Adam not to feed the 3 dragons. They have already feasted in the royal gardens." The captain turned to instruct his attendants to relay the prince's command to Adam, the captain of the Dragon Guard. Since most attendants did not comprehend the pure Valyrian tongue spoken by the prince and the Dragon Guards, the captain had to reiterate his instructions one by one. Prince Aegon had already ventured deeper into the lair in search of his younger brother. He understood the pride of the Dragon Guards. Even if using the common tongue would be more convenient, for the 77 chosen from the inhabitants of Dragonstone, their Targaryen bloodline and role as dragon wardens demanded that they communicate in the purest Valyrian to reflect their special bond with the Dragon Kings. This honor was reserved for the 700 Dragon Guards, who underwent rigorous training and selection. After chastising his younger brother, who had repeatedly disturbed the king and narrowly escaped a fiery baptism from the Crimson Dragon, Aegon led him into the royal carriage, accompanied by 4 knights from the King's Guard. Led by Ser Barristan and over 30 guards from the Red Keep, they made their way along Silent Sister Street towards the heart of the city. Little Jay, have you sneaked off to the dragon lair again? Look at you, covered in dragon dung. Do you still think you resemble a prince? Lady Lyanna's reprimand drew Jaehaerys' gaze downward in silence, while Aegon further ignited the situation, not to mention, Mother, Jay was nearly scorched by Marduk's dragon flames. What? Amidst Jaehaerys' glances of resentment towards his elder brother, the little prince, having evaded a fiery baptism, now faced the embrace of maternal love. Little Jay, I understand your yearning to hatch a dragon egg, but remember, dragons are companions, not wild beasts to be trifled with. Disturb not the sleeping dragons. Prince Aegon ultimately imparted a lesson in the ancient Valyrian tongue, instilling in his brother a profound understanding of education, particularly after their mother's chastisement. Lady Catelyn, I sincerely apologize for subjecting you to this scene. Prince Aegon courteously acknowledged the anxious Lady Catelyn and her children, reassuring Sir Baelish that he need not harbor any guilt. For young Jane had his father's permission to visit the dragon's lair at any time. You have faithfully fulfilled your duty to ensure his safe passage. Before the dragon, the Targaryens are neither shielded nor shieldable. Sansa gazed, entranced, at the polite prince. He would educate his siblings with reason and extend kindness to his subordinates, embodying her ideal of a prince. Compared to her impressions of the noble youth of the North, he surpassed all expectations, much like the awe this city had instilled in her. Now, let us tidy ourselves and proceed to the harvest feast. I believe none of us wish to attend such a splendid banquet in our current state, especially Jane, who carries the scent of dragon dung, and I, reeking of sulfur. The transformation of King's Landing is not confined merely to the dragon lair atop the Rainwood Hills. The Red Keep is also a focal point of this grand renovation. In addition to uncovering and sealing the treacherous passages left by the cruel Maegor, outer defensive walls and towers have been erected along the slopes of Aegon's Hill. Furthermore, to the northeast and southwest of the Red Keep, two castles have been established, named Black Castle and White Castle. These three fortifications, adjacent yet independently fortified, are interconnected by three aerial walkways. White Castle is said to draw inspiration from the ancient city of Lorith, adorned with flowers and fountains, serving as a venue for numerous royal celebrations, whereas Black Castle showcases the pure architectural style of ancient Valyria, although lacking the technique of casting in black stone. The expertise of seasoned craftsmen from across the realm, along with skilled artisans from the eastern continent, has collectively imbued it with the grandeur characteristic of the Valyrian Empire. Nestled between these three castles lies the newly constructed King's Garden, where tonight's harvest feast will take place. For the king believes that such an occasion should not only be celebrated with the nobility, but also shared with the common folk. Over 700 representatives from various landed gentry and 700 more from diverse trades within King's Landing will join over 1,000 nobles from across Westeros to partake in the feast. The King's Garden embodies the exquisite beauty of the river valley intertwined with the vibrant exuberance of Dorne, while retaining the Valyrian essence akin to the newly built castles. However, what captivates Lady Catelyn and her companions most is the grove of sacred woods at one corner of the garden. Unlike the somber and desolate sacred woods of Winterfell, this grove radiates light, and the three fishbone trees are devoid of the gory crimson faces carved into their trunks. Is it not a stark contrast to the sacred woods of Winterfell? Princess Lyanna will be one of the focal points of tonight's banquet, leaving little time to entertain her in-laws, while the Kingsguard, Ser Eddard, seizes this rare opportunity to gather with his family, naturally assuming the role of host. Are you familiar with this place? Catelyn was not well acquainted with her husband's brother, yet according to her uncle Brandon, he was a man of integrity and loyalty. A true northern gentleman, in stark contrast to his brother Brandon's flamboyant temperament, being rather taciturn. Indeed, despite their differences, he evoked memories of home in Winterfell. Since swearing his oath to the Night's Watch, Eddard had not returned to Winterfell. The wolves of the north had ventured south, yet their hearts remained ever longing for home. The fishwood here appeared remarkably distinct. Catelyn endeavored to maintain a warm atmosphere. Ah yes, this fishwood, it was said, had been planted by a close friend of the diminutive Prince Duncan's Lady Jenny, and its few decades of age could only be considered as youthful among the fishwoods, lacking the legendary features of the children of the forest. Uncle Eddard, may I inquire if you have seen Prince Aegon? Sansa had no desire to listen to this unfamiliar uncle recounting tales of the royal court. She simply wished to be near Prince Aegon. However, since their arrival at the banquet, her mother seemed utterly indifferent, despite being the one who had proposed the union to Aunt Lyanna. Sansa, where the crowd is thickest at the banquet, there must be the prince, Eddard chuckled, unconcerned by his niece interrupting him. Sir Alan, would you kindly escort Lady Sansa over? Sansa's affections for the prince may have been something she believed she concealed well. Yet perhaps the courage to pursue her love was a lesson she would learn through the years. Although he held reservations about his niece's pursuit of the prince, he did not mind offering her assistance. Who could predict what the future held? Chapter 20. The Bountiful Feast of King's Landing. Part 2. This banquet was quite grand, not only due to the thousands of guests in attendance, but also because numerous nobles from across the Seven Kingdoms had gathered. On the elevated dais, all the royal family members were present, except for the exiled Prince Viserys. The entire family of Lord Duncan from Dragonstone and the Targaryens from Duskendale were also in attendance. In addition to the royal family, the most illustrious guests were undoubtedly the great houses of the realm. Lord Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands along with his 3 children, Lord Robert Baratheon of Storms and accompanied by his 2 brothers and 4 children, and the solitary Lord Mace Tyrell of the Reach, who, according to him, awaited the arrival of his mother, Princess Sharera, along with the Duke's wife and 3 grandchildren, who were en route to King's Landing. Also on their way were Princess Arianne of Dorne and Prince Oberyn. Duke Brandon himself sat at the table with empty seats beside him for family members. Further down were other noble families of the Seven Kingdoms: the Braziers, the Brackens, the Vances, the Blackwoods, the Merryweathers, the Rains, the Liddens, the Rowans, the Oakharts, the Kleins, the Florents, the Fossaways, the Tullis, the Karstarks, the Swans, and many others, all of whom could claim a place of honor at any noble banquet, yet found themselves relegated to the sidelines at the king's feast. Not to mention the esteemed nobles from various houses gathered here. This bountiful feast provides a rare opportunity for social interaction among the aristocracy. Have you heard? His Majesty intends for Duke Tywin to assume the role of Hand of the King. Lady Beatrice Redwine, spouse of Countess Oakhart and a scion of House Redwine, whispered softly. If there exists a matter in Westeros of comparable significance to the marriage of Prince Aegon, it would be the appointment of the Hand. Just observe how eagerly our Lord Tywin awaits this, even bringing along the Rains family to demonstrate his purported impartiality and willingness to overlook past grievances. The assembled nobles certainly recall the past debacle in the Westerlands, where the Red Lion of House Rain repeatedly challenged the authority of House Lannister, while the then head of House Lannister, the smiling Lion Tydos, merely sought to placate and appease. It was only through the intervention of the heir Tywin, a close ally of the then Prince of Dragonstone, now King Aegon VI, that a severe punishment was meted out for the vassal's rebellious defiance. Today, while the Rain family remains a powerful second-tier house in the Westerlands, they are a far cry from the days when they stood toe-to-toe with the Lannisters. Ultimately, what relevance does the Westerlands hold for us? I have heard she is soon to arrive in King's Landing. Lady Meryn Florent, spouse of Lord Florent, referred to her, and all the ladies of the Reach understood she spoke of the Guardian of the South, the de facto mistress of Highgarden, Princess Sharera Targaryen. For 3 centuries, since the Conqueror appointed House Tyrell as the Wardens of the South, the various noble families of the Reach, who consider their bloodlines more closely linked to the Green Hand, have engaged in constant covert machinations, as well as open expressions of discontent. However, since Princess Sharera wed into Highgarden and became its lady, at least on the surface, such discontent has dissipated. A splendid spectacle awaits, for Our Lady Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, has long cast her covetous gaze upon Lady Meryn, whose family shows little reverence towards the wardens of House Tyrell. In the lands of the Reach, there is no topic more likely to incite fervent discussion among the noble women than the rivalry between Princess Sharera Targaryen, Mistress of Highgarden, and Lady Olenna, Matriarch of House Targaryen of Duskendale. One is a princess of House Targaryen joining the Wardens of the South, while the other is a lady of the great noble House Redwine marrying into House Targaryen of Duskendale. Their familial ties have not fostered harmony. Rather, they have ignited conflict. Both women seek to assert that their connection to the Dragon Lords is more profound, and thus far, Lady Olenna holds the advantage with her Thorns and her son, the Dragon Knight. This rivalry is also speculated to be why the South is so fervently pursuing the union of Lady Margaery Tyrell with the royal family. If the noble women present are primarily concerned with the conflict between these 2 ladies, many of the gentlemen's gazes are fixed upon Duke Tywin and Count Ronaldo. The Reyes family of Castamere once rose in defiance against the feudal lordship of the Lannisters, only to coincide with the ascension of the current king, who, buoyed by the victory of the War of the Ninepenny Kings, sought to consolidate the reign of House Targaryen. Consequently, the newly appointed Duke Tywin Lannister received formidable support from the Iron Throne, and the insurrection's instigator, Lady Ellen and the Tarbeck family, faced the harshest retribution. with the ancient Tarbeck lineage stripped of its titles, reduced to a family of landed knights. Though the Reyes family of Castamere endured minimal losses during the conflict, they mourned the loss of their patriarch, the valiant Roger Reyes, brother of Lady Ellen. Decades have since passed, and the once promising youth, Aegon Targaryen VI and Tywin Lannister, have both entered the twilight of their lives, while Count Ronaldo Reyes has aged considerably. Yet, none could overlook him. This Red Lion may not possess the martial prowess of his brother Roger, yet his cunning and vigilance surpass it. Many steadfastly believe that the ill-fated betrothal of Prince Gaemon and the West's Light, Cersei Lannister, unraveled due to his machinations. This wretched and loathsome Red Lion dares to present himself brazenly before us. Time has not dulled the blade of resentment. Rather, it has intensified Cersei Lannister's animosity towards Ronaldo Reyes. Jaime, at the upcoming tournament, humiliate those three little red lions thoroughly. Let them know that though they too are lions, they exist solely to cower beneath the majesty of the Golden Lion of Lannister. My dear sister, I am surprised you do not wish for Jaime to slay those three lads. Tyrion Lannister remarked with feigned exaggeration. What has prompted such mercy from my beloved sister? Let me ponder. Evidently, those three red lions are not sufficiently handsome. Tyrion, why has father brought you to King's Landing? You only bring us shame. Cersei Lannister restrained herself from striking him, her countenance maintaining a facade of grace. Do you take me for a fool? This is not the place for Jaime to engage in slaughter of our vassals before the royal court and Prince Aegon. Even Jaime Lannister could not help but glance at his sister. While her beauty might incline him towards favoritism, it would not cloud his judgment regarding her wisdom. Oh, let me think. Surely our dear father has imparted some education upon you. Tyrion Lannister astutely discerned the underlying truth. The imp before her was provoking her with words, while her husband, Robert Baratheon, mingled with dubious women amidst such grandeur, flitting between the servants and consorting with infamous noblewomen. The atmosphere at House Baratheon's table was somewhat tense. Robert and Cersei's eldest son, Raymond, opted not to accompany his brother Joffrey to the Lannister table, naturally. The ever-discontented Myrcella chose to remain with her elder brother, while the youngest, Tommen, delightedly indulged in the sumptuous feast. Stannis Baratheon, estranged from his brother and sister-in-law, found solace in his prolonged residence aboard the fleet in King's Landing or Blackwater Bay, relishing the avoidance of their company. Uncle, Prince Aegon has invited me to serve as his proxy knight, and my father wholeheartedly approves, while my mother wishes for me to remain at Storms and to familiarize myself with family affairs. Having spent many years in King's Landing, do you have any advice? At 15, young Renly Baratheon had already attained the stature of a fully grown man, and all who beheld him believed he would embody the valor of his father, Robert. In stark contrast to his brother Robert's two golden-haired offspring, one arrogant and violent, the other cowardly and indolent, Stannis felt a genuine kinship with his dark-haired nephew. Accepting the prince's invitation would transform you into a true warrior, Stannis replied, his demeanor as frigid as his words. Myrcella, intimidated by this unfamiliar uncle, gazed longingly towards King's Landing. Brother, may I stay with you in King's Landing? Just now, Princess Rhaenys invited me to see her dragon eggs. Also, Uncle Stannis. Shireen often writes to me. She frequently plays with Princess Rhaenys and has seen the beautiful dragon egg. As long as you can persuade mother, I have no objections. Renly always showed greater affection towards his sister Myrcella, while his two younger brothers either perpetually challenged him or were paralyzed by fear in his presence. Silence. His Majesty the King has an important announcement. The two heralds shouted in unison, enlisting the assistance of dozens of attendants to quell the raucous banquet. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the harvest feast, allow me to share a joyous tidbit, proclaimed King Aegon VI, raising his goblet. To ensure the continuation of the bloodline of the Dragon King, I am pleased to announce that my dearest Princess Nerys shall wed the heir to the Iron Throne, our Duke of Harrenhal, Aegon Targaryen. Let us raise our cups in their honor. The sudden announcement of the betrothal between Princess Nerys and Prince Aegon startled the assembly. Yet it seemed a natural progression. After a brief silence, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, with the spirited representatives of Dorne taking to the floor in jubilant dance. Princess Arianne and her uncle, Prince Oberyn, stepped forward to congratulate the two royal couples, extending their heartfelt gratitude to the king. Meanwhile, the two dukes, Tywin and Mace, clapped along with the crowd, their faces betraying no hint of joy. Subsequently, the king declared that the day after tomorrow, in celebration of Princess Nerys, a royal tournament would be held in King's Landing, to be safeguarded by Prince Aegon and the Seven Kingsguard, guardians of love and beauty. Chapter 21. The Revelry of Tyrosh for the Tyroshi. Each election is akin to a carnival. Not only are there generous gifts from their respective candidates, but one can also witness a spectacle rife with schemes, bloodshed, and a feast of carnage. Alas, the lifetime tenure of the Grand Lord renders such festivities a rarity, perhaps occurring only once in several decades. For the people of Tyrosh, this election has been unexpectedly thrilling. Not only do the top 3 candidates possess formidable strength, but members of the Dragonlord family from across the Narrow Sea have also participated. The inhabitants of the free trade city-state harbor a complex sentiment towards the Dragon Lords. On one hand, as former Valyrian colonies, they find it difficult to suppress a sense of reverence towards the descendants of the Valyrian Dragon Lords. Conversely, they are apprehensive about the potential resurgence of the Dragon Lords, particularly in this era of Targaryen revival. For the Tyroshi, these feelings are even more intricate. Since the War of the Ninepenny Kings, the Iron Throne has increasingly supported Tyrosh, especially during the subsequent conflicts over contested territories and maritime trade wars. With the protection of the Dragonlord family and the dragons, Tyrosh has, to some extent, developed a sense of superiority over their former rivals and partners, Lys and Myr. In the context of the current election, a curious situation has arisen. The once weak Alicent Targaryen now holds a slight advantage, while the formidable Bluebeard Edward and the alliance of the wine goddess Spring, led by Rain, follow closely behind. Surprisingly, the once hopeful green-haired Roni finds himself at the end of the race. As the harvest festival in King's Landing approaches, the marriage alliance between Rain and Edward's daughter has become the main topic of conversation among the Tyroshi. Rain has procured an entire shipload of golden wine from the arbor, perfectly paired with the finest pear brandy produced in Tyrosh, and has invited a renowned team of chefs from Pintos to prepare a lavish feast for the Tyroshi. In the square of the wine goddess Spring, Rain has set up a continuous feast, allowing all eligible Tyroshi citizens to indulge in exquisite food and drink. Meanwhile, Rain meets with the influential figures of Tyrosh within an opulent lace-adorned tent from Lys, situated at the center of the square. Surprisingly, his rival, the green-haired Roni, arrives to offer his congratulations. "Welcome, esteemed Mr. Roni," Rain greets him. In contrast to Rain's haughty demeanor, Edward is more inclined to bestow greater respect upon Roni. "Congratulations, Mr. Edward. Your daughter's betrothal to Mr. Rain undoubtedly symbolizes the union of 2 noble families of Tyrosh," Roni remarks, gesturing for his servants to present gifts. "Regardless, we are all subjects of Tyrosh," he continues, "though I wonder if those who aspire to become vassals of the Dragon Lords can truly be considered Tyroshi." Rain retorts with a mocking tone. Tyrosh harbors no secrets. Roni had no illusions of keeping his visit to the Targaryen princess concealed from everyone. He appears unfazed by the outcome of his failed alliance request. "In any case, let us raise our glasses and set aside our grievances as we stride toward the future." Edward, acting as a mediator between the 2 impetuous young men, signals to his attendants to fill their goblets with fine wine, inviting Roni to select a cup first. He then raises his own goblet, offering the remaining one to the reluctant prospective son-in-law, Rain. 3 individuals raise their glasses, toasting to the golden vintage hailing from the serene island of Chingting in Westeros. The Dragon Lords, proud and aloof, scarcely deign to acknowledge our attempts at appeasement. Roni, with a touch of self-deprecation, remarked that, after all, they were descendants of the Valyrian Empire's Dragon Lords, possessing a pride that warranted their lofty demeanor. Thus, the Dragon Lords would remain as such, while the free cities would be governed by us, the progeny of ordinary folk. "Are you, seeking peace with us?" Rain, seemingly harboring a long-standing animosity towards Roni, perhaps due to the customary comparisons made between 2 youths of similar age yet vastly different backgrounds, coughed before speaking. Edward and Roni immediately detected something amiss with Rain. Blood surged to his face, transforming it from red to purple, as though an invisible hand had gripped his throat. The assembled guests within the realm of free trade swiftly recognized the infamous poison known as the Strangler's brew. However, Edward and Roni soon found themselves preoccupied with their own dire circumstances, one spitting blood from his mouth and nose, the other succumbing to dizziness, both collapsing in unison. While the unfortunate Rain no longer struggled, the 2 servants who had offered them the fine wine also fell, bloodied and lifeless. Elections in Tyrosh may be perpetually rife with conspiracy, bloodshed, and assassination. Yet it was rare for a candidate to be slain, while 2 others hovered on the brink of death. Particularly now, among the 4 most competitive candidates, only the princess from the Dragonlord family across the Narrow Sea remained capable of participating in the elections. "Your Highness, the situation appears exceedingly unfavorable for us," John Clinton reported to Princess Alysanne, his brow furrowed with concern. This murder has incited great discontent among the Tyroshi, and even our allies have subtly indicated that our actions have gone too far. At that moment, green-haired Ronnie remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Bluebeard fared slightly better, though he too lapsed into periods of slumber. Kaido added, the most perplexing aspect, according to the physicians, is that each of the three individuals was afflicted by a different poison. Were there three assailants, or did the perpetrator meticulously prepare three distinct toxins? Regardless, our immediate priority must be to exonerate ourselves and regain our standing. Arrange a meeting with Edward for me. What? Your Highness, regardless of our attempts to evade. We must confront the matter directly, mustn't we? Princess Alysanne replied with a smile. Avoidance will not clear our names. Perhaps an audience with the involved parties will yield unexpected insights. Meanwhile, on the distant Dragonstone, Prince Aegon received word of the blood-soaked wedding in Tyrosh. Yes, this union, marred by one death and another grievous injury, along with the wounding of other significant guests, swiftly earned the moniker of a blood wedding among the Tyroshi. Your Highness, it seems the current circumstances in Tyrosh are decidedly unfavorable for Princess Alysanne. Draco, hailing from the free city of Lys and one of Prince Aegon's advisors, remarked. In the eyes of the Tyroshi, they perceive the princess as the primary beneficiary of this incident, stirring a fervor of unity against her. I fear it is not merely so. The recently stabilized Pantos now finds itself rife with rumors. Numerous governors of Pantos perceive the ambitions of the Iron Throne as glaringly apparent and express their trepidation regarding the increasing influence of the Dragon Lords across the Narrow Sea. Aegon VI, the acting Lord of Dragonstone, remarked that even our traditionally close allies have voiced their concerns, believing we ought not to act with such impunity on the eastern continent. Aegon VI, the illegitimate son of His Majesty King Aegon VI, is also the most trusted illegitimate brother of Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone, who is accustomed to entrusting the island to Aegon during his travels across the Seven Kingdoms. The beneficiaries often lurk beneath the surface. Let us not be distracted by the tumult at hand. Draco, let us send our people to investigate the two deceased attendants. Perhaps we shall uncover differing revelations. Prince Aegon chuckled. Chapter 22. The Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, Part 1. The announcement made by the king the day before has amplified the fervor of what was already a grand tournament, prompting many knights of the Seven Kingdoms, who initially had no intention of participating, to step forth and compete. Although the tournament at Harrenhal ultimately revealed the surprise participation of the mysterious knight, Princess Alysanne, for the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, being defeated by a lady, even one of royal lineage, does not quite evoke a sense of honor. In contrast, the opportunity to spar with the heir to the Iron Throne, Prince Aegon, is regarded as a mark of prestige by many knights. At the tender age of 7, Prince Aegon became the squire of the legendary Kingsguard Sir Arthur Dayne, undergoing the most rigorous military training. At 9, he participated in his first tournament, shattering 7 lances against Sir Jaime Lannister, the heir of the Westerlands, in a jousting match. And although he suffered a narrow defeat, the realm deemed him destined to become one of the greatest knights of his era. The recent harvest feast attracted lords and their bannermen from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms, and this tournament, held in honor of Princess Naemilia's name day, is widely regarded as the most magnificent in decades. The last tournament to draw such a multitude of knights was that celebrating the coronation of His Majesty King Aegon VI. At dawn, the royal servants commenced the orderly preparations at the tournament grounds. Princess Alysanne arrived at the venue hand in hand with Princess Naemilia before the royal party. Grandfather did not give prior notice. This return was rather abrupt, and your engagement gift for Aegon will have to wait until next time, Princess Alysanne said, strolling alongside Princess Naemilia at the royal viewing platform. To be honest, I did not expect Grandfather to make such a sudden announcement, although Father had hinted at his intentions previously. Princess Naemilia, possessing a delicate sensibility characteristic of House Targaryen, contrasted with her Dornish appearance. I thought this position rightfully belonged to you, Alysanne. Oh, please, compared to Aegon, I prefer girls who resemble flowers. You know my aspirations lie elsewhere. Alysanne gazed upon the noblemen of the Seven Kingdoms as they arrived at the venue, particularly the gallant knights who strutted with bravado. Westeros refused to acknowledge that a woman could surpass a man in any domain, be it that of a king or a knight. In comparison to Rhaenyra of the Black Party, I possess no dragon and am not regarded as the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. Unlike my half-brother Aegon, who is of the same bloodline as I, my affection for him transcends mere romantic inclinations. It is a bond rooted in our shared lineage. Namely, I noticed my sister, who had opened her heart to me, observing with curiosity. Although the tension between us was not as palpable as outsiders might perceive, The legacy of my sister Visenya's death and the ensuing struggle for succession concerning our father, Prince Daemon of Dragonstone, had inevitably created a rift between us. While the birth of our younger brother, Prince Aegon, soon dissipated any lingering disputes, the court was perpetually rife with intrigues and rivalries. Namely, do you know? When Aegon was born, I was but a child and can scarcely recall his visage. Yet, to this day, I vividly remember the bond that arose from our blood when his tiny hand grasped mine. I felt that no crown in the realm could compare. Alysanne remarked with a smile, I can be his sword and shield, but I shall never be his Visenya. As siblings, I can embrace all aspects of him. Yet as his wife, I cannot share him with another, even for the sake of duty. As for you, I have every confidence that you will excel. Are you truly resolved to become the sovereign of Tyrosh? Namely understood Alyssanne's sentiments, but wished to steer clear of further discussion on the matter. In her youth, she had often been compared to her half-sister, and it was only when she became a dragon rider that she would truly be seen as surpassing her. This time, regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to claim what she desired. Certainly, Aegon would inherit the crown of the Seven Kingdoms. And I too shall earn a crown for myself. Not a frivolous diadem of love and beauty meant to delight maidens, but a genuine laurel of sovereignty. Perhaps Princess Alysanne held disdain for the crown of love and beauty. However, for many of the young maidens present that day, the enchanting Prince Aegon, accompanied by the 7 legendary Kingsguard, safeguarding the crown of love and beauty, meant that this diadem was destined to belong to today's tournament's protagonist, Princess namely. Sansa Stark felt that the day fulfilled all her fantasies regarding the tales of knights, whether it be the true dragon-like Prince Aegon celebrated throughout the 7 kingdoms, the nearly universally recognized 7 legendary Kingsguard, or the myriad knights from various realms. The spectacle even somewhat alleviated her despondency upon hearing the news of the prince's engagement 2 days prior. Sansa, I've heard, her friend Jaime whispered, glancing around before leaning closer. I heard that during the private summons of the Duke by the king, your name was mentioned in connection with Prince Aegon. It is widely believed that the prince's first queen is the noble Namelia of the House of Dorne, and you are to become the prince's second queen. Sansa could distinctly hear her own heartbeat. Is this truly the case? I mean, from whom have you heard this? Everyone seems to say so. Sister Modin has overheard discussions between the lady and Princess Lyanna. Count John has also engaged in conversations with others, asserting that His Majesty would not play favorites. Although Princess Alysanne will not wed Prince Aegon, Miss Sansa remains a most suitable candidate. Elated, Sansa felt as though she might take flight. She cast a glance at her Aunt Lyanna, seated among the royal dignitaries, who acknowledged her with a smile and a nod. However, her companion Ginny soon became captivated by the knights in the arena, leaving Sansa to grapple with her own insecurities. Traditionally, the North has always occupied a position apart from the 7 kingdoms. Yet, since the previous Warden of the North, Duke Ricard, decided to venture south to expand the North's influence, not only has Lyanna married into the royal family, but the current Warden's lady is also the eldest daughter of House Tully from the Riverlands. Recent events in the Vale and the inadequate response from King's Landing have caused many lords of the Riverlands to adopt a wait-and-see attitude towards House Tully. Since the last harvest feast, many former vassals of House Tully, such as the Bracken family, as well as the Vance houses of Longtree and Allen, have gravitated towards House Stark. Only a handful, like House Piper from Pink Maiden and Count Marist of Seaguard, remain steadfast in their oaths to House Tully. The other nobles of Blue Fork, led by House Blackwood, are increasingly aligning themselves with Prince Duncan of Newstone. However, the most noteworthy presence is that of House Frye from Twins, which is renowned for its numerous offspring. This time, Lord Walder Frye arrived with over 100 descendants. Latecomer Frye, have you truly arrived this early? Jested Count Genos Bracken of Stonehenge. Walder Frye had grown accustomed to the disdain of Riverlands and 7 Kingdoms nobles towards his house. Dubbed the latecomer Frye due to having once arrived tardily to his liege lord Hotine Tully's summons on a few occasions, he found it amusing that the moniker, now devoid of any sting, could still hold relevance. The Freys are loyal to the Iron Throne, far more so than the unruly Tullis. The past jests directed at the lords of the Riverlands, Walder could not refute. However, could the foolish nickname bestowed by House Tully still inflict harm upon him? The Freys are diligent in their service to the crown, and this time, I have brought a cadre of promising young Freys. The Princess Kingsguard requires their strength. Walder Frye understood that respect, unattainable by House Tully, could always be sought through maneuvering before the Iron Throne. Under the shadow of the dragons, all are equal. Since House Tully dares to recklessly provoke the majesty of the Iron Throne, is this not the Freys' finest opportunity? Promising young lads? You refer to those sons of yours who were eliminated in the first round? The Earl of Vance from Longtree, perhaps having already resolved to distance himself from House Tully, found no hesitation in mocking House Frey. The number of knights registered for this tournament exceeds 1,000. For convenience, only those who endure 3 rounds of elimination will earn the opportunity to contest against the Kingsguard and even Prince Aegon. The descendants of House Velaryon have faltered in the first 2 rounds, with only the infamous Black Vard, the bloodied Aegon, and the illegitimate son of Count Florent, Vard Helwyn, managing to progress. Indeed, among my unremarkable progeny, 3 have triumphed in the eliminations, while it seems that none from the city of Riverrun have succeeded. The Marquis of Vard has often been the subject of jest among the lords of the Riverlands, yet today, to their astonishment, his fighting spirit has soared. For a time, the lords of the Riverlands found themselves at a loss against him. Meanwhile, the lively eliminations on the tournament grounds have concluded, leaving over 100 knights who will now compete alongside the Kingsguard. In stark contrast to the disputes among the lords of the Riverlands, the North finds itself enveloped in a sea of joy. Bran Stark and his sister Arya embrace in jubilant celebration, demonstrating that the valor of the Northerners, despite their lack of prowess in knightly culture, should not be underestimated. Out of the mere 30 participants from the North, a remarkable number have advanced through the eliminations, including the names of victors celebrated by Bran and Arya, Ser Domeric Bolton, Count William Dustin, Count John Amber, Ser Ethan Glover, Cragen Snow, Jon Snow, and Ser Jorah Clegane, among others. In contrast to the revelry in the North, the atmosphere in the Reach is somewhat awkward. The Reach has sent forth the largest contingent to the eliminations, with over 300 knights from various regions, yet the number of those who succeeded is nearly on par with the northern barbarians, leaving the proud knights of the Reach feeling disheartened. My valiant knights, rally your spirits. Not all have the chance to face the legendary Kingsguard. Let the world witness the true prowess of the knights of the Reach. Margaery Tyrell, undoubtedly the most exquisite rose of Highgarden, speaks words that soothe like the fragrance of her petals, invigorating the knights of the Reach. Sir Alice Karstark, Sir Parman Huey, and others seek tokens from Lady Margaery, vowing to showcase the courage of the Reach's knights in the forthcoming contests. As for Margaery's brother, Loras Tyrell, he expresses his determination to win the crown of love and beauty for his sister. Loras, the rose does not contend with the true dragon. Today as protagonist is Princess Malice. How can we claim her crown of love and beauty? The valiant Garland Tyrell is not without wisdom. Indeed, brother, I seek not the crown of love and beauty, but a genuine diadem. Cultivating a relationship with Princess Malice holds greater importance for me than a hollow crown. However, both Garland and Loras have overestimated their own strength while underestimating the capabilities of other competitors. Loras fell to the hands of Gregor Clegane, the Mountain of the West, while Garland, true to his reputation for valor, succumbed in his duel against Duke Robert. At last, Sir Arthur Dayne, the most radiant star among the illustrious Kingsguard, made his entrance, his opponent being the Stormlands protector, Duke Robert Baratheon, a renowned participant in tournaments across the realm, famed for his Stormbreaker hammer. Nevertheless, it was widely believed that Duke Robert would prove no match for Sir Arthur in the jousting arena. Will father triumph? Miss Myrcella Baratheon, like many noble maidens of the Seven Kingdoms, was captivated by the dashing Kingsguard, yet secretly yearned for her father's victory. However, Myrcella's mother, Cersei Lannister, was completely absorbed by the royal seating, her gaze riveted on the spot that was once rightfully hers. In days gone by, her father, Tywin, had recommended her as a bride for Prince Gaemon to King Aegon VI, only for the monarch to choose Elia Martell instead, while Prince Gaemon opted for the northern beauty, Lyanna. It mattered not. The chance to dance with dragons that she had lost would be seized by Myrcella, who would don the crown she had missed. As Cersei pondered this, her thoughts drifted to the forest witch of Lannisport, known as the Toad Witch, and the prophecy she had bestowed upon her. You shall never become queen, yet your blood shall wear the crown. You will wed a warrior and bear several exceptional offspring, but happiness shall elude you. In the end, those closest to you will overthrow you and seize all you hold dear. This prophecy loomed over her like a shadow. Cersei observed the royal seating, where Princess Sharera, the Lady of Highgarden, sat beside the king, even distancing herself from her father, Lord Tywin, the king's most trusted hand. Indeed, it was said that this wretched Highgarden matron had spread malign rumors in court to promote her daughter, Lady Jenna, thus sabotaging Cersei's union with Prince Gaemon. Of course, she gained nothing from it. House Tyrell's ambitions came to naught, as Princess Sharera's progeny could only forge alliances with the lords of the Reach. Now, had this which turned her gaze toward Prince Aegon, and there was Catelyn Tully, seated beside Lady Lyanna, surely wishing to marry her daughter into the royal family as well. Cersei Lannister felt that every noble present harbored covetous designs upon the crown meant for her daughter, Myrcella. The clash between Duke Robert and Sir Arthur did not endure long. Sir Arthur nimbly evaded Robert's powerful strike, using his lance to unseat him. Duke Robert, far from incensed, burst into hearty laughter, removing his staghorn helm to laud Sir Arthur's martial prowess, extending an invitation to participate in a team melee together. On the other side, Ser Gregor Clegane, true to his moniker of the Mountain, unceremoniously unseated Ser Eddard Stark, the stalwart of the Kingsguard, after merely 2 encounters. The splintered lance struck Eddard's shoulder with a resounding thud, piercing through to the other side, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Well done, Cersei silently applauded. It must surely have been her father's directive for the Mountain to act thus. Indeed, the whelps of the North ought to receive a lesson or two. Did they truly presume the crown to be their personal fiefdom? One fortunate Lyanna was not enough. They now coveted the fiery-haired girl. What was her name again? Sansa, or was it Shauna? To be wed to the prince. Oh dear, has Father S-Hound truly been unleashed this time? The imp, Tyrion, chuckled at his victorious brother, Ser Jaime Lannister. The tournament arena was always rife with unexpected turns, was it not? Ser Jaime, having just vanquished a knight from the Vale, found no fault in the Mountain's actions. In truth, he held no respect for Eddard Stark among the Kingsguard, believing him to be merely riding on the coattails of his sister to occupy such a revered position. My brother, you remain as oblivious as ever, Tyrion remarked. It was clear to all that the Starks and the Roses of Highgarden were eyeing the last remaining crown of the future queen. Such a blunder was difficult to attribute to mere happenstance. It was likely their father's subtle orchestration to deliver a warning to the North's chief wolf. Tyrion hoped the Northern Wolf would prove to be more capable than this lesser son of a wolf. With exasperation, he regarded Jaime. For the concern did not lie with the Starks, but rather with the king. How would his majesty perceive the Lannisters, who had just gained the favor of the throne? Launching an attack against royal kin? Indeed, Tyrion observed the rigidity in his father's countenance as he summoned Ser Ilan Payne, the captain of the guards, to convey some instruction. Regardless of what unforeseen events might transpire, the tournament would continue unabated. The knights from the 7 kingdoms participating in this contest were indeed a formidable assembly. And soon the second Kingsguard to be eliminated appeared, as Ser Brynden Tully fell to the prowess of Ser Adam Marbrand from the Westerlands. First the wolf, now the fish. It seemed the Lannister lions were poised to dominate the tournament. Tyrion playfully whistled and grinned at his brother, who was preparing to enter the fray. Not heeding my counsel. I see. Aside from Ser Arthur, even the fearless Ser Barristan would find you a worthy opponent. Imagine the honor of defeating a legendary Kingsguard before the eyes of the crowd. The lion only chooses the most formidable of adversaries. I have had the fortune of besting Ser Barristan, yet the brilliance of dawn remains elusive to me. My half-man brother cannot fathom the grandeur of my aspirations. Yet, there is always someone stronger, is there not? I mean, if the rumors hold any truth, the illustrious Prince Aegon is destined to become a legend akin to Ser Arthur. As for his remarkable sister, I have heard that last time it was not just you, but Ser Arthur himself who fell to her hand? If the great Ser Arthur had recognized her and refrained from holding back, who knows what might have transpired? Sir Arthur would not regard a false victory as a mark of respect. The girl, I speak of Princess Alysanne, is nothing short of a humanoid dragon. By the 7, I had thought such terrifying strength was reserved for beings of mountain stature. As for Prince Aegon, I would assert that he is the second knight I have encountered devoid of any weaknesses, akin to Sir Arthur himself, excelling in strength, speed, and martial prowess. Both are truly unparalleled. The future belongs to them. My brother, you are not yet old. Do not lose your fighting spirit. Face the trials of your Sir Arthur with resolve. However, Ser Jaime Lannister found himself without the opportunity to confront Sir Arthur, for a northern youth chose to take his place. The unassuming Cragen Snow from Winterfell, possessing nothing but the illustrious name of his renowned ancestor, Cragen Stark, the former ruler of the North, was destined to make his mark today. At merely 15 years of age, he triumphed over the illustrious heir of the Westerlands, Ser Jaime Lannister. In contrast, another bastard of the North, Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark, was not as fortunate. Eager to avenge his father, he was unseated by the Mountain after breaking several lances, and then opted to engage the beast in close combat. Ultimately, it was Prince Aegon and Ser Ilan Payne who intervened to halt the deadly duel between the two. It appears that at least the direwolf's bastard cubs from the North possess considerable skill. The only one capable of jesting in the presence of the despondent Jaime was his brother, the imp observing Prince Aegon. who had just kindly helped Cragen Stark to his feet after unhorsing him. Tyrion remarked, "Though bested by our true dragon, this lad is destined for greatness. It is evident he has caught the prince's eye. There are always those who value honor above all," Tyrion noted, as Cragen confided that upon returning to the north, he would join the Night's Watch. Jaime's words held a blend of admiration and relief. Tyrion lapsed into silence, then smiled. "It seems I must cultivate a rapport with this lad. After all, a journey to the Wall is indeed part of my future plans. With his talents and the Stark lineage, he shall soon establish himself within the Night's Watch." The White Knights pledged to guard the king and the royal family. Thus, neither the fearless Barristan nor Arthur Dayne could draw swords against Prince Aegon during the tournament. Consequently, the champion of this jousting contest would be determined between the heir to the Iron Throne, Duke Aegon Targaryen of Harrenhal, and the Mountain, the fearsome hound of Lord Tywin Lannister, Ser Gregor Clegane. Undoubtedly, half the crowd wished for the prince's victory, while the other half silently prayed for his safety. Although all were aware of the prince's prowess, the Mountain's infamous reputation pervaded the Seven Kingdoms. Draped in black armor and mounted upon a black steed, Ser Gregor Clegane, true to his name, exhibited dissatisfaction. Just moments ago, Ser Ilyn Payne conveyed Lord Tywin's orders, forbidding him from unleashing his full might against his highness, ensuring the prince's safety at all costs. As the most fearsome hound of Lord Tywin, Gregor felt discontent yet resolved to obey his master's command. "The Mountain, it seems. Tywin may have instructed you not to unleash your full strength. I command you to hold nothing back." After circling the arena and receiving the cheers and blessings of the crowd, Prince Aegon rode forth to the Mountain's side, declaring that the true dragon fears no challenge. The Mountain, somewhat uneasy, shifted his spear in hand, while Prince Aegon's gaze was so piercing it seemed capable of penetrating his very soul. "Cast aside your clumsy masquerade and brace for the wrath of the true dragon." Chapter 24. Two crowns. The flowers and applause transformed the royal tournament grounds into a cacophony of celebration. The noble ladies present were swept into a frenzy. For just moments ago, the valiant Prince Aegon had punished the unjust knight, Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, in their initial 4 encounters. Prince Aegon had refrained from delivering a decisive blow, but instead chose to strike the Mountain's left shoulder repeatedly, inciting the ferocious beast. Ultimately, in their 5th clash, both combatants unleashed their full might, and with blood for blood, Prince Aegon shattered the Mountain's right shoulder. The Mountain's furious roars and agonized howls ignited the fervor of the spectators. Compared to his illustrious brothers of the Kingsguard, Eddard Stark may not be as renowned. Yet as a member of this resplendent assembly, Sir Eddard garnered respect from the lords and ladies of King's Landing through his unwavering loyalty and integrity. As for his illegitimate son, Jon Snow, his status was not met with disdain. The tale of Eddard's fateful encounter with Aishera Dayne, and his subsequent resolve to join the Kingsguard after her giving birth, continued to be recounted among the ladies of King's Landing. In stark contrast to the Stark lineage, Gregor Clegane was known solely for his brutal and bloodthirsty legend. Thus, when the prince triumphed over the malevolent Mountain, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Attendants presented the prince with the exclusive crown of love and beauty, a symbol of his victory in the tournament, from which he would choose his queen among the thousands of noble maidens present. Though this tournament was held in honor of Princess Naerys' name day, Prince Aegon led the Kingsguard in safeguarding the crown for the princess. Not to mention, just the day before, His Majesty had publicly announced their betrothal. Yet all the maidens present yearned for the faint possibility that the prince might choose a queen of love and beauty who was not the princess, but rather themselves. Even many married ladies gazed eagerly at the prince, their imaginations igniting with visions of the prince defying convention to bestow the crown upon them, leading to a series of passionate and thrilling tales. However, no unexpected occurrences transpired. After his circuit of the arena, Prince Aegon arrived before the royal box. "Naerys, I bestow upon you the crown of love and beauty, my queen." His words elicited envy from all the maidens as they beheld the fortunate girl, Princess Naerys Targaryen, dragon rider of House Targaryen. "Thank you, Aegon," she replied, as Nomelia bent forward to allow Aegon to place the crown upon her head. The exquisite diadem of love and beauty was specifically crafted for this tournament, distinguishing itself from the simpler floral crowns of yore. Its leaves were fashioned from pure gold, and the myriad flowers were adorned with precious gems. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, led by the nobles of Dorne, soon to be echoed by the entire assembly. Yet, following the coronation of the Queen of Love and Beauty, an unexpected turn of events transpired. To everyone's astonishment, Prince Aegon produced another crown. A magnificent piece adorned with a large sapphire set atop a golden diadem embellished with Valyrian steel. The crown of the great queen of Tyros. He proclaimed, presented to you. My beloved sister, Alysanne Targaryen, princess of the Targaryen lineage, and the great queen of Tyros. Let us rewind the clock. As the harvest festival in King's Landing was approaching, the electoral battle in Tyros appeared to be devoid of suspense. The nearly deceased yet miraculously revived Bluebeard had become a hero among the populace, while Princess Alysanne of the Dragon family, seemingly the greatest beneficiary of the heinous wedding murder, found herself the target of public ire. This event, infamously dubbed the Red Wedding, shattered decades of tender collaboration between the Iron Throne and Tyros, awakening a deep-seated fear of dragons within the hearts of the Tyrosi people. The election seemed all but decided, with Edward poised for victory. Esteemed Mr. Roney, I am delighted to see you well. No one could have anticipated that the heir to the Iron Throne would silently appear in the manner of the green-haired Roney. A place of recovery. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to him as fortunate Mr. Roney. Roney had to concede that, despite his prior feelings of disdain towards the Dragon family due to the wedding murder incident, he found it difficult to harbor any ill will towards the courteous and radiant prince before him. Coming from humble beginnings, he was acutely aware of others' attitudes toward him. Many would feign respect while secretly looking down upon him, particularly those of noble birth. Yet, he sensed none of this condescension from the prince, who regarded him with genuine equality, much like he would any other individual. Of course, perhaps in the eyes of this illustrious noble, those who scorned him were no different from himself, equally insignificant. Roney mused inwardly. Your Highness, I harbor no intentions of seeking revenge. Perhaps my suggestion offended Princess Alysanne, leading to such an outcome. Nevertheless, I am willing to relinquish my rightful claim to vengeance. Roney felt no shame in his gesture of concession before the dragon. All beings were equal, especially during this period when the Dragon family reigned supreme following the fall of Valyria. Moreover, Your Highness, while my health may not be so fragile, I no longer wish to lay claim to the great throne of Tyros, Roney remarked with a bittersweet smile. However, I fear that Edward will not relent, or rather, it appears that he is destined to ascend as the great lord of Tyros, unless there is a formidable intervention from the Iron Throne or yourself. The true mastermind, Alysanne, may lack dragons and resort to the treacherous means of murder and poison, traits often associated with women, to achieve her ends. However, the courteous prince before us would surely not hesitate to employ 3 magical dragons to educate the ungrateful mortals. No, Mr. Roney, I fear you have misconstrued my intentions, said Aegon, gazing at Roney with an inscrutable smile. As Roney pondered whether the Dragon King's family was on the verge of an internal conflict, his face betrayed a hint of confusion, prompting Aegon to elaborate. The truth is invariably concealed beneath the surface. Do you still believe my unfortunate sister is the ultimate beneficiary of this incident? You refer to Bluebeard, but he too. Yes, he was poisoned, yet he did not perish. Did he? Or perhaps in his cunning scheme, he ensured his own survival. Aegon twirled the wine glass in his hand, employing a simple sleight of hand. Recall, Mr. Roney, did Bluebeard not first present you with a choice of wines that day? He then gifted one of the remaining 2 glasses to the unfortunate Rain, reserving the last for himself. Thus, armed with knowledge of the outcome, he stood impervious to death, while either you or the unfortunate Rain would ultimately meet their demise, leaving my pitiable sister as the focal point of suspicion, from whom he would reap the rewards. A man seasoned in intrigue, Roney quickly grasped the implications. Bluebeard Edward, like himself, was dangling by a thread, and his prior offense against Princess Alysanne had clouded his judgment. Among the 3 poisoned chalices, only one contained the lethal draught, while the other 2 were harmless. As for Bluebeard's early awakening, it could be attributed to his constitution or perhaps to the consumption of antidotes in advance. Aegon gestured for his attendants to bring forth the 3 servants. Your subsequent investigation will only reinforce the stereotypical notion of the Iron Throne's iron-fisted authority. Yet you overlook the fact that the master of the house is often the most convenient perpetrator. Indeed, no evidence suggests that the deceased servants were bribed. Therefore, is it not reasonable to consider whether the master orchestrated the events? Aside from the fatal draft, poison is a commonplace element, making it difficult to trace. However, every deed leaves a mark, provided you maintain a clear direction from the outset. You 3, speak up, he commanded. Gentlemen, I am the assistant to Lord Edward's financial supervisor. 2 months ago, a substantial sum of money was withdrawn by Lord Edward's personal attendant without any record of its destination. I am a servant of his, the personal attendant. His, who previously procured a large quantity of poison from a merchant. A few days ago, one vial accidentally leaked, leading to his demise, and the remaining poison was ordered to be destroyed by the steward. I am a kitchen worker from the wedding day. Earlier that morning, I witnessed his handing several small vials to the unfortunate Seaweed. Oh, gentlemen, pardon me, Seaweed was one of the 2 wine-serving servants who perished that day. In truth, as Prince Aegon unveiled the petty tricks behind the conspiracy, Roni had already discerned the identity of the true culprit. The witnesses before him clearly revealed who the genuine perpetrator was. Your Highness, perhaps your aim is to exonerate your esteemed sister from suspicion. However, I must express my gratitude for enlightening me on whom the flames of vengeance should be directed. Although Edward's influence in Tyrosh is considerable, I am not to be underestimated within the narrow sea. Beneath the banner of the infamous Blackbeard, there are neither dragons nor families blessed with their presence. Are you interested in collaborating with me? Prince Aegon extended his hand towards Roni, asserting that unveiling this disgraceful conspiracy would mark the commencement of our fruitful partnership. Henceforth, I would like to inquire whether Mr. Roni would be inclined to assume the role of my sister's loyal chief minister, destined to become the future Lady of Tyrosh, as well as the governor of Meereen. Oh, I am aware that your mother hails from Meereen, and your influence there is quite substantial. Of course, I do not refer to one of the current governors, but rather to the singular and future governor of Meereen, who shall serve under the Iron Throne. In the times to come, your faithful service shall be rewarded by the Iron Throne, elevating you to a noble lord of enduring legacy akin to that of Westeros. What could be more enticing for one who has narrowly escaped death and is disillusioned? Chapter 25. The Royal Council, Part 1. The continuous harvest feasts and tournaments have drawn countless lords from the 7 kingdoms to King's Landing, rendering this Royal Council exceptionally grand. This assembly not only includes the king, queen, heirs to the throne, and royal ministers, but also invites the eminent nobles from various regions residing in King's Landing. Many have even dubbed it the Great Council of the Year 297. In addition to the usual dignitaries attending the council, Queen Diana, Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone, and Prince Aegon of Harrenhal were present, alongside the newly appointed Lord Duncan of Oldtown and Lord Illyris of Duskendale. Duke Brynden from the north led his vassals, including the lords of Last Hearth, Barrowton, and White Harbor. Duke Tywin from the west guided his vassals. Count Castamere of the Rain family and Count Lannister of the Marbrand family, the Lord of the Vale, the young Lord Aedes, was accompanied to King's Landing by his regent. Lord Yone of the Stone of the Vale, the proud Rose of the Reach, Lord Mace, brought the largest entourage, including Lady Elwyn Oakhart of Old Oak, Lord Illister Florent of Brightwater Keep, Count Redwine of the Arbor, Count Lannister of Casterly Rock, and even the typically discreet Hightower family sent their heir, Ser Baelor. Duke Robert of Storm's End arrived with Count Karen of Nightsong and Count Swan of Stonehelm, while Dorne was represented by Princess Arianne, heir to Prince Doran, and Prince Oberyn. More numerous than the lords of the southern realms were the esteemed nobles of the kingdom, ranging from the Count of Enquan in the northern domain governed by Prince Aegon, the Count of Yenchong, and the Knights of the Blackwater River, to the loyal vassals of Her Majesty Queen Diana residing in the Crabclaw Peninsula, such as Count Bogus, Count Bren of Brown Hollow, Count Bren of Fear Fortress, Count Kleb of Whispering Castle, Count Kleb of Crabtip City, Count Hardy, and further to Count Rosby of Rosby City, Count Lake of Twilight Vale, Count Staunton of Crow's Roost, Lady Stroud of Stroudworth Castle, Count Harvard of Harvard City, Count Hogg of Sow's Point, Count Buckwell of Staghorn Fortress, as well as the esteemed vassals belonging to His Highness Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone, including Count Valerian of Tidal Isle, Count Setiga of Crab Isle, Count Balaman of Sharp Point, and Count Marseille of Stone Dance City. As for the Riverlands, the Tully family was regrettably absent from this grand assembly. The diminished Riverlands, aside from New Stone City, saw representatives from Twin River City, Stone Fence City, Crow Tree City, Travel Rest City, Yalan City, and Maritime City, each attending with their respective liege lords. This expanded royal council allowed participation from the principal noble lords of the 7 kingdoms. However, unless granted permission by the king, no lord aside from the dukes of the realms was permitted to speak. The gathering of numerous lords rendered the original council chamber exceedingly cramped, necessitating a relocation to the newly constructed Black Castle's Assembly Hall. Once the ministers and dukes took their seats at the table and placed the stone spheres representing their speaking rights into the designated slots, the vassals seated themselves behind their respective lords. To begin, I extend my gratitude to all noble lords for gracing this occasion with your presence. On behalf of House Targaryen, I warmly welcome you all. As customary, His Majesty the King commenced the proceedings with his address. Furthermore, I must announce a matter of great concern, the unfortunate passing of Duke John, which has left a significant responsibility in the hands of the king. Lord Tywin, might I inquire if you are willing to assume this grave duty? The king, as is his wont, delved directly into the matter at hand, proclaiming the appointment of the new prime minister with thunderous authority. The council had evidently grown accustomed to the king's manner, yet even Duke Tywin, a longtime friend of His Majesty, appeared momentarily taken aback by the abrupt announcement, which momentarily broke his usual calm demeanor. "It is my honor," Tywin Lannister replied. Though the lack of prior consultation caught him off guard, he did not decline the unexpected appointment. "Very well, if there are no objections from the esteemed lords, let us proceed to the next agenda item." The king surveyed the room, and the ministers of the royal council nodded in agreement. The lords of the kingdom, frequently present at such meetings, echoed their assent, while the vassals from the various realms began to grasp the situation. Yet, no one voiced opposition. All understood that the king's appointment of Duke Tywin, though sudden, was within the realm of expectation for one deemed capable of serving as the king's hand. Gaemon, the next topic is yours to present to the lords. Indeed, your majesty. Prince Gaemon rose and, after bowing to His Majesty the king, spoke. Since last year, the Night's Watch and the esteemed Maester Aemon have reported concerning the stirrings of the wildlings beyond the wall. It is said that a traitorous former Night's Watchman, who styles himself King Beyond the Wall by the name of Mance Rayder, is rallying the wildling tribes. Upon hearing the title of King Beyond the Wall, the assembled lords could not help but chuckle. In this era of ascending royal power in Westeros, to proclaim oneself a king is to eagerly invite the cleansing fire of dragons. However, my lords, if this were the sole matter at hand, it would hardly warrant your attention. Prince Gaemon paused and continued, according to certain reports from the Night's Watch, there are signs that some ancient and peculiar beings are awakening beyond the wall, those we refer to as the Others. Your Highness, an interjection came. You speak of the legendary Others. Were it not for the reverence owed to the heir of the Iron Throne, I fear that there would be more than just the impetuous Duke of Robert interrupting to inquire. Following the Duke's question, a cacophony erupted in the hall as the lords began to murmur among themselves. Silence. The newly appointed Duke Tywin took on the mantle of Prime Minister, restoring order to the assembly. My lords, decades ago, dragons were reborn. Thus, news of the Others should hardly be surprising, should it? Prince Aegon stepped forward to defend his father, stating, "The long summer shall end, and winter is coming. My lords, if you still harbor doubts, I believe that both Duke Brandon and Count John can clarify matters for you." Your Majesty, your Highness, my lords, John spoke. This year I have personally executed 3 runaway members of the Night's Watch. When captured, they were driven mad, desperate only to flee southward, and before their departure, they solemnly vowed to have witnessed their pale, ice-like brethren slaughtering their sworn brothers, wielding weapons as cold and sharp as ice, capable of shattering steel. After John's statement, he gestured to the last of the wall's defenders, Count John Umber, to step forward. This is a collection of weapons seized from a group of wildlings who crossed the wall. They do not bear the clean cuts of Valyrian steel, but it is evident that these implements can shatter iron with little more effort than chopping wood. John presented a bundle of shattered weapons wrapped in fur, and the assembly examined them closely. These weapons, torn and tattered, were still cherished by the wildlings, who valued iron as gold. I have brought them to Lord Brandon. The Duke believes this information to be of great significance to the realm. Thank you for your elucidation, Lord John. Prince Aegon picked up a fragment of iron. Addressing the lords, if this does not suffice to assuage your doubts, the next matter requires your utmost discretion. I do not wish for the 7 kingdoms to be aware of this. Ignorance is the source of fear. Just as the lords were left pondering what further evidence the prince might present to substantiate the existence of the Others, he stepped out of the council chamber. Through the window, the assembly beheld him entering a small garden outside the hall, where he appeared to whisper something to a tree at the center of the garden. 7 gods, what is that? A peculiar sprite, diminutive in stature, with deep chestnut skin and large ears, cast a restless glance around the council chamber. Prince Aegon gently patted the creature's floral crown atop its head in a gesture of reassurance. The children of the forest, Count Yorn exclaimed, his voice echoing through the hall. As a descendant of ancestors, the Royce family bore legends of the children of the forest that surpassed those of many noble lineages. Prince Aegon uttered something further, to which the sprite responded. The assembly held their breath, straining to catch the nuances of their exchange. However, it was not merely the distance that rendered their efforts futile. The sporadic sounds reaching them resembled the rustling of leaves in the forest or the gentle murmurs of flowing water. My lords, the king proclaimed gravely, the legendary children of the forest have indeed manifested. Therefore, the existence of the Others cannot be deemed implausible. His statement settled the matter with finality. Your Majesty, if this is true, what do you require of us? Duke Mace shifted uneasily in his seat, the blood of dragon lords coursing through him, unable to suppress the rose lineage of House Tyrell. Growing up amidst the blooming gardens of Highgarden, he found himself ill-equipped to confront the icy perils beyond. Provide the Night's Watch with any assistance within your means, and maintain absolute confidentiality regarding today's events. I insist this remains strictly between us, the king asserted, casting a stern look across the room. I shall dispatch Prince Gaemon north under the pretext of patrolling the northern territories to ascertain the situation at the wall firsthand. Before that, it is imperative we bolster our support for the Night's Watch. If the tales of the peculiar sprite are indeed true, then other legends are not far-fetched. The mythical dragonglass weapons said to combat the others have been discovered among the relics of ancient legions. I have also commanded the crafting of new dragonglass weapons on Dragonstone to be sent to the wall, Prince Gaemon added. My lords, let us remain calm. The others are not gods, nor are they invincible, Prince Aegon remarked with a smile as he re-entered the hall, drawing the attention of all. According to legend, 8,000 years ago, humanity united with giants and the children of the forest to defeat them. Today, what reason do we have to believe we cannot triumph once more? We have the children of the forest with us, and as for the giants, it appears the tales hold truth. Lord Jon, you truly possess the strength of giants within your bloodline. Huh? Prince Aegon's light-hearted words soothed the astonishment of the gathered lords. I am confident that our strength today far exceeds that of 8,000 years ago. As long as we unite around the Iron Throne, the others shall be forced to retreat to the lands of eternal winter. We have Prince Aegon. We have dragons. Lady Strickworth, as ever, was the most ardent supporter of Prince Aegon. Her exuberance elicited laughter from the assembly, restoring a sense of calm to the atmosphere. Yet, a few perceptive lords began to ponder the widely circulated prophecy. After a long summer, the stars shall weep blood, and Azor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, awakening the dragons within stone. Awakening the dragons within stone. Was there not one who had already roused 2 dragons from a petrified egg? Was it not said that the individual hailed from Dragonstone, the land of smoke and salt? Even at its inception, the crimson comet hung in the sky like a distant tear of blood, visible to all. Chapter 26, The Royal Council, Part 2. The unknown force is indeed formidable, yet the might of the dragons is universally acknowledged. Although the lords of the 7 kingdoms have not encountered the legendary others, they remain skeptical that even such mythical beings could contend with the divine power of the Dragon Kings, or withstand the overwhelming flames of the 9 dragons. Furthermore, the lords pledged their oath to the gods to safeguard the secrets of this day and assured the king that upon returning to their respective lands, they would provide the Night's Watch with all feasible resources and financial support. They also vowed to encourage any unentitled men yearning for honor in their households to venture to the wall, offering them persuasion and supplies, as well as to expel lawbreakers from their fiefs to the wall. Lord Tywin, returning to the Royal Council after many years, decided to commence his debut as the king's new advisor following the announcement of this momentous affair by the king and his heirs. Your Majesty, esteemed lords, since your ascension to the throne, the royal treasury and funds have steadily flourished. Hence, in addition to the traditional role of the Minister of Finance, it is customary to appoint an assistant to the Minister of Finance, with the chief royal treasurer aiding in the management of the kingdom's finances and overseeing royal accounts. After a brief pause, Tywin continued, although the traitor Peter met a just fate for his conspiracies, we must concede that his tenure was notably effective. I believe it is now time to find a suitable candidate to fill the void he has left. Your Majesty, the financial acumen of the Riverlands people is well recognized, and Lord Roose has splendidly demonstrated his capabilities. I believe my son, Kevin, would complement Lord Roose well in serving the Iron Throne. Tywin was interrupted by the eager recommendation of Duke Mace. Duke Mace, I think it prudent to allow the Prime Minister to complete his statement, interjected the scholar Pishel, who predictably stood up for Lord Tywin. Their close collaboration dated back over 20 years when Tywin served as the Prime Minister. As for your son, I fear the esteemed lords present have not had the fortune to witness his exceptional financial skills. The roles of Assistant Minister of Finance and Chief Royal Treasurer are, without a doubt, pivotal to the Iron Throne and require an individual of outstanding experience. Duke Mace, Scholar Pishel, allow me to speak, Prince Gaemon interjected, halting the impending dispute. Lord Max Cox, the Earl of Saltpans in the north, had not only tripled the scale of his domain, but also saw the production of salt flourish, which became highly sought after in the Riverlands and the Vale. His contributions to the crown had increased 8-fold over the years, earning him the title of Earl. I believe he would be a fitting candidate for the positions of Assistant Minister of Finance and Chief Royal Treasurer. Lord Tywin understood. His ally, the king, would not permit any single power to expand unchecked. His role as the Prime Minister meant that the influence of the West would not grow in King's Landing, but rather diminish. Tywin realized that his probing must come to an end. Fortunately, that ostentatious golden rose had diverted the dissatisfaction of the mighty dragon for him, and Mestrel's interruption spared him the embarrassment of a recommendation being rejected by the king. Your Majesty, the recommendation of Prince Gaemon is most appropriate, Tywin declared, gracefully withdrawing, leaving the disgruntled Duke Mest and the proud bachelor Pishel behind. Little did he know that his former colleague and friend, Duke Tywin, had resolved to keep his distance. The king surveyed the ministers gathered around the council table, the hand of the king, Duke Tywin, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Earl Mattis, the Master of Whisperers, Lord Varys, the Admiral of the Navy, Earl Stannis, Sir Jailer of the Kingsguard, the Lord Chancellor, Earl Titus, Bachelor Pishel, and the newly appointed Chief Royal Treasurer, Earl Max, who could now attend the council after the king's reforms. The structure of the council met his requirements. Yet it was time to seek a replacement for the aging and shameless Pishel. The character of Coburn, close to Aegon and less entangled with the Citadel, was commendable. After coordinating with Uncle Jaehaerys to reform the church, it was time to prioritize the dismantling of the Citadel. As the king pondered these matters, he also attended to several straightforward affairs. He then listened to the reports from the guardians of various regions, as well as the expressions of loyalty and petitions from the noble families towards the king and the royal family. Throughout the subsequent discussions, Duke Tywin unexpectedly remained calm and silent, seemingly still adapting to his new role. In truth, he was quietly observing the king and the council. He noted that in the 20 years of his absence, the council had undergone significant changes. The current king commanded the council with a presence akin to his own among the vassals of the West. It was time to adjust his approach and engage in deeper discussions with the king and the two princes, Tywin mused inwardly. The Earl of Mandrill from White Harbor petitioned the king, hoping to integrate the White Harbor fleet into the Royal Trade Alliance, thereby enjoying the most favored trade status with Bravos, Pintos, Tyrosh, and Volantis. The king expressed his approval. Regent Yorn of the Vale requested that the king adopt young Duke Aedes, believing that the climate of Eagle's Nest was unsuitable for the young duke's health. He contended that the multitude of heirs congregating in King's Landing could greatly facilitate the young duke's initiation into knighthood, asserting that the weak were destined to fail in ruling the Vale. Of course, the unspoken reasons behind Lord Yorn's request were well understood by all: to mend relations with the royal family and possibly secure a betrothal with one of the eligible princesses. Prince Gaemon stood in for the king as the adoptive father of young Duke Aedes, additionally enlisting several noble heirs from the Vale as attendants to accompany the young duke. The Duke of Storm's End, Robert, expressed his desire to accompany Prince Gaemon northward. Upon hearing tales from beyond the wall, Robert concluded that his years of tournaments across the Seven Kingdoms were mere child's play. This spirited and wayward duke discovered a newfound enthusiasm to venture into the north and engage with wildlings and even the peculiar elves. The king and Prince Gaemon acquiesced to Robert's request. Duke Mace of the Reach, disheartened after his recommendation was dismissed, found solace in the aspirations of his vassals, the Tarleys, Oakheart, and Redwine families, who sought to send their heirs as attendants to Prince Aegon. Regaining his composure, Duke Mace also proposed his second son, Garland, and his youngest, Loras. Thus, Prince Aegon gained 5 new attendants. The Hightower family of Old Town petitioned the king, seeking to join their Old Town Bank in a grand monetary alliance with the Crownland's Royal Bank, the Iron Bank of Bravos, and the Valyrian Bank within the Black Walls of Volantis. The king firmly declined, stating that the only bank in Westeros authorized for dealings with the Eastern Continent was the Royal Bank of King's Landing. The Old Town Bank could invest in the Royal Bank by transferring a proportion of its deposits. Furthermore, His Majesty urged the Hightowers to swiftly locate and return the dragon egg belonging to Prince Maegor, lost amidst the Bloodstone dance, and sternly reprimanded them for their night's unauthorized occupation of 3 islands discovered by the late Elissa Farman's fleet in the Sunset Sea, demanding immediate cessation and the surrender of all gains to the crown. All profits derived from the fleet, obtained through the illicit theft and sale of royal dragon eggs, rightfully belonged to the crown. Observing the trembling Sir Baelor, uncertain of how to respond, most lords relished the spectacle. Since the ascension of His Majesty King Aegon VI, the Hightower family had gradually adopted a low profile following multiple setbacks against the Bloodstone dance. Yet the lords began to perceive the remarkable power concealed within this seemingly unassuming family, which could rival the strength of any noble house. In the Riverlands, Count Marist of the Marin family petitioned the crown, urging the Iron Throne to reprimand and even punish the lords of the Iron Islands who were secretly pillaging. The king entrusted this matter to Prince Duncan. As for Riverrun, Lord Frey, after extolling his progeny in various praises, expressed a desire to offer his best offspring, preferably several pairs, as attendants to Prince Aegon and Princess Rhaenys, despite the king's evident impatience. To Lord Walder's delight, the prince accepted his twins, Olivar and Rosalind, as a squire and maid. He politely declined Lord Walder's incessant additional recommendations. Lastly, Princess Arianne from Dorne proposed several of her illegitimate cousins as handmaidens for Princess Nymeria. Although the lords from the Reach and Stormlands deemed it an affront to the noble princess to employ bastards as attendants, the king chose to honor Dorne's customs and accepted the handmaidens. The recent royal council concluded successfully amidst a wave of joyous sentiments. Yet the ripples it created in the hearts of the nobles shall linger for an extended period. Chapter 27. Dragon, Lion, Rose. Ha. Are you suggesting that foolish Rose dared to propose her limping heir as the royal treasurer to His Majesty the King? Lady Olenna Redwine, the Thorn Queen, listened with delight as her son, Prince Loras, recounted the proceedings of the council, eager to pledge loyalty to their new sovereign. The amiable Prince Gaemon and the self-effacing Duke Mace were saved from the king's rejection. Lady Olenna harbored an unusual obsession with mocking Lord Tyrell. Mother, how could you say such things in front of everyone? The composed Lady Lara Hightower interjected. Silence, woman. It appears you have not absorbed any lessons from His Majesty's teachings. Do not interject while I speak with my son, and refrain from calling me mother. If you emerged from my womb, I surely would remember. If Lady Olenna's most detested individual in the south was the haughty Princess Sharera, her second greatest disdain was reserved for her daughter-in-law from House Hightower. Loras, I fail to comprehend what enchantment this woman has cast upon you. You resolutely chose to marry her, not only forfeiting your favor before His Majesty, but also jeopardizing your progeny. Lady Olenna tenderly stroked her grandson, Mace's brilliant silver hair, lamenting that he should have become a dragon knight like his father, the valiant demon. According to the king's latest family decree, the king's brothers and their descendants would lose the right to ride dragons after 2 generations, while the children of the king's non-heirs would lose this privilege after 3 generations. Many throughout the 7 kingdoms speculated that this regulation stemmed from Prince Loras's insistence on marrying the daughter of House Hightower, which reminded the king of the blood dragon frenzy associated with the core of House Hightower. Furthermore, your actions once incited the foolish half-rose, Sharera, to persuade His Majesty to strip you of your dragon rider status. The wretched Rose either truly devolved from dragon to rose, forgetting that a dragon has but one rider, or she maliciously conspired to incite the king to execute you. Lady Olenna, whenever mentioning the Lady of House Tyrell, would not offer her a courteous title and even privately referred to her as the dragon harlot. She once sought to marry Prince Jaehaerys, alas. Our esteemed High Septon was solely devoted to serving the 7 and remained loyal to the crown. She later attempted to entice your father, her brother, Prince Daemon. Yet she fell short in her scheming. Oh, do not look at me like that, children. Your father and grandfather were always quite enamored with me. He lacked the energy to expend on that woman. Mother. Even Prince Loras could no longer tolerate it and interjected. How can you speak of such matters in front of the children? Thankfully, Prince Aegon has yet to arrive for the feast. Fool, do you think I am like you? I would never speak such things in front of Prince Aegon. Mace, lift your spirits. Only a true dragon knows who possesses the genuine blood of the Dragon King. You are a true Targaryen, unlike those foolish roses. Your inept father has not fought for your right to servitude, but I shall. What? Father? You wish for me to relinquish my position as the deputy commander of the knights to serve as the prince's proxy knight. Within House Lannister, only Jaime Lannister dares to audaciously question Lord Tywin's decisions. Do you have any idea how many aspire to this position across the 7 kingdoms? Although His Highness has never explicitly stated it, I firmly believe I am the most likely candidate for the role of Chief Deputy Commander. Tywin fixed his sharp green gaze upon his heir, and, once he had regained his composure, spoke. Use your intellect, Jaime. Do not allow your fingers to dictate your thoughts. It is common knowledge that His Majesty is dissatisfied with the royal armed forces directly under the Iron Throne. The king commands a standing army of 10,000, with the potential to summon 50,000. The City Watch boasts 9,000 gold cloaks, and His Majesty intends to create an additional force of 10,000, which will undoubtedly expand upon your King's Guard. Should I not remain then? With me, Adam, and Lyle present, along with the incoming William, Martin, and Tyrion, Which realm across the seven kingdoms could rival us? Indeed, none can compare, which makes us the prime target for His Majesty's first strike. Not only you, but Adam will also withdraw, returning to the Westerlands instead of remaining in King's Landing. William, Martin, and Tyrion will not join the Kingsguard, and I shall recommend Martin as the prince's squire. What of Myrcella's betrothal to the prince? That is to be set aside for now. As the hand of the king, I have become a target, and the Lannister family requires discretion at this juncture. The days ahead will determine whether we can thrive alongside dragons for a millennium or, like foolish Hightower, shatter ourselves in the quest for greater heights. However, there is no however. You are my son. You are the heir of House Lannister. You must understand that you will eventually inherit the Westerlands. The prominence of King's Landing holds no benefit for your future. Your task is to become a trusted confidant of His Highness. Perhaps one day, you may occupy my current position, but the Lannisters cannot overreach. Desiring everything will lead to losing everything before His Majesty. As Lady Olenna of House Targaryen educated her descendants in Duskendale, the mistress of Highgarden and protector of the South, Princess Shira unleashed her fury upon her son. Your father may not be the sharpest, but at least he understands the gravity of matters. And you, my son, are neither a rose nor possess a drop of true dragon blood. You are nothing but an inflatable fish. Princess Shira shouted at Duke Mace. Duke Mace, upon hearing his mother refer to him as an inflatable fish, felt his face redden. What, are you displeased? Shira waved her dragon-headed scepter. What makes you think His Majesty would allow the people of the South to control the economic lifeblood of the realm? Grandmother, I believe father merely wishes to prevent Lord Tywin's recommendation and, in a moment of desperation, suggested my brother. Marjorie Tyrell gently reassured her grandmother while explaining her father's intentions. Should we still intervene? His Majesty the King would not permit Tywin to wield excessive power in the council. However, we must ensure our voices are heard in King's Landing. Indeed, we require a presence, but not these inconsequential positions. Rather, we aspire to be by the side of the true dragon. In her youth, Shira yearned for the might of dragons, yet in her generation, only her brother Daeron managed to tame one. Conversely, her brother Duncan's descendants have produced 4 dragon riders consecutively. And combined with Queen Diana, the Targaryen lineage now boasts 5 dragon riders, commanding 7 dragons. Were it not for Aerys' control over the only 2 remaining dragons of the secondary line. Do you believe that the incompetent Lord of Duskendale would dare to incite such a multitude to secretly defy the bannermen of the Reach? The king would never allow such a situation to unfold. Yet here we are. Even the king cannot wield control over everything. Shira paused, holding her scepter. You too possess the blood of the true dragons, my little Mary. If I can unite you with Aegon, the Targaryen house will enjoy peace and security in the south for decades, if not centuries. Mother, but, no buts, Mace, you must heed my counsel. Just as I did not permit you to wed the girl from House Hightower, remember? Look at Aerys now. The dragons in his possession are destined to be relinquished. Grandmother, I have heard that besides Princess Naerys, the royal couple favors Princess Daenerys? The Vale can no longer provide sufficient support for Daenerys. His Majesty will surely understand who to wed in order to fortify Aegon's future reign. I trust that my brother's valor will also be acknowledged by the prince. Yes, with Garland and Loras assisting you in King's Landing, I can return to the south to oversee your inept father and those disobedient bannermen. Furthermore, I have heard that woman has invited Aegon to visit. Marjorie, go and extend an invitation to Aegon to meet my aging, immobile great-aunt. Chapter 28, Dragon, Wolf, Stag. After the naming day tournament of Princess Nerys and the momentous council meeting destined to be etched in the annals of Westerosi history, the lords of the realms bid farewell to the king and commenced their journeys homeward. Meanwhile, Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone chose to accompany Duke Brandon on a tour of the north, joined by Duke Robert of Storm's End and Ser Ed of the Kingsguard. Prince Gaemon opted not to ride a dragon, instead choosing to gallop alongside the others on horseback along the King's Road. Your Highness, while I believe you could master a dragon, the truth is that the skills of the princess in horsemanship far surpass your own, Duke Robert remarked. Robert, closely connected to the royal family, is the grandson of Princess Rhaella of House Targaryen, who is the sister of the diminutive Prince Duncan, making him a cousin to Prince Gaemon. Robert, you ought to consider shedding a few pounds, Gaemon jested, turning to pat Robert's ample belly with a chuckle. At this rate, I fear there may not be a steed in the 7 kingdoms capable of bearing your weight. Sir Eddard could not help but smile faintly. In his childhood, as the adopted son of Lord John, the Duke of Eagle's Nest, Eddard had forged a profound brotherly bond with Robert. Over a decade ago, Robert ascended to the title of Duke of Storm's End, while Eddard became a member of the Kingsguard. The responsibilities of the Kingsguard, coupled with Robert's status as one of the few great nobles in service to the Iron Throne, rendered Eddard unable to counsel his brother against some of Robert's reckless behaviors. However, their cousin, the esteemed heir to the Iron Throne, Gaemon, often managed to curtail Robert's excesses. Ha ha ha, Robert, fret not. This journey to the north shall include a visit to the Vale, where the steeds of House Royce are renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Surely, there will be one capable of bearing your weight. Eddard's jest brought delight to Lyanna, who found amusement in Robert's predicament. While she disapproved of some of the actions of Cersei, the Duchess of Storm's End, her disdain for Robert's debauchery was far more pronounced. If Gaemon represented a familial and status-based constraint on Robert, then Lyanna seemed to embody his natural adversary. Nevertheless, her words provided Robert with an opportunity for banter. Speaking of the Vale, can the steed of House Royce possibly rival the one ridden by Lord Brandon? Robert winked at the crowd. In his youth, the name of Brandon Stark, the Wolf of the North, resounded across the North and indeed the Seven Kingdoms, capturing the hearts of countless northern maidens, among whom the most notable was undeniably Lady Baelish, the cherished daughter of the Earl of Royce. The two had even contemplated matrimony. But the plans of the old Duke of Winterfell, Rickard, to send the wolf southward not only led to Lyanna Stark becoming the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms, but also secured a match between his heir Brandon and the eldest daughter of House Tully, the current Duchess of Winterfell, Catelyn. Speaking of Brandon, have you truly resolved to let Cregan join the Night's Watch? As an aunt, Lyanna was not only concerned about her legitimate nieces and nephews, but also took a keen interest in the bastards of her two brothers. By the Seven, Lord Brandon, that bastard of yours will undoubtedly become one of the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. His prowess with dual greatswords is reminiscent of the late Cregan Stark of the North. Robert held Cregan Snow, Brandon's bastard, in high regard. In King's Landing, he was one of the few opponents Robert could face in a one-on-one duel. He chooses the path he wishes to tread. Each generation of the Stark family has had its members join the Night's Watch. Our brother Benjen is one, is he not? Everyone must bear the weight of their past choices and actions. A hint of bitterness shadowed Brandon Stark's heart. Had Cregan been his legitimate heir, he would have been the unequivocal choice for succession. Alas, it was not to be. Eddard felt a deep empathy for his brother's anguish. The sole memory that Ashera left him was Jon, yet he could not provide the child with a legitimate lineage. Reflecting on the boy's earnest request, Eddard dared to speak. Brother, let Jon join Cregan in the Night's Watch as a noble sworn brother. They are bound by blood, and they shall also be brothers in oath. Gaemon expresses his approval and admiration for the Stark family's decision to join the Night's Watch, particularly in this perilous time when the Wall faces not only the invasion of wildlings, but also the looming threat of the fabled White Walkers. Unlike Princess Lyanna, who chose to ride alongside the men, the households of Duke Brandon and Duke Robert opted for the comfort of the royal wheelhouse. Although the princess herself did not partake in the journey, the splendidly adorned and smoothly gliding royal carriage provided solace for both the two ladies and the children during their long trek. Cersei, despite her deep-seated reluctance to accompany her husband to the wild northern realms, found herself compelled by her father's insistence that she could not abandon her spouse in King's Landing, as well as her desire to cultivate a rapport with Princess Lyanna, hoping to facilitate a match between the latter and Prince Aegon for her daughter Myrcella. Lady Catelyn harbored great sympathy for Lady Cersei, although both had experienced their share of youthful indiscretions. Catelyn regarded her husband Brandon's conduct post-marriage as exemplary among the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. While she could tolerate the existence of her husband's earlier indiscretions, represented by the low-born bastards, she felt reassured by the fact that the greatest threat to Robb, the wretched Cregan Stark, had resolved to join the honorable Night's Watch. Lady Cersei, may the North grant you a memorable journey, yet I must caution that the conditions in Winterfell may not compare favorably even to those of Storm's End, let alone King's Landing. Although Catelyn was aware that Cersei shared ambitions of a royal alliance, the traditions of noble etiquette compelled her to extend courtesies to the Lannister guest. Moreover, despite the Lannisters' connection to the Iron Throne, her father now held the esteemed title of king, and her husband was a long-standing ally of the Targaryen family. You are too kind, Lady Catelyn. Should you ever find yourself at Storm's End, you will surely discover it to be a place beset by unrelenting winds, ceaseless rains, and frequent storms, far from delightful. If the two ladies were to find common ground, it would surely lie in their shared discomfort with their respective family domains and their nostalgia for their homelands. Lady Catelyn, now wed to the harsh north, often reminisced about the bountiful lands of her childhood in the Riverlands, yet found solace in the harmonious life she shared with her husband. Conversely, Lady Cersei, as the Duchess of Casterly Rock, preferred to remain in the resplendent King's Landing or frequently returned to her hometown of Casterly Rock. For its brightness and splendor far surpassed the damp, dark, and chilly atmosphere of Storm's End. While the adults engaged in their own conversations, the children formed their own little camaraderie. Sansa Stark had long since forged a close friendship with Myrcella Baratheon in King's Landing. They were aware of their mutual affection for the same individual, and both possessed the qualifications to become each other's marital partners. Yet the innate kindness of childhood made it difficult for them to harbor any ill feelings toward one another. As a girl, Arya Stark harbored a peculiar inclination towards practicing martial arts alongside boys like Bran Stark and Tommen Baratheon, while the younger Rickon Stark yearned to join them, but was perpetually denied. Thus, time meandered on during their journey northward. Meanwhile, Robb Stark, residing in Winterfell, found himself beset by troubles. Not merely the letter from his father instructing him to prepare for the arrival of his aunt and uncle, but also two urgent pleas for assistance from his bannermen. The fishing village on the stony shore had recently endured a relentless onslaught from pirates, and his friend, Benfred Tallheart, the heir of Torrhen Square, had ventured forth to investigate, only to recklessly fall victim to a surprise attack, resulting in the loss of several men from the north. Nonetheless, Benfred asserted that the assailants were undoubtedly Ironborn from the Iron Islands. Another grievance, this time from House Hornwood, particularly vexed Robb. Count Horace Hornwood insisted that a bastard son of Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort had crossed the border and assaulted two villages belonging to House Hornwood, committing heinous acts that the gods themselves could not forgive. Regarding Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, Robb found him to be one of the most enigmatic bannermen of the North. While the man might show deference to his father, the Duke of Brandon, he did not extend the same respect towards Robb. The thought of Roose Bolton's pale gray, almost colorless eyes filled Robb with an indescribable dread. Though he resolutely masked his fear, should his father travel south with the family, only he and Theon would remain to govern Winterfell. However, rather than entrust Theon with the task of confronting the Ironborn, who might be his own kin, Robb had no choice but to send him to face the very lord that instilled fear within him. Theon, convey my orders as the acting Lord of Winterfell and heir to the north. Instruct Lord Bolton to investigate the border incursions and bring the culprits to Winterfell to await my father's judgment. With that, Robb and Theon parted ways outside Winterfell, each embarking on their respective missions. Do not worry, Robb. I shall capture that wretched little skinchanger for you. In stark contrast to Robb's apprehension, Theon exuded confidence, evidently believing that the Ironborn would not dare to play tricks on him, the adopted son of the North's protector, Duke Brandon. Additionally, Robb, I have written to my father, Lord Balon. Surely some Ironborn would dare to flout the laws of the Iron Throne and resume their plundering ways. Perhaps by the time you reach the stony shore, my father's men will have already apprehended the mastermind. As their paths diverged, Robb remained troubled by the dual challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 29. The invitation from Sunspear and King's Landing. Prince Oberyn Martell thrived, reveling in the pleasures of the city, which offered a plethora of delights far exceeding those of Sunspear, particularly for one who cherished the joys of intimacy irrespective of gender. Grateful to the illustrious King Aegon VI and the diligent Duke Stephen of House Rosby, the three had collectively forged the magnificent city of King's Landing. Prince Oberyn rarely bestows such commendation upon the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. After 269 years of conquest, amidst the blood and fire of the Summerhall, and a decade following the resurrection of the dragons, His Majesty King Aegon VI, having restored the grandeur of the Iron Throne of House Targaryen, announced an ambitious plan for the transformation of King's Landing. The two brothers-in-law of Aegon VI, Lord Tyrell of Highgarden and Lord Stephen of Storm's End, subsequently undertook this formidable task. After a span of 17 years, the transformation was ultimately completed. The independent Red Keep on Aegon's Hill gained two companions, the Black Keep and the White Keep. The ruins of the former Dragon Pit underwent extensive renovation, and the greatest blight of King's Landing, the Flea Bottom, was reimagined as the Starry Community. Most importantly, a comprehensive elevated water supply system was established, along with an underground drainage system that flows directly to the sea, as well as a series of public green parks and bathhouses for the common citizens of King's Landing. Prince Oberyn, I presume your invitation was not merely to discuss the renovations of King's Landing? Prince Aegon politely declined the services of a silver-haired girl from Lys and two brown-skinned girls from the Slaver's Bay. Your betrothal to Naerys does not imply that you have forfeited your rights to indulge with others, Oberyn remarked, refilling the prince's glass with Dornish summer red. The Dornish are never averse to passion outside of marriage. Of course, Naerys, as you are well aware, would make a loyal wife to a devoted husband. Much like my esteemed sister, Elia. I am grateful for your generous invitation, yet I believe my enthusiasm should not be squandered here. Prince Aegon remained non-committal regarding Prince Oberyn's intention to reserve this exquisite and elegant inn for an extended period. However, those with keen insight would recognize that this establishment, once the property of Lord Peter, is now owned by the enchanting Lady Helen, a beauty from Lys. Yet, few are aware of her secret benefactor, none other than the heir to the Iron Throne, Prince Aegon. Ah, you remind me of my brother, Prince Daeron, Oberyn mused, shrugging his shoulders. Although he found the conversation rather dull, he could not deny that Aegon would be a fitting suitor for his niece, Princess Nerys. My brother hopes you will visit Sunspear. I trust my invitation does not offend you. Aegon raised his glass. Prince Oberyn, I fear I am not as rigid as you might suppose. I too plan to journey to Dorne to visit Prince Daeron. Our intentions align. The king wholeheartedly supported both Prince Daeron's invitation and Prince Aegon's travel plans. Meanwhile, Princess Elia, who had opted not to accompany Prince Gaemon on his northern tour, chose not to return to her homeland of Dorne. Aegon, please convey my regards to my brother. The gradually weakening Princess Illyria is ill-suited for long journeys. Although she cannot meet Prince Daolong, the presence of Oberyn in King's Landing brings her solace, as everything from her homeland in Dorne seems to envelop her. After giving birth to Prince Aemond, the scholars unanimously deemed her body unfit for further childbearing. Yet, the princess insisted on conceiving once more, and the anticipated miscarriage only exacerbated her frail condition. Rest assured, I shall care for Namelia. And regarding Prince Daolong, Prince Aegon smiled, stating, though I have not had the honor of meeting him before, we have been pen pals for many years. Princess Namelia also expressed her commitment to look after Aegon. Unlike her mother Illyria, Namelia outwardly embodies the essence of a true Dornish woman, yet deep within her flows the warrior blood of House Targaryen. Indeed, as Prince Oberyn remarked, they both share the inherited gifts of their legendary ancestor, Queen Namelia, a formidable warrior. This revelation surprised Princess Illyria, who had devoted her thoughts solely to her two children over the years. While she deeply loves her husband, Prince Gaemon, he does not belong to her alone. I always thought Daolong to be an introverted individual. I did not anticipate that you would get along so well, Illyria mused, unaware that her brother, Prince Daolong, had already established some connection with Prince Aegon prior to this encounter. In truth, Gaemon's two marriages have created a delicate relationship between Dorne and the North. While both Illyria and Lyanna can coexist amicably and treat each other's children with civility, the outside world remains skeptical of their genuine friendship. The previous generation, Queen Aerys and Queen Diana, maintained a relatively good rapport, largely because Diana had given birth to Prince Gaemon at an early age, leaving no doubt regarding the Iron Throne's rightful heir. However, after Queen Aerys' tragic death following the birth of Princess Daenerys, their relationship remained frozen in the harmonious days of their youth. Yet to this day, some recall the controversy surrounding the claim to the Iron Throne that arose after the untimely death of Princess Illyria's eldest daughter, Visenya, which involved Princess Namelia and Princess Lyanna. I am pleased that you can accept one another, Princess Illyria said, placing Namelia's hand into Aegon's palm, interlocking their fingers. I too carry the blood of House Targaryen, and I believe you understand better than I. Only the Dragon King can break the pact of the dragon. Princess Illyria spoke solemnly. Your union extinguishes all discordant voices. The tragedy of the Blood Dragon's wild dance can be averted. Aegon, Dorne will remain loyal to you and your bloodline under Daolong's leadership. Namelia shall be your Visenya, and in the future, Aemond will also become your faithful servant. Aegon remembered Princess Illyria as a gentle and sensitive soul, instinctively maintaining a distance from the court and politics. She is more alienated from this court and city than her mother, Princess Lyanna, who hails from the north. I will cherish Namelia for life. And if the seven gods grant us favor, we shall bear a firstborn son, who will be my undisputed heir, Aegon assured Princess Illyria. Princess Elia paid little heed to the constraints regarding the firstborn in Aegon's assurances. Hailing from Dorne, she was acutely aware that the Seven Kingdoms adhered not to Dorne's laws, but to the unyielding male primogeniture established through the Great Council of 101 and the bloody power struggles of the Targaryen dynasty. Brother, I hear you are going to Dorne. May I accompany you? Young Prince Aemond hurried back from his training with the Red Keep's maesters, having learned of his siblings' impending journey. No, we shall ride dragons there, and you are not yet capable of enduring a prolonged voyage upon their backs. In the presence of all, Nerys remained the gentle princess, except when facing her younger brother. Aemond, your gaze holds no sway over me, Nerys remarked, and you must concede, a long journey in the sky is beyond your tender years. Aegon knelt and affectionately ruffled Aemond's unruly silver hair. Then you shall not be taking little Jane, correct? She is of my age. Aemond. He chuckled. You are both far too young for dragon riding. Do not forget, I was 7 when I first mounted a dragon. Aegon tousled Aemond's resilient silver locks once more. However, should you both exhibit commendable behavior, I shall take you for a few circles around King's Landing before we depart. Rest assured, brother, I shall surely perform far better than little Jane. You must take me flying several times. Observing the joyful camaraderie among her 3 children, Elia felt a genuine warmth swell within her. She cherished her children deeply, even more so than her husband. Yet, she found it impossible to extend the same affection towards the offspring of her husband's other partner. She neither disliked nor particularly favored the 4 children. Now witnessing Aegon, who had truly embraced Aemond as a brother and was forging a betrothal with her daughter, she sensed that he, like her own children, was a soul who fervently prayed for the blessings of both the old and new gods. Chapter 30. The warning of Prince Daemon. Prince Daemon had not departed from the Water Gardens in many years, yet as the Prince of Dorne, he maintained an unwavering grip on all matters concerning Dorne. If Prince Oberyn inherited the warrior's bloodline of Queen Nerys, then Prince Daemon bore the indomitable spirit of the renowned Princess Maria of Dorne. Your Highness, a letter from Prince Oberyn. Prince Aegon has accepted your invitation and shall visit Sunspear in the company of Princess Nerys, reported the loyal captain of the guard, Aeliohoda. In Dorne, the people revered and obeyed the Martell family's rule, though not all were compliant. For instance, the Blood Noble, the Earl of Illyria, and the House of Illyria, protectors of the Stone Road, held titles that far surpassed the then lesser Martell family of Sunspear, which was but a corner of the Sandship Fortress before Queen Nerys and her people landed. In modern times, during the Blackfyre Rebellion, the House of Illyria supported Daemon Blackfyre and faced punishment following the rebellion's failure. Decades ago, the conflict between Prince Oberyn and the former Earl of Illenwood not only compelled Prince Daelon to entrust his eldest son as an adopted heir to the current Earl of Illenwood for nurturing, but also relinquished numerous interests that rightfully belonged to House Martell. Has Lord Anders received any correspondence? The current Earl of Illenwood, Lord Anders, stands as a staunch supporter of Prince Daelon. The prince believes that Lord Anders maintains a favorable attitude towards the union between Prince Aegon and Lady Nymelia, viewing the alliance with the heir to the Iron Throne as advantageous for Dorne's position within the 7 Kingdoms, particularly in light of the impending alliance between House Targaryen and the Duke of Storm's End in the Borderlands. As Prince Daelon gazed upon the children of Dorne frolicking in the pools of the Water Gardens, he reflected on how, since the establishment of the Water Gardens and the union with House Targaryen, children here, regardless of noble or common birth, are entitled to play freely once more. For Prince Daelon, as long as the reasonable rights of Dorne are safeguarded, it is imperative to comply with, if not support, the prevailing rule of the Iron Throne. Unfathomable tidings from across the narrow sea have led Prince Daelon to deem it necessary to inform the heir to the Iron Throne, marking the beginning of a fruitful collaboration between them. The Orange Dragon, Vhagar, though not the largest in stature, is certainly the swiftest among the 9 dragons of House Targaryen, often referred to as the Orange Lightning by many Westelanders in Dorne and the Borderlands. Now, the Dornish people could behold Vhagar soaring through the skies, accompanied by a massive black silhouette that intermittently emerged from the clouds. The Black Death too. Nobles and commoners alike were awestruck by the colossal form of the Black Dragon. Nidhogg, measuring over 100 meters in length, with a wingspan nearly double its body length. Its formidable crown was as hard and dark as steel, while the area surrounding its eyes and extending to its wings glowed a vivid crimson. Indeed, for the people of Dorne, Storm's End, the Riverlands, and the Westerlands, those who had endured the fiery baptism of the Black Death, Vhagar, the Black Dragon Nidhogg was more commonly referred to as Black Death too. For those who had witnessed Nidhogg's searing, almost obsidian flames effortlessly melting stone and steel, it was akin to the reincarnation of the Black Death itself. Nymelia gently patted Vhagar's back, and the synchronized dragon instantly grasped the knight's intent, gracefully reducing speed to cautiously approach the Black Dragon. Vhagar, you have a long flight ahead together. Let us grow accustomed to one another, just as Wormsoul and Silverwing did. Nymelia proclaimed. I fear that even with wisdom akin to theirs, I cannot fathom what you mean by Wormsoul and Silverwing, Aegon shouted, although both dragons had slowed their pace. The winds at such heights rendered it impossible for him to lower his voice. Unexpectedly, although Nidhogg could not fully comprehend the sentiments of the two, he discerned their apparent lack of appreciation for his intellect. Instantly, he let out a displeased roar and soared into the air, delivering a minor lesson to his companion on his back. On one side, Fenrir, though still greatly intimidated by the Black Dragon, grasped the rider's intentions and remained by Nidhogg's side. Among the 7 dragons that hatched in the blood and fire of the Summerhall, Nidhogg was the strongest at birth, exhibiting the fastest growth, the most intense flame, and the fiercest temperament. Apart from the white dragon Jormungandr, whose size was somewhat comparable, the other dragons held him in respectful awe. Interestingly, the twin dragons born alongside Prince Aegon, known as True Gold and Secret Silver, showed no fear of him, which scholars attributed to a mysterious bond formed among the 3 shared riders. Haha, Aegon, see? Even Nidhogg does not acknowledge your words. Aegon glanced helplessly at his flamboyant black dragon companion and his delightfully amused sister. This is my first time stepping onto Dorne's soil, Namelia. Is that Islandwood ahead? Aegon chose to change the subject. Before them, by the shores of the Dornish Sea, a sandstone castle stood majestically atop a hill, surrounded by fertile lands and dense forests, with the air imbued with a fresh and sweet fragrance. It could be said that in the predominantly arid Dorne, this place was a veritable treasure trove of natural beauty. Indeed, that is Islandwood Castle. Welcome to Dorne, Aegon. Upon entering Dorne, Aegon and Namelia did not hasten to Sunspear, but instead visited Islandwood, Vance, and Gendry cities, and even spent a delightful 2 days in the bustling town of Plank before finally arriving at Sunspear via a detour through the Soul Hill. The lords of Dorne held a favorable impression of Prince Aegon, perhaps due to the widespread knowledge of his betrothal to Princess Namelia, his strikingly handsome appearance, or his unparalleled skills that distinguished him among the 7 kingdoms. Indeed, while the lords of Dorne warmly welcomed the prince and princess, some indomitable Dornish warriors challenged Aegon, who had not mounted his dragon. The prince swiftly demonstrated the disparity between them without bruising the pride and resilience of the Dornish. Prince Aegon, I have long anticipated our meeting, and this awaited encounter is indeed worthwhile, remarked Prince Dowlong, who rarely emerged from the flowing garden to welcome esteemed guests of the Iron Throne. I too have eagerly awaited this meeting, Prince Dowlong. The two exchanged smiles, and Namelia felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity between them despite it being their first encounter. My vassals are quite impressed with you, and even some who once opposed our proposed union now concede that your betrothal to Namelia would indeed bring glory to Dorne. Prince Dowlong personally guided the prince and princess into the flowing garden, while Aelio Hoda led the guards to maintain a respectful distance, ensuring their privacy during the conversation. Prince Aegon, I believe we have come to know each other quite well, so I shall speak candidly. You have earned the loyalty of Dorne, your highness, my vassals, and I shall remain steadfastly loyal to the Iron Throne and its heirs. I am grateful for your trust. I believe that the bond between myself and Namelia shall perpetuate the enduring friendship between the Targaryens and Martells until the end of time. Since you have spoken candidly, I too shall inquire directly. Your invitation, I presume, extends beyond mere congratulations regarding my union with Namelia. Prince Aegon anticipated that Prince Daelor would have matters of great importance to communicate. Is there something you cannot articulate in writing? Your perceptiveness is as keen as ever. Your Highness, the current reign of the Iron Throne is remarkably secure across the 7 kingdoms, while conflicts may arise among the lords. I perceive no substantial threats to the Iron Throne's stability. However, across the narrow sea, a tempest brews, Your Highness. Are you referring to Daenerys Targaryen, who has wed the call of the Dothraki and Pentos, or to Aegon Targaryen, who, after escaping Pentos, has visited Lys and Volantis before leading a fleet to the Slaver's Bay? Your sources are indeed impressive. Yes, Your Highness, all present a formidable threat. Yet the gravest peril lies not solely with the Targaryens, but rather with the Targaryens and the dragon eggs. Aside from the dragon egg presented by the deceased governor of Pentos at the wedding, credible reports confirm that Aegon Targaryen possesses another. Prince Daelor shares his intelligence. Furthermore, if I may speak frankly, your uncle, Viserys Targaryen, may also represent an unpredictable variable. It is said that he has journeyed to the Slaver's Bay, proclaiming himself the Dragon King of House Targaryen, the true blood of the dragon, the 5th in the line of succession to the Iron Throne, and the genuine protector of the eastern realms of the 7 kingdoms, the sole ruler of the Vale, and the true Duke of Eagle's Nest. I fear that his actions could not only tarnish the reputation of the royal family on the eastern continent, but also adversely affect the impression of the Vale's subjects towards the crown. Chapter 31. Viserys' Journey to the Slaver's Bay, Part 1. Having been cast out of Westeros by his father, Prince Viserys initially chose the same destination as many of his exiled Targaryen ancestors, the free cities of trade. However, The overwhelming influence of his numerous nieces and nephews in Pentos and Tyrosh, along with the hostility of Lys and Myr towards the Dragon King's family, rendered these conventional choices untenable for him. Braavos may welcome a scion of the Dragon King's bloodline, but the local humid environment is ill-suited for a true dragon. It was Volantis that detained Viserys for a considerable time, until ultimately, at the suggestion of a Westerosi exile, he decided to venture to the Slaver's Bay in search of his future. Lord Mormont, are you familiar with the Slaver's Bay? During his journey, Viserys developed a deeper understanding of this Westerosi nobleman in exile who had pledged his allegiance to him. Jorah Mormont, hailing from the Mormont family of Bear Island in the north, had once been the Lord of Bear Island and a champion in numerous tournaments before fleeing to Essos due to his involvement in the slave trade. Your Highness, though I have yet to set foot here, I have learned much about it through the free cities. Jorah swore fealty to House Targaryen Viserys, seeking only the honor of returning to Westeros. In the Slaver's Bay, numerous slave city-states exist, yet only 3 stand out as paramount: the illustrious Astapor, renowned for its formidable eunuch warriors known as the Unsullied; the esteemed Yunkai, famous for its arenas and brothels; and the Grand Meereen, the largest of all, its majestic pyramid visible from afar across the bay. Your esteemed guidance is sought. Which city-state shall we interview first? Your Highness, I shall heed your command. However, let us first venture to Astapor. Trust me, you will require a loyal guard in Slaver's Bay. As you wish, my lord, we set sail for Astapor. Despite the calamitous repercussions of his misdeeds, King Viserys was exiled to Essos by his father on the Iron Throne. Nevertheless, under the protection of his half-brother, Prince Daemon, Viserys retained his royal title, and the lands of Summerhall were not stripped from him. The rebuilt Summerhall is now considerably more quaint, and importantly, its attached lands are, by the king's arrangement, comparable to those of several mid-tier nobility in the Riverlands. Prince Viserys, alone and devoid of a large family to support, has accumulated considerable wealth over the years, even amidst the opulence of King's Landing. This exile to the eastern continent, rather than a punishment, resembles a princely journey. Compared to his exiled kin, the illustrious Prince Aemon, Viserys travels with a splendid retinue. From the royal fleet, he commands the long-range warship Summerhall, complemented by 2 purple-sailed vessels purchased from Braavos, creating a formidable fleet capable of traversing the seas. Along the way, both the merchant privateers of Lys and the rampant professional pirates of the summer sea keep their distance from this impressive armada. Captain Lachi, while Astapor is famed for its warriors, it is not devoid of beautiful maidens. A 3-day respite in Astapor shall serve as a reward for all. Prince Viserys gestured for his attendants to present 2 large bundles of golden dragons. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed Prince of the True Dragon. Lachi bowed before the golden dragons, offering his compliments to the Dragon Prince. No one dares to oppose the golden dragons. The prince's bounty, with half of it, could adequately provide for over 100 of his companions in Slaver's Bay, leaving the remainder for himself and the 2 vice-captains. While his mercenary band is also known for its commendable conduct in the Three Daughters Kingdom, his generosity is already sufficient. Would those avaricious mercenary leaders ensure that 1/3 of these golden dragons reach the hands of the unfortunate common soldiers? The 3 grand ships, sails unfurled, swiftly glided towards Astapor. Before you stands one of the rulers of the esteemed Targaryen lineage, Prince Viserys, as translated by the noble slave Missandei, fluent in the common tongue of Westeros. He is hardly concerned with the Dragon King. Krosny is a descendant of the illustrious ancient Giscari nobility. Yet the gold of the Dragon King commands his respect. The Prince of the Sunset Lands, before him, evidently garners immense respect. My Lord Krosny, I believe there is no need for such a convoluted translation process. My ancestors were the great Dragon Kings of Valyria, and I trust you do not assume that a noble descendant of the Dragon Kings would be incapable of speaking High Valyrian. Viserys interjected fluently in pure, ancient Valyrian, interrupting the translator's introduction. Nevertheless, your translation is commendable. I find myself in need of an exquisite gift for my nephew, and I hope you might part with something special. Furthermore, I have heard that the Unsullied you train in Astapor are unparalleled. I believe that several hundred Unsullied would lay a solid foundation for our future collaboration. The prince's sudden request for purchase greatly vexed the proud Krosny, yet the prospect of a significant budget quickly transformed his ire into delight. With a restrained yet respectful tone, Krosny replied, Your Highness, may I offer Missandei as a gift to you, as a symbol of our burgeoning friendship? Additionally, she has 2 unsullied brothers, who are utterly obedient and possess exceptional martial skills. I shall present them to you for the esteemed benefit of your noble nephew, the future ruler of the Sunset Lands. I am confident he will regard the Unsullied as the most fitting guardians for his future court. You are indeed an astute merchant, Viserys remarked with a slight smile. His tone seemingly one of flattery, yet tinged with a hint of mockery. Krosny took this merely as praise. Your Highness, please accompany me. No amount of praise can compare to witnessing their prowess firsthand. Let us proceed to the training grounds to observe the Unsullied's capabilities. Krosny, I have heard that the Unsullied are only sold in units of hundreds or thousands, inquired Jorah Mormont, the prince's sworn knight and advisor. Indeed, good sir of the Sunset Lands. To speak candidly, the Unsullied do not possess an advantage in one-on-one combat against your knights or even gladiators in the arena. However, when they form a phalanx of hundreds, no army, regardless of its size, can vanquish them. The Unsullied are never broken. They will fight to the last man at their master's command, Krosny proudly elaborated. With that in mind, perhaps acquiring 1,000 would be most prudent, Viserys casually suggested, leaving Krosny momentarily speechless. These barbarians of the Sunset Lands truly possess wealth. Alas, Krosny currently has only 600 or 700 Unsullied available for sale. He would not tarnish his reputation by selling untrained warriors. Trust me, Your Highness, while an ordinary merchant might advise you to acquire as many as possible to increase sales. As your loyal friend, I would recommend you first purchase 400 as your guard, no more, no less. In the Slave Bay, none can threaten you with 400 Unsullied at your disposal. The counsel of the loyal Krasnys is indeed sincere. However, he does not disclose his intent to retain 200 or 300 Unsullied to manage the gap until new Unsullied are trained. The demand for 1,000 Unsullied will surpass his capacity, compelling his future significant clients to seek alternative benefactors. I appreciate your earnest advice, and my aides and I will provide you with a numerical response following our assessment. As for the pricing, rest assured that you will enjoy the most favorable purchasing rights for Astapor's Unsullied. Once again, thank you, Lord Krasnys. Chapter 32, The Journey of Viz Dothrak, Part 2, Since the Resurrection of Dragons. Even the distant Slave Bay has attracted those coveting the dragons and the bloodline of the Dragon King. However, with 300 Unsullied, a mercenary company of over 100 men, and more than 300 elite sailors from Westeros and Braavos, Viserys is destined to evade many envious gazes. Even the proud lords of Meereen have chosen to courteously host the prince and his retinue. The House of Pal and the House of Nock have jointly received Prince Viserys, alternating their hospitality in their respective pyramids adorned in pale pink and green-black hues. The most profound understanding of you is often found among your adversaries. In the known world, it is likely not Westeros, but rather the western continent of Essos, which endured the bloody conquests of the Valyrian Empire, that possesses the deepest knowledge of the Targaryen family. As descendants of the ancient Giscari Empire, conquered by the dragon lords of Valyria, the city-states of the Slave Bay have attempted to awaken the dragons from the eggs after the resurgence of the dragons. Although the Targaryen family has lost few dragon eggs, they can always be procured at a price, especially with the presence of dragon eggs from the Shadowlands of Ashai and the ruins of Valyria. Moreover, the ancient Valyrian bloodline is not rare among the free trade cities of the Slave Bay, with many claiming descent from various dragon lord families. Yet, all attempts have ended in failure, compelling individuals to acknowledge that the Targaryen family is the sole existing lineage of dragon lords in the world. Esteemed Prince Viserys, perhaps you should contemplate remaining in the Slave Bay to flourish, suggested the head of the House of Pal, a middle-aged man with olive skin and deep red hair, embodying the quintessential Giscari lineage and serving as the commander of Meereen's defenses. Since the destruction of Valyria, this continent has ceased to welcome us, Viserys replied. Westeros belongs to the Dragon Lords. Whether you or the 9 free trade cities may collaborate with the Iron Throne, a Targaryen's presence will not be embraced. Simply being a descendant of the Dragon Lords is insufficient. However, the gods have ordained marriage, a sacred union that can unite 2 families with no blood ties. Much like the holy alliance between our House of Pal and House of Nock, we now extend our invitation for your inclusion. The 2 great lords of Meereen issued their invitation, unveiling their intentions to acquire the bloodline of the Dragon Lords. The lords had their calculations, and Viserys harbored his own desires. In response to the marriage proposals from the great lords, Viserys did not outright refuse, but rather expressed his intention to consider them with due diligence. As the most esteemed guest of both the Pal family and the Nockian family, Viserys resided in the most opulent chambers within the pyramids of both houses. Following the conclusion of the banquet hosted by the Pal family, Viserys returned to his quarters situated beneath the pinnacle of the Pal family's white and gold pyramid, where the family's temple dedicated to the Harpy was located at the summit. His chamber boasted expansive terraces on all sides, offering a commanding view of the city of Myr, adorned with exquisite silks and lace from the region of Myr, to accommodate their distinguished guests from Westeros. The Pal family had thoughtfully placed numerous volumes of sheepskin manuscripts and fine wines from the arbor in their study. Your Highness, if I may be so bold, Jorah Mormont advised, the Lord's invitation appears generous, yet you, lacking a solid foundation here, shall not attain the same stature as they. You possess a noble position in Westeros, and I cannot imagine your Majesty would permit you to wed a woman from the Bay of Slaves. Even if her lineage traces back to the ancient nobility of the Valyrian freehold, Father would certainly never allow it. He would only grant me the chance to win the hand of Prince Duncan's daughter, even if she offers no tangible advantage. Viserys harbored grievances towards his royal father. He perpetually sought to unify every possible alliance, yet seemed oblivious to the fact that a dragon lord must instill a sense of submission. Consider this. My mere visits have spread whispers throughout the south and indeed the Seven Kingdoms regarding my coveting of Aerys' dragon. I dare say the woman of House Redwine is likely still reveling in the rumors she has sown. Aerys' choice of a girl from House Hightower has led to the unfortunate circumstance of his heirs being unable to inherit the dragon. She merely sought to test my father. Upon engaging with Prince Viserys, Jorah Mormont discerned that the reality of the man diverged significantly from the legends of the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps he was somewhat proud and haughty, yet I hope he lacks the reputed disdain for others. He did not exhibit the amiable demeanor of Prince Daemon nor the charming grace of Prince Aegon, yet he could still be deemed a competent lord. Yet, how many would care for the truth? In contrast to a commendable prince, it is the image of arrogance and obsession that most often characterizes the scions of noble houses. The Hall of Summer is splendid, but without establishing sufficient merit, it may not belong to my descendants in the future. It will likely be claimed by the second son of Gaemon, Aemond, or perhaps by some future scion of Aegon. Viserys held no particular opinion regarding the lands being granted to Aegon's progeny. Yet the thought of his own Hall of Summer being first bequeathed to that insufferably Dornish lad, Aemond, filled him with discomfort. Naturally, he would not display these royal conflicts to outsiders. The Vale should rightfully belong to me. My mother, Queen Alysanne, is the direct sister of Duke Jon. And as for that lad named Aegon, who knows if he is the offspring of an eagle or the result of a dalliance between fish and the little finger of the fingers? Does his frail body possess even a hint of the valor expected of a knight of the winged? He is as diminutive as that petty little finger. In response to Viserys' incessant complaints, Jorah could only remain silent. We all yearn to return to our homeland, Jorah. Yet, we cannot do so in disgrace. Only with sufficient support from the Slave Bay can we reclaim what rightfully belongs to us in Westeros. The union of the Pal family and the Naharis family, marked by the marriage of their daughters in Meereen, can be deemed the grandest event of the past few decades, especially considering that the groom hails from the Sunset Lands. A prince of the Targaryen bloodline descended from the Dragon Lords of Valyria. The Green Seer of the Temple of the Drowned God personally presided over this wedding, with Viserys and the two brides from the Pal and Naharis families adorned in the traditional Qartheen Tokar robes. The Tokar robes of the three must be supported by at least 3 freemen to allow for any movement, and when the brides washed the feet of their new husband, 5 freemen were required to hold up their garments. Numerous lords from the ruling families of Meereen attended this splendid celebration, their attitudes towards the marriage varying. However, the alliance between the Pal and Naharis families compelled even those discontented to offer their blessings. Just observe how joyfully they smile, as if they have already captured a dragon. They stand to lose nothing. The prince from the Sunset Lands is already immensely wealthy. Setting aside his ability to command dragons, his lineage and financial power alone provide substantial support to both families. Indeed, this appears to be an advantageous arrangement. What do you think? A merchant from Volantis informed me that a branch of House Targaryen, the renowned descendants of Blackfyre, seems poised to arrive in the Slave Bay. Your information is somewhat outdated. The exile known as Aegon Blackfyre from Pentos is not merely coming to the Slave Bay, but has already arrived in Astapor, following the esteemed Lord Krasny's. Astapor is to welcome another significant benefactor. This young man, having inherited the majority of his deceased father's wealth as the governor of Pentos, is rumored to be acquiring all the unsullied of Astapor. Chapter 33. Viserys' Journey to the Slave Bay, Part 2. Your Highness, what you urgently require is an army of your own. With all due respect, lords, wise men, and benefactors can only serve as your support, not your reliance. Advised Jorah Mormont, the loyal knight of Prince Viserys. What kind of army? You have seen the unsullied of Astapor. Do you believe they possess the same deterrent power in Westeros as they do here in Essos? After the wedding, Viserys did not indulge in the comforts of marital bliss. Following the termination of his agreement with the mercenary company from the three daughters, some sailors from Braavos also concluded their employment with him. Now, combined with the few freeman knights following him from Westeros, the younger sons of minor noble families without claims to inheritance, and the 300 unsullied he procured in Astapor, Viserys commands a small army of around 500 men. I fear it may not be possible. The lords of Westeros and the knights do not hold the eunuch warriors of the Slavers' Bay in high regard. I concede that the Unsullied's level of training is unparalleled among the infantry of Westeros. In my estimation, perhaps only the gold-cloaked guards of King S. Landing and the standing army of Lord Tywin in the Westerlands possess the capability to contend with them. Yora has not hesitated to extol the combat prowess of the Unsullied. However, throughout the wars within the Seven Kingdoms, it is the knights and the cavalry they form that serve as the absolute mainstay. Aside from dragons, it is difficult for anything to withstand the heavy cavalry charge of knights. I believe we might consider outfitting the Unsullied with new equipment. I observe that the armament of the city guard in Meereen is on par with that of the gold cloaks, and in splendor, it may even surpass it. Before Viserys could complete his thought, a personal servant arrived, accompanied by an official bearing the insignia of the Great Pyramid, to summon them for a meeting. Within the grand hall of the Great Pyramid in the center of Meereen, Viserys encountered his old friend, Krasnys from Astapor. However, at this moment, Lord Krasnys seemed preoccupied with more pressing matters than pleasantries with an old companion. He, along with several fortunate escapees from Astapor, bore shocking news. The exiled Aegon Blackfyre had seized control of Astapor. My lords, this represents the greatest challenge to the peace and order of Slavers' Bay. The shameless exile from Pentos has callously torn apart our agreement, employing the Unsullied we sold to slaughter our kin and conquer our cities. Lamented an elderly lord with graying hair, tears streaming down his face. How many troops does he command? Inquired a great lord of Meereen, his impatience tinged with anxiety. After a brief silence, another gaunt middle-aged lord responded, he has no army of his own, the hired sailors and mercenaries, along with the guards left for him by the governor of Pentos, number barely over 400. Yet, he possesses nearly all of Astapor's Unsullied, 2,500 in total. How could this be? Have you sold all the Unsullied to him? How could a mere cheese merchant from Pentos amass such wealth? An awkward silence ensued. After observing for a moment, Viserys, intrigued, posed a question. Did he offer something irresistible in exchange? A dragon egg, my noble prince of dragons, my friend. Ultimately, it was Lord Krasnys who elucidated the matter for all. He expressed a willingness to exchange a dragon egg and half of his assets for all the trained slaves of Astapor. A rather inept swindle, commented Viserys. My lords of Meereen, this is not merely a violation of our sacred spirit of contract. It is a threat to all the city-states of Slavers' Bay. The appetite of this exile cannot be satiated by a single Astapor. The lords of Yunkai have already recognized this, and they have pledged to send troops to help us seek justice. As for whether to dispatch troops, the great lords of Meereen resolved that further deliberation was necessary. My lord Krasny, allow me to offer a humble suggestion. All the manors in Astapor that remain at your disposal should be thoroughly stripped and rendered barren. While this may incur significant losses, it will ensure that no valuable resources are left for the enemy. Viserys refrained from engaging in the debate and instead directed his counsel towards the exiles of Astapor. In his household, the newly acquired grand estate within Meereen, though not as illustrious as the pyramids of the great houses, stands as one of the few luxurious abodes in the city. Viserys, might I beseech assistance from the Iron Throne? After all, the Black Fire is a rebellion against the Iron Throne, is it not? The great lord of House Pal harbored hopes of receiving support from the formidable dragon Lord family of Westeros, hailing from the Sunset Lands. My lord, there is no need for excessive concern. A mere 2,000 Unsullied cannot topple the entirety of Slavers' Bay. Viserys seemed to grasp why the ancient Giscari Empire fell swiftly before the conquests of Valyria. Time is of the essence, my lords. We must rapidly assemble a formidable army to strike like thunder and reclaim Astapor. Viserys' words resonated with authority. Aside from the necessary garrison forces left in Meereen, the city could muster 5,000 troops, while Yunkai could barely field half that number. Lord Pal analyzed the situation with calmness. Moreover, the fleeing noble lords of Astapor would exert every effort, and with their assistance, we could amass an army of 10,000. However, our adversaries are the Unsullied, and we too possess a formidable force. By gathering all the noble lords, great lords, and wise lords Unsullied, we would outnumber their legions. Viserys emphasized, the crux lies in our swiftness. Should he incite a slave rebellion in Astapor, we would then face true peril. With Viserys' powerful connections and the support of the great houses led by Pau, Nachan, and Sizdara, Meereen felt compelled to dispatch troops to assist the noble lords in reclaiming Astapor. However, to Viserys' disappointment, the vast majority refused to relinquish their unsullied guard. After gathering the remaining 200 unsullied and his own 300, they formed a legion of 800 unsullied. What Viserys did not anticipate was that perhaps his act of donating all his unsullied guard, or his council, had emboldened Lord Pau in his military prowess. Viserys was appointed as the deputy commander of the Meereen Legion, serving as the second-in-command to the commander of the city's defenses. What made Viserys feel closer to victory was that his friend Krosny not only heeded his advice to either relocate or incinerate all resources surrounding Astapor, but also ordered the destruction of even the immature crops and fruit trees. Under your guidance, my informant has revealed to me that Astapor is now ensnared in a dire food shortage, Lord Krosny proclaimed with a hint of pride, showing little concern for the wealth lost in the flames, much of which belonged to him. Lord Paul, Prince Viserys, your friendship has endured the trials of adversity. Please rest assured that once we reclaim Astapor, our benevolent lords will undoubtedly reward those friends who extend their hands to assist us. In recent days, the esteemed lords, including Krosny, have promised countless benefits to the noble houses of Meereen and Yunkai who come to our aid. For them, the mere recapture of Astapor renders all efforts worthwhile. What is crucial is that the city lacks supplies, forcing Aegon Blackfire to engage us in open battle in hopes of victory, rather than relying on the formidable defenses of Astapor. Viserys remarked with a smile. The prolonged low-intensity conflicts in the Slavers' Bay have not only eroded their military strength, but also caused their military awareness to lag. Regarding this battle, Viserys was filled with confidence. Chapter 34. Fortunate Viserys. For an extended period, the name of Viserys has echoed throughout the entire Slavers' Bay as a symbol of fortune, as he effortlessly inherited the pyramid and the entirety of the ancient slave-owning family's wealth in Meereen, ascending from a mere guest to one of the lords of the city. The Battle of Astapor unfolded as Viserys had envisioned, yet the outcome was unexpectedly different. The multitude of great lords and wise masters, seated in the safety of the central command, became the focal point of Aegon Blackfire's unsullied legion's concentrated assault. The mercenaries and assorted forces gathered by the lords on the right flank were deemed inconsequential by Aegon Blackfire. As for the left flank, the Meereen City Defense Force, numbering less than 1,000, was splendidly equipped, yet their true combat capabilities were well known to him. Only the few hundred unsullied in the center posed a significant obstacle. However, what Aegon Blackfire did not anticipate was that the left flank's forces comprised the very unsullied that Viserys had deliberately dressed in different armor. Not only were they equipped with superior gear to enhance their combat effectiveness, but it was also an orchestrated ruse to confuse him. Thus, while Aegon Blackfire launched a full-scale assault on the coalition's center, Viserys, leading his troops from the left flank, swiftly encircled the numerically disadvantaged Aegon Blackfire. The ensuing battle was brutal. Viserys' forces struck like steel barbs against Aegon Blackfire's troops, who had no choice but to concentrate their efforts on breaching the coalition's center, hoping to penetrate their defenses. Outside the city of Astapor, Unsullied fought Unsullied, Meereenese clashed with Astapori, and nearly half of the military might of Slavers' Bay was embroiled in this slaughter. I am truly sorry for not killing Aegon Blackfire and avenging your father. Viserys consoled his newlywed wife, Cece of House Paul, who had lost her father, the esteemed commander of Meereen's defenses, in this war. And your brother? He fought valiantly until the end. In stark contrast to the valiant Paul family, the Nachan family was the first to crumble, a primary factor contributing to the demise of the majority of the great lords. In the aftermath of the battle, the Nachan family found itself despised by nearly all the noble houses that participated in the conflict. Dal, do not worry. As your husband, I shall protect you. Daenerys Targaryen, wed to Viserys, is the sole scion of House Targaryen to evade retribution. Her husband, Viserys Targaryen, a prince from the sun-kissed lands, emerged as the hero of this conflict, leading the coalition's left flank to a resounding victory against Aegon Blackfire's forces. Although Blackfire managed to elude capture, Viserys not only reclaimed Astapor, but also rescued numerous lords and their heirs. In the present day, Viserys has transcended his status as a foreign prince to become a revered member of the great houses of Meereen, enjoying the admiration of many noble families. Under the auspices of the Grand Council of Meereen, all titles and estates belonging to House Targaryen have been entrusted to Viserys, with the expectation that they will be inherited by the descendants of Lady Daenerys. As for House Paul, despite the loss of several key male members, including the head of the family who served as the commander of Meereen's defenses. The son and heir, Osnak, has succeeded in assuming his father's esteemed position, bolstered by his father's valor and sacrifice during the war. Moreover, the late lord's brother, Meereen's wealthiest citizen, the newly appointed lord, and the scion of the dragon, Viserys Targaryen, stands as a formidable ally for House Paul. Remarkably, House Paul's influence in Meereen has not waned. Rather, it has eclipsed that of the once great Lorik family, which had previously held dominion through its ancient and noble lineage. Viserys, my brother, House Paul shall remain your steadfast ally in Meereen. Initially, Osnak harbored doubts about this foreign prince, even feeling averse to marrying his only sister to him. Yet, Viserys' commendable performance in the Battle of Astapor has garnered Osnak's respect. He realizes that to maintain his inheritance of the commander's seat, he must secure the support of this newfound noble brother-in-law. You are the brother of my kin, my brother by marriage, and my descendants shall also carry the blood of House Paul. Viserys understands that across both continents, nothing fosters trust more than kinship and marriage. Indeed, Osnak, with the backing of Viserys and myself, you may act boldly. The corpulent Osdak Zopal, Osnak's uncle, also holds significant sway in Meereen. Once the second most powerful figure in House Paul, he remains a person of considerable influence within the city. With the support of our allies, I am confident in my role as commander of Meereen. Osnak has never been one to conceal his intentions. Achieving his goals brings him unfeigned joy. This sentiment is palpable, Viserys remarked with a smile, though he quickly turned serious, adding, we must remain vigilant regarding the fugitive Aegon Blackfyre, as his presence remains a destabilizing factor in the Bay of Slaves. Indeed, this is a matter that demands our utmost attention. From the current physique of Osdak, it is difficult to discern that he was once a formidable figure traversing the sunlit seas, navigating between the Slaver's Bay and the Jade Gate, and frequently embarking on voyages to the lands beyond. Rumors suggest that the other Blackfyre, I refer to the princess who wed the Dothraki horse lord, is now with child. The intelligence gathered by Osdak has rendered both Osnak and Viserys somber. Following their escape from Pentos, the Khalasar led by Khal Drogo has fragmented. Yet he has swiftly rallied several Khalasars, advancing westward to assimilate a number of smaller Khalasars. Presently, he has amassed tens of thousands, heading towards the settlement of the Sheepmen. It is likely that the two Blackfyres will converge. Contrary to what many believe, Aegon Blackfyre has not fled far from the Slaver's Bay. After the Battle of Astapor, all the lords of Slaver's Bay have been preoccupied with reclaiming Astapor or competing for spoils. Viserys, who places the utmost importance on Aegon Blackfyre, finds himself unable to attend to the matter, burdened by significant losses among his ranks and the subsequent need to absorb the influence of thousands of families. Consequently, Aegon Blackfyre remains in the region of Razak, not far from the Slaver's Bay. The majority of Aegon's forces were decimated at Astapor. Yet with the mere 200 remaining, he has managed to establish a foothold in the beleaguered settlement of the Sheepmen. Your Highness, the princess and Khal Drogo will arrive in Razak in 3 days, reported Ser Leswell Peak. Not all remnants of Blackfyre have vanished under the iron-fisted suppression of the Iron Throne. The 3 brothers of the Peak family yearn daily to reclaim the 3 castles that once belonged to them, pinning their hopes on the Blackfyres who might disrupt the existing order of Westeros. Ser Leswell, I owe you and all the loyal souls who have previously counseled me an apology, Aegon said, rising to bow. I underestimated the resilience of Slaver's Bay, and I hope to possess my own forces before Drogo's arrival, thus securing a position of prominence within the alliance. Your Highness, there is no need for such remorse. Your decision at that time garnered the support of us all, Leswell responded, taken aback by Aegon's apology. Although their initial allegiance was driven by the hope of restoring their family's fortunes, during this period of camaraderie, Aegon Blackfyre has earned the affection of many exiles in Westeros, who regard him as a worthy object of their loyalty. Please, summon your spirit. We all wish for you to lead us home, Jon Roston urged. Indeed, I firmly believe we shall return to Westeros. Aegon Blackfyre's resonant and compelling voice inspired those present, though he privately contemplated that establishing a presence on the continent of Essos might prove to be a commendable alternative. Chapter 35, Daenerys' Fantastical Drift, Part 1, for the Dothraki. The gathering and dispersal of Khalasars is as capricious as the clouds in the sky. Just months ago, Khal Drogo was the most powerful among the Dothraki horse lords, commanding a formidable force of 40,000 roaring warriors. Outside the city of Pentos, Drogo Cow, while acquiring a Blackfyre bride, found himself besieged by 2 dragons of House Targaryen. The Khalasar of Drogo shattered like clouds caught in a tempest. Nevertheless, relying on his past glories and the unwavering loyalty of his blood riders, Drogo managed to rally over 20,000 followers, though only a few thousand were fit for battle. More harshly, this devastating defeat led Drogo's warriors to deem him unworthy of their allegiance, resulting in the fragmentation of various Khalasars into independent factions. Other Khalasars wandering the Dothraki Sea sought the honor of slaying Drogo. To secure a precious opportunity for recuperation, Drogo, accompanied by his bride and Khalasar, navigated the northern fringes of the Dothraki Sea, avoiding the larger Khalasars in the central and southern regions. Along the way, by defeating and absorbing smaller Khalasars, Drogo's power experienced a partial resurgence. At the ruins of the Kingdom of Sailor, Drogo acquired valuable slaves. It was now time to venture to the Bay of Slaves to sell the captives and replenish essential supplies. However, before that, Drogo resolved it was time to visit the Dothraki holy site of Vis Dothraki. As his dragon queen was now with child, he needed to take her to Vis Dothraki to receive the blessings of the Dosh Khaleen. The late governor of Pentos, Illyrio, had not been particularly fair to his twin children. He bequeathed the vast majority of his assets to his son, along with the finest warriors and guards, while his daughter received only 2 handmaidens and a sworn protector as part of her dowry to the call. Yet now, Aegon Blackfyre had nearly squandered all the inheritance left to him by Governor Illyrio and found himself in a pitiable state, relying on the husband of his sister. Dany, believe me, the city-states of the Bay of Slaves are currently in a state of weakness. Astapor has already fallen to me, and both Yunkai and Meereen have suffered heavily. With only 10,000 roaring warriors, Drogo can seize the entire Bay of Slaves. Aegon Blackfyre had regained the regal bearing of his lineage, adorned in Dothraki-style fine cashmere, embroidered with the red-on-black dragon sigil of House Blackfyre. He wisely heeded his sister's counsel, conforming to Dothraki customs and earning the favor of numerous Khalasar warriors through his valor. Brother, if you can wait, our combined forces from the north and south stand a chance to capture the Bay of Slaves. But if Meereen is currently riding a wave of victory, Dany spoke with a hint of reproach. Moreover, my son and stars, his Khalasar has yet to endure the baptism of blood and fire once more. The shadow of defeat outside Pentos still lingers in the hearts of many Khalasar warriors. Dany rationally analyzed, though there remained a crucial reason she did not disclose to Aegon Blackfyre. Drogo Cow and his bloodriders firmly believed that the Bay of Slaves could provide sustenance for the Dothraki and facilitate the acquisition of slaves gained through warfare. 3 months ago, when my brother's envoy ventured to the eastern regions of the Dothraki Sea near the Bone Mountains to locate Khal Drogo, there existed a possibility for Drogo to decisively march southward and flank the coalition forces of the Slave Bay alongside Aegon Blackfyre. Your Highness, I fear that Princess has a point. What we require now is to recuperate and replenish our ranks, echoed Lyswell Peak. The region of Leza is an excellent source for acquiring supplies and spoils of war, remarked Daenerys. However, there are no suitable soldiers here. The sheepmen are feeble and unfitted for the role of warriors. Daenerys Blackfyre astonishingly adapted to the Dothraki way of life, even beginning to think like a true Dothraki Khaleesi. This band of sheepmen is truly deserving of their moniker, Jon Roston sneered, for a single warrior under my command can slay 5 of their soldiers. And a small unit of Dothraki raiders could easily pursue and decimate an entire army of sheepmen. Daenerys, do you have any wise counsel? Aegon Blackfyre was always keen to listen, and this instance was no exception. My son and stars intend to raid Leza, and then proceed to Kyrios to sell the acquired slaves. The lords there, the 13, the Emerald Brotherhood, and the Spices Guild have historically collaborated favorably with Drogo. Your Highness, we could act in concert with Khal Drogo, Jon Roston suggested. Noting that Kyrios claims to be the center of the world, a gateway connecting north and south, and a bridge linking east and west, discounting the merchant's self-aggrandizement. The city is indeed quite wealthy, and we could secure valuable manpower there. Resolute in their decision, that very evening Aegon Blackfyre dined with Khal Drogo and Daenerys Targaryen. Upon hearing Daenerys express Aegon's desire for collaboration, Drogo paused contemplatively. You are the brother of my moon. I am Drogo, son of Balbero. Khal Drogo lifted his favorite fermented mare's milk and drank deeply. Thank you for your support. May our kinship and friendship endure. Aegon Blackfyre reciprocated. However, regarding the spoils of war, as a Khal, I must heed the counsel of my followers. Rest assured, esteemed Khal Drogo, my men and I shall only claim that which rightfully belongs to us. We shall fully respect Dothraki customs. My son and stars, my brother does not come to seize our wealth. Do you remember? That precious dragon egg, the most splendid gift at the wedding, was a nuptial present from my brother." Hearing Daenerys's words, Drogo cast an unprecedentedly gentle glance at her abdomen, for the healers of Qarth believed that life was already blossoming within her. A lineage shared between him and his beloved. Of course, the Dothraki will always offer a return gift. My vow remains steadfast. I shall strive earnestly to secure the Iron Throne for the House of Blackfire. Now, let us together raid the Sheepmen, to secure a legacy worthy of my unborn child, a Khalasar that shall reign over the Dothraki Sea. Thus, it was for the first time that Aegon Blackfire learned that his sister bore, within her womb, the promise of new life. For Aegon, this revelation stirred a tempest of emotions. Once, he had steadfastly believed that his sister, Daenerys Blackfire, was destined to be his bride. However, their father, Illyrio, in a desperate bid for survival, had betrothed her to a savage Dothraki warrior. Subsequently, the unforgettable spectacle of dragons dancing amidst the flames outside the city of Pentos led him to believe that his sister had perished in the dragon's fire. When he eventually escaped to Slaver's Bay and heard news of her survival, joy filled his heart, especially as he could once again gain the formidable support of the Dothraki chieftain, Khal Drogo. Yet now, upon learning that his sister was with child, Aegon's once calm heart was once more set adrift in tumultuous waves. Chapter 36. Daenerys's Fantastical Journey, Part 2. To the astonishment of both Khal Drogo and Aegon Blackfire, their anticipated and seemingly effortless raid on the Sheepmen was met with unexpected challenges. This trial did not arise from the Sheepmen themselves, but from the Khalasar led by Ogo Khal, another of the Dothraki. Before the walls of Pentos, Khal Drogo commanded the largest Khalasar among the Dothraki, renowned for his invincibility. However, the havoc wrought by the dragons of House Targaryen altered the course of events. The defeat he faced revealed that he was not as unbeatable as once thought, and his Khalasar diminished to a more modest size. The conflict between the two Khalasars erupted suddenly and with great swiftness. Initially, the two Khalasars, encountering one another while raiding the same Lazaran town, maintained a cautious distance. However, when skirmishes broke out over plundered spoils, the discord escalated into irreconcilable strife. Each Khal led their respective bloodriders in a swift search for their adversary's position. Khal Drogo swiftly dispatched Ogo Khal, reaffirming his dominance among the Dothraki. Though he had fallen to the dragon-riding Khalasars, none had yet bested him on horseback. Ogo Khal's son, Vagar Khal, inherited his father's mantle but soon found himself at odds with Aegon Blackfire and his followers. Vagar Khal and Aegon first clashed on horseback, but both were unseated, leading to a fierce struggle in the mud. Vagar's curved blade found its mark, slicing through Aegon's breastplate, yet failed to deliver a fatal wound. Alas, Vagar Khal's leather armor could not afford him sufficient protection. Aegon's hand-and-a-half sword, crafted by the artisans of Coer in homage to the illustrious Blackfire blade, easily pierced Vagar's chest. The swift and intense conflict subsided with the deaths of Ogo Khal and his son. Amidst the ruins of the devastated Lazaran town, Khal Drogo and his Khalasar, along with Aegon Blackfire and his followers, commenced a grand celebratory feast. Aegon, leading a few of his principal lieutenants, first extended his congratulations to Khal Drogo, selecting several choice spoils from his own bounty to present as gifts to the Khal. This narrative includes a magnificent statue of the Supreme Shepherd crafted from pure gold by the Lazaran people, adorned with a saddle encrusted with various gemstones, as well as the renowned witch and healer from the nearby Lazaran town, Mirri Maz. In response to the fervor of Aegon Blackfire, Drogon Khal generously reciprocated. He gifted Aegon Blackfire 1,000 of his own slaves and presented a magnificent black mount, originally belonging to Ogo Khal, a horse as dark as ink. To the Dothraki, horses are sacred. Thus, Drogon Khal's act of giving one of his horses to Aegon Blackfire signified his recognition of Aegon as an equal, rather than merely a relative of his beloved Khaleesi, someone in need of protection. In this brief yet intense conflict, Aegon Blackfire's followers suffered casualties in the dozens. However, such sacrifices proved worthwhile, as Drogon Khal and his Khalasar acknowledged the strength of Aegon and his companions. Both Drogon Khal and Aegon Blackfire were satisfied with the outcome of this encounter, having seized the spoils of Ogo Khal's months of plundering in the Lazaran territories. Additionally, Daenerys was pleased with the spoils, particularly the witch named Mirri Maz, a gift from her brother. To her surprise, she discovered that Mirri was proficient in both Valyrian and the common tongue of Westeros. According to Mirri, she had not only ventured to the mystical city of Ashai, but had also had the fortune of studying under the esteemed Maester Marwyn from the citadel of Westeros. Since the resurrection of dragons, many forms of sorcery, once dismissed as mere illusions, have begun to gain credibility. Maester Marwyn is particularly renowned across the Narrow Sea, as many in Westeros believe that the hatching of Prince Aegon Targaryen's 2 dragon eggs is not only a blessing from the Seven, but also a result of Marwyn's revival of the technique employed by Rhaenys, placing the dragon eggs within the swaddling of the newborn Targaryen. Thus far, only Prince Aegon Targaryen has successfully hatched dragons, yet this method is still regarded as effective. Daenerys Blackfyre, pregnant and believing her child to be of the purest dragon blood, possesses dragon eggs in her possession. With the assistance of a witch skilled in the art of hatching dragon eggs, even her husband, Drogon Cao, perceives this as the will of the horse god, envisioning their child as the prophesied Dothraki destined to ride the world's finest steeds, a dragon rider conquering the known world. This turn of events altered their forthcoming journey. The foresight regarding her unborn child and the power gained from vanquishing Ogo Cao led Drogon Cao to deem it necessary to return to the sacred Dothraki lands of Vistothrak. However, before embarking on this journey, Drogon Cao needed to first sell the spoils he had acquired. The war had not disrupted the rhythm of the Slavers' Bay, as emissaries from Meereen and Yunkai swiftly sought out Drogon Cao's Khalasar. "Your Highness, I propose that we entrust the sale of the captured sheepmen to Drogo Cao. After all, we have plundered Astapor, and our enmity with the slavers of the Slavers' Bay runs deep." Lysander Peake never underestimates the potency of hatred. "Moreover, Your Highness, if you wish to make your mark in Westeros, you cannot be burdened by the title of slave trader," Jon Rissel added. "Furthermore, I have heard that Prince Viserys of House Targaryen has become the most sought-after new lord in Meereen." As Lysander Peake spoke, he watched for the reaction of Aegon Blackfyre. It can be said that Viserys' success is built upon the failures of Aegon Blackfyre, who, after defeating the benevolent lords of Astapor and attempting to dominate the Slavers' Bay, was only then truly accepted by the great lords of Meereen. Is it possible for us to spread the word that Viserys has become the great slave lord of Slavers' Bay? Trust me, this Targaryen prince's reputation in Westeros could hardly be better. Perhaps such rumors would pose an additional obstacle on his path to becoming the Lord of the Vale. But what benefit would that bring us? Indeed, what benefit does it serve me? Aegon Blackfyre thought to himself, realizing that since he learned of his identity, he had held little hope of overturning the Targaryens' rule across the Narrow Sea. His father, Governor Illyrio, hoped to facilitate his marriage to Princess Daenerys through cooperation with the Iron Throne, thereby securing the inheritance of the Vale and, subsequently, the power to claim the dragons of the Dragon Lords and the Iron Throne. His aspirations for this intricate scheme seemed bleak. There were too many rightful heirs to the Iron Throne, and the dragons were numerous across both continents. No force existed that could shake the Targaryen family's dominion over their 9 dragons. After inadvertently facilitating the plot in the Vale, he had not anticipated that his father's schemes would soon be exposed, leading to a swift and forceful counterstrike from the Iron Throne, leaving him to wander aimlessly. Aegon Blackfyre felt a strange intertwining of his fate with that of Prince Viserys Targaryen. His father's machinations not only damaged the other's reputation, but also resulted in his exile to Westeros. Yet, his own schemes had also met their downfall at the hands of Viserys. In the depths of his mind, Aegon Blackfyre harbored a strong premonition that their destinies would remain intertwined in the future. "We need not rely on others," Aegon resolved, planning to arrange for his subordinates to make contact with the envoy from Meereen to swiftly sell the spoils of our efforts. "We shall set forth to Qarth, awaiting the arrival of Daenerys and Drogo Cao after their visit to the Westerlands. If his fated rival chooses to openly embrace the role of a despised slave lord in Westeros, then why should I hide in the shadows, unwilling to confront this reality?" Chapter 37, Daenerys' Fantastical Drift, Part 2. Daenerys felt no mistake. This holy city of the Dothraki and its ruler welcomed her, albeit with a hint of reverence. The Dothraki have endured the triumphant reign of the Valyrians over the continent of Essos, while the Khalasars arose from the ruins of the empire following the Valyrian cataclysm. The masters of Vis Dothrak, the former Khalas of old, now revere the blood of the dragon kings coursing through their veins, especially in this era of the dragon's resurgence. Perhaps the distant memories of centuries past have led these savages to forget their reverence for the dragons. However, the battle outside the city of Pentos has rekindled the Dothraki's awareness of the dragon's invincibility. "Blood of my blood," Jacko fled with his Khalasar to the west. The bloodsworn of the Morsiceo informed me that Bono, accompanied by his Khalasar, headed toward Volantis. Kaholo, the eldest and most steadfast among the bloodsworn of Drogo, once saved the young Drogo when he was still a mere Kalaka. Jacko, despite commanding 20,000 of my roaring warriors, dared not confront me, even with fewer men. He is a coward. Regarding the flight of Jacko and Bono, who led their Khalas to safety and declared themselves Khals, Drogo did not harbor such fury. The Dothraki possessed their own value system. The followers of a defeated or fallen Khal do not vow to follow him to the death, as the Bloodsworn do. Yet, Drogo harbors profound anger toward Jacko and Bono for their cowardly evasion of responsibility. They squandered their roaring warriors. They certainly do not dare face us. A single charge, no. Merely the appearance of Drogo would cause their so-called Khalasar to disband. Kaso like Kaholo is among Drogo's Bloodsworn who refuse to acknowledge the status of Jacko and Bono and the independence of their Khalasar. We shall find them, slay them, and absorb them. Silent Hago, while recognizing the status of Jacko and Bono and the independence of their Khalasar, believes that we must locate them and reclaim all that is ours. His dragon, swift as the wind, sweeps across the land with an innumerable Khalasar in tow, wielding a curved arak as sharp as the blades of grass. The prince shall be as fierce as a tempest, his foes entangled before him, and the wives of his enemies shall weep tears of blood, consumed by despair. The bells in his hair herald his arrival, and the wet nurses dwelling in stone tents tremble at the mention of his name. The old woman gazes at Daenerys with trepidation. The prince rides forth, destined to become the steed that conquers the world. The prophecies of the Dosh Khaleen have never been so clear. They foretell that the child of Drogo and Daenerys Targaryen will be the steed of the world, destined to rule this land, and more importantly, he shall become a dragon king. Daenerys sipped a cup of honeyed wine to soothe the metallic taste and bitterness left in her mouth from recently swallowing a horse's heart. She waved her hand, dismissing the maidservants, leaving only the witch Mirri Maz Duur. Throughout this time together, Mirri Maz Duur, with her exceptional healing skills, and more importantly, her knowledge of the arcane or her understanding of dragons and dragon eggs, has become Daenerys' confidant. At the crucial moment, Mirri Maz Duur placed Daenerys' dragon egg into the specially crafted brazier, asserting that the Targaryen dragon lords had preserved the vitality of dragon eggs in this manner before the blood dragon's wild dance, thereby delaying their petrification. Today, all the dragon eggs that exist in the world have already turned to stone, whether it be the 7 eggs awakened by Aegon VI in the Hall of Summer or the twin egg awakened by Prince Aegon. Without a doubt, they are all petrified. Can petrified dragon eggs truly hatch into dragons of magic? Daenerys gently caressed the dragon egg, roasting in the brazier. The unbearable heat that would discomfort most was, for her, just right. Indeed, Your Highness, the 9 great dragons that currently exist stand as the finest testament to this, Mirri Maz Duur remarked with a smile. However, awakening dragons from stone comes at a price, my princess. It is a matter of blood, for the essence of magic lies in exchange. This red egg, adorned with pink swirls, was slightly smaller than the bright copper egg with green ripples belonging to her brother, Aegon Blackfyre. The 2 eggs had been procured by Governor Illyrio from a sorcerer of Ashai and a fallen noble from Westeros. Daenerys approached the matter of blood magic with caution. She had heard since childhood about how the blood and fire of the Hall of Summer had returned a dragon of magic that had vanished for a century and a half. Yet it had also claimed the lives of 9 royals and their kin, including the late King Aegon VI. If awakening a dragon of magic demands a life as sacrifice, then from where did my distant cousin, Prince Aegon Targaryen, acquire his 2 twin dragons? Daenerys questioned the witch, Mirri Maz. Everyone regards him as the prophesied prince, Your Highness. He is special, is he not? Mirri Maz Duur replied with a knowing smile. The comet's arrival, the Red Comet, bestowed upon him the power necessary to awaken dragons of magic. Moreover, did not Prince Duncan, his grandfather, and his wife, Jenny, pay in blood long ago? Whenever discussions of sorcery and strange spirits arose, Daenerys felt weighed down and struggled to breathe. She sensed that frequently engaging in such topics and remaining confined within the tent was detrimental to her condition. Fortunately, even in the savage sanctum of Vys Dothrak, one could find the delightful markets. During her days in Vys Dothrak, Daenerys had been wandering the Western Market, an expansive bazaar populated by merchants from the free cities. The market formed a vast square, its ground compacted, surrounded by mud brick huts, livestock pens, and taverns coated in lime. The surface was uneven with small hills, concealing spacious storage chambers beneath. At the center of the square, stalls and winding pathways abounded. However, perhaps the day's discussions had sparked Daenerys' curiosity for the mysterious, as she resolved to venture to the eastern market of Vys Dothrak. There, merchants from Ashai, the lands of the free folk, and the Shadowlands traded, offering an abundance of rare goods, including scorpion-tailed lion beasts, gray elephants, and the black and white zebras of Qohor. As Daniela meticulously selected amulets sold by a sorceress from Ashai, A familiar silhouette emerged before her. Her guards, Jogo and Ago, intercepted the unexpected visitor. In the Holy City, no one was permitted to wield weapons. However, the woman clad in a crimson robe was unlikely to be a match for the two Dothraki warriors. Once again, we meet. Princess Daniela, the newcomer declared, removing her hood to reveal a striking visage, her fiery red hair as vivid as her cloak. Melisandre, I believed you had departed with my father, Daniela replied, halting Jogo and Ago, who were poised to apprehend the intruder. She recognized her father's most trusted sorceress, a priestess of the Lord of Light from the shadowy lands of Ashai. The Lord of Light has decreed that my time has not yet come, Melisandre responded. And what brings you here? I fear you will be disappointed. I do not possess my father's vast riches, nor do I harbor a heart that reveres the Red God. Everyone is a servant of the Lord of Light, your highness, and you shall be as well, Melisandre replied, unfazed by Daniela's dismissive demeanor. I have come following the flames. The Lord of Light has sent me to assist you. Assist me as you did my father? Daniela pressed her lips together, saying, Do not think I am oblivious to the fact that you beguiled him. Otherwise, he would not have stirred such desires for the Iron Throne. Your prophecies have brought him ruin. Your highness, do you believe that Governor Illyrio was unaware of the price he would pay? Melisandre countered. Behind the Iron Throne lies a multitude of corpses. The mission of Governor Illyrio for the Lord of Light has concluded, while your journey is just beginning. Daniela gazed into Melisandre's captivating red eyes, which seemed to harbor flames within. It appeared as though the child within her sensed this power, trembling in response. Fire met fire in this sacred ground of the Dothraki. Chapter 38. The entanglement of eagles and lions. Recently, Joffrey had been troubled. His mother, Cersei, had returned to King's Landing with him, his brother, and two younger siblings, while his father, Robert, remained with Prince Gaemon and his wife. However, it was rumored that Prince Gaemon had flown to inspect the wall, and Robert, weary of the wall's monotony, was already en route back to King's Landing from White Harbor. Yet, Joffrey's discontent did not stem from a dislike of the city. Compared to the dark and damp Dragonstone, he preferred the bustling and resplendent King's Landing. Nevertheless, he was vexed by his brother, Raymond, who frequently took him to practice knightly skills at the tourney grounds. While their mother insisted he always accompany his sister Myrcella around Prince Aegon, simply because Raymond had refused the same request. As the second son, Joffrey received more indulgence from their mother than his elder brother Raymond, the heir. However, he envied Raymond, who not only stood to inherit their father Robert's lands, castles, and vassals, but also bore an uncanny resemblance to their father in his youth. Everyone around them remarked that Raymond was a mirror image of their father as he had been in his younger days, and their mother echoed this sentiment. She resembles her mother more, embodying the essence of a Lannister. The vassals of Storm's End always gathered around her brother, not solely due to his status as the heir to Storm's End, but because they discerned in him the formidable lineage of the Baratheon warriors. A boy imbued with strength from a tender age, his hair as dark as ink. Where did you venture this morning, Joffrey? Cersei Lannister often displayed an imperious demeanor, revealing a softer maternal side only in the presence of her children. Mother, there are too many people surrounding the prince. The roses of the south, the bastards of the north, and the baseborn of Dorne, not to mention the other nobles across the Seven Kingdoms. Joffrey complained, for as a pampered second son, he had yet to cultivate the demeanor of a dutiful younger brother. And then there's that foolish Myrcella, who only swoons over the prince. I am becoming a laughingstock among the heirs with such a sister, he lamented. Among the four siblings, he held his elder brother, Renly, in awe, while he loathed the Na'vi Myrcella and the plump Tommen. Little Joffrey, you must comprehend that Renly will inherit your father's titles and lands. What will you attain? To live as a disheartened lord? Cersei hesitated before continuing. Moreover, you do not possess Renly's valor. You cannot become a great warrior. Mother, I am also my father's son. I will be a great warrior. Renly has said that what I need is more training. Indeed, you are your father's son. Yet you have not inherited his prowess, Cersei thought inwardly. As a mother, she cherished little Joffrey, but she would not be deceived. Joffrey Baratheon was destined not to be a great warrior. Yes, you may, but the warriors of the Seven Kingdoms are as numerous as the sands. If you do not make an impression before Prince Aegon, how will you have your opportunity? For Cersei, the future Renly, who would inherit all of Robert's legacy, was not a cause for concern. That child, like his father, was a valiant individual. By the seven, he could wield his father's storm hammer at such a tender age. Even if Myrcella could not marry the prince, she would be wed to one of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms. As for Tommen, he was still young. When he grew up, his brother would arrange everything for him. Only her little Joffrey, now of sufficient age, appeared to have no promising future. His father, Lord Tywin, forbade him from becoming Jaime's squire, thus hindering his prospects in the Westerlands. I hear you have been cultivating a good relationship with the young Lord of the Eyrie? Excellent. Little Joffrey, that Peter Arryn is not only the Lord of the Eyrie, but also the future protector of the Vale, and his cousin. The daughter of the king and the late Queen Aerys too, Princess Daenerys, is set to be betrothed to Prince Aegon. Cersei resolved to encourage her son, though she couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Ultimately, the king had decided upon an internal marriage for Aegon. Indeed, in this age of the dragon's resurgence, the blood of the dragon was paramount. Indeed, our relationship is rather amicable. We had arranged to train together at the training grounds, but I shall be arriving late. I have proceeded ahead. Joffrey has discovered an excellent excuse to evade his mother's incessant chattering. His rapport with that young Aetheus Arryn is neither particularly good nor bad. After all, among the children of the various houses guarding King's Landing, those of similar age, the bastard wolf cub from the north, that Sansa Stark, dares to look down upon him as a lowly bastard, while the roses of Highgarden merely revolve around Prince Aegon. Only that Aetheus Arryn, with a status akin to his own, is likewise honing his knightly skills. You are late again, Joffrey. Dressed in the armor of a falcon knight, Aetheus Arryn had long awaited him at the training grounds. Orphaned after the passing of his parents and subsequently taken in by his majesty, he has thrived under the care of the servants at White Tower, growing increasingly robust under the tutelage of the instructors. I know. There is plenty of time this afternoon, do not worry. Aetheus, Raymond taught me a few moves this morning, so be cautious. Joffrey replied absently, boasting as his attendants assisted him in donning his armor. Unlike his brother Raymond, who favored the simple and rugged pure steel armor, Joffrey preferred the opulent gilded variety, adorned with the roaring lion of House Lannister. Be wary. Raymond's techniques may not suit you. That fellow is as strong as an ox. Aetheus Arryn expressed with envy, admiring Raymond Baratheon's sturdy physique, a stark contrast to his own frail form. Humph, I am also a Baratheon stag, beware my wrath. Is that so? Just take a look at your garb. What I see is a lion of House Lannister, Aetheus jested. And what are you, a feeble hawk? Hawks do not rely on brute strength. I require a clever mind and a keen heart. As they conversed, they trained while the instructors were still gathering their belongings. Then you must be cautious lest the lion tears you apart on the ground. You admit that you resemble a Lannister lion? Aetheus retorted with a chuckle. Honestly, your golden hair resembles that of a Lannister lion far more than a Baratheon stag. Aetheus's repeated assertions that he was not a Baratheon triggered Joffrey's long-suppressed rage. I told you I am a stag. With a fierce swing, Joffrey deflected Aetheus's longsword, striking him sharply at the joint of his right arm. The sudden turn of events left everyone in the melee stunned. Attendants rushed forward to assess Aetheus Arryn's injury, while the guards of Eagle's Nest drew their swords, prepared to subdue Joffrey. The guards assigned to Joffrey by Cersei, all Lannisters, swiftly unsheathed their blades to shield him. Meanwhile, the guards of White Tower hastily entered the fray, attempting to organize the skirmish while others quickly traversed the aerial walkways to the Red Keep to report this unexpected incident to the king. In less than a quarter of an hour, the king and many nobility who had heard the news arrived in the council hall of White Tower. Upon witnessing the separation of the Lannister and Arryn vassals and attendants, led by the knights of the Kingsguard, the king was consumed with fury. In contrast, the vassals of House Baratheon, under the cautious leadership of the heir to Storm's End, Raymond, maintained a commendable restraint. Gather your swords if you wish to retain your sword arms, King Aegon VI proclaimed in exasperation. By the Seven, who can recount the events that transpired? Sir John, the Master-at-Arms of White Castle, his brother having dedicated his life to the crown as the Master-at-Arms of Red Keep, was called upon for his account. Sir John, brother to the late Master-at-Arms William, once aspired to join the illustrious Kingsguard, yet now found himself overshadowed in this era of the White Knight. Nevertheless, he chose to serve the crown as the Master-at-Arms of White Castle. The occurrence of such a grievous incident at the training yard under his supervision filled him with shame. He recounted the events to the king with utmost honesty, ultimately expressing his remorse for his negligence and willingness to accept any punishment. You were prompt in halting the conflict among the three houses and bear no fault, the king affirmed. The accident at the training yard is an unwelcome occurrence for all. Let us now hope for the gods' favor, that the sword arm of Lord Aedes may remain unharmed. Now return to your respective lords and await the outcome. The king's authority compelled all to bow their heads in compliance, yet a heavy pall of dread enveloped their hearts. The animosities between the heirs of the two great families of the Seven Kingdoms were potent enough to incite the kingdom's greatest turmoil. Having just returned to Red Keep under the protection of the Kingsguard, Grand Maester Pycelle hurried in to deliver a troubling report. Your Grace, I regret to inform you of disconcerting news. Although Lord Aedy's right hand remains intact, it may hinder his prospects of becoming an exceptional knight. For the sake of clarity, allow me to present an overview of the current military forces and territories of the Crown, the Crownlands, aside from the territories outlined in the original texts. The north has expanded to include lands east of Harrenhal, near the shores of the God's Eye Lake. The west encompasses all lands east of Stonehall. The southwest extends to the southern lands including the verdant valleys of Summerhall. Reconstruction of King's Landing, on Aegon's High Hill, alongside Red Keep. A new white castle has been erected, a structure of white marble echoing the architectural style of the ancient Glorian people and the layout of Highgarden, featuring a 5-tiered aerial garden castle adorned with gardens and fountains, primarily serving festive celebrations and meetings with certain direct vassals of the king, where the noble offspring of the 7 kingdoms reside and study. The Black Castle, constructed of black granite and inspired by Valyrian architecture, consists of 3 interconnected Valyrian-style towers, designated for the reception of foreign envoys and serving as the palace of the Prince of Dragonstone. The red, white, and black castles are distinct yet interconnected through aerial walkways, occupying a substantial portion of Aegon's High Hill. Surrounding the perimeter of Aegon's High Hill are the courtyards of the crown and the noble residences from across the 7 kingdoms in King's Landing. Direct military forces. The Kingsguard, led by Captain by Neo Gilloa Hightar, includes Oswell Riverine, Arthur Dane, Bollistan Selmy, Brynden Tully, Eddard Stark, and Lewin Martell. The Kingsguard is solely responsible for the protection of the king and queen, as well as the heir to the Iron Throne, the Prince of Dragonstone. The Squire Knights of the Kingsguard include Baron Swan, Robert Royce, Clarence Clabe, Ellen Braun, Loras Tyrell, Roland Storm, Good Morgan, Robindiclin, Michelle Redwine, Brienne Tarth, and Luchan Tarpenton. The number of Squire Knights is unlimited. Those who pass the trials conducted by the Kingsguard become candidates to safeguard the safety of the king's direct descendants. The Knights of the Kingsguard, under the command of Commander Prince Aegon, with Vice Commander Lando Tarly, Roland Targaryen, Garland Tyrell, Jaime Lannister, Adam Marbrand, who has resigned, Arthur Sandglass, and Donal Vaywood, command a total of 700 knights, each accompanied by 2 squires, totaling 2,100 individuals in the entire order. The Dragonguard, led by Captain Adam Vysr, consists of 77 members, with an additional 300 in the Dragon Cave garrison. The Royal Guard, commanded by Captain Asarel Saitiga, has a direct force of 900 guards, with 700 stationed at each castle, guarding the 3 royal castles of Red, Black, and White, summing up to a total force of 3,000. The King's Landing Garrison, Gold Cloaks, commanded by General Mofford Valerion and Deputy General Jesslyn Bywater, comprises 9,000 troops under the command of 7 gate captains. The standing army of the Crownlands consists of 10,000 soldiers, commanded by Prince Gaemon, with Deputy Commander Duncan, Earl of Newstone, and John Clinton, Earl of Eagle's Nest, financed by the Crown Treasury. This standing army is composed of lesser nobles and vassals from the Crownlands, forming a professional army that receives salaries. Chapter 39. The parentage of Joffrey. The injury inflicted by the second son of a duke upon his father is an event that could shake the 7 kingdoms in any era. The guardian of the Eastern Realm, Duke Edis Arryn of the Vale, is still young, and among his loyal vassals, Count Yon of Stone, along with Lady Anya of Ironoak, are already en route to King's Landing. Duke Robert of Windfell, accompanying the Crown Prince on a tour of the North, is also on his way back, and with the involvement of the assailant Joffrey's grandfather, Duke Tywin, this incident has entangled the powers of 3 realms within the 7 kingdoms. Scholars, I wish to ascertain whether Duke Edis's sword hand is irreparable. The King's response to this unforeseen event is decisive. After detaining the assailant Joffrey Baratheon, he forcefully quelled the protests of the Stormlands and Westerland's vassals. Prime Minister Tywin also wisely placed his daughter, Lady Cersei of Windfell, under temporary custody. Your Majesty, there is no doubt that my judgment is accurate. Master Pycelle is evidently displeased with the King's repeated questioning of his diagnosis, but before the formidable monarch, what recourse does he have? Do you share the same assessment? The king inquired of the other scholars, aside from the chief scholar Pycelle, who had been employed by King's Landing from the Citadel, including the learned men from the Black Castle, typically holding doctorates in military or arcane studies, and the White Castle scholars, generally possessing degrees in medicine, history, or economics. Additionally, by tradition, the chief scholar residing in the Red Keep is acknowledged as one of King's Landing's 3 learned men. Dr. Maester Melwyn from the Black Castle, lacking in medical expertise, could only shrug in response to the king's queries, while Dr. Ambrose of the White Castle, a former head physician and scholar at the Citadel, had been responsible for assessing whether apprentice scholars were proficient enough to earn the coveted silver collar of healing. After a moment's contemplation, Dr. Ambrose responded to the king, "Your Majesty, I fear that Master Pycelle's assessment is not without merit. The Duke of Aegon's swordsman may regain sufficient ability for daily life. However, it is unlikely that he will ever rise to the stature of a great warrior." Naturally, the assembly chose to overlook the fact that the young duke, frail since childhood, had never been destined for greatness in the battlefield. The king lapsed into silence, a silence even more profound enveloping the hand of the king, Lord Tywin, who stood beside him. Tywin had not anticipated that the first challenge he would face upon resuming the role of hand would originate from his own grandson, or more accurately, from his daughter. Following the unexpected incident in the training yard, the king had intervened decisively, detaining Joffrey, while his foolish daughter Cersei had incited the vassals of the Westerlands and Stormlands to petition his majesty. Fortunately, these nobles were not as dim-witted as his daughter and refrained from marching upon the Red Keep in full armor. Being in King's Landing allowed him to swiftly quash her folly. After Old Jon's demise, the influence of the Vale in King's Landing diminished precipitously. However, considering that the Vale's principal vassals were en route to the capital, it seemed that greater troubles lay ahead. The Duke of Storm's End was still on his journey back to King's Landing, and Sir Stannis Baratheon, the Master of Ships, had become the representative of the Stormland nobles in the capital. Beneath Stannis's stern visage, he pondered the words recounted by those present at the scene following the incident. Golden lions, golden. Indeed, Stannis had never been a congenial figure, nor a benevolent elder worthy of affection. The children of his brother Robert were not close to him either, yet he had never coveted their claim to the Baratheon legacy or the inheritance of Storm's End. However, should a lion infiltrate the midst of the stag, he would not permit anyone to usurp the foundation of House Baratheon. Yet, these matters required substantiation. Baseless accusations would merely lead others to believe he coveted his nephew's inheritance. Stannis resolved to deliberate carefully, for this issue would not reach resolution swiftly. The many nobles from the Vale would not simply acquiesce. Yet, as the saying goes, there are no secrets in King's Landing. Where the powerful congregate, conspiracies and rumors inevitably flourish. The day following the incident at the tourney grounds, a rumor spread like wildfire among the common folk of King's Landing. Amidst the throng of the bucks, a pride of lions had infiltrated. The golden-haired Baratheons were, in truth, the illegitimate offspring of an incestuous union among lions. The clandestine affairs of the nobility have long been the subject of fascination among the common folk of King's Landing. Now, this secret entwining three ducal families has incited a frenzy of gossip. Robert has already crossed Harrenhal and will soon arrive at King's Landing. Duke Tywin, with his customary steely gaze, scrutinized his most troublesome daughter, Cersei Lannister, seated across the table. It is for the best. Perhaps he is a debauched scoundrel. Yet before those arrogant and insolent lowborns, he shall defend his wife and children. Beneath the table, in a corner unseen by her father, Cersei clenched her fists, striving to maintain an aloof demeanor in the face of Tywin's piercing stare. "You are my daughter." Tywin Duke could no longer tolerate his daughter's folly. "All would interpret your actions as my will. I have inherited Jon's position as Hand of the King. The Lannister family's influence in King's Landing grows by the day. At this juncture, do you believe His Majesty will tolerate the folly of any Lannister? Regarding that vile rumor, I hope it remains but a whisper." Tywin continued to observe his daughter's countenance, keenly seeking any sign of emotion. "Both Robert and I concur that Raymond will make an excellent duke. A second son must bear the burdens of a second son. Regrettably, I see no qualities in Joffrey that would serve his elder brother. I have already written to Commander Jeor Mormont of the Night's Watch. Joffrey will be instructed at the Wall on how to become a commendable Night's Watchman." "No, father. You cannot take Joffrey from me." Cersei contemplated numerous forms of punishment that might befall Joffrey, yet never did she envision such a fate. The Night's Watch. Those pitiable souls enduring their plight upon the Wall in the north. This is not a discussion, but an announcement. Furthermore, you shall not remain in King's Landing. Upon Robert's return, he will escort you back to Casterly Rock. Myrcella will accompany you, and as for Tommen, Tywin pursed his lips and remarked, "He shall journey to Casterly Rock alongside Lancel for his training, perhaps one day becoming a remarkable aid to his elder brother Raymond, much like Lancel." Duke Tywin rang a bronze bell, and two septas from the Hall of Lannisport accompanied Cersei as she departed. Since the conflict erupted, Tywin had forbidden Cersei from being alone. and these two septas from the Westerlands were her constant shadows. In the White Keep, styled in the manner of the Vale, the garden was adorned with the soothing sounds of flowing water and fountains, creating an idyllic setting for discourse among the nobility. Not only did the delightful scenery enchant the eye, but the gentle babbling of the waters provided an excellent cover for confidential exchanges. The avian serenades and floral fragrances of the royal garden concealed many a sinister plot. It seems our esteemed hand has once again adeptly navigated a significant crisis. Lord Varys remarked in his customary syrupy tone. I never anticipated my reckless brother would acquiesce to the old lion's methods, Lancel Baratheon murmured. I thought he would seize his warhammer and shatter it all. My esteemed lord, Duke Robert is indeed a brute, yet not a fool. He would not dare to oppose your majesty. And what of you, my lord the Earl? Would you still be willing to risk discovery by the dragon lords in our collaboration? Baelish ventured cautiously. Oh, I almost forgot. You too are a dragon lord. A dragon lord with merely a titular earldom? There is no need for such probing. Perhaps this endeavor has faltered, yet we have sown a seed, have we not? Varys replied in his customary soft tone, though his eyes remained as cold as iron. Indeed, he too is a dragon lord. Devoid of dragons and the noble name of Targaryen, burdened with the name Blackfyre, lacking even the ultimate rewards that men might seek. So let us toast to our continued collaboration. Alas, our other companion is no longer with us. Had he been present, he might have stirred a different tide among the Vale's men. Chapter 40. News from the Bay of Slaves. The conflict surrounding the heirs of House Lannister, House Baratheon, and House Arryn was deftly diffused under the stewardship of His Majesty and Lord Tywin. However, the vassals of the Vale did not make their journey in vain. During their audience with the king, they also learned of the tournament to recruit new members for Prince Aegon's Kingsguard, funded initially by Lord Tywin, scheduled to take place in a few days' time. The chivalric spirit of the Vale has long been celebrated across the Seven Kingdoms, as true descendants of the Undulls. The people of the Vale have always regarded themselves as the epitome of knighthood within the realm. This may elicit dissent from many knights of the Riverlands. Yet perhaps this tournament presents an opportune moment for mutual validation among the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms. The Vale's aristocracy is among those who have intermarried most frequently with the Targaryens, rivaling even the Baratheons of Storm's End, who are closely related to the Dragon Lords. Especially following the extinction of dragons and the numerous setbacks faced by House Velaryon, the demand for intermarriage with the Targaryens has steadily diminished. Nevertheless, with the resurgence of dragons during the reign of the late king, the power and influence of the Dragon Lords have grown exponentially, elevating the status of House Velaryon. Also of Valyrian descent, traditionally a vassal of Dragonstone. Yoren, Anya, I hope to adopt young Aegon as Gaemon's ward. Aegon VI once served as a squire to the late Duke John of Eagle's Nest, sharing the experience of being a squire alongside Duke John, which ultimately led him to wed Lady Alice of the Vale, who would become Queen Alice. Naturally, Count Yoren and Lady Anya, along with other noble leaders of the Vale, are well acquainted with His Majesty, who spent his youth in the Vale and understands that this gesture is meant to placate the people of the Vale. Your Majesty, we have full confidence that Duke Aegon can receive Prince Gaemon's guidance. Yoren and Lady Anya exchanged glances before responding. Moreover, we find the judgments rendered by you and Duke Tywin regarding this matter to be commendably fair. After a brief pause, Count Yoren appeared to hesitate over how to articulate his next thoughts. Not only that, after a brief smile, Aegon VI continued, I hope that several young and talented individuals from the Vale may serve as attendants before the throne, while also accompanying the young Aegon. Naturally, Lord Yoren and Lady Anya, among others, readily accepted His Majesty's proposal, understanding it as a gesture of reassurance from the Iron Throne to the nobles of the Vale. With the Targaryen family's rule re-established, the influence of the Seven Kingdoms nobility became closely tied to their presence before the Iron Throne. Traditionally, the court in King's Landing was predominantly comprised of nobles from the Crownlands and the Riverlands. However, since Aegon VI ascended the throne, the representation of the Vale, the Westerlands, and the reach before the Iron Throne has notably increased. Moreover, with the Crown Prince marrying two esteemed roses from the North and Dorne, even those regions traditionally distanced from the Seven Kingdoms have begun to integrate more closely. As numerous nobles from the Vale gathered in King's Landing, a piece of news from the Slavers' Bay once again disturbed the anticipated tranquility of the capital. More precisely, it was two pieces of news from Slavers' Bay. Firstly, in a surprising turn of events, Prince Viserys, who had been exiled by the king to the eastern continent, unexpectedly defeated the remnants of the Blackfyre faction also scattered in Slavers' Bay and fortuitously became one of the most esteemed lords of Meereen. He has now issued a recruitment call to the younger sons of various nobles across the Seven Kingdoms, as well as to numerous hired knights and free riders, in order to confront the threat posed by the Dothraki marauders. The second piece of news is closely related to the first. My lords, I fear I must interrupt your praises of Prince Viserys' remarkable achievements, Lord Varys remarked in his customary gentle tone. Another scion of the Blackfyre lineage, Princess Daenerys, has not only wed the formidable Dothraki leader Khal Drogo, but is also with child. Her brother, who failed in his conquest of Slaver's Bay, has also sought refuge with Khal Drogo. Lord Varys, I mean no offense, but can Khal Drogo, who has been weakened by Prince Aerys' blows, truly be considered formidable? Countered Lord Mofford, the captain of the King's Landing Guard, who has always prided himself on his noble Valyrian heritage. He regarded not only the mere chieftains of the eastern continent, but even many of Westeros' nobility as beneath him. The Dothraki are often swayed by a single victory or defeat. Lord Stannis' words were as unyielding as ever since the Battle of Pentos. That horse lord has enough strength to rally the Khalasar once more. As the first Sea Minister, Lord Stannis undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of the eastern continent. His assertions garnered the assent of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms gathered in the Iron Throne's hall. For Lord Mofford, however, he perceived this as yet another piece of irrefutable evidence against him. As the Lord of Driftmark and a man devoted to the revival of House Velaryon, he viewed Lord Stannis and his royal fleet as significant obstacles, cleverly obstructing certain paths to wealth. It was confirmed that Khal Drogo had suffered a major setback beneath the walls of Pentos, yet his scattered followers were quickly regrouped. According to reliable sources, Drogo Ko has made significant advances eastward, assimilating numerous Karasa along the way. Varyston paused and remarked that merchants from Volantis and Braavos have supplied him with colossal crossbows. Undoubtedly, neither the secretive city of Braavos, which can still be considered an ally of the Iron Throne, nor Volantis, which prides itself on being the eldest daughter of Valyria, would idly observe the unchecked expansion of the Iron Throne's power. They are clandestinely supporting a potential threat to the Iron Throne, even if that threat appears to pose little danger. Setting aside the matter of the Horse Lord, the ability of his forces to cross the narrow sea is uncertain. Yet even in our overseas expeditions, we can vanquish these barbarians. The hand of the king, Duke Tywin, remains resolute as ever, and the pressing question is whether we shall lend our support to Viserys' request. Your Majesty, my lords, our expansion into Pentos and the realm of the Three Daughters has already raised alarms among many city-states on the eastern continent, making it inadvisable to incite further discord in the Bay of Slaves. Count Gelog Grafson from Seagull Town has always been a loyal adherent of the Iron Throne. Yet in the face of tangible threats, he has voiced his opposition. The trade of Seagull Town heavily relies on the eastern continent, with as much as half of it tied to Braavos, and the Grafson family has historically maintained a cautious stance in disputes concerning the eastern continent. A man wielding a knife will invariably be regarded as a threat, and when he commands an army, all will pause to discern his intentions, Duke Tywin coldly stated. My lords, the Iron Throne shall not extend any official support to Viserys. However, we shall neither impede his summons. His Majesty has made a definitive decision on this matter. Yet, for the numerous nobles of the Vale, the dilemma grows more complex. In principle, the nobles of the Vale should feel a natural affinity towards Prince Viserys, born of Queen Alysanne. However, the prince's past arrogance and his blatant coveting of the Vale's inheritance have rendered the proud lords of the Vale unwilling to accept him. Although the unfortunate events surrounding the former prime minister and his spouse ultimately proved to be unrelated to Prince Viserys, the matter still weighs heavily on their minds. The king's decision to exile the prince is widely regarded as the most prudent course of action. Nonetheless, the prince's recent summons has placed the nobles of the Vale in a quandary. Surrounded by the Moonshadow Mountains, the Vale boasts fertile land. Yet its limited expanse constrains the development of many noble families, including numerous descendants of the Arryns, who fade into obscurity due to lack of land. Those heirs without claims to inheritance must seek their own paths. In this period of relative tranquility across the Seven Kingdoms, where can one attain land and wealth? Perhaps Prince Viserys has offered them another choice. Chapter 41. The approach of war. However, the nobles of the Vale soon found themselves free of their dilemma, as yet another message arrived from the continent of Essos, conveyed by the little birds of Master of Whisperers, Lord Varys. The descendants of Blackfyre possess the charisma of their forebear, having forged an alliance with the formidable Khalasar of the Dothraki, covertly aided by the residents of Braavos and Volantis. More alarmingly, these heirs wield not just one, but multiple dragon eggs. Lord Varys has received credible intelligence indicating that Shadowbinders from As High along with priests of the indigenous deities from the eastern continent, are assisting the Blackfire heirs in hatching the 2 dragon eggs in their possession. Since the reign of King Aegon, any news of dragons escaping the Targaryen lineage has signaled the clarion call for war. Now, as the dragons within the petrified eggs are being awakened one by one, the whereabouts of any single egg is enough to ignite the passions of the dragon lords. Ladies and gentlemen, the disputes of the eastern continent are fated to escalate. At the royal council meeting, the hand of the king, Duke Tywin, was the first to speak. No one dared to challenge his perspective. Even the conservative commander of the Kingsguard, Ser Jorah, and Maester Pycelle understood that when it comes to dragons, the Targaryens exhibit no hesitation. Shall we dispatch an expeditionary force? The Master of Coin, Lord Mattis, shattered the silence. My Lord Stannis, how many troops can our royal fleet transport? In times of necessity, we could enlist the aid of the Red Wine Fleet. Yet, the Admiral of the Royal Navy, Lord Stannis, did not directly respond to Lord Mattis's inquiry, but instead added, the Stepstone Islands and Tyrosh are under our control. Yet coordinating supplies along the way will likely require the cooperation of Volantis. The Lord Chancellor, Lord Tydos, expressed his concerns, noting that the historical relationship between Volantis and the Iron Throne has never been amicable. In contrast to our distant position in the west, Volantis would be even less inclined to allow a powerful and uncontrollable force to arise in their midst. Surprisingly, Duke Tywin remained optimistic, believing that Volantis, situated in close proximity to the Slavers' Bay and the Dothraki Sea, would prove to be an ally to the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, Lord Tywin makes a valid point. Although the current regime in Volantis is dominated by the elephants, neither the Tiger faction nor the Elephant faction would permit a formidable power with dragons to emerge at their doorstep. Maester Pycelle, unusually, expressed a leaning opinion before the king had a chance to voice his own. We must reach out to the Volantene. The king concurred with the sentiments of Tywin and Pycelle, recognizing the necessity of finding a suitable envoy to make contact with Volantis. Furthermore, any support for Viserys must be conducted as an official action of the Iron Throne. Regarding the choice of envoy to Volantis, Your Majesty, I propose that Prince Gaemon be entrusted with this task, suggested Lord Varys. The Volantene pride themselves on being the true descendants of Valyria, who could command their respect more than the dragon lords themselves. Moreover, with Prince Gaemon overseeing affairs on the eastern continent, it would likely facilitate better cooperation with Prince Viserys. Everyone understood the subtext of Lord Varys' suggestion. The notoriously arrogant Prince Viserys, having successfully seized power in Meereen, would be reluctant to cooperate with anyone less than a high-ranking official of the Iron Throne, save for his brother, the heir to the Iron Throne, who could compel his compliance. Indeed, Your Majesty, although we are all aware that the North faces a significant threat, however, there are currently no signs of a full-scale invasion by the others. Earl Morford has long harbored reservations regarding the Crown Prince's prolonged stay in the North. It is fair to say that he has felt considerable discontent over the prince's successive marriages to brides from Dorne and the North. Given the resurgence of dragons, it is imperative to uphold the traditional Valyrian unions, specifically the alliances formed between the Dragon Lords and the Valyrian families since the time of the Conqueror. With a consensus reached, let us dispatch Master Seal to send a raven to summon Gaemon. The king pondered for a moment before adding, simultaneously, a message should be sent to Dragonstone, instructing Aegon and Nymelia to conclude their betrothal tour and return to King's Landing. The absence of both heirs to the Iron Throne in the capital poses a significant risk. As war looms ever closer, it is crucial to bring the heirs back to King's Landing to stabilize the populace. Ser Lancel, though lacking the distinguished status of his elder brother, the Duke of Storm's End and the Crown Prince's close confidant, or the esteemed position of his other brother, Ser Stannis, the Master of Ships and Commander of the Royal Fleet, remains the most beloved Baratheon in King's Landing. He possesses the youthful charm of Robert in his prime and is always adorned with a warm smile, treating others with utmost courtesy. At present, this beloved Ser Lancel has sought out Lord Varys and the noblemen of the Vale, who were initially engaged in discussions regarding the news of Blackfire in the lands of Slavers' Bay, have graciously allowed them the space to converse. So, the rumors hold truth. Our knights of the Vale shall soon soar upon the continent of Essos. Ser Lancel, like Varys, perpetually wears a smile, yet his grin lacks the cloying sweetness that Varys exudes. Indeed, led by Lord Jon with 1,000 knights from the Vale and their retinues, along with our esteemed Lord Jesselyn Bywater commanding 3,000 gold cloaks. Varys appeared somewhat taken aback by Ser Lancel's approach, yet he responded with impeccable decorum. I presume that the descendants of Blackfire shall find it exceedingly difficult to escape the Iron Throne's retribution? A knowing smile graced Ser Lancel's face. Lord Varys, Perhaps you should seek clemency for your remaining kin. Before that, you must persuade them to submit to the Iron Throne's rule, just as you have. Varys has always believed that within the vast power dynamics of King's Landing, there exist 4.5 akin players: the former Master of Coin, Petyr Baelish, the current youngest Baratheon, Ser Lancel, Prince Mikar of Dorne, and himself. Each seeks to stir greater storms with their disparate strengths. Among them, Petyr Baelish and he have effectively concealed their ambitions, rendering them inconspicuous within the realm of power. Meanwhile, Ser Lancel, though conspicuous, has adeptly masked his own ambitions. Are they now poised to surface? Ser Lancel, I believe both His Majesty the King and Duke Robert hold you in high regard. I have heard that the Duke has arranged a commendable match for you. Varys sincerely cautioned the young man. Do you still aspire for more? Storm's End? A ward of the realm? The customary smile on Renly's face vanished. Lord Varys, this is a grave accusation. Are you implying that I covet the title of the Duke of Storm's End? Both you and I, along with many others, are aware of Lady Cersei's perilous actions. Yet, is there truly any doubt regarding the legitimacy of young Gendry's claim to Storm's End? Even your stern brother, Lord Stannis, holds great affection for this remarkable nephew. Of course, everyone adores little Gendry, just as Stannis does, while I harbor disdain for my brother Robert's 2 golden-haired brats, who are all lion and no stag. However, unlike my brother Stannis, I find it impossible to take a liking to my own nephew, Gendry Baratheon. Perhaps, in comparison to myself, others perceive Gendry as a reflection of his uncle Robert in his youth, with some even dubbing him the reincarnation of the Storm King. The adoration once bestowed upon the Storm King has gradually shifted to his nephew. The gods decree that each individual is born into their destined role, are they not? So, Lord Varys, do you see yourself as a Targaryen or a Blackfyre? Chapter 42. The death of the stag. No one anticipated that war would commence in such a manner, nor did anyone foresee that it would not erupt in the distant Slavers' Bay, nor in the long-disputed lands of the Vale, nor even in the recently pacified city of Pentos. Instead, it began in the heart of Westeros, in the realm of the Iron Throne, upon the King's Road. Ever since his wife Cersei returned to King's Landing with their children, Robert's spirits had never been so buoyant. He was finally free from the sight of that unsightly face. The North, too, did not seem as frigid as he had imagined. Whether it was the enthusiastic clumsiness of a peasant girl, the exuberance of an innkeeper's daughter along the way, or the 2 young noblewomen who nearly caused him to tumble from his horse while crossing a stream, Robert found amusement in the journey. It was only regrettable that Brandon Stark, once renowned as a wayward spirit throughout the 7 kingdoms, had now become a devoted husband. Not to mention the exemplary husband that Prince Gaemon had become. Good heavens, if that fellow had not adhered to royal tradition by taking 2 wives, he might have been celebrated by the Septons as a paragon of marital virtue. Of course, many Septons now extol the virtues of the king and the crown prince. Since the former High Septon, the late Prince Jaehaerys, had governed the faith for decades, the once rebellious institution seemed to have transformed into a docile lamb for the crown. Yet, according to the current corpulent High Septon, the crown wields the sword of the 7, with the king representing the 7's dominion over mankind. The faith serves as the steadfast shield of the crown, warding off all harm disallowed by the 7. However, Robert's joyful moments were shattered upon receiving news from King's Landing while in Winterfell. His foolish and cruel son Joffrey had injured Jon's heir, Lord Petyr Aeron of the Vale. Robert, accompanied by a few retainers, journeyed south along the King's Road from Winterfell under the cover of night. In this era, not only was the King's Road well maintained, but the bandits that once plagued it seemed to have vanished. The Iron Throne has always dealt decisively with crime, whether in the north, the Riverlands, or the Crownlands. In the small town of Harrenhal by the Trident, he received the latest news from King's Landing. Learning that His Majesty had managed the situation adeptly, reluctant to confront Cersei's countenance, which seemed to convey a sense of entitlement, Robert slowed his pace as he approached the Riverlands. While passing through Derry, he encountered Lord Raymond Derry on a hunt, graciously accepting his invitation. Just moments before, Robert had dismounted and, with a single shot, brought down a boar as robust as an ox, much to Raymond's astonishment. Despite being the brother of Jon and Willem Derry, the esteemed Kingsguard, Raymond lacked their martial prowess. This hunting expedition was merely an obligation as a lord to protect his subjects from the rampant wild boar population. The Derry family remained steadfast loyalists to the Iron Throne, possessing a commendable strength among the noble houses of the Riverlands. However, Robert found it difficult to warm to Lord Raymond, who bore the same name as his eldest son. The Lord's lackluster skills in hunting and his subtle insinuations that Robert ought to return to King's Landing to manage domestic affairs only deepened Robert's discontent. In truth, Robert was not oblivious to the whispers surrounding his children. Yet, the presence of his eldest son, Raymond Baratheon, made it difficult for him to act decisively. Undoubtedly, Raymond was his blood. Many remarked how he resembled Robert in his youth. If Robert were to take action against Cersei and the two children, the gossip would likely intensify. Having had a tumultuous relationship with Cersei and having spent much of his time wandering through King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms, Robert had not shown much affection towards his children. Even his eldest son, Raymond, though once the apple of his eye during a brief period of sweetness with Cersei, had seen their bond fray as Robert's true nature emerged post-marriage, with numerous mistresses and bastards complicating matters. I must do something for Raymond, Robert pondered, recognizing his failures as a father. At the very least, he wished to secure Raymond an unassailable claim to the throne. Unbeknownst to Lord Raymond Derry, Robert's thoughts wandered even amidst the hunt. As the lead hunter, Robert became the primary target for the startled beasts. In an instant, two panicked boars charged towards him. The guards, fearing for Robert's safety, hesitated to shoot. Only two loyal and valiant guards from Storm's End drew their swords and advanced. Yet the distance was too great for immediate assistance. Though Robert's steed was trained for battle, it too was startled by the ferocity of the wild boars. Rearing up in alarm, reacting swiftly, Robert maintained his composure, thrusting his shotgun with all his might towards the lead boar. As a formidable warrior adept in the use of a warhammer, Robert's strength was renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Empowered by his might, the shotgun pierced through the wild boar's skull, pinning it to the ground. The dying screeches of the beast only incited its female companions further. Seizing the momentum from his strike against the lead boar, Robert leaped from his steed, but upon his descent, his warhorse was abruptly brought down by the charge of the female boars. Swiftly rolling to his feet, Robert drew his long sword and evaded the oncoming female boar's assault, driving his blade into its neck. His guards, rushing to his aid, hastily disfigured the unfortunate female boar. By the seven, Duke Robert, you truly are a warrior descended from the heavens, Raymond Derry exclaimed, having only the chance to utter his final admiration in the wake of the chaos. Robert, feeling a surge of alarm at his momentary distraction that nearly led to calamity, forced a calm laugh, proclaiming, "This is nothing. The perils I faced while hunting with Prince Gaemon were far more exhilarating." As Robert boisterously laughed and clapped the shoulder of the first Stormlands warrior to arrive for assistance, he inquired, "What is your name, lad?" The young warrior proudly introduced himself. "I am Roy Caron, my lord, a cousin of Lord Briss Caron." However, just as Robert engaged in amiable conversation with Roy Caron, 3 deadly projectiles whizzed through the air, 2 crossbow bolts, and an arrow struck Robert, with the bolts piercing his chest and the arrow penetrating his throat. The crowd, which had been reveling in the aftermath of Robert's triumph over the 2 wild boars, was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. The first to react was Roy Caron, who was splattered with blood from Robert's throat as it gushed forth. Shock, fear, and guilt overwhelmed the young man, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. Instinctively, he locked onto the direction from which the arrows had come. Seizing a horse from a comrade and charging towards the thicket where the assassins lay concealed, over 200 yards away, Raymond Derry stood utterly aghast at the unfolding situation. As the Stormlands warriors and the guards of Derry City descended into chaos, several Stormlands warriors formed a protective circle around Duke Robert, allowing no one to approach, their disbelief preventing them from trusting any stranger. Meanwhile, a few seasoned Stormlands knights followed Roy Caron towards the assassins. With a single glance, they comprehended the grim reality that their lord was beyond salvation. In that moment, nothing was more paramount than capturing the culprits to avenge their lord. Chapter 43. The Radiant Renly. The citizens and vassals of the Stormlands held Renly Baratheon in high regard, for he shone brightly among them. The people of King's Landing harbored a fondness for the youngest of the Baratheon brothers. Unlike his elder brother Robert's reckless abandon and his second brother Stannis's cold demeanor, Renly always wore a cheerful smile and was impeccably courteous. The Dark Wings brought foreboding news. When word reached King's Landing that Duke Robert Baratheon of Storm's End had met with foul play and tragically passed away, the once radiant Renly vanished from sight. In the Iron Throne Hall, King Aegon VI listened intently as the spymaster, Lord Varys, delivered his report with a grave expression. "Your Majesty, according to the news from Storm's End, the assailants were a band of mercenaries from Lys, including 2 free riders from Westeros. Varys, speak of matters we do not already know." The king paused, gripping the Blackfire's sword in his hand. This blade, in this narrative, had been brought back by the tall Ser Duncan from the continent of Essos. Indeed, Your Majesty, Varys replied succinctly. The leader of the mercenary group responsible for Duke Robert's death has been seen in King's Landing, and those who met him have identified him as Lancel Lannister. Varys cast an apologetic glance at the hand of the king and continued, Moreover, Your Majesty, Sir Renly, according to reliable intelligence, departed King's Landing for Storm's End. Furthermore, he has summoned the lords of the Seven Kingdoms via Raven from Coppergate to declare that the children of Lord Robert are not of the Baratheon bloodline, and to assert his claim to the rightful inheritance of Storm's End. The Grand Maester added, Your Majesty, as the youngest son, his claim to inheritance cannot surpass that of Lord Stannis. My Lord Mathis, the accusations against Lord Robert's children are merely the shameless fabrications of Renly. I am not asserting that Renly's words are true. I am merely stating that his claims to Storm's End are entirely unfounded. Enough, my lords. My vassal has been assassinated, and someone has sought to assert his so-called rights over my head. The king's cold words instilled a profound sense of foreboding regarding Sir Renly's fate. While my lords only bicker amongst themselves, Your Majesty, Raymond Baratheon possesses undeniable rights to Storm's End. To everyone's astonishment, Stannis Baratheon was the first to express support for his nephew's claim. Furthermore, I implore you to thoroughly investigate the assassination of Robert and deliver a just resolution. My lords Tywin and Stannis, I hereby authorize you both to take full responsibility for the investigation into Robert's assassination. Issue orders to Storm's End until the matter is clarified. No one is permitted to take any action. All must comply with the commands of King's Landing. In the Hands Tower, Lord Tywin and Sir Stannis sat across from one another. They shared many similarities, both notorious for their ruthlessness. Both having achieved great success at a young age under the king's command. Lord Tywin had once been the youngest hand of the king in history, while Stannis had revitalized the royal fleet with the king's support, transforming it into the most formidable naval force on the Narrow Sea, rivaling even the fleet of the Iron Bank of Bravos. Should the two be entrusted with significant responsibilities once more, they would navigate this incident, which could potentially ignite a colossal conflict between their two houses and across the Stormlands and the Westerlands. My Lord Stannis, since we have reached a consensus regarding the inheritance rights of Renly, the matter concerning Storm's End shall be entrusted to your capable hands. Duke Tywin regarded the steel-like figure before him with his calm, green eyes. As for the incident involving Robert's assassination, I shall deliver a fair judgment. Lancel Lannister has been restrained. I will present the accusations against him and others to His Majesty, ensuring that the most equitable decision is rendered through the council. Stannis nodded in agreement with Tywin's arrangement. Both men understood that His Majesty had delegated this matter to them, not only due to the scandal involving two prominent families, but also because it pertained to the inheritance of Storm's End, entrusting Stannis Baratheon, who possessed a primary claim to Storm's End, to handle this situation would be the most just course of action. I shall lead Ser Jane Marys to Storm's End to apprehend Renly Baratheon, who has audaciously claimed inheritance rights over Storm's End without the consent of the Iron Throne. Stannis's voice bore no warmth. To him, Renly seemed merely a stranger. My Lord Stannis, I do not wish to offend, but as far as I am aware, Sir Renly has numerous supporters at Storm's End. Are you certain you do not wish to take an army for negotiations? Tywin, more pessimistic than Stannis, considered Renly's actions to be not only naive but also meticulously orchestrated. After Renly's swift departure from King's Landing under the protection of his guards upon learning of Robert's assassination, he had proclaimed his claim to Storm's End from the Coppergate and then hastened to Storm's End. Tywin had reason to believe that Renly had likely secured control over Storm's End by now. Lord Tywin, Stannis's lips twitched, and even the muscles of his face seemed to respond. Just as I cannot surpass Robert in the claim to Storm's End, Renly's right to inheritance falls beneath mine. This is the law of the Seven Kingdoms. The laws of the Seven Kingdoms do not safeguard the inheritance rights of bastards, my lord. Renly Baratheon retorted, his usual nonchalant demeanor tinged with a hint of sarcasm. If Joffrey and Tommen are undoubtedly bastards, who can guarantee the purity of the union between Renly and Myrcella? Sir Cotenai Ponlos, the acting lord of Storm's End, observed the unfamiliar Renly before him. In his deep blue eyes, Cotenai perceived a profound ambition. However, my lord, have you considered the consequences of your severe accusations against the Iron Throne? Cotenai, having served as the acting lord for over a decade, was undeniably loyal to House Baratheon. My lord, Tywin Lannister is the hand of the king, and Renly, my nominal nephew, serves Prince Aegon. Even Myrcella is a companion to our Princess Rhaenys. Renly's lips curved into his characteristic gentle yet sardonic smile. Now, I implore you, sir, do you truly believe the Iron Throne will render a fair judgment in this matter? Kotenai opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately found no words of rebuttal. Then, my lord, what course of action shall we pursue? Sir Courtenay, in his heart, found himself more inclined towards the young Lord Renly Baratheon, whom he had watched grow up, rather than the enigmatic and questionable identity of the long-residing King's Landing resident, Stannis Baratheon. Yet, it seemed both he and Renly had, whether intentionally or not, chosen to overlook the fact that Stannis stood as the rightful heir above Renly. Surely, you do not intend to rely on Storm's End to withstand the wrath of the Dragon King? Sir Courtenay held great confidence in Storm's End, but that confidence did not lead him to the folly of believing it could withstand the onslaught of the 9 dragons of House Targaryen. Ha, my lord. How could I be so foolish? Renly laughed heartily. Pray tell, my lord, when have I ever offended the majesty of the Iron Throne? I merely assert my legitimate claim. I trust that with the truth of King Robert's death unveiled, His Majesty will give due consideration to my plea. Of course, Renly refrained from informing Sir Courtenay that the lords of the Stormlands were not without their grievances regarding the Iron Throne's recent actions following the expansion of the Crownlands to the north and south. Moreover, with the marriage of Princess Dorne to Prince Gaemon, the lords of the Stormlands at the borders also expressed their discontent. All of this would unexpectedly benefit Renly's claim to the inheritance of Storm's End. Chapter 44. Shadows beneath the clouds of war occupying Storm's End. Renly represented the Iron Throne, yet in the wake of King Robert's assassination, none could have anticipated the fragmentation of House Baratheon in such a brief span of time. When Stannis, representing the Iron Throne, arrived at the gates of Storm's End accompanied by Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Ser Jane, and several dozen attendants, the banners of the Baratheon family, a crowned black stag on a gold field, and Renly's personal standard, adorned with 3 golden roses, seemed to mock Stannis silently. Renly emerged from the castle with Sir Courtenay Penrose, the acting Lord of Storm's End, and 100 knights of the Stormlands to greet him. Long time no see. My dear brother Stannis, Renly smiled, producing a pear from his pocket to offer to Stannis. It must have been a tiresome journey. Would you care to sample a pear from the vale? It is sweet and juicy. Put away your little tricks, Renly, Stannis retorted, his disdain for Renly's frivolity evident. Lower your personal banner, and return to King's Landing with me. You shall receive the most equitable judgment, I assure you. Oh, indeed. Since when did my dear brother, the Master of Ships, become the Lord Chancellor? That seems to be the role of Lord Tydos, does it not? Has the king, in his old age, decided to pass this burden on to you? Renly laughed heartily. If so, I must congratulate you. You truly are the king's faithful favorite. Renly, for your insolence. As your elder brother, I may choose to forgive, Stannis replied, his expression as cold as iron. After surveying the crowd, he fixed his gaze on Renly. Disrespect towards his majesty, Renly, is not something to be taken lightly. Without waiting for Renly's response, Stannis turned to Sir Courtenay Penrose and the Knights of the Stormlands. And you, will you believe Renly's fabrications, disregarding the legitimate claim of Lord Raymond, and defy the majesty of the Iron Throne? My Lord Stannis, we have no intention of opposing the majesty of the Iron Throne, nor do we seek to deprive anyone of their rightful inheritance. However, we remain steadfast in our loyalty to the Baratheon family. Sir Cotenai Palonos has spoken with conviction, and we beseech the king to convene a council of Storm's End, wherein the lords of Storm's End may select their rightful heir of House Baratheon, the legitimate Lord of Storm's End. Sir Cotenai, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Stannis had not anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner, disregarding legitimate claims and bypassing the king's authority to demand a grand council. We are resolute. Sir Cotenai Palonos gazed calmly at Stannis, unable to forget the shameful murder of Robert's illegitimate children by that woman of House Lannister. Nor could he overlook Stannis's indifference towards his own illegitimate nephew. By the gods, I fervently hope that a true Baratheon inherits this ancient castle and the esteemed name. Renly, take heed. Stannis understood that the current circumstances were beyond his control. It was imperative to report to his majesty, yet based on his knowledge of the king, he was certain that the outcome would not align with their desires. You too, brother. Renly's smile would linger in Stannis's mind for a long time. Oh, a grand council of Storm's End? There was no mirth in the king's laughter. Your majesty, this course cannot be permitted. The loyal Grand Maester Pycelle was the first to express his opposition to the request from the lords of Storm's End. Never in the history of the Seven Kingdoms had a grand council been convened without the Iron Throne's summons. Your majesty, I fear our optimism regarding Storm's End may be misplaced. In contrast to the indignant Grand Maester Pycelle, Duke Tywin remained composed, recognizing Renly Baratheon's strong influence in Storm's End. Grand Maester Pycelle, Thus far, how many petitions from Storm's End have we received? King Aegon's expression was inscrutable, while Prince Aegon, recently returned from Sunspire, displayed no discernible emotion. Your Grace, apart from the petition issued from Storm's End, led by Renly and Sir Cotenai with over 200 knightly signatures, lords from the northern regions of Storm's End, including Coppergate, Harrenhal, Stonehelm, and Night's Song, have all requested the convening of a council to determine the inheritance of Storm's End. Pycelle carefully gauged the king's countenance before continuing. Furthermore, lords from Greenvale and Summerhall in the Reach, as well as Brightwater Keep, have also sent letters expressing their concerns regarding matters in Storm's End. Concerns? What prompted them to bypass their own liege and communicate their interest in the affairs of another lord's domain to the king? Your Majesty, the lords of Greenvale and Summerhall have repeatedly voiced their apprehensions regarding the expansion of royal lands, while the Florent family of Brightwater Keep, regardless of whether it be Lord Stannis, who wedded a Florent lady, or Lord Renly, engaged to Lady Meryn, would find the inheritance of Storm's End advantageous for the Florent family. Only the king's close confidant, the Duke of Tywin, who also holds a significant position in the king's court, dares to expose the subtle machinations of the lords from the south and the Stormlands before the king. Aegon V himself understands that, with the increasing authority of the Iron Throne, the collection of tributes from the lords is no longer in the lax state it once was. The successive northward and southward expansions of the royal domain have increasingly concerned many lords. Even the typically cautious Governor Hoster Tully has been engaging in numerous slight maneuvers over the years. Nonsense. The expansion of the royal territory is a unanimous decision of the small council. Harrenhal can rightfully be considered the king's residence. My liege lord, Lord Tully, is in full support of restoring the lordship of the eastern lands of the Riverlands in exchange for the rights to the markets of beautiful women and the tax revenues along the Trident River. Count Tydos has expressed his support for the northern expansion of the royal domain as mentioned by Duke Tywin. In truth, everyone understands that having a vassal who nominally belongs to them and possesses the formidable Harrenhal is not necessarily advantageous for the Duke of Storm's End or the governor of the Riverlands. Conversely, exchanging the eastern lands of the Riverlands for the generous tax rights granted by the crown aligns more closely with the interests of House Tully. Over the years, the Tully family, bolstered by substantial tax revenues and powerful marital ties from the North and Vale, has gradually established its prestige in the Riverlands. The twin cities of Riverrun, which once outwardly obeyed the orders from Storm's End while secretly defying them, have now become loyal vassals of the Duke of Tully. However, it is evident that our lords from the Stormlands hold a different perspective. Lord Varys remarked with a smile. Although the other lords of the Stormlands have not formally communicated, information suggests that, aside from a few such as Harvest Hall, Blackport, and Eagle's Nest, most of the Stormland lords have reached out to our Lord Baelor. It appears that the lords of the Stormlands are attempting to bide their time, refusing to take sides in this dispute. The Golden Cloak Commander has never held a favorable view of the obstinate lords of the Stormlands. Let them have no choice. The resolute determination in the voice of His Majesty Aegon VI was unmistakable. Lord Tywin, you and Lord Tydos shall convene the lords gathered in King's Landing to make a judgment concerning the assassination of Lord Robert. Maester Pycelle, where has Prince Gaemon returned to? Your Majesty, Prince Gaemon just descended south from Harrenhal yesterday. He should arrive in King's Landing in 3 days. Send word to the Pig's Horn, instructing Gaemon not to return to King's Landing, but to proceed directly to the Kingswood encampment, and summon Stannis to join His Majesty at the encampment. The king then turned to the Golden Cloak Commander, Mervyn Valerion. Mervyn, you will lead 3,000 Golden Cloaks to rendezvous with Prince Gaemon. Proceed through the Copper Gate to Wind's Rest. They must make a choice, to become rebels against the crown or to heed the judgment of the Iron Throne. Under the king's command, the lords of the small council acquiesced. Chapter 45. The trial of King's Landing in the Stormlands campaign. Baelor did not realize one critical truth. A king can least tolerate betrayal and coercion. Raising the banner of Wind's Rest is simple, but lowering it may cost one their life. As a newcomer in the Game of Thrones, Lancel believed himself to be well-versed in the intricacies of power. However, he failed to grasp that the game unfolds solely under the auspices of those who establish the rules, the masters of the board. In stark contrast, the seasoned player, Duke Tywin, possessed an acute understanding of the king's intentions. The king entrusted the trial concerning Robert's assassination to him, not only because he served as the hand of the king, but also due to the fact that the roots of the turmoil lay within his foolish and oblivious daughter. By overseeing this case himself, he aimed not only to shield others from his influence, but also to ensure that a fair judgment would mitigate future conflicts between the two great houses under the Iron Throne. the Baratheons, and the Lannisters. Sir Jaime, do you have reservations regarding the orders to escort the latest batch of prisoners to the wall, along with the royal provisions bestowed upon the Night's Watch? Tywin commanded his heir, Jaime Lannister, with an unyielding expression. Under the weight of his father's piercing gaze, Jaime lowered his head, yet stubbornly replied, "Father, you know how can I abandon King's Landing at this moment? This moment? This is precisely when you must represent the Lannister family and serve the realm. But Cersei, I assure you, Cersei will receive the fairest judgment." Duke Tywin paused his quill. Given the current evidence, the Silent Sisters may well be her most suitable haven. "Father, have you never considered that perhaps one of these malefactors could be me? You are my son." Tywin, rarely losing his composure, exclaimed, "You are my heir. The future Duke of Casterly Rock, the defender of the Westerlands. You are a Lannister. And what of Cersei and Lancel? They shall both face just judgment. They will no longer be Lannisters. What of Joffrey and Tommen? Jaime Lannister, I sometimes ponder whether you are truly a Lannister or merely a fool. Our motto is hear me roar, not family, duty, or honor." Tywin rose, pouring himself a glass of wine. "Joffrey's original sentence shall remain unchanged. He will accompany you to the wall, where he will commence his watch. As for Tommen, he was originally destined for Casterly Rock, yet it appears he too will likely journey to the wall to join his brother." Jaime felt a bitter taste fill his mouth, for the errors he had committed now necessitated a child to bear the burden. Indeed, it was arduous for him, as a father, to love Joffrey, for neither his own identity nor the boy's cruel nature permitted such affection. Yet, was his fate truly to dwell in the frigid expanse of the wall, in the company of criminals? Do you believe remaining in King's Landing would alter anything? It would only bring further disgrace to the family, utterly meaningless. Cease your petty schemes. Tournament approvals? You would not stand a chance against Ser Arthur. And as for the trial by 7, you might want to gather 7 knights first. The Iron Throne's hall remained unchanged, yet this time, no royal members were present for the trial. The court convened by the ministers of the Royal Council shall render the final judgment. "Sir Lancel, do you contest the allegations just presented?" inquired Lord Tywin, the Minister of Justice. "If you fail to provide sufficient evidence, according to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, you shall be hanged." "I do not deny my transgressions, esteemed lords," replied Lancel Lannister, his once resplendent golden locks dulled from neglect in his cell, his demeanor notably despondent. "Joffrey and Tommen are the offspring of my illicit union with Cersei Lannister. The assassination of Duke Robert was orchestrated under the duress of Cersei, who employed 2 merchants from Lys to hire a mercenary company from the same region." Lancel's confession elicited gasps from the audience. Thus, it appeared that his father had found a way to protect his brother, Jaime. Among the spectators was Tyrion Lannister, who had journeyed from Casterly Rock. Tywin had always kept this son away from public scrutiny, yet the current events posed a significant threat to the Lannister family's influence and reputation in King's Landing. "Since the gods have deemed you a Lannister, it is time for you to contribute to the family," Tyrion mused, recalling a letter his father had sent to him in Casterly Rock, feeling both joy and trepidation. The trial of Lancel concluded swiftly due to his candid admissions. All were aware that the true spectacle lay ahead: the trial of Cersei Lannister, the Duchess of Casterly Rock, and the mother of the 2 illegitimate heirs, Joffrey and Tommen. Even Tyrion was intrigued by the means his father employed to persuade his proud, yet foolish sister to accept culpability rather than divulge even more explosive secrets, such as Joffrey's true lineage or his past with Jaime. Prior to the trial of Cersei, the Royal Council had determined that both Joffrey Storm and Tommen Storm, the products of her affair with Lancel, would serve at the wall. As winter approaches, every sinner shall become a bulwark for the 7 kingdoms at the wall. It was the first time Duke Tywin, who had maintained silence since the proceedings began, finally spoke. The fate of his daughter and the 2 illegitimate grandsons had been a topic of fervent discussion among the denizens of King's Landing. Most believed that even a man as ruthless as Tywin would show leniency towards his own blood. However, it was apparent that they were mistaken. How astute, Tyrion thought. Exiling them to the wall not only absolves him of the suspicion of patricide, but also showcases his sense of justice. Truly, this is the cunning of Lord Tywin. Tyrion further speculated that this might be the very leverage that compelled his sister to comply with the trial and bring this farce to a dignified conclusion, as Tywin's word alone could dictate the fate of the 2 bastards at the wall. Tyrion felt relief knowing his brother Jaime had already been dispatched to escort the prisoners to the wall. Otherwise, the trial would likely have become even more chaotic. As for Joffrey being relegated to the status of a lowly bastard and sent to the wall, Tyrion felt only a sense of schadenfreude. He could not muster any familial affection for his sister's cruel and vicious son. It was a pity for Tommen, however. He was a good boy. As Ser Jaime rode along the King's Road, he found himself sharing the same sentiments. Observing Joffrey on horseback, incessantly complaining, and Tommen, who sat in the transport cart. Bewildered and helpless, Jaime could only silently pray for their future lives at the wall. "Fear not, my lord. Even the Night's Watch would not permit the children to embark on their vigil unprepared," remarked Lord Yoren of the Night's Watch, expressing his gratitude to Jaime Lannister for his assistance. In response to Yoren's comfort, Jaime could only offer his thanks, unable to divulge the true depths of his worries. "Let us speak of the wall. I have never ventured to the north, let alone to the wall itself." Noticing that Ser Jaime seemed reluctant to delve deeper into the conversation, Yoren seized the opportunity to enlighten him about the wall and the Night's Watch. Despite the substantial support from Prince Aegon, which had garnered numerous original documents from the king, as the commander had stated, the wall required manpower and resources in abundance. The heir of the Westerlands undoubtedly possessed the capacity to provide significant assistance. The long convoy of escorts meandered northward along the King's Road. In Chapter 46, the fall of the Copper Gate in the Stormlands, out of affection for their liege, the lords of the Stormlands rallied behind Renly. Yet, amid the tempestuous lords of the Stormlands, there were those of more rational disposition. As Prince Gaemon's army crossed the Kingswood, all regarded this action merely as a means to pressure the Iron Throne. However, when the forces of the Iron Throne actually arrived, it became apparent that war was imminent. The brave would grow bolder, while the prudent contemplated their retreat. For Lord Ralph Buckler of Coppergate, the path of retreat seemed straightforward. Simply open the gates to welcome the forces of the Iron Throne. Yet, in the midst of the expansion efforts in the Kingswood, Lord Ralph, feeling he had already suffered enough, was unwilling to yield so easily to the Iron Throne. Sir Bruce Buckler, in contrast to his cousin, exhibited greater rationality. "My lord, you cannot truly wish to oppose the army of the Iron Throne, can you? Bruce, if we continue to retreat, we may not even retain the land south of the Windwater." Situated to the southeast of the Windwater, Coppergate historically held partial ownership of what is now the Kingswood. After the Dance of Dragons, during a period of over a century when the strength of the Iron Throne waned, Coppergate enjoyed considerable advantages within the Kingswood. Since the ascension of His Majesty King Aegon VI, the Iron Throne's control over the Kingswood has tightened considerably, severely curtailing the rights of many Stormland nobles and reclaiming various illegally occupied lands for the king. "But, my lord, how do we contend with the Iron Throne? We simply did not comply. Is Storms and not also our liege?" Lord Ralph Buckler smiled slightly, asserting, "As a lord, I possess the right to deny the army passage through my castle. Whether they choose to detour to Storm's End is up to Prince Gaemon. As for requiring cooperation from Coppergate, that is another matter altogether." Sir Bruce Buckler comprehended that Earl Ralph Buckler sought to exchange the passage rights of Coppergate for certain entitlements that were not rightfully his. As for bypassing Coppergate, no competent commander would sever the well-trodden King's Road, relinquishing supply lines and his rear to forces of ambiguous allegiance. Yet, would Prince Gaemon, or the Iron Throne, acquiesce to such intimidation? Ralph could have been more forthright in his demands. Prince Gaemon scoffed disdainfully, then handed the missive to Sir Stannis, Earl Morfydd, and others for their perusal. What he desired was merely the passage of Coppergate's forces in exchange for the legitimate ownership of lands in the southern realm that had been unlawfully seized. This was an act of rebellion. Stannis's cold words cut through the air like a keen blade. Indeed, the self-proclaimed rebel, Lord Renly Baratheon, could also be construed as a traitor in the eyes of his liege. Earl Morfydd, rarely in agreement with Sir Stannis, concurred. "Your Grace, I implore you to allow me to besiege Coppergate and present the traitor Ralph Buckler to you," volunteered Lord Casperwild. As the Earl of Rainhouse, Casperwild was among those Lords of Storms and eagerly embracing a new era and aligning with the Iron Throne. "Your Grace, it is unnecessary to squander our forces here. Permit me to enter the city and elucidate the stakes to Earl Ralph Buckler." Earl John Clinton believed a peaceful resolution was attainable. The Clinton family ranked among the foremost of the Storm's End lords, and as John Clinton grew increasingly favored before the Iron Throne, his prestige among the Lords of Storm's End rose correspondingly. "Gentlemen, I believe Earl Ralph Buckler will reconsider his response with due gravity." Gaemon Targaryen silenced his followers' quarrel. "Before sunset, I shall grant him another opportunity to respond. Should he choose to ally with the traitor, by dawn's light tomorrow, the Buckler family shall become a relic of history." Everyone present was familiar with this proclamation. It had once been the final ultimatum issued by Conqueror Aegon to the treacherous Harlan of Harrenhal. Harlan had scornfully rejected the Conqueror, and the consequences were well known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Now, it was Earl Ralph Buckler's turn to make his fateful decision. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the walls of Coppergate, and in the stillness of the evening, the 3 copper buttons of the Buckler family banner hung limply. While many marveled at Earl Buckler's valor, the city gates creaked open. The first to emerge, Earl Buckler, wore a dejected countenance. After fulfilling his obligation to apologize to Prince Gaemon, no one paid further attention to this defeated man. When the sun rose the following day, the Buckler family endured. Albeit with Ralph Buckler now estranged from that legacy, for his earlier act of rebellion had led to his banishment by the Iron Throne to the Wall, where he became a noble knight watchman. After numerous exhortations, Sir Bruce Buckler ultimately succeeded Ralph Buckler as the new lord of the castle of Coppergate. The Earl of Bruce Buckler, taken aback by the sudden elevation of his title, approached with utmost reverence, awaiting the commands of Prince Gaemon. By your noble actions, you have averted the flames of war in the Stormlands. Herewith, I, on behalf of the Iron Throne, bestow upon the Buckler family a 30-year exemption from taxes for hunting in the royal forests on the southern banks of the Winder River. Your generosity will ensure that Coppergate remains one of the Iron Throne's most loyal subjects. Stunned by this unexpected honor, the Earl of Bruce Buckler expressed his heartfelt gratitude, albeit somewhat flustered. While he did not obtain the coveted ownership of the royal forest lands that Ralph so ardently desired, the broader hunting rights would undoubtedly bring substantial wealth to him. The Iron Throne shall not neglect any loyal servant, proclaimed Prince Gaemon. Conversely, any rebellious acts would incur the gravest penalties. Lord Clinton, is there any news from Windwhisper Castle? At present, there are no updates from Windwhisper. However, lords from nearby strongholds, such as Fallenwood and Crow's Nest, have already dispatched troops to join forces and have expressed unwavering support for the Iron Throne's decree. Your Highness, the lords of the Borderlands also have fresh developments. The Carlin and Swan families have sent envoys en route, affirming their willingness to heed your command in quelling the rebellion in the Stormlands. Earl Baelor Tandelian of Blackport also approached to advocate on behalf of the lords of the Borderlands. Despite steadfastly supporting the Iron Throne during previous disputes, Baelor Tandelian could not disregard the pleas of the long-standing allies from the Borderlands. My grandmother, Queen Lily, hails from House Baratheon. And I too carry the blood of the Storm King, Prince Gaemon remarked, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from Baelor Tandelian and others. The lords of the Stormlands were, in fact, relieved that the Iron Throne had appointed Prince Gaemon to address this matter. With his Baratheon lineage, Prince Gaemon garnered the support of the Stormland lords. I aspire for House Baratheon to flourish. However, the actions of Renly are not merely a challenge to the authority of the Iron Throne, but a blatant disregard for the legitimate claim of Rhaen Baratheon. Both he and his supporters shall face the harshest retribution. It was clear to all that even a united front from all the forces of the Stormlands could not stand against the Iron Throne. Renly's reliance on the uncertainty surrounding Robert's assassination and the legitimacy of his heirs, combined with the discord stemming from the expansion of the Crownlands and the Iron Throne's alliance with Dorne, was tenuous at best. Yet, Renly failed to comprehend that the Iron Throne would not yield to any vassal's provocations, and the overwhelming majority of the Stormland lords held greater allegiance to the king than to their liege, especially considering the doubts surrounding his claim. What then? Shall we do about the families that initially supported Renly and remain obstinately devoted to him? Everyone understands that Prince Gaemon's next target is those families that have subtly or overtly supported Renly until now. At the forefront is the nearby Haystack Hall. Chapter 47. The hammer and the anvil of the Stormlands. Renly perceives himself as a true steel, akin to Robert. Yet war serves as the ultimate test of a metal strength. Upon the army's arrival at the Gates of Copper, Renly finds himself preoccupied with quelling disputes among his ranks, while internally he wrestles with his own turmoil. When the Gates of Copper fall and the doors of Storm's End swing wide, Renly resolutely decides to support his few allies. The Countess of Haystack Hall, Sharera Eleanor. Renly divides the gathered 5,000 troops from Storm's End into 2 factions, personally leading 2,000 to defend the heart of Storm's End, the emblem of House Baratheon. Meanwhile, Loras Tyrell is tasked with leading the remaining 3,000 to aid Haystack Hall. If Renly Baratheon's unexpected yet understandable return to Storm's End from King's Landing, claiming his birthright after Robert's assassination, was surprising, then Loras Tyrell's abrupt departure from King's Landing to join Renly, being a knight of the King's Guard and the son of the Highgarden Duke, as well as the grandson of Princess Sharera, left many in astonishment. The support garnered from certain noble families of the Reach, invigorated by the inclusion of the king's son, left House Tyrell of Highgarden in a precarious position. Princess Sharera sets forth once more towards King's Landing. My lord, rest assured, I will engage the royal army with utmost caution and will not harm Prince Gaemon, Loras earnestly assures Renly as he departs. Loras takes with him all cavalry supporting Renly, including 400 knights and 3,000 Stormlands horsemen. Loras, I ponder whether I should heed the Iron Throne's command, Renly reflects. Having been wearied by a series of adversities in recent days, perhaps before others, he must maintain an air of confidence, yet in the presence of his closest confidants. Renly reveals his most genuine self. Renly, I will intervene before you make your decision. Loras gazes at Renly with a sorrowful yet affectionate expression, dropping the formal address he used in public for a more intimate tone. But now, you have no retreat. I know His Majesty, and I understand my cousins. They will not forgive any acts of rebellion. Loras sorrowfully contemplates, including his own rebellious actions in that judgment. Perhaps at this moment, his grandmother is en route to confess in King's Landing. Loras, I am unsure of my own sentiments, whether it is the unanimous support for Storm's End or the unwillingness to resign to a life as an ordinary knight that troubles me. Perhaps the allure of becoming a duke has clouded my judgment. Yet, I am acutely aware that Raymond is Robert's son, my blood relative. Renly, there is no need to elaborate. I understand, and this is my choice. Bless me. If all goes well, we may still possess leverage for negotiation. When Prince Gaemon's formidable army did not descend upon Harrenhal, but instead rushed towards Wind's Rest, the plea for assistance from Harrenhal reached Wind's Rest without delay. By the time the forces led by Ser Loras set out to provide aid, Harrenhal had already endured 3 days of siege. Unaccustomed to such turmoil in peaceful times, Harrenhal was utterly unprepared for the onslaught. After Countess Shira Elner's 5 desperate missives for help were dispatched, the true assault commenced. Harrenhal was not a robust fortress. Years of tranquility had left many of its storerooms bare. As Countess Shira Eller rallied her loyal knights and vassals, only a handful of knights, 300 retainers, and over 2,000 armed peasants remained to defend the hall. Sebastian Eller had just returned from repelling the forces of House Buckler, which had recently pledged allegiance to the royal army. My lady, I fear that given today's offensive, we can only hold out for a week. Sebastian Eller expressed with great concern. Do not fret, sir. In just a few days, the Duke of Loras's forces will arrive to support us. Countess Shira Eller replied with unwavering confidence. In contrast to Sebastian Eller's anxiety, she remained steadfast. The greatest folly of the Iron Throne was allowing Prince Gaemon to command the army without unleashing his dragons. Historically, our Eller family has triumphed over Targaryen forces, had it not been for their dragons. Countess Shira Eller was a resolute and stubborn noble of the Stormlands, proud of her heritage and the unwavering loyalty of her ancestors to the Storm King during the Age of Conquest. Indeed, as she asserted, Loras was leading the Stormlands reinforcements, racing through the night to their rescue. However, the speed at which Harrenhal was falling exceeded both her and Sebastian Eller's expectations. After the fierce assault on the 4th day, Gaemon and his vassals had discerned the strengths and weaknesses of the defenders' positions. Loras, hurrying to provide aid, understood that the tide of war depended on his timely arrival at Harrenhal, where he could utilize it as a stronghold and replicate the tactics of the Battle of the Redgrass Field, likening it to a hammer and an anvil. Coincidentally, Prince Gaemon had a similar strategy in mind, although in his case, the anvil was represented by the siege army he led, with another as the hammer. The Stormland cavalry's support was swift as the wind. Departing from Wind's Rest, they marched day and night for 3 days and nights, finally reaching a position mere miles from Harrenhal on the 4th morning. In the estates of the vassals under the Earl of Harrenhal, Loras's Stormland forces replenished their supplies and, more crucially, allowed their horses to regain their strength. After the sworn Knights of Wind's Rest eliminated the scouts dispatched by the royal army, Loras led 3,000 Stormland cavalry directly into the fray against the besieging forces of the Iron Throne. When the two armies clashed, the royal forces did not exhibit the disarray Loras had anticipated. Rather than concentrating their efforts on breaching Harrenhal, they seemed more focused on fortifying their encampment. Whether it be Prince Gaemon, Stannis, or John Clinton, all recognized that the crux of the siege lay in the confrontation with the reinforcements from Storm's End. They staunchly opposed the bellicose pleas for battle from the ambitious Commander Moffat of the Gold Cloaks and the newly appointed Earl of Coppergate, Buckler. Thousands of Iron Throne soldiers, aside from the 1,000-strong forces led by Earl Buckler, were actively engaged in constructing fortifications outside the city walls, while the Coppergate troops besieged the Harrenhal. Thus, when the 3,000 cavalry from Storm's End, led by Loras Tyrell, achieved their surprise attack, the royal army, after a brief moment of disarray, quickly fortified their defenses relying on their solid encampment structures. Though, post-reform, the gold cloaks of King's Landing remained, strictly speaking, a civilian infantry. The generous salaries and rigorous selection standards had significantly enhanced their combat resolve, elevating them beyond mere city garrison troops. More crucially, under Prince Gaemon's guidance, they had been equipped with a substantial supply of crossbow bolts, enabling this infantry to effectively engage the storms and cavalry from their fortified positions. Loras felt a twinge of anxiety. The anticipated surprise attack and the swift defeat of the royal forces had not materialized. As the conflict stagnated, it became apparent that not only would the morale of the storms and cavalry be affected, but also the royal camp's towering banners, the prominent red dragon on a black field, the golden-crowned stag on a yellow field, and the various sigils of the prominent families of Storm's End, constantly underscoring their identity as rebels. Just as Loras fretted over how to bolster the morale of the Storm's End troops, a long, sonorous horn resounded, and behind them, the banner of the kingdom was raised. Alongside the red dragon flag, the three-headed dragon banner of Prince Aegon, along with the 7 stars and 7 swords crown of the Kingsguard, flew proudly. The hammer of Prince Gaemon had arrived on the battlefield, led by Roland Targaryen, the son of the Earl of Newstone and a close companion of Prince Aegon, commanding 700 elite Kingsguard knights. Chapter 48. The Storms in Battle unfolds with relentless momentum. The Kingsguard's first appearance astounded the 7 kingdoms, as 1/3 of the cavalry, under Roland Targaryen's command, swept through the 3,000 elite cavalry of Storm's End with overwhelming force. The final clash unfolded between 2 knights, Loras Tyrell, a former squire of the Kingsguard, and the steadfast Stormlander, Brenidas, who upheld the vows of the Kingsguard. "I thought you would support Lord Balon Greyjoy, as I do," Loras remarked, having personally slain 3 Kingsguard knights, his once resplendent armor now stained with blood, both his foes and his own. "Sir Loras, I too believed you would dissuade Lord Balon," Brenidas replied, momentarily catching Loras off guard. "I am grateful for the respect and courtesy bestowed upon me by Lord Balon in years past," Brenidas continued, "but it is Prince Aegon who has guided me to discover my own path. I shall never become a lady of Storm's End. Yet I can choose to be a warrior, a great knight." Thus, Loras understood that further words between them would bear no fruit. Once colleagues, the two engaged in a contest marked by alternating victories and defeats. However, Loras understood that in this life-or-death battle, even at the pinnacle of his abilities, he could not triumph over the innate warrior before him. Nevertheless, Loras resolutely raised his longsword, determined to fight for the honor of his beloved Renly until the very end. The obliteration of the Stormlands reinforcements became the final straw for the denizens of Harrenhal, prompting a rebellion led by a dozen knights from House Eller, who captured Lady Sharera Eller and brought her to the royal camp. "My lady, I regret that you have been subjected to such an undignified experience," Prince Gaemon remarked, instructing his attendants to release Lady Sharera from her bindings. "However, your act of rebellion cannot be forgiven. The Silent Sisters of the Hall of Baelor will be your final abode." Gaemon's words compelled Lady Sharera to acquiesce in silence, expressing her gratitude nonetheless. As for you all, Gaemon turned his attention to the knights of Harrenhal who had come to surrender. "Both your previous acts of treachery and your current betrayal of your liege lord shall be met with severe retribution. The Night's Watch will be your destination." With the fall of Coppergate and Harrenhal, the rebellion in the Stormlands was destined for failure. Following a visit from envoys of House Tyrell and House Carlin to Prince Gaemon, the combined forces of the Stormlands from the south commenced their assault on Storm's End. Despite the recent conquests of Coppergate and Harrenhal, Prince Gaemon appeared in no haste to attack Storm's End. After establishing camp a few leagues from the fortress, the royal army led by Gaemon issued another call to arms. Responding to the summons, the assembled armies of the Stormlands quickly surpassed 10,000, while another contingent of over 10,000 from the borders converged from the south. Rather than focusing solely on combat, Prince Gaemon devoted considerable effort to engaging with the lords of the Stormlands. The Clinton family, who had steadfastly aligned with the Iron Throne from the outset, along with the Targaryens and the more cautious Swan and Carlin families, received Gaemon's amicable overtures. Even the Buckler family, recently on the receiving end of the Iron Throne's might, found themselves in cordial discourse with the prince. King Aegon VI, as the progeny of Queen Lily Baratheon, garnered robust support from the lords of the Stormlands. Whether during the succession disputes following the dissolution of his father Prince Duncan's marriage or in his efforts to reform and restore the authority of the Iron Throne. When his grandfather, the diminutive Prince Duncan, opted to divorce Queen Lily in favor of a woman claiming descent from House Mudd, the Stormlanders, led by Duke Leonor Baratheon, erupted in fury, even contemplating rebellion to reclaim their lost dignity. Ultimately, King Aegon V bequeathed the claim to the Iron Throne to his grandson, Prince Aegon. While the erstwhile heir, Prince Duncan, was exiled to the Riverlands, becoming the lord of the newly rebuilt Stone Keep. King Aegon VI maintained a close relationship with the Stormlands, whose lords had long been the staunchest supporters of the Iron Throne for decades. However, Aegon VI first wed Princess Daena Targaryen, the daughter of his uncle, Prince Daemon, and subsequently took as his bride Queen Alysanne Arryn from the Vale. Meanwhile, as the heir to the Iron Throne, Prince Aemon married Lyanna Stark from the north and Princess Elia Martell from Dorne. This caused considerable discontent among the Stormlanders, particularly the lords of the Stormlands on the fringes. This discontent was a significant underlying reason for the king to dispatch the crown prince to quell the rebellion led by Renly. The king was reluctant to employ the power of dragons for a forceful suppression, fearing it would sow deeper animosities. Instead, he sought to leverage the royal lineage and the ties to House Baratheon to win over the Stormland lords, suppress dissent, and eliminate sources of unrest within the Stormlands. After conferring with numerous vassals of the Stormlands, Prince Aemon returned to the Hall of Straw to make his decree following the events at Storm's End. Lord Stannis Baratheon, in recognition of your years of loyal service to the crown, I hereby appoint you as the Earl of the Hall of Straw on behalf of His Majesty the King. Stannis' unexpected yet widely accepted appointment as the new Earl of the Hall of Straw surprised many. Furthermore, His Majesty would select a suitable heir from House Elrond for Lord Stannis to adopt, who, upon reaching adulthood, would wed Lady Shireen Baratheon, thereby securing perpetual claim to the Hall of Straw for their descendants. The royal arrangements regarding the Hall of Straw garnered unanimous approval, even from the most loyal vassals of House Elrond, who expressed gratitude for the king's magnanimity. Naturally, all parties somewhat overlooked the king's decision to incorporate Storm's End in the Hall of Straw into the crown's domain. The rebellion led by Renly Baratheon would undoubtedly incur consequences, while the legitimate heir of House Baratheon, Lord Raymond Baratheon, now found himself entirely reliant on the crown to assert his rightful claims. By the time these matters were resolved, the forces from the Stormlands had already arrived at the borders. The armies from the north and south converged at the gates of Storm's End, heralding the imminent conclusion of this conflict. As news of the battle's outcome at the Hall of Straw reached them, many lesser lords and second sons gathered in Storm's End had already discreetly departed. With the assembly of the border forces, the original garrison of 3,000 had dwindled to less than 2,000. Ultimately, Lord Raymond Baratheon, recently appointed Duke of Storm's End, met with the royal army under the protection of numerous Stormland knights. Even the most staunch hardliners within the castle began to waver. Perhaps Storm's End had never fallen. But what significance did their steadfastness hold now? After more than a month, Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon, the two brothers, met once more beneath the walls of Storm's End. Chapter 49. The Stormlands Battle and Renly's Farewell. The Baratheon brothers had not anticipated their reunion would occur under such circumstances. Once vibrant and full of life, Renly Baratheon now appeared haggard and disheveled, a stark contrast to his former self, who had always taken great pride in his appearance. Stannis Baratheon remains as unyielding as iron, both in demeanor and attire. In the mind of Renly, there is little recollection of his elder brother Stannis indulging in luxury. Rather, his ironclad visage seems as much a part of him as his very skin. Greetings, nephew. Unlike their initial encounter, this meeting of brothers is witnessed by a third party, the newly appointed Duke of Storm's End, Raymond Baratheon. Hello, Uncle Renly. Raymond had anticipated a wealth of conversation between the two men, yet upon meeting his uncle, he found himself at a loss for words. Compared to the often-seen Stannis in King's Landing, his younger uncle Renly, though recognized for his conviviality, had spent most of his life in Storm's End, and they had scarcely crossed paths. Renly, command the city to surrender, and we may plead for your clemency before His Majesty. Stannis's lips moved, uttering a rare sentiment tinged with warmth. Renly was momentarily taken aback, laughing. Brother, I imagined you would suggest they lay down their arms and await execution. Uncle Renly, do you truly believe, as proclaimed, that I am not of the blood of House Baratheon? In truth, any observer could discern the resemblance between Raymond Baratheon and Renly Baratheon, or rather, their likeness to Robert Baratheon. Nephew, what purpose does it serve to dwell on this? You are destined to become the Duke of Storm's End, while I shall be the kingdom's rebel. Renly feigned bravado in his laughter, concealing a flicker of shame within. I must also congratulate you, brother, on your new title as Earl of the Harrenhal. In these final moments of life, it seems that Renly Baratheon harbors an unexpected fondness for his brother, whom he has long regarded from a distance. Additionally, Raymond, I entrust you with the care of Edric Storm. He is a good lad, unlike myself, and will make an admirable brother." Raymond found himself nodding in acquiescence to this last request, feeling unable to articulate further. He had heard whispers of Edric's storm, the seeming origin of all their family disputes, at Stannis' wedding to a lady from House Florent. Their father Robert had scandalously fathered a child with another Florent maiden on their wedding night. This unfortunate act set in motion a series of familial tragedies, igniting fury in both their mother and Stannis over their father's transgressions. As their mother and father grew estranged, she even attempted to eliminate Edric's storm, the source of her disgrace. As a noble bastard, many loyal vassals of Storm's End could not bear to witness their mother's attempts to harm Edric, akin to the slaughter of Robert's other illegitimate progeny born of tavern wenches, stable girls, and peasant maidens. Their mother, along with Renly and his siblings, resided for years in King's Landing, drifting further from their father, ultimately resorting to a series of frantic actions that rendered them increasingly alien to the people of Storm's End, rather than the children of their lord. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it has all come to an end. Yet, some still desire a different conclusion. Loras Tyrell and Brienne Tarth have come together, attempting to offer their final counsel to Ser Loras. "Brienne, I am delighted that you have made the right choice." The first words spoken by Ser Loras upon seeing Brienne seemed to encapsulate why many still choose to follow him. A sincere compliment, devoid of any ulterior motives. "My lord Loras, Prince Aegon has assured me that if you can ultimately avert the flames of war at Winterfell, he will plead with the king to permit your service at the wall. Loras, I shall stand by you. The Stag of Storm's End and the Rose of Highgarden can indeed steadfastly watch over the wall, can they not? I believe you can. Loras, you are a rose that endures." Ser Loras smiled faintly, yet he acknowledged, "You know that the ice and snow of the wall are ill-suited for me. How could the ascetic existence of a night's watchman offer me solace? Loras, promise me, carry a piece of my spirit with you as you commence your vigil." Ser Loras understood that Loras had chosen to forsake his oath as a Kingsguard, thus betraying not only his family's interests but also his own. Now, he must guide him towards making a righteous choice once more. "Loras, I implore you to swear to me that you will not forsake your life, but instead endure steadfastly at the wall." As the meeting unfolded beneath Winterfell, a stark contrast existed between the scenes inside and outside the castle. Within the grand encampment of Prince Gaemon, the lords of Storm's End clamored for battle, vying for the honor of being the first to breach Winterfell's gates. Despite the castle having never been conquered in millennia, inside, the acting lord convened a final assembly. Those willing to continue fighting for Ser Loras. "Gather with me at dusk tomorrow by the city gates for the decisive confrontation." Sir Cotaine's once venerable visage appeared even more worn than before. "As for the others, let us refrain from needless sacrifices. After our demise, we shall swear fealty to Lord Raymond. The blood of House Baratheon has been shed too profusely." If Sir Cotaine believed himself just to all, then he felt a profound guilt towards the legitimate heir of his lord, Raymond Baratheon. What compelled him to steadfastly support Ser Loras? Perhaps it was the conflict ignited years ago between Edric and Lady Cersei. More likely, it was his resentment towards the woman who dared to hire mercenaries to assassinate Duke Robert. The past is but a shadow. All he could do now was endeavor to leave behind a fortified Winterfell, one still imbued with the strength of its lord. Following the meeting at the castle gates, under the watchful eyes of all, Ser Loras returned to Winterfell to embrace his fate. The two armies have agreed that at dusk tomorrow, they shall engage in their final battle on the heights before the castle. 3 centuries ago, upon this very hill, the last Storm King, the proud Aegon, engaged in his final confrontation with the first Duke of Storm's End, Orys Baratheon. Today, it seems that Destiny's duel is set to unfold once more under the watchful gaze of this hill. However, what none anticipated was that the conclusion would not await the morrow. On this very day, at the hour of the owl, Balon Baratheon chose to end his life within the chambers of the Lord of Storm's End. He employed a magnificent dagger, a gift from his elder brother Robert on his 16th name day, to extinguish his young existence. In his parting words, aside from advising those within Storm's End against unnecessary sacrifices, he remained steadfast in urging Loras Tyrell to uphold his vows. His final words bore an apology to his nephew. "I am deeply sorry to bid you farewell in this manner, my nephew, Renly Baratheon. May you emerge as an even stronger storm." In the aftermath, following a brief tumult, the citizens of the town ultimately raised the white flag. The royal forces took residence in Storm's End. Yet, unnoticed by all, a small vessel slipped away under the moonlight through a concealed passage leading to Shipbreaker Bay. Chapter 50. Shadows in the Storm. From the time of the ancient Storm Kings to the first Duke of Storm's End, Orys Baratheon. the Stormlands have consistently been the most steadfast supporters of the Iron Throne. The upheaval that transpired at the end of the 3rd century of Aegon's rule shocked all 7 kingdoms, with repercussions that reverberated even across the narrow sea to Essos. Prior to this event, it had never crossed anyone's mind that within the 7 kingdoms, anyone would dare to challenge the authority of the Iron Throne, particularly one backed by 7 full-grown dragons and 2 juvenile wyrms. The Iron Throne's formidable response and swift quelling of the disturbances in the Stormlands allowed many ambitious souls to find solace once more. However, ambition is never in short supply on both sides of the narrow sea. Thanks to Balon's calm acceptance of his fate, Storm's End did not succumb to the ravages of war, and even the correspondence exchanged prior to his death was preserved. As many lords of the Stormlands harbored unease, Prince Gendry convened the lords in the Great Hall of Storm's End. The lords gazed upon the crown prince seated upon the ancient Storm King's throne, each harboring their own calculations. My lords, many have suggested that I conduct a thorough examination of Balon's correspondence during his life to uncover any hidden treachery. The prince began, sending a chill through many hearts. Indeed, your highness, traitors must be punished, no matter how deeply they may be concealed, declared Lord Morfoth, ever eager to take the lead. Self-assured in his lineage as a descendant of House Velaryon of Driftmark, Morfoth believed his family to be the most loyal vassals of the Dragon Lords. Since the bloody civil war known as the Dance of Dragons, the Velaryon family's power had never truly recovered. Morfoth had never harbored goodwill towards House Baratheon or its vassals. Your Highness, I deem it essential to undertake a rigorous scrutiny. Jon Clendon is the most loyal supporter of the Crown Prince. Yet he does not advocate for severe punishment against all the Lords of Storms and who have contacted Balon Greyjoy. My lord, how can the authority of the Iron Throne be upheld if the traitors are not punished? Earl Morford interjected. Yet, my lord, dignity is not the sole pillar of kingship. The necessity of mercy must also be acknowledged. The dispute between the 2 prominent ministers under the Crown Prince was one that most Lords of Storm's End felt ill-equipped to join, yet many in attendance exchanged hushed whispers, creating a low hum throughout the hall. Your Highness, prior to my arrival at Wind's Rest, I had a conversation with Prince Aegon, announced the Duke of Wind's Rest, seated beside Prince Gaemon. Despite his youth, which led many to underestimate him, his position as a Lord of Storm's End and his remarks regarding Prince Aegon commanded the attention of all. Please, Duke Raymond, proceed, urged Prince Gaemon, encouraging him to continue. We spoke of the Lords of Storm's End who have privately communicated with Balon. I inquired of the prince how to handle letters seized from those lords who did not join Balon's cause during the upheaval. At this point, Raymond surveyed the assembled lords. His words captivated the audience, and many felt a pang of apprehension under his gaze, yet they maintained their composure. Prince Aegon had stated that, were it up to him, he would choose to incinerate them. After a brief pause, Raymond added, Your Highness, if I may offer my counsel, I would endorse Prince Aegon's approach. He then produced a letter from King's Landing. The letter from His Majesty conveys that in dealing with Storm's End, the Iron Throne must demonstrate both mercy and authority. I shall heed Duke Raymond's counsel and adopt Prince Aegon's suggestion. All prior correspondence between the Lords of Storm's End and Balon shall be set ablaze. As Prince Gaemon concluded, he summoned his attendants to carry a heavy oak chest to the courtyard. The assembly followed him outside. Enlil, Dragonfire. Upon utterance of the prince's command, the head of a massive gray beast emerged over the battlements of Wind's Rest, emitting pale flames that engulfed the chest in an instant, reducing it to ashes. A dragon, cried the crowd. For many Lords of Storm's End, particularly those from isolated border regions, this was their first close encounter with a dragon. Witnessing the creature soar in the sky was one thing. Experiencing its presence up close was another. As the Crown Prince's dragon, Enlil surveyed the crowd. Even the most seasoned warriors, who had never faltered on the battlefield, could not suppress their shivers. If the mercy of the Iron Throne is bestowed upon its vassals, then where does its authority reside? Prince Gaemon, undeterred by the disarray among the Lords of Storm's End, continued. The correspondence with Balon contains not only letters from various lords of the 7 kingdoms, but also uninvited guests from across the narrow sea. Lys, Volantis, Bravos, as well as the slavers of Slaver's Bay. The prince's words jolted everyone into clarity, as if they had collectively identified their adversaries. Your Highness, I have heard that the mercenaries responsible for the death of Lord Robert hail from Lys. The Earl of Stonehelm timely inquired. My lord, I fear the situation is far more complex. In truth, following the recent approval concerning King's Landing, We have ample reason to believe that the funding for Lady Cersei's mercenaries to assassinate Lord Robert originates from the sponsorship of the Lannisport Bank. Your Highness, we beseech the Iron Throne to declare war on Lannisport. Let us impart a lesson to those wretches. The warriors of Storm's End stand ready to lead the charge. The lords of Storm's End clamored in unison, determined to take action. Indeed, we must teach the people of Lannisport a lesson. Esteemed lords, we shall conquer Lannisport and secure the maritime routes. Following Prince Gaemon, we will provide support to the Bay of Slaves and deliver a lesson to those vile slave traders lurking in the shadows. If they dare to stir up a tempest in Storm's End, they must be prepared to face the storm. Prince Raymond raised his arm in fervor. After a brief moment of surprise, the assembly echoed his sentiments. Thus, following the chaos of the Blue Lance Rebellion, the forces of Storm's End once again rallied. With 20,000 troops gathering at Storm's End, embarking towards the Stepstones under the auspices of the Storm Fleet, the House of Ismond, and the Tarth vessels. Their target, Lannisport. In King's Landing, within the expansive courtyard of the Highgarden Duke, Princess Shira Targaryen entertained her Targaryen descendant, Aegon Targaryen, accompanied by her granddaughter, Margaery Tyrell. For the princess, who ranks second among the Targaryens, and is one of the most influential figures in the Reach, Aegon naturally showed her great respect. I fail to comprehend what has led Loras to lose his mind, forsaking his family to aid that Blue Lance, Shira lamented incessantly. Having been cared for by her parents in her youth and later married to a powerful Duke of Highgarden, even after her parents' demise, her nephew, King Aegon VI, has continued to watch over her. It is fair to say that, aside from the woman who is her brother's wife and resides in the Reach, little else could trouble her. Margaery offered an apologetic smile to Prince Aegon. Great aunt, grandfather has decided to show leniency towards Loras, you know. In light of the threat beyond the wall, the Night's Watch will serve as the true shield of the realm. I believe Loras will earn his place among the Night's Watch. Indeed, Loras must face the consequences of his actions. Loras' departure leaves the position of the Kingsguard squire vacant. You mean? I refer to Garland, the valiant knight under your Kingsguard. He is certainly no less a warrior than Loras. A fine knight of the Reach. Of course, the valiant Garland, I am well aware. However, I believe that, compared to the Kingsguard, remaining with the Kingsguard would be more fitting for him. According to Princess Shira and House Tyrell's plans, Loras Tyrell, who was originally to become a Kingsguard squire, was destined to rise as a Kingsguard and even as the captain of the Kingsguard, thereby maintaining a close relationship between the king and House Tyrell. Garland Tyrell will follow the future king, Prince Aegon, while the eldest son, Willis Tyrell, will naturally remain at Highgarden as the heir. The recent upheaval has disrupted everything. However, in retrospect, the renowned Knights of the Stormlands appear to hold a promising future, rivaling that of the Kingsguard. As Princess Shira remained in contemplation, Lady Margaery interjected, Your Highness, regarding the improper actions of Green Valley and Tungshire Town in this incident. Lady Margaery, if memory serves. According to the agreement between the late Duke of Highgarden and His Majesty the King, both Green Valley and Tungshire Town are vassals of the crown. Certainly, Your Highness. Highgarden has no objections concerning the handling of this incident by Green Valley and Tungshire Town. However, my father, Duke Mace, believes it is necessary to impose penalties for the misconduct of certain knightly lords from those regions who were transferred to the Bay of Rivers in the previous agreement. Lady Margaery's words piqued Prince Aegon's interest. Your Highness, my father wishes for those lands that rightfully belong to Green Valley and Tungshire Town to revert to the Crown's domain. Furthermore, Highgarden generously offers to cover half the provisions for the support of Slave Bay. I appreciate Highgarden's generosity. I shall suggest to my grandfather to accept the Duke's contribution for the Iron Throne's provisions. However, I do not advise such treatment of the vassals of the Bay of Rivers. The Iron Throne will not punish a lord for the transgressions of his vassals, nor will it arbitrarily intervene in their affairs without just cause. Observing the amiable Prince Aegon, Lady Margaery felt a deeper stirring within her. As she and her brother Viserys discussed, the Iron Throne's actions were guided by a clear agenda, rendering resistance futile and winning the loyalty of all subjects. When the Targaryens, who possessed dragons, hesitated to unleash the power of the dragons, and as they cautiously expanded their influence, what could possibly hinder them? Indeed, Your Highness, we may have been somewhat biased in our considerations. Lady Margaery bowed in compliance. Chapter 51. The Storm Over the Summer. See the Iron Throne, which had been preoccupied with the unnecessary war in the Stormlands, finally redirected its focus to Essos. After the previous turmoil, Pentos had fallen into a period of silence. The Kingdom of the Three Daughters, leveraging the unique status of the new lord, Alicent Targaryen, had established open trade routes through the Stepstones and the Narrow Sea, leading to a flourishing economy. To the south of the Narrow Sea, Lys emerged as the new epicenter of trade. The governing council, led by the trade governors, became the power center of Lys. Governor Trago Omeron had recently been troubled. As the foremost trade governor of Lys, his fleet of merchant ships played a crucial role in commerce with the realms of Westeros. In addition to exquisite tapestries and wondrous perfumes, the fine red and white wines produced in Lys, along with various seafood harvested from the nearby waters, constituted significant trade commodities. Occasionally, Governor Trago would also provide the troubled Westerosi nobles with Lys's costly yet effective poisons, thus alleviating their concerns. In addition, prior to this, introducing reputable mercenary companies to certain nobles was one of Governor Trygomeron's means of livelihood. However, as the authority of the Iron Throne deepens in the Land of Sunsets, fewer and fewer nobles of Westeros resort to blades and firearms to resolve their disputes. Thus, when his prominent client, the affluent Lady Cersei Lannister, who controls the significant gold mines of the western realms of Westeros, sought to hire capable mercenaries through intermediaries, she believed she had cleverly concealed her identity. Little did she know that, in the eyes of those like her, clients harbor no secrets. Returning to the troubles faced by Governor Trygomeron today, it seems that his rather ordinary commercial endeavors have provoked the wrath of the irascible Dragon King on the Iron Throne. Westeros and Lys stand on the precipice of war. Trygomeron, you must be held accountable for this incident. Feigned outrage from his trade rival, Governor Morodo. The Dragon King's claws have already reached Tyrosh. Do you think we and Lys can remain uninvolved in this unexpected turn of events? Of course, Governor Trygomeron would not accept blame. Morodo, your mercenaries have hardly refrained from plundering the merchant ships of Westeros, have they? Rhaegar, your wine business has been severely impacted by the Blue Harbor. Do you not wish to reclaim your lost market? Trygomeron pointedly addressed each individual. As for the Dragon King and his dragons, we and Lys have not been without our own victories against them. As a former colony of Valyria's freehold, Lys has served as a summer retreat for the Valyrian Dragon Kings. Following the cataclysm, both the Dragon Kings and their dragons vacationing in Lys fell victim to the Lyseni. Gentlemen, our conflict with the Iron Throne is unavoidable, spoke Salazacohen, the most powerful voice in the governor's council and the wealthiest family in Lys. Whenever Salazak spoke, even the raucous assembly of governors would quiet to listen. Only when the Narrow Sea is in turmoil can we and Lys seize the opportunity to profit. Moreover, since the Iron Throne unified the Stepstones, how much trade revenue have we lost? Our mercenaries have been left with no avenue for their craft. Yet, Governor Salazak, how can we alone contend against the Dragon King, his dragons, and their formidable armies? Governor Dasky might be one of the few among Lys' trade governors to have benefited from the expanding influence of the Iron Throne across the Narrow Sea. Dasky, do not be enamored by the Dragon King's might. As it is said, our ancestors in Lys once vanquished the proud Dragon Kings and their dragons. Salazacohen chuckled. Dragon-hunting crossbows and skilled marksmen are not in short supply among us Lyseni. Even in Valyria's zenith, dragons fell. How much more so in this era, where the dragons of old have long been extinct? With the Bravosi keeping the Iron Fleet in check, how many of their ships can stand against us? The confidence of Saratsi Cohen has inspired everyone. With the threats of the dragon and the formidable fleet under the Iron Throne eliminated, the vast armies of the Iron Throne pose no danger to the serene city of Lys, nestled by the Summer Sea. Within the Governor's Council of Lys, the pro-Iron Throne faction is undeniably weak. Under the unanimous sentiment for war, neither Governor Moroder nor Governor Dasky can voice further objections. Situated in the northern part of the Summer Sea, Lys enjoys a temperate climate and is affectionately referred to as the Charming Lys. The prevailing hedonism and the myriad pleasure gardens scattered throughout the city attract wealthy pleasure seekers from all corners of the world. When the conflict between the Iron Throne and Lys erupted, these outsiders were among the first to scatter like birds. From the opulent terrace of Governor Trigo Omeron's mansion, one can gaze upon the harbor where the affluent of Lys moor their yachts. However, the once bustling harbor now accommodates barely half of its usual vessels. Trigo, do we truly not need to take refuge in Volantis? Asked Lenny's Hyder, her voice laden with concern. My beloved, there is no need for such anxiety. Can the wrath of the Dragon King truly reach Lys? Replied Governor Trigo Omeron, gently caressing Lenny's hair. This noblewoman from Westeros is his dearest. Rest assured, our fleet in Lys will keep the Dragon King's forces at bay. As for the Dragon King's dragons, he gestured towards the numerous towers lining the city walls, each adorned with 5 dragon-slaying crossbows, their bolts gleaming ominously like small trees. The moment the Dragon King's dragons approach, we shall achieve the great feat of dragon slaying. Governor Triggo's confidence stems from an inexplicable faith in Lys, the land of his birth and upbringing. Lynys, however, having traversed much of the known world, hails from the noble Hyder family of Oldtown in Westeros. Before her marriage, she had frequently visited King's Landing, where she beheld the dragons of the Dragon Kings. Not to mention, during Prince Aegon's visit to Oldtown, she had witnessed the fearsome dragon, Black Dragon Vhagar, which had once devoured a longhorn bull prepared by her brother, Ser Baelor. The panic displayed by the city's garrison when confronted by the dragons soaring above Oldtown is something Triggo and others, who have never faced a dragon, cannot fathom. Yet, neither Lynys nor Triggo can dictate the course of events. The storm of war is brewing, and the various fleets of Lys are returning to their home port for preparations at the summons of their governors. The mercenary companies gathering in Lys, akin to wild dogs sensing blood, are restless, with even the mercenaries from the disputed region of the Lorne River drawn to the fray. War is on the verge of eruption. Chapter 52. Target. Lys. Beyond their vigorous preparations for war, the people of Lys have not abandoned their diplomatic endeavors. It appears that the kingdom of the three daughters, Tyrosh, has now fully succumbed to the Iron Throne, even relinquishing the high seat to the princess of the dragon family. Although Meereen remains independent for the time being, the lifeblood of maritime trade routes lies firmly in the grasp of the Iron Throne. The northern city of Pentos and the western realm of Tyrosh are both vassal states of the Iron Throne, and thus the people of Meereen dare not provoke it excessively. Currently, the only entities capable of extending aid to the Lyseni are the northern city of Braavos and the historically antagonistic Volantis. The emissaries from Braavos received a frosty reception in King's Landing, as their attempts to mediate the disputes between the free trade cities and the Iron Throne were met with a formidable response from His Majesty King Aegon VI. The Iron Throne unequivocally refuses to compromise with any force seeking to undermine its interests within Westeros. The king sternly warned Braavos against any attempts to intervene in the conflict between the Iron Throne and Lys. Nevertheless, the Lyseni have not abandoned their diplomatic efforts, for governors have visited both Braavos and Volantis, the only two powers on the western continent of Essos capable of opposing the Iron Throne. While the delegation visiting Braavos was warmly received, the aging Sea Lord, Ferrego Antarian, clearly lacks the vigor to contend with the Iron Throne. The Antarian family, a prestigious lineage in Braavos, faces a dearth of successors, and Ferrego hopes merely to preserve the family's standing after his departure. After bidding farewell from the towering square keep of the Antarian family, the Lyseni delegation journeyed north along the eastern bank of the Long Canal, arriving at the Hall of Truth in Braavos. There, they were to meet the most prominent contender for the title of Sea Lord, Tormo Freyga. The old Sea Lord deliberately chose to hold the meeting not in the Sea Lord's palace, but in their family residence. Through the Sea Lord's courteous yet pointed remarks, the Lyseni understood that he intended to leverage his support for them as a means of securing future assistance for his heir and the Antarian family. However, the old Sea Lord also conveyed to the Lyseni that they must win the support of other prominent figures in Braavos. Foremost among them the current admiral of the Braavos Navy, Tormo Freyga, who is most likely to succeed him. While the delegation in Braavos was making some headway, the Lyseni envoy in Volantis had already garnered unanimous support from the Volantian Tigers. Ever since the conqueror Aegon backed the three daughters in their war against Volantis, the people of Volantis have harbored a hostile sentiment towards the Iron Throne. Now, as the exiled prince of House Targaryen establishes a foothold in Slaver's Bay and the Iron Throne seeks to extend its influence into the Summer Sea, the Volantians are undoubtedly on high alert. In stark contrast to the Lyseni's resolute yet sluggish diplomatic endeavors, the Iron Throne's military preparations are swift and efficient. Upon the issuance of the war command from the Iron Throne, the Royal Fleet, commanded by the Minister of Navy, Stannis, along with the White Harbor Fleet and several vessels from Seagull Town, patrolled the waters from Blackwater Bay to the northern reaches of the Narrow Sea. Keeping vigilant watch over the fleet of Braavos, the king and queen chose to remain in King's Landing, riding their respective dragons. Meanwhile, Prince Gaemon returned to his fief, Dragonstone, ever ready to support the northern fleet. The Royal Fleet, under the direct command of Prince Aegon, diverted to join forces with the Stormlands Fleet and the Dornish Fleet after passing the Stepstones, launching directly towards Lys. Among the royal family, aside from the king and queen stationed in King's Landing and the prince remaining at Dragonstone, Princess Naemilia rode her swift dragon, Fenrir, stationed at the Stepstones to provide central support for potential conflicts between the north and south. Other dragon riders included Prince Aegon, who commanded the formidable dragon, Vhagar. Alongside his two bonded dragons, Helios and Selene, while the esteemed Countess of White Harbor, Syrax, rode the second largest dragon, the glass-like white dragon, Viserys. The respected and seasoned commander of royal warfare, Prince Durrandon, rode the azure gold dragon, Nidhogg, soaring high above the fleet with 5 dragons. Thus, the merchant vessels traversing the summer sea and the fishing boats of Westeros and Lys were fortunate to witness the most grand display of dragons since their resurgence. Oh gods! What is that? A swan ship from the Summer Isles, amidst the looming threat of war, decisively withdrew from Lys, only to collide head-on with the Iron Throne's expedition fleet. Consequently, these Summer Islanders were fortunate enough to behold 5 dragons of House Targaryen simultaneously. The 2 adolescent dragons, one golden and one silver, though smaller in stature at 40 to 50 meters, were extraordinarily resplendent, shimmering under the sunlight of the summer sea. Prince Durrandon's Nidhogg, both proud and magnificent, bore the weighty responsibility of soaring high to monitor distant enemy movements. Despite the altitude, Nidhogg's nearly 80-meter-long form was distinctly visible from the ships below. Syrax, riding Viserys, provided cover on the flank. The dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, generated gusts strong enough to sway the 100-oared galleys as it passed. As for the black dragon, Nidhogg, soaring directly above the fleet, loomed like a massive cloud, casting shadows over dozens of ships. No one in the world had witnessed the legendary Targaryen dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, with their own eyes. While many had glimpsed Nidhogg, most only caught sight of its shadows sweeping across the sky. Nidhogg, disinclined to linger in its lair, seldom visited King's Landing, preferring the secluded shores of the Goddess Eye Lake or the heavily guarded Dragonstone. Hence, even for the people of Westeros, encounters with Nidhogg at close quarters were exceedingly rare. In this fortunate summer, encountering the people of Nidhogg's Isles, one begins to comprehend why a dragon might be dubbed the Black Harbinger of Death. Before such a terrifying war machine, meeting it is akin to confronting the grim Reaper himself. The Iron Throne's united fleet has extended its perimeter by over 20 nautical miles. Any vessels encountered within this realm, particularly those bound for the western shores of Westeros, are warned and subsequently driven away. Conversely, all ships heading eastward, regardless of their origins, be they from Westeros or various free trade city-states, are to be forcibly detained. All these measures are orchestrated to ensure the element of surprise in the impending assault on Lys. As the sole isolated entity among the 9 free trade city-states, Lys boasts a formidable naval force, surpassing the combined might of the Royal Fleet, the Iron Fleet, and the Red Wine Fleet. Currently, the Royal Fleet's main forces are tasked with the vigilance against the Braavosi, relying not only on the might of dragons, but also on the element of surprise to deliver a devastating blow before the full strength of the Lyseni can be assembled. After a brief resupply at the Stepstones, the fleet continues its journey toward Lys, where no ship can evade the pursuit of the dragons once locked in their gaze. The fleet is now merely a few dozen nautical miles from Lys, and under the cloak of night, Prince Aegon has made his final preparations for war. He will lead 3 dragons in a surprise assault on the city of Lys, while Westeros is tasked with decimating the Lyseni fleet anchored in the harbor. Prince Aerys remains responsible for covering the fleet and remaining vigilant against any potential Lyseni forces. Thus, under the moonlight of the Wolf Hour, 4 colossal dragons soared toward Lys. Chapter 53. The Dragon Assault of the Great Sea Battle of Lys. With the inevitability of war looming, the Lyseni, anticipating the Iron Throne's potential attack, had indeed made ample preparations. Several Lyseni ships were recalled to their homeland to brace for the dragon onslaught, opting to patrol the open seas rather than remain fully docked in the harbor. Even prior to the arrival of the Iron Throne's fleet, Lys had dispatched a handful of warships to harass the Stepstones. However, following the downfall of Valyria, the ancestors of the Lyseni had only focused their efforts against the dragons and their riders on land, leaving them with little experience in countering the aerial onslaught of the great dragons. As for Prince Aegon's strategy of combining dragons with the fleet, expanding reconnaissance through dispersed vessels, utilizing aerial dragon sentinels, and executing maneuvers for pursuit, the Lyseni had no prior experience to draw from. Thus, when the Dragon Lords and their fleet advanced to within mere dozens of nautical miles from Lys, the Lyseni only just began to sense the impending danger. Numerous mysteriously vanished reconnaissance ships heightened the governor's alertness. Yet, their reaction was regrettably tardy. For the great dragons, this distance was but a fleeting moment. As the Wolf Hour lingered, shrouded in the veil of night, the 4 dragons could already behold the flickering lights of Lys. The chilling winds of the night swept across the high skies, caressing the dragons and their riders. Aegon and Seraphine donned matching black leather dragon riding attire, their resplendent silver-golden locks shimmering under the dim moonlight. The sole distinction lay in the personal crest emblazoned on Aegon's chest, depicting 3 dragons in a graceful dance, contrasted with the emblem of Seraphine's family, the white feather red-eyed raven. Though both were considered branches of House Targaryen, the Duke of Bloodraven had not followed in the footsteps of Prince Daeron, Aegon VI's brother, who adorned the family's black and red dragon banner with his own sigil, nor had he emulated Prince Duncan, Aegon VI's half-brother, who inverted the colors of the family's banner. Instead, the Duke of Bloodraven chose a highly personal emblem, the white feather red-eyed raven, and even altered the Targaryen name to Bloodraven. Today, the name Bloodraven and the white feather red-eyed raven crest have long echoed across the narrow sea, revered due to the Duke's formidable legacy spanning 3 generations. Just a few miles from the city of Lys, Prince Aegon and Seraphine, in perfect harmony, embarked on separate paths. Under the cloak of night, Aegon and his 3-headed dragon stealthily approached the city, while he piloted the black dragon, Nidhogg, soaring above the clouds. The golden dragon, Helios, and the silver dragon, Selene, flitted gracefully closer to Lys. Upon the city walls, the soldiers of the beleaguered garrison leaned wearily against the battlements, struggling against the drowsiness that precedes dawn. As a maritime city, Lys had traditionally overlooked fortifications, and despite being the most populous among the 9 trading city-states, it boasted merely a garrison of over 3,000. The affluent Lyseni were notoriously parsimonious when it came to equipping their defenders adequately. "Captain Laugh, wake up! Look at that!" A diminutive soldier from Lys, still half asleep, roused his equally groggy commander upon spotting 2 great birds soaring in the distance. You little rascal," the captain mumbled, delivering a light smack to the soldier who disturbed his slumber. Yet, the struck soldier seemed invigorated. "Captain, that is." The stammering soldier no longer needed to summon his captain, for dozens of them, himself included, had discerned the truth. Those were the dragons of House Targaryen. The Lyseni's recent preparations for battle proved effective, as the sentinels, having spotted the approaching dragons, swiftly readied over 100 dragon-hunting crossbows under the officer's urgent commands. As one of the free trade city-states most familiar with the Valyrian dragon lords, the dragon-hunting crossbows wielded by the Lyseni possessed immense lethality against all subadult dragons and even some smaller adult dragons. The barrage of crossbow bolts posed a dire threat to the dragon lords commanding their mighty beasts. However, the Lyseni were perplexed, for the 2 attacking dragons showed no inclination to approach the city walls and seemed to taunt them into firing futile arrows. After releasing hundreds of massive bolts, the commander of the city's defenses began to sense something amiss. Just as he was about to call for the crowd to cease their assault and ascertain the situation, a fierce wind swept down from the heavens, sending many soldiers atop the city walls tumbling in disarray. A vast, ominous cloud seemed to obscure the moon, and as he gazed upward with intent, a colossal dragon, darker than the night itself, descended from the sky, accompanied by a torrent of dragon fire as thick as magma and as dark as ink. The dragon king Yorn bellowed with unabashed exuberance, his voice merging with the long-repressed roar of the black dragon, overpowering the cries atop the city walls. The dragon's flames surged like a radiant beam, sweeping across the battlements of Lys City, the ferocious blaze consuming all in its path, leaving many to perish without even a cry, reduced to mere gas. Others, merely touched by the dragon fire, writhed helplessly on the ground, wailing in agony. A few brave souls leapt from the walls, crashing heavily into the sea, only to discover that even the cold ocean waters could not extinguish the searing dragon flames. Lys City had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. After breaching the city's defenses, Yorn wasted no time, commanding his dragon to sweep into the heart of the city, primarily targeting the elevated structures, especially the defensive towers adjacent to the governor's residences. Meanwhile, the 2 dragons that had feigned an attack previously focused on systematically eliminating the now chaotic defensive towers on the walls, whose threat level had significantly diminished. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the people of Lys were engulfed in chaos and panic. More critically, as all eyes were drawn to the 3 colossal dragons assaulting the city, even the port's defensive forces turned their attention to their respective governors' abodes. The second wave of attack against the anchored fleet commenced. The Bloodraven series and her white dragon Ymir unleashed their fury upon the Lys fleet, which resembled live targets. A single dive of dragon fire sent the pride of the Lys fleet, the flagship Summer Goddess, plummeting to the depths of the sea. Subsequently, several hundred warships ignited in flames. Some of the Lys warships, regaining their senses, attempted to flee to the open sea, but only a mere 20 or so smaller vessels, lacking any offensive value, managed to escape. Syrax, riding the white dragon Ymir, rampaged through the harbor of Lys, sparing even the larger merchant ships moored there. In an instant, the city of Lys was ablaze, illuminating the night as if it were day, transforming it into a city of eternal light. For the bellicose and hostile governor Tregor Morlan, a secure and fortified residence was imperative. Thus, within the governor's mansion, multiple defensive towers stood alongside concealed fortifications. However, these formidable towers, bristling with dragon-hunting crossbows, became conspicuous targets for Prince Yorn and his dragons. Conversely, the hidden fortress, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding dwellings, provided effective protection for Governor Tregor Morlan and his cherished mistress. Lynny's Hadel, however, unlike Governor Trigomarin, who cowered within the fortress, tormented by anxiety, Lynny stood on the terrace beside the stronghold, captivated by the reckless dragons soaring in the sky. In this moment, Lynny seemed to grasp the reason why the ancestors of House Hightower risked everything to intertwine their bloodline with that of the illustrious Targaryen family. The Hightowers ardently worshipped the Seven, yet to the majority of the world, the Dragon Lords were indeed the true deities. Chapter 54. The Inner Sea of the Battle of Lys. The merchants of Westeros, spies, and even the intelligence from the governors of the Lys Governors' Council rendered the defenses of the city of Lys an open book before Prince Aegon. Commanding the dragon Nidhogg, Prince Aegon effortlessly obliterated the majority of the defensive structures capable of posing a threat to the dragons within Lys. Thus, even two subadult dragons, whose defenses could not withstand the direct assault of dragon-hunting crossbow bolts, were able to join the fray within the city. Ultimately, the Bloodraven, Syrax, who had just completed her mission at the port, also soared into the slaughter upon her white dragon. Nevertheless, both she and Aegon adhered strictly to their pre-battle agreement, attacking only the defensive forces of Lys and those governors who held antagonistic views towards the Iron Throne. Some pro-throne governors even ordered their servants to hang the banners of the Dragon Lords in conspicuous places to declare their allegiance as soon as the attack commenced. That fool Trig. Did he truly believe that marrying a noblewoman from the west could allow him to scorn the Dragon Lords? Meanwhile, Governor Morodo, who had been marginalized by Governor Trig at the council, leisurely sipped a golden wine from the arbor in his aerial garden. This exquisite vintage was a gift he received after visiting Prince Aegon, courtesy of another governor of Lys during his trade journey to King's Landing. As he savored this now rare delicacy and witnessed his rival engulfed in flames, Governor Morodo felt that his life had reached its zenith. While Governor Morodo celebrated his rival's misfortune, in the city of Lys, the most fervent supporter of the Iron Throne and a close ally of Prince Aegon, Governor Darskye, was the busiest man in town. Unburdened by the threat of a Dragon Lord's wrath, he seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to rally allies and consolidate every available force. He even dispatched several of his nephews, accompanied by servants and guards, to provide aid to the ordinary citizens of Lys who suffered collateral damage from the attacks on their neighboring governors. More importantly, Governor Darskye, leading his most loyal and formidable guards, seized the moment to launch a decisive strike against his target, the highly esteemed Governor Selasican of Lys. The assault by the Dragon King and the demonic dragon shattered the defenses of Governor Selasicohen's estate, and even the loyal guards were unable to withstand the fervent and meticulously planned advance of Governor Daskye's troops. As the last contingent of soldiers shielded the corner where Selasicohen cowered amidst the ruins, Governor Daskye felt it was time to bid farewell to his old adversary. Of course, necessary protection was still paramount, as a dozen unsullied soldiers formed two ranks to safeguard Daskye. Daskye, have you truly reconciled yourself to being the hound of the Dragon Kings? Selasicohen stood defiantly, even as blood stained his robes. A dog? Can a hound of the Dragon Kings not be a king among the Lyseni? Or a prime minister? Chief governor? Titles are inconsequential. What I seek is assurance of status and a future. Daskye smirked with disdain. Look at Ronnie of Tyros. Oh, now he should be addressed as the esteemed Chief Executive Ronnie. Yes, you are always reluctant to acknowledge the present reality, yet now, gazing across the known world, who can impede the march of the Dragon Kings? Daskye spoke with fervor, as if he were unleashing all the grievances he had been unable to voice at the Governor's Council. No one can defeat all the free trade city-states, nor Volantis, nor Bravos. Selasicohen shouted in despair, insisting that all would see the insatiable demands of the Iron Throne, the boundless ambitions of the Dragon Kings. Ah, yes, Volantis and Bravos. But who among them were ever the adversaries of the ancient Valyrian Dragon Kings? Daskye laughed heartily. You deride me as a dog of the Dragon Kings, but Selasicohen, did your family not once merely serve as the gatekeepers of this colony under the dominion of the Dragon Kings? You merely seized your opportunity when the Dragon Kings were weakened. Indeed, Salazacohen had always prided himself on the tale of how his lineage had once executed 2 Dragon Kings and their dragons after the fall of Valyria. However, in this age of rampant dragons, such declarations only heralded ruin. Dasky had lost all desire to converse with this defeated man. With a command, a rain of arrows mercilessly dispatched Salazacohen and his final guards. As the assault within Lys was nearing its conclusion, the fleet off the coast of Lys had completed its assembly. Under the leadership of Admiral Khazan, the Lysian navy, now a consolidated force, surged forth to engage the expeditionary fleet of the Iron Throne. There was no need for a retreat to Lys, as their fleet posed no threat to the dragons soaring above, nor could they rescue the city-state engulfed in flames. Thus, even though ultimate defeat was inevitable, Khazan was resolute in leading the last remnants of the Lysian strength to deliver a crushing blow to the Iron Throne. Although some of the principal vessels had been destroyed in the harbor, the assembled Lysian naval force was still formidable enough to contend with the Iron Throne's expeditionary fleet. Viewed from above, the 2 fleets, totaling over 600 warships, were on the brink of a monumental clash. Khazan, armed with exceptional naval combat experience, swiftly located the Iron Throne's expedition fleet while silently seizing the advantageous wind direction, thus gaining the upper hand before the onset of battle. Sir Raymond Valerian, who succeeded Prince Aegon in commanding the expedition fleet, possessed considerable maritime experience. However, in terms of leadership, he clearly fell short against the cunning Khazan of Lys. Upon realizing his unfavorable position, Sir Raymond did not succumb to panic. Instead, he diligently adjusted the formation of his fleet, striving to preserve their strength. He was not only aware of the outcome of this battle, but also held a formidable trump card for the confrontation. Despite his efforts to envision the scale of the Iron Throne's assault on Lys, Khazan could not anticipate that, in addition to the 4 dragons attacking Lys, a 5th dragon was safeguarding the Iron Throne's fleet. The King of Westeros had dispatched 5 of his 9 dragons to confront Lys. When Prince Aerys mounted his blue-gold dragon and launched an attack from the rear flank of the Lys fleet, Khazan could only be taken aback and resigned to the inevitable defeat that awaited him. The Iron Throne, having unleashed its overwhelming might, meticulously orchestrated this ambush. The Lysman's defeat was not unwarranted. Sir Raymond Valerian did not squander the opportunity bestowed upon them by Prince Aerys. Seizing the chaos caused by the dragon's assault, he led his fleet to encircle the Lysman. While Sir Raymond admired the determination and bravery of the Lys commander, he also believed not all Lysmen shared such fearlessness. Faced with the encirclement of the Iron Throne's fleet and the intermittent strikes from the dragons above, it was likely that the remaining retreat route would be the choice for most Lysmen. Chapter 55. The burning fleet of the Great Sea Battle of Lys. As some Lysmen hesitated to retreat, the 4 dragons attacking Lys returned to the battlefield, becoming the final straw that broke the back of the Lys fleet. Even the esteemed Khazan could not halt the retreat of his fleet. In naval engagements, when one side begins to crumble, it is rare for the victorious side to achieve a complete triumph. Unfortunately, on this day, the winning side also possessed absolute aerial superiority. Bolstered by 5 dragons, the few Lys galleons that fled were met with destruction, as one was incinerated by Nidhogg and another sunk by its tail, prompting the survivors to wisely raise the white flag. Seeing their escape route blocked, a handful of Lys captains mustered their courage and charged once more toward the Iron Throne's fleet. However, at this moment, the Iron Throne's fleet, now in a position of dominance, engaged in a fierce skirmish with the desperate Lysmen under the command of Sir Raymond Valerian. The Lysmen, yearning for battle yet finding no opportunity, watched in despair as dragon fire consumed their warships. The burning vessels illuminated the sea at dawn, casting a blood-red hue across the sky before the break of day. The fleet of Lys was ablaze, and Admiral Khazan's heart bled alongside it. Many of the burning vessels represent his heartfelt efforts, including the ships named Risen, Sea Breeze, and Risen Maiden, among others. Now, they shall descend into the summer sea, consumed by flames. However, soon, the anguish will not be his alone. 80 nautical miles east of Risen City, a fleet from Volantis is racing towards the scene. The Risen envoy, having secured the unanimous support of the Volantis Tigers and the Elephant faction, has swiftly organized an initial support fleet of over 300 ships with unprecedented efficiency. Furthermore, the leaders of both factions have pledged to assemble a second support fleet comprising no fewer than 200 vessels, contingent upon the developments of the conflict with the Iron Throne. Unbeknownst to them, the Volantis fleet, commanded by Barigios Tangoni, is racing towards the battlefield, oblivious to the turmoil in Risen City. Unlike Khazan, who is resolutely determined to resist the Dragon Kings to the death. The majority of risen captains dare not return to their besieged city. They yearn only to distance themselves from the Dragon Kings and their dragons, setting sail eastward with unwavering resolve. Fortuitously yet tragically, the two fleets, one fleeing at full speed and the other racing to provide support, cross paths in the radiant morning light of the summer sea. Fortunately, the dragons in the sky have their targets beyond just them. Unfortunately, the Volantis fleet, which was meant to rescue them, now finds itself colliding head-on with the ferocious Dragon Kings. Viserys Tangoni is a rising star of the Tiger faction in Volantis, deemed the most promising candidate to succeed the aging old governor Maricomagaria. Since the Blood Century, Volantis, as the first colony of Valyria, has declared itself the heir to the Valyrian Empire, aspiring to conquer the world. The Tiger-led army of Volantis seized Mill, while its navy took control of Risen, expanding its influence to the eastern banks of the Lorne River and the upper reaches of the same. However, Volantis' actions have aroused the vigilance of various city-states. When Volantis failed to persuade the Targaryen family to join them with their dragons in rebuilding the freehold, their army resolved to launch an independent assault on Tyrosh, continuing their conquest. This move sparked significant backlash, as nearly all free cities and the Storm King Yargil Durrandon of Westeros united to confront Volantis in a prolonged struggle. In the naval battles at Lake Dagger, Norvos and Coer allied to defeat Volantis, dismantling its influence upstream of the Great River. Pentos, the Storm King, and Tyrosh forged an alliance to resist the formidable foe, and later, the conqueror Aegon joined the coalition, riding Balerion into battle. The Braavosi also lent 100 warships to a Risen exile. Uprisings occurred in both Risen and Mill against Volantis' rule, culminating in a disastrous retreat for Volantis. After a protracted period of conflict, Risen and Mill were liberated, transforming the contentious territories into scorched earth. The protracted and monumental military campaign, fraught with immense expenditure and ultimate failure, precipitated a political upheaval in Volantis. The reputation of the Tiger Party plummeted, allowing the Elephant Party to seize governmental power, maintaining its dominion for 3 centuries to this day. Now, confronted with the expansion of the Dragon King's family across the narrow sea, apart from a minority of Elephant Party members who advocate for a policy of neutrality, the overwhelming majority of Elephant Party members and all affiliates of the Tiger Party firmly believe in the necessity of uniting all forces of the Eastern continent to mount a resolute counteroffensive. They are even willing to ally with their historical adversaries, the Rhoynar, who had once posed the greatest resistance to Volantis during the bloody century of yore. This fateful rivalry between Essos and its nemesis is poised to converge once again at this delicate juncture. The Rhoynar delegation, accompanying the Volantian fleet, quickly recognized their vessels. However, they could scarcely fathom that their own fleet would be reduced to such a state. What astonished them even more was the Volantian fleet commander, Viserys Tangoni, who, having exerted all his might to attain the position of fleet commander, initially sought to garner political capital for his future candidacy as consul through military achievements. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the conflict with the Rhoynar and Westeros would conclude so hastily and tragically, exhausting his imagination. He could not conceive of what force could have reduced a Rhoynar fleet, boasting hundreds of vessels, to a mere handful. However, soon, his perplexity was resolved. Thunderous roars echoed from the heavens as 4 colossal forms emerged from the clouds. To his surprise, Prince Aegon, pursuing the fleeing Rhoynar fleet, also discovered the Volantian ships. "These are Volantian vessels," Aegon exclaimed. Syra followed Aegon, chasing the Rhoynar retreat, while Prince Aelyrus was tasked with safeguarding the Iron Throne fleet, which was currently consolidating the surrendered Rhoynar vessels. It appeared that the Volantians had indeed entered the fray. Syra quickly discerned their intentions. "Should we drive them away? Drive them away? No. Since they have chosen to partake in this conflict, we cannot squander such an opportune moment. Allowing the Volantian fleet to remain will spare us numerous complications down the line." In the distance, the purple fleet from Braavos sailed gracefully across the sea. Although Braavos had asserted its neutrality before the conflict, neither Stannis, the commander of the royal fleet, nor Lord Redwine, the commander of the Redwine fleet, placed any faith in Braavos' assurances. The main forces of the Westerosi fleet were tasked with vigilance, monitoring the movements of the Braavosi Purple Fleet, according to pre-war arrangements. As long as the Braavos fleet did not attempt to traverse the stepstones to join the Rhoynar in battle, they would not need to engage in conflict with the Braavosi. Nevertheless, it was believed that the Braavosi also wished to avoid direct confrontation with the Iron Throne, and for them, Being able to restrain the Iron Throne's main fleet in such a peaceful manner was already the greatest support they could offer to the Rhoynar, thus leading the most ships. Are we to merely linger here, wearing ourselves thin against the Braavosians? In response to the Earl of Redwyne's impatience, Lord Stannis chose to remain indifferent. As was his customary demeanor, the self-deprecating Redwyne opted for silence. Rather than collaborating with this cold, granite-like Minister of Marine, the Earl of Redwyne would have preferred to embark on an expedition to Lys alongside Prince Aegon. However, the Lady of Highgarden, Princess Sharera, favored the preservation of the Southern Fleet's main force. She preferred that Redwyne's fleet assume the task of guarding against the Braavosian threat in the Narrow Sea, rather than engage in a contest with the Lyseni fleet upon the Summer Sea. Yet, Lady Olenna of Dorne, who was also his aunt, not only suggested that he accompany the prince on the expedition, but also strongly recommended that her son, Prince Aerys, join the campaign. A letter from Dragonstone had left Earl Redwyne somewhat apprehensive, since the main force of his fleet departed from the island. It seemed that the longships from the Iron Islands had become increasingly brazen in their actions upon the Sunset Sea. Redwyne suppressed his worries. Even the most cautious of souls would not believe that the pirates from the Iron Islands would dare to provoke the majesty of the Iron Throne and ignite the flames of war within the Seven Kingdoms. "My Lord Stannis, my Lord Redwyne, there is news from Lys," announced a brash young man who burst into the captain's cabin. Peering out, Redwyne recognized the son of a smuggler captain under Stannis' command. Before Redwyne could express his displeasure, the newcomer clumsily delivered shocking news that left both lords astounded. Chapter 56. The Flames of Lys. In the most optimistic of estimations held by Lord Stannis and Earl Redwyne, the expedition led by Prince Aegon might narrowly defeat the Lyseni, annihilating the fleet upon which their pride rested. This was deemed the best conceivable outcome. However, it became evident that, unacquainted with the ravages of the Age of Dragons, they lacked a full appreciation of the decisive power dragons wield on any battlefield. Above Lys, amidst the Lyseni fleet, dragons danced wildly, sowing flames and fear. The Lyseni did not possess the courage to slay dragons as they claimed. Rather, it was more likely they faced dragons soaring in the sky rather than foes upon the ground. This was indeed a victory monumental enough to be etched into history. The Earl of Redwyne exclaimed with fervor, "Minstrels shall compose 1,000 ballads in praise of Prince Aegon." Yet, Earl Redwyne, following our grand victory over Lys, we must deliberate on the potential movements of the Braavosians. Lord Stannis' cold words suggested a perspective that nearly implied a catastrophic defeat for the fleet of the Iron Throne. Redwyne inwardly speculated that it was Aegon's triumph at sea that overshadowed Stannis' glory as Minister of Marine, igniting a spark of envy within him. Nonetheless, Stannis remained his superior. "I believe the Braavosians will return to their city-state in good order." Contrary to Redwyne's optimism, Lord Stannis opted for a cautious approach. Except for the withdrawal of the Redwyne fleet from Qingting Island after obtaining His Majesty's permission, the royal fleet remains vigilant upon the Narrow Sea. The news of Rhys's victory swiftly spread across the shores of the Narrow Sea, from Braavos to Tyrosh, and from White Harbor in the north to Sunspear in Dorne. All were aware of the legendary prince who led the expeditionary forces to achieve an unimaginably grand victory. Not only did the Rhysmen triumph, but they also vanquished the supporting fleet of Volantis. Now, the entire Summer Sea, and even the southwestern continent of Essos, lacks a maritime power capable of rivaling the Iron Throne. This victory surpassed even the illustrious triumphs of the ancient King Jaehaerys and his two sons, Aemon and Baelor, who once commanded the three dragons, Vhagar, Caraxes, and Vermithrax, in the century-long war against the Dornish. The good-natured folk of Westeros dubbed it Rhys's Torch, believing that both Rhys City and the fleet, which the Rhysmen took great pride in, were but fragile candles in the presence of dragons. The victory in the Battle of Rhys invigorated the Seven Kingdoms, yet it also shocked the entirety of Essos. Even far-off Qarth was astonished by the overwhelming advantage gained by the Iron Throne, dispatching envoys to Volantis. However, all of this felt distant to the Rhysmen. For the entirety of Rhys, this may be deemed the darkest hour since their enslavement by the Volantene after the Blood Century. The dragons ravaged the skies above the city. The main fleet in the harbor faced annihilation, and even the meager naval forces patrolling the outer seas were either sunk or captured along with the Volantene fleet that came to their aid. Undoubtedly, the most profound blow to the Rhysmen stemmed from internal strife. As the military strength of the city-state suffered a devastating blow, the faction loyal to the Iron Throne, led by Governor Dasky, instigated a coup d'état. They not only eliminated the opposition within the governor's council, but also seized control of the city's remaining armed forces. Confronted by the Dragon King and his encroaching army, the Rhysmen cast aside their former pride, yearning for Governor Dasky to leverage past connections to broker peace with the Iron Throne. Although the ire of the Dragon King and his dragons was primarily directed at the hardline governors who had vehemently opposed the Iron Throne and had provoked tensions on the Stepstones, even becoming embroiled in the recent death of the Iron Throne's esteemed vassal, the Duke of Driftmark. Nevertheless, the relentless dragon fire that raged for an entire day inevitably affected numerous ordinary Rhys citizens, not to mention those Rhysmen who served in the fleet and now rest eternally beneath the waves of the summer sea, their families shrouded in endless sorrow. To the people of Westeros, Rhys's torch is a tribute to the grand victory of the dragons over Rhys, a jest filled with mockery. Yet for the majority of Rhysmen, Rhys's torch symbolizes grief and farewell, in accordance with the customs of Lys. Numerous families mourning their lost loved ones have adorned their windowsills and doorways with an abundance of candles, while the municipal square and streets are dotted with flickering flames, serving as a tribute to the spirits of the fallen. After Governor Dasky assumed control of Lys, he promptly reached out to Prince Aegon, the commander of the Westerosi Expeditionary Forces, declaring Lys a city devoid of defenses against the Iron Throne. In truth, the current strength of Lys posed no threat to the Westerosi army. Just as Governor Dasky grappled with how to navigate the impending relationship with the Iron Throne, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Following Lys's open embrace of the Westerosi forces and its declaration of being undefended, Prince Aegon's expedition did not immediately occupy the city. Instead, he led his fleet to seize a secondary military port several leagues from Lys, establishing a camp on the outskirts of the harbor. While Dasky successfully eradicated the resistance within the ranks of governors, he overlooked the smoldering embers of rebellion among the Lyseni people. The candles lit in Lys not only represented the sorrow of its inhabitants, but also ignited the fury of many proud young Lyseni unwilling to submit. After a month of simmering anger, a group of young Lyseni, calling themselves the Proud Valyrians, resolved to defend their honor. As Governor Dasky engaged in earnest discussions with Prince Aegon for the future of Lys, hundreds of fully armed young Lyseni stealthily approached the Westerosi encampment under the cover of night. They did not aim to launch a futile assault on the heavily guarded military camp, but instead targeted the dragons of the Dragon Lords, which rested on a small hill far from the encampment. Reflecting on their ancestor struggles against the dragons of the Dragon Lords and the recent devastating defeat of the Lyseni, the insightful youth among them concluded that unless one possessed the fortune akin to that of the Dornish, who struck true at the heart of a dragon, the ground dwellers would find it exceedingly difficult to harm the soaring beasts. The bloodthirsty mobs of King's Landing had once slaughtered several dragons nesting in their lairs. Today, those dragons, resting in the wild under the night sky, became their most opportune targets. The proud Valyrians, despite their limited numbers in a city of hundreds of thousands, managed to assemble a band of several hundred young men. Fueled by the anger of those who had lost family in the war and the determination of youths unwilling to accept defeat, while ensuring their ranks were elite, they also sought to recruit individuals of unwavering loyalty. Although many Lyseni harbored concerns about directly opposing the Dragon Lords, a number of wealthy merchants generously supported their cause, allowing them to arm themselves with remarkable speed. They acquired crossbows from Myr, great axes from Norvos, exquisite swords and daggers from Coer, and even full suits of armor crafted by the skilled artisans of Westeros. These fervent young Lyseni marched forward under the moonlight, resolute in their quest. Before their departure, they meticulously organized their roles. 100 of the most elite soldiers from the front city defense forces, led by several renowned mercenaries, set their sights on the largest and most ferocious black dragon, while nearly 100 skilled fighters targeted the slightly smaller, yet still formidable white dragon. The remaining individuals were divided equally, with half tasked to confront the adult blue-gold dragon and the other half to engage the two juvenile dragons. Utilizing their familiarity with the surrounding terrain and the cover it provided, they swiftly arrived at their destination. From several miles away, the resounding roars of the dragons in slumber could be heard, and those who drew within mere hundreds of meters could distinctly detect the pungent scent of dragon musk, akin to being enveloped by a massive bonfire. The foremost group comprised the most valiant and robust mercenaries and soldiers, who had adequately prepared themselves psychologically for the battle, with even merchants from the slave bay bestowing upon them courage-infused drink. However, when they finally faced these legendary creatures, they truly felt the intimidation emanating from the dragons, even those peacefully sleeping on the ground. According to plan, the vanguard had reached the attack position, awaiting the command from the front city defense commander of Rhys to commence the assault. Chapter 57. War and Peace. The commander of Rys's front city defense drew forth his longsword, a massive blade passed down through his family, though not forged from Valyrian steel. It was said to have been bathed in dragoness blood. He hoped to achieve the dragon-slaying feats of his ancestors, even at the cost of his own life. Yet, a beechwood arrow from Dragonstone shattered his illusions. Subsequent arrows inflicted severe casualties among the Rys forces, who had just reached their attack position. Before the surviving Rys soldiers could react, dozens of equally well-armed knights from Westeros unveiled their disguises, with the leaders sounding their horns. The long, sonorous calls awakened not only the distant Westeros encampment, but also the nearby dragons. The Rys soldiers had not anticipated, or rather overlooked, that the dragon-ruling family, having fought alongside dragons for countless centuries, had already accounted for such contingencies. In fact, even during the Dance of the Dragons, the dragon caves were guarded by dragons sworn, albeit in limited numbers against the tide of King's Landing's rabble. The confines of the caves greatly restricted the dragons' responses. Thus, upon the dragon's resurgence, the Targaryen family not only rebuilt the dragon caves of King's Landing for easier access for the great dragons, but also re-established the dragon sworn, originally comprising 77 members, now supplemented by an additional 300 from the Dragon Cave Guard to assist. The dragon sworn were selected from the islanders of Dragonstone, who bore varying degrees of dragon blood, while the Cave Guard included not only those from Dragonstone, but also the most loyal subjects from the Crab Isle and the Crownlands. During this expedition to Lys, 50 dragon guards led 200 garrison troops tasked with ground vigilance. Thus, when the hastily assembled Lysian raiding party encountered the well-trained dragon guards, the element of surprise was lost, and the Lysians, faced with elite dragon soldiers and awakened dragons, met a predetermined fate. The moment of decision had arrived for the Lysians. As the sun illuminated the ramparts of Lys on the following morning, those who had been charred to cinders, slain by sword and spear, or kneeling in surrender were all delivered to the foot of the city. The 5 dragons circling above served as a testament to the outcome of the previous night's ambush. Governor Dasky, both furious and anxious, was completely unaware of the attack that had transpired. While he was in the presence of Prince Aegon, engaging in various sycophantic attempts to secure Lys's final independence, his compatriots had conspired behind his back to ambush the dragons of the Dragon King. Even more critically, the endeavor had met with utter failure. Had the assault succeeded, it might have provoked the boundless wrath of the Dragon Kings, but it would have also demonstrated that they were not invincible. However, now it served only to highlight the impotence of the Lysians and provided Westerlanders with an excellent pretext. Therefore, when Governor Dasky sought an audience with Prince Aegon once more, he was met only by Prince Aelys. "Your Highness, please convey to Prince Aegon that Lys has absolutely not authorized anyone to launch any attacks against Westeros. This has been the case in the past, and remains so now," Dasky pleaded, his tone tinged with desperation. Whether regarding past incursions upon the Stepstone Islands, or the recent involvement of Lys mercenaries in the assassination of the esteemed Lord Robert of Whispering Castle, as well as last night's assault on the dragons, these actions were merely the spontaneous acts of a few Lysians and did not reflect the will of the entire populace. "Governor Dasky, we both know that the absence of an official action from Lys does not absolve Lys from accountability," Prince Aelys replied, both gently and resolutely. Prince Aegon was incensed by the ambush of the previous day, especially since he had just made significant concessions regarding the diplomatic powers and partial military authority concerning Lys. "And you, along with many Lysians, have thus reported his goodwill. My lord, there is no need to engage them in such lengthy discourse. Please issue your command. Grant me one day, and I shall capture this city for His Highness the Prince, and for you." The Westlander lords accompanying Prince Aelys fervently clamored for battle. The options remaining for the Lysians were dwindling. It was a stark choice between a war that would preserve their dignity yet lead to inevitable defeat, or the loss of dignity in exchange for a semblance of peace. For Dasky and many Lysians, this was a piercing dilemma. The choice between war and peace extended beyond Lys. In the distant north, the Braavosi across the Narrow Sea also faced a similar crossroads. Although the royal fleet of Westeros had experienced rapid growth and strength in recent years, it still lagged in experience when compared to the venerable Braavosi fleet of purple sails, a long-standing maritime power in the Narrow Sea. Moreover, it is significant to note that although the joint fleet of the expedition to Lys comprises only a contingent of the Royal Navy, it nonetheless carried away over 100 vessels of various sizes from the royal fleet, in addition to dozens of ships from the Red Wine Fleet. From the waters of Blackwater Bay to the northern regions of the Narrow Sea, the naval power of the Iron Throne barely rivals that of the Braavosi. Should the Braavosi resolve to muster their full might, It would not be an insurmountable task to eradicate the maritime influence of the Iron Throne. But what would be the cost, my Lord Tormund Frege? In contrast to the fervent and radical successor to the Sea Lord, who is striving to consolidate Bravo's hegemony over the Narrow Sea by organizing an anti-Iron Throne alliance in Essos, the current governor of the Braavosi Navy adopts a more pragmatic approach. The Valyrian Empire has long imparted the lesson that dragons are not invincible. However, engaging them directly yields little benefit. From Pentos and Tyrosh to the present situation in Lys, the Iron Throne's expansion across the Essos continent has already encountered numerous potential adversaries. What we require is to remain in the shadows, reaping the spoils, rather than stepping forward to confront the wrath of the Dragon Lords head-on. My Lord Tycon, I am indeed aware of this. Yet, if we do not dare to face the might of the Dragon Lords, who among the free cities would have the courage to confront them? Tormund Frege understands that although Tycon Nestoros is known for his moderate stance among the governors and overseers of Braavos, having represented the Iron Bank in King's Landing on multiple occasions and forged a deep friendship with the Targaryen family, he undoubtedly prioritizes the interests of Braavos above all else. From the free trade bastion of Pentos to Lys, and even to the Bay of Slaves, the Dragon Lords have extended their reach too far. Even within the Seven Kingdoms, seeds of rebellion are germinating. Do you possess any intelligence regarding Westeros? Tormund Frege has never underestimated the power of the Iron Bank. Indeed, even in Westeros, many lords depend on its wealth. Patience is key, my Lord Tormund. A faint smile flickered across the weary and gaunt face of Tycon Nestoros. All of this is merely the prelude to the storm. In stark contrast to the composure of the Braavosi, Volantis, having suffered grievous losses in the recent Battle of Lys, is far from tranquil. The governors of the Tiger and Elephant parties, faced with defeat, have chosen to set aside their grievances and collaborate sincerely. Malakir Megar of the Tiger Party and Nysos Vesa of the Elephant Party, along with Dofus Penniman, have reached a consensus. The war no longer serves the interests of Volantis, and the pressing question now is how to exit this conflict, which does not belong to them, with dignity. How do we acknowledge the Iron Throne's actual control over Lys, including the previously occupied stepstones of Essos, and its special interests in Pentos and Tyrosh? Is there even a need to discuss this? The crux of the matter lies in how to appease the Dragon Lords regarding the current expansion of their influence in Essos. Must we relinquish Meereen? Oh, those petty merchants must be eager to embrace the dominion of the Iron Throne. For such a union would allow their handcrafted wares to flourish across the Seven Kingdoms without tariffs. Perhaps the current state of Slavers Bay presents an opportune entry point. Between the exiled Targaryen prince, the slave traders, and the horse lords, we must make a judicious choice. Should we extend our support to the other prince, the Blackfyre heir? For now, let us pause. He and his equine sovereign allies have already stirred considerable trouble in Slavers Bay, as all factions turn their attention to the situation in Lys. The expedition of the Iron Throne comes to a temporary halt. Chapter 58. Prince of Lys. In addition to the heir to the Iron Throne, the Duke of Harrenhal, the Starborn, the favored of both old and new gods, the Awakener of dragons, and the Dragon King among the Valyrian lineage, Aegon Targaryen has acquired yet another illustrious title, Prince of Lys. The loyal governors of the Iron Throne, led by Governor Daenerys, have fought to secure the greatest rights for Lys. Prince Aegon Targaryen, having played a decisive role in the Battle of Lys, ascends as its ruler, and upon his inheritance of the Iron Throne, he will become the co-sovereign of both Westeros and Lys, with his descendants enjoying the highest authority over Lys for generations to come, unchanging throughout the ages. The Council of Governors, led by Governor Daenerys, Governor Morodo, and Governor Rhaegar, has been established to oversee the administrative governance of Lys. The newly formed Lysian Navy and city defense forces will report directly to the prince. The pleasure-seeking citizens of Lys, having retained their independent status, quickly came to revere the conqueror who had recently led them to victory. Both Prince Aegon and Princess Daenerys received a warm welcome in Lys, with numerous trade governors and wealthy merchants taking pride in inviting the Targaryen dragon riders to their feasts. Undoubtedly, the most admired figure among the Lysians remains their prince, Aegon Targaryen. To the surprise of Governor Daenerys and others, they learned that their status would not be merged into the Seven Kingdoms, but rather, they would maintain their independence as city-states, particularly when their ruler turned out to be a prince who embodied the divine likeness of the Valyrian dragon kings. Nearly all Lysians received this outcome not with calm, but with eager anticipation. The temporary residence of the prince, the former governor's council hall, was met with derision by many Lysians, who deemed the modest structure utterly inadequate to reflect the stature of the Prince of Lys. Thus, The first resolution reached in the new council was to heed the petitions of numerous Lysian citizens, advocating for the construction of a new palace befitting the Prince of Lys. In the aftermath of war, with the scars still visible and the city walls in disrepair, the magnificent palace rose at an astonishing pace. After the demolition of the former governor's residences in the city center, Aegon, when you next visit Lys, you may find yourself residing in this opulent palace. Shiri stood upon the terrace of the prince's temporary palace, gazing at the construction site not far away. In truth, this temporary palace also lay within the scope of demolition, destined to be leveled soon, making way for a garden adorned in the Valyrian style, which would serve as the prince's abode for dragons. I fear it cannot be, Prince Illyris remarked with a tone of jest. I have perused the plans of the Lyseni. The completed prince's palace will far exceed the Red Keep in King's Landing and even outsize the White Keep, nearly rivaling the Black Keep. What was initially envisioned as a grueling conquest had, after a swift and decisive onset, transformed into a mere procession. To this day, Prince Illyris finds it difficult to comprehend the peculiarities of the Lyseni. For them, being subjugated by the Western savages is a lesser fate than serving as vassals to the former Valyrian dragon lords. I speak the truth, Aegon declared. They have always regarded themselves as the true descendants of Valyria, believing themselves to be the most legitimate heirs. Yet, following the cataclysm, they were the first to betray the dragon lords. Prince Illyris lamented the fickleness of the Lyseni. Time has a way of erasing and distorting all. Perhaps the Lyseni will take pride in being dragon slayers, but who can resist the might of dragons? For the Lyseni, choosing between enmity and camaraderie with the dragons is not a daunting choice. Aegon chuckled. Of course, we must not forget the assistance of our old friends, such as Governor Dasky and others. Over the years, they have fostered an impression among the Lyseni that our Targaryen family is less a stranger from the Sunset Lands and more akin to fellow Valyrian descendants. Is this not the very direction His Majesty has tirelessly pursued? Since the chaotic reign of Aegon IV and the multiple rebellions of Blackfyre, followed by the stable reigns of Daeron II and Maegor I, despite a brief crisis of succession, the Targaryen family's authority in Westeros has steadily solidified under the wise rule of Aegon V and Aegon VI, particularly aided by the resurgence of dragons. Following Aegon VI's mediation during the crises in Pentos and Bravos and the conquest of the Stepstones, he increasingly yearns to extend the Targaryen influence in Essos. For this reason, maintaining relationships with numerous allies among the 9 great trading city-states has remained a matter of considerable importance for His Majesty. The Lyseni indulge in revelry, with banquets serving as a vital social stage, where many of the city-states' wars and significant affairs are discreetly negotiated amongst the elite during feasts. Presently, Prince Aegon, now the Prince of Lys, must also adapt to local customs, forging consensus among the new elite of Lys through one banquet after another. However, those who can host a prince are certainly not ordinary Lyseni nobles. Apart from Governors Dasky, Morodo, and Laegal, only the most powerful individuals from the Prince's Council can extend an invitation to the prince. Let us raise our glasses together to the steadfast rule of Prince Aegon, and may his lineage inherit Lys for generations to come. Governor Gondor humbly occupied the lowest seat among the former governors of Lys. Yet, amidst the sweeping transformation in Lys, there are indeed few who seize the opportunity. As a staunch governor who has recently aligned himself with the newly established power network of Lys, his influence, while not comparable to that of Governors Dasky, Morodo, or Laegal, is undeniably greater than in days of yore. More significantly, in contrast to the previously established connections of Governors Dasky and Morodo, who now maintain a facade of restraint, Governor Gondor displays an extraordinary pliability, almost obsequiously bowing to Prince Aegon. At this banquet, in addition to Prince Aegon, Governor Gondor, as the president of the Lys Fisheries Association, has invited prominent figures from the fisheries sector. After all in attendance have paid their respects to Prince Aegon, Governor Gondor, with his characteristic ingratiating smile, presents a meticulously prepared gift to the prince. The array of jewels from the east of the Jade Sea and the exquisitely crafted garments by the artisans of Meereen pale in comparison to the grandeur of his gift, which is enveloped in opulent silks and brocades. Your Highness, allow me to introduce this lady, hailing from the Lynys Hightower, a scion of the ancient and noble Hightower family of Oldtown in Westeros. Prince Aegon nods in acknowledgement to the renowned noblewoman, Lynys Hightower, who boasts flowing golden locks and skin as white as snow. This marks Prince Aegon's first encounter with the youngest daughter of the illustrious Lord Leighton Hightower. She disregarded the advances of numerous noble suitors from the Riverlands and the Crownlands to wed the Northman Jorah Mormont, of House Mormont from Bear Island, who had shone brilliantly at a tournament. However, After marriage, she indulged extravagantly, leading the already financially struggling Mormont family into the depths of debt. The subsequent events became the subject of many a minstrel's tale across the Seven Kingdoms. Jorah Mormont engaged in the slave trade, and upon being discovered, fled to Essos before the Iron Throne and the North's guardians could impose their judgment, becoming a mercenary living on the edge of a blade. Meanwhile, the Lady Lynys Hightower, who accompanied him in exile, transformed into Miss Lynys Hightower, finding solace in the embrace of a governor from Lys. Noticing Prince Aegon's lack of interest in Lynys, Governor Gondor quickly shifts his focus to introduce two more individuals. The first is a noblewoman of Lys, adorned with the iconic silver-gold hair and striking violet eyes of Valyria. This is our beacon of Lys, Miss Selena Hells, hailing from the esteemed Hells family, whose ancestors also trace their lineage back to the great and ancient Valyrian Empire. Governor Gondor, you flatter me excessively. Compared to Prince Aegon, scion of the Valyrian line of the 40 Dragon Lords, what nobility can we Valyrian descendants claim? Surprisingly, Miss Selena Hells displays no shyness, exuding a grace that contrasts with the richly storied Lynys Hightower. Governor Gondor is taken aback. Of the three beauties, only Miss Selena Hells is not a gift he presents to the prince. The Hells family owns one of the largest banks among the few that still exist in Lys. The Hells family also manages two renowned brothels in Lys, often regarded as the former royal family. However, unlike the royal family, the Hells family maintains a low profile and refrains from engaging in the political disputes of Lys. Their influence and wealth are incomparable to that of the royal family. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Miss Selena. In response to this compliment, Prince Aegon readily displayed his goodwill. Nonetheless, for Governor Gondor, the opportunity to introduce Miss Selena to Prince Aegon, owing to their connections with the Hells family, served as his own form of recompense. At present, the priority was to present his paisee to her assistants. Lynys Hightower, hailing from the noble lineage of Westeros, had once been the beloved mistress of Governor Treg, a staunch figure in Lys. For the current Governor Gondor, she was a veritable hot potato. However, her beauty could be leveraged as a gift to Prince Aegon. Regardless of how the prince chose to handle the situation, it would undoubtedly earn Governor Gondor a measure of gratitude. Miss Selena Hells was indeed the one whom the Hells family had entrusted him to introduce to Prince Aegon. Ultimately, she was the true objective of his endeavors. Your Highness, may I present Miss Hyros from Kairos? In stark contrast to the elaborate introductions reserved for the other guests, Governor Gondor offered only a brief mention of this final and most significant gift. Miss Hyros, tall and robust, clad in a distinctive Kairos silk gown adorned with pearls that revealed a hint of her form, seemed genuinely curious about the foreign prince, her gaze fixed intently upon Aegon. Your Highness, this Miss Hyros belongs to the royal lineage of Kairos. Her mother is of the primary bloodline, while her father is a member of the Spices Guild. Governor Gondor whispered to Aegon, the struggles in Kairos are relentless, and her father's bankruptcy has forced her to seek refuge in foreign lands. Nonetheless, her royal identity remains highly sensitive, as the proud people of Kairos do not permit the dilution of royal blood. Miss Selena Hells appeared indifferent to the clandestine exchanges between the two, yet it was evident that she held a keen interest in the new ruler of Lys. Forgive me, Your Highness, for my boldness, but I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to a banquet hosted by the Hells family. Regrettably, Miss Selena, I must inform you that I am departing for King's Landing tomorrow. Prince Aegon's words immediately captured everyone's attention, leaving them to ponder what pressing matter could compel him to abandon the recently conquered Lys and return to Westeros. Chapter 59. The Council of Seven. What concerned Prince Aegon was not the affairs of King's Landing, but rather the gathering of major powers along the shores of the Narrow Sea, and indeed throughout the western regions of Essos. The full envoys from Braavos, Volantis, Meereen, Coer, Pentos, and Myr had convened in King's Landing to deliberate on significant matters that would shape the future of both continents. Prince Aerys remained in Lys while Prince Aegon, accompanied by Rhaenyra, rode ahead on Dragonback, preceding the main force of the expedition to King's Landing. The forthcoming discussions would undoubtedly require the strength of the two most formidable dragon riders of House Targaryen and their dragons. It has come to my attention that Braavos and Volantis have reached a consensus. Cersei, robust and vigorous, prefers riding to the palace over being confined in a carriage. Much like Aegon. To be precise, both we and Braavos, as well as Volantis, have come to an agreement. Braavos and Volantis acknowledge the current dominion of the Iron Throne under Aerys, as well as the legitimate royal status of Alysanne and Tyrosh, and the special relationship that the Iron Throne holds with Tyrosh and Pentos. Are these merchants truly so generous? Cersei found herself somewhat taken aback. Generosity? Have we not earned all of this ourselves? Moreover, what they require is the acknowledgement that the Iron Throne will not extend its influence over other free trade cities. Aegon remarked with a scoff. And what of the Myrinese and Coer? What do they desire? The influence of Viserys in Meereen has exceeded our expectations. Additionally, it is not only him. The slave masters of Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen are keen to eliminate Aegon's Blackfire at the earliest opportunity. With the support of that horse lord, it is rumored he has gathered an army of 30,000. Upon saying this, Aegon Targaryen, mounted on his steed, could not help but cast a glance at Cersei. Had Cersei, who was once responsible for vanquishing the horse lord Drogo outside Pentos, devoted more attention, perhaps this horse lord would have long turned to ashes. Why do you look at me? The woman's intuition alerted Cersei to Aegon's impolite gaze, and she quickly responded. After all, that is a force of 50,000 Dothraki. Even a herd of pigs would take quite some time to corral. It is worth noting that if you had accompanied them, they would not have escaped. The objective has been achieved. Furthermore, without these contingencies, how could Viserys establish a foothold in the Bay of Slaves, and how would we have the opportunity to intervene? Just be cautious. I have heard that the little rascal and the girl from House Blackfire possess lost dragon eggs. Among the representatives from various city-states, the Braavosi maintain a distance due to their anti-slavery stance. Coer, known for its unique customs, remains isolated in the Essos hinterlands, and does not have any disputes with the Iron Throne. Rather, its exceptional weapon-forging skills foster strong relationships with the lords of Westeros. The representatives from Volantis, Meereen, Pentos, and Myr, however, harbor no such reservations, frequently convening for clandestine negotiations prior to the seven-sided talks since their arrival in King's Landing. For the wealthy merchants representing these four cities, what could be more befitting their stature than the prayers of the young maidens from the renowned Silk Street of King's Landing? My lords, allow me to introduce to you. This is Aeliana, my daughter, and this sweet silver-haired maiden is named Mary. This is the delightful Danzy, and she is our most charming and captivating Jetty. Shaitaya, who shares fame with Lady Olenna of the Silk Street, hails from the Summer Isles, and her establishment is a high-end brothel on Silk Street. Several years ago, the three-tiered marble prayer pavilion for young maidens became synonymous with the upscale establishments along Silk Street. Madame Shaitaya enthusiastically introduced her ladies to the four esteemed patrons. However, the seasoned envoys remained largely unfazed. It was the envoy from Myr who found great amusement in conversing with Madame Shaitaya. Madam, I have heard that this is the finest establishment in all of Silk Street. Nay, in the entirety of King's Landing? Compliments from distant lands always bring a sense of joy. Yet, Madame Shaitaya responded with admirable objectivity, Ah, my lord. Though I consider her my rival, I must concede that the sweet haven of the Red Flower Lady, Helen, is equally commendable. Rather than engage in a detrimental rivalry, both Madame Shaitaya and Lady Helen preferred a competition that elevated their respective statuses. After all, under the flourishing reign of the Targaryens, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing was teeming with nobility, wealthy merchants, and even foreigners, all ripe for their business. I trust you are acquainted with many of the nobles from the Seven Kingdoms. Unlike the gentle and affluent envoys from Myr and Pentos, the representatives of Volantis exude a certain pride, as they often regard themselves as the dominant power of the western continent of Essos, as the most formidable city-state in the conference, aside from the Targaryens. Volantis remained vigilant against the expansion of the Dragon King's influence in Essos, though they were not as anxious as the Myrish. Meanwhile, the Myrish and Pentos relied on the strength of the Targaryens, while simultaneously harboring a deep-seated trepidation toward the royal family. Only the Volantene, despite having clashed with the Targaryens in Lys, maintained a relatively equal and peaceful rapport with them. Ah, my lord, of course. You are aware that whether in Essos or Westeros, the prominent figures always require our services, Madame Shaitaya remarked with a blend of humility and latent pride. Very well, then. Madam, I believe we can explore further collaboration, the envoy from Volantis replied with a self-satisfied smile. As he envisioned, here he could procure the latest intelligence on the prominent figures of Westeros and their opinions regarding the latest developments across the narrow sea, for men, when in a state of enjoyment, often find themselves most relaxed. Moreover, no man could resist the opportunity to boast in the presence of enchanting women. Unlike representatives from other city-states, the envoy from Braavos, Tormo Freyga, believed that the direction of this conference hinged solely on the Iron Throne, Braavos, and Volantis. Therefore, establishing a connection with the illustrious Dragon Prince through the Iron Throne's heir, Prince Aegon, represented the most significant objective of his journey. As the aging king of the sea, Ferrago Antrion became increasingly frail and afflicted, Tormund Frege began to strive towards his aspiration of becoming the future king of the sea. In Braavos, the kingship is for life. Yet it is not hereditary, especially considering that the old king's offspring are of little merit. The royal palace of Westeros is no stranger to the people of Braavos. However, even the most fastidious of Essosi must concede that the renovated palace stands unmatched in the realm of Westeros. Aside from the traditional Red Keep, where the royal couple resides, Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone and his two wives have chosen to dwell in the elegant and slender castle of White Keep, which harmoniously blends the architectural styles of the Loinans with the characteristics of the Riverlands high halls. Meanwhile, Prince Aegon, the Dragon Prince, has opted for the residence in the Black Keep, reminiscent of the Valyrian freehold's grandeur. My Lord Tormund, what impressions do you hold of this illustrious Dragon Prince? Although tales of the famed Aegon have spread widely even to Braavos, Tormund Frege still yearns to glean more detailed insights from his acquaintance, Tycho Nestoris. Through his amicable rapport with Prince Aegon, Tycho has not only witnessed a remarkable surge in his enterprises within Westeros, but has also seen his standing in the Iron Bank elevate considerably. Nevertheless, deep within his heart, Tycho remains haunted by the vision of a superlative financial empire that spans both Westeros and Essos, a vision once shared with him by Prince Aegon. My Lord Tormund, you truly present me with a conundrum, Tycho Nestoris remarked, a faint smile emerging on his gaunt cheeks, a rarity for a banker of Braavos, known for his stern demeanor. Those acquainted with the prince assert that the accolades sung of him in the past have always been understated, while any disparagement is merely a misunderstanding born of distance. Tycho paused before continuing. I believe you could forge a friendship with him. Prince Aegon has always regarded the Iron Throne and Braavos as the keystones of peace and balance between the two continents. Tycho arranged a meeting with the prince, who thoughtfully selected the sunlit courtyard garden nestled between the three keeps of Red, White, and Black as their rendezvous point. The banquet, already meticulously arranged, was attended to by servers bustling about, while the prince's attendants graciously welcomed the two esteemed Braavosi guests, proceeding to inform the prince of their arrival. Tormund Frege felt no discontent. While some might perceive a lack of promptness in their reception, such an oversight would not offend Prince Aegon. In the eyes of the prominent figures of Braavos, the king upon the Iron Throne across the Narrow Sea is undoubtedly the most powerful individual in the known world. And beneath him, in terms of influence, sway, and the support of the noble houses and populace of the Seven Kingdoms, Prince Aegon eclipses his father, Prince Gaemon of Dragonstone. Tormund Frege awaited this meeting with great anticipation. Perhaps future scholars from both Westeros and Braavos will commemorate this day in history as the moment of the inaugural meeting between the King of the Seven Kingdoms and the Sea King. Tormund mused silently. Chapter 60. The Returning Knights. After weeks of intense negotiations, the seven parties ultimately reached an agreement to sign a security pact for both shores of the Narrow Sea. This signifies that the conquests of the continent of Westeros over the Narrow Sea and the eastern lands have reached a pause. Aside from the more than 5,000 elite forces from Storm's End accompanying Prince Aemon to the Slavers' Bay to support Prince Viserys, the majority of the soldiers from Westeros have returned to their respective homelands. At the harbor of King's Landing, while bidding farewell to the envoys from the 6 cities as they embarked on their journey home, these envoys encountered the returning warriors of the Seven Kingdoms. The garrison of King's Landing, often referred to as the Gold Cloaks, have never garnered much respect from the free trade cities. In terms of equipment, the quality of troops, and ultimately, combat effectiveness, the Gold Cloaks fall significantly short when compared to the mercenary companies favored by the free trade cities, let alone the elite forces from Braavos and Volantis. However, amidst the restructured and retrained Gold Cloaks, the envoys perceived a glimpse of the combat prowess exhibited by the elite mercenaries of Essos. They were astonished by the standing army of the Targaryen royal family, which boasts a strength exceeding 10,000. Not to mention the Kingsguard, formed under Prince Aegon, comprising knights and their squires, which has now grown to over 2,000 members. In the annals of the Seven Kingdoms, even the vast and prosperous Riverlands, renowned for its chivalric culture, has only seen the Green Hand Knights of the ruling Gardner family muster just over 1,000, besides the monumental dragons that uphold their dominion. The Targaryen family's 3 military pillars, the King's Landing Garrison, the Royal Standing Army, and the Kingsguard, have all taken shape. The free trade cities possess a clear understanding of Westeros's military capabilities. However, the enduring independence of the various regions and the feudal lord system have hindered the full mobilization of their collective strength. Following Aegon's conquest, although the Seven Kingdoms, except for Dorne, nominally unified, each region remains in a state of pronounced independence. since Aegon VI's marriage alliances united the great lords. The resurgence of royal power during the Dance of Dragons in the Summerhall, and under the strong yet adaptable rule of King Aegon VI, the Iron Throne has become a Damoclean sword for the 9 trade cities. Were it not for the disparate governmental structures of these 9 free trade cities, the long-standing grievances among many of them, and the sharp trade conflicts in reality, an anti-Targaryen alliance on the western continent of Essos would have been established long ago. The current conference among the 7 parties serves as a countermeasure against the Iron Throne's intervention in Essos. Although mild in manner, it is resolute enough. The king seated upon the Iron Throne is equally unreserved in showcasing the might of House Targaryen. This represents a momentous victory achieved without bloodshed. As the current naval commander of Braavos and a formidable contender for the title of Sea King, Tormund Frege, aside from his keen interest in the formidable strength of the Iron Throne's army, is increasingly focused on the growing prowess of the Targaryen royal fleet. We have subdued this mighty dragon, your grace Tycho. The ever-growing power of House Targaryen would not typically confine our fleet to a scale equivalent to that of the Purple Fleet. However, through this negotiation, we have established a power ratio of 1:1. Lord Tormund Frege takes pride in the victory achieved through these discussions. Henceforth, the royal fleet under the Iron Throne shall impose limitations on its growth, ensuring that the Purple Fleet and the Royal Fleet maintain a mutual constraint of 1:1, thus averting both parties from descending into a pernicious arms race, or, even more directly, military confrontation. Indeed, Lord Tormund, peace is the aspiration of us all. As a banker, Tycho favors a peace founded on strength over the bloody and uncertain turmoil of military conflict. Whether it be Tormund or Tycho, their spirits resonate with the clear skies of King's Landing today. After a cordial farewell to Prince Aegon, the ships of Braavos will return to their homeland bearing tidings of triumph. However, the interests of Pantos, which have been compromised, will elicit little concern from either Braavos or the Iron Throne. On the opposite end of the harbor, the envoy from Volantis, Marajo, harbors an entirely different sentiment. This is not peace, it is appeasement. We have traded Tyrosh, Lys, and even Myr for perhaps a few years, at most a decade, of tranquility. As the leader of the Volantene Tiger faction, Marajo possesses one of the clearest understandings of Targaryen strength among the emissaries from Essos participating in this discourse. Even a limited peace is essential for us now, remarked another envoy from Volantis. We require time to recuperate. The Targaryen dragon is a double-edged sword. Who knows what the future holds? Years or decades later, perhaps a new era of bloodshed will follow this apparent prosperity. As Volantene citizens, they prefer to conquer the world through trade rather than war, yet sometimes, the pursuit of trade necessitates a measure of protective power. The Volantene people extended due respect to Princess Naemilia, who had come to bid farewell. After all, none understand the power of the Dragon King better than those who pride themselves as the daughters of Valyria. In contrast to the jubilant Bravosi and the despondent Volantenes, the people of Coer maintain a somewhat detached demeanor. They too harbor goodwill towards Prince Aegon, who has come to see them off. As no one wishes to befriend a Dragon King, the Myrish, however, appear particularly amiable. During the discussions, they were the most benevolent of all towards the Iron Throne. In light of the looming threats posed by the remnants of the Black Fire and the imminent danger from the Dothraki, the Prince of Dragonstone, Gaemon, en route to the Slaver's Bay for support, is akin to their great savior. The Myrish envoys extended a sincere invitation to Princess Daenerys, the sister of Prince Viserys, assuring her that Myr would leave a profound impression upon her. Among all the envoys, those from Pentos and Myr found themselves most diminished, faring somewhat better than the wholly subservient Tyroshi and Lys. Nonetheless, an undeniable truth emerged from this assembly. The interests of Pentos and Myr were mercilessly betrayed by other city-states of free trade. As the governor of Myr articulated, the free trading cities bartered the rights of Pentos and Myr for promises of peace from the Iron Throne. In stark contrast to the envoys, whose moods varied greatly, the returning warriors of Westeros were enveloped in jubilance. A single expedition had transformed the lives of many, with nearly all noble younger sons achieving the elevation from squire to knight, poised to keep vigil and pledge their oaths at the great September of Baelor in the coming days. Several exceptional commoners ascended to the ranks of squire knights, thereby becoming lords in their own right. For the scions of the great houses, whether taking up significant roles in Lys or Tyrosh or following Prince Aegon, their futures appeared exceedingly bright. Indeed, for the vast majority, the spoils of this venture represented wealth that had eluded them for years, if not decades. Prince Aegon, triumphant from the grand victory in Lys, generously rewarded the thousands of soldiers involved. bestowing fortunes sufficient to elevate a family to the status of the wealthiest in the Seven Kingdoms, under the meticulous preparations of the assistant to the Chancellor of Finance. Lord Max Cockshaw, Count of the Salt Pans, the grand triumph not only welcomed the jubilant returning knights, but also plunged King's Landing into revelry. Free bread and ale had the populace chanting for the king and for Prince Aegon. The returning knights, with their extravagant spending, ignited a consumer frenzy that benefited all citizens of King's Landing, even the beggars in the slums, recalling the Iron Throne's remarkable victory on the eastern continent, held their heads high with pride before foreign visitors. Chapter 61. The distress of Edmure since the beloved maiden was lured away by a wandering minstrel. Edmure Tully developed an aversion to all music. Alas, the triumphal festivities in King's Landing would not be curtailed by the preferences of a mere duke's heir. Instead, the finest singers from all of Westeros gathered, eager not to miss this grand occasion. As the old Duke Hotine Tully aged and succumbed to illness, Edmure was compelled to shoulder the burdens of his family. Particularly poignant was the fact that, due to his uncle Brynden Tully's estrangement from his father, he had ventured to King's Landing and chose to join the illustrious Kingsguard, leaving Edmure without any close male relatives to share in his troubles. Under the strategic guidance of his father, Duke Tully, Edmure's two sisters had married well. One became the wife of the northern lord, Duke Brandon, while the other wed the eastern lord, Duke John, thus providing formidable external support for House Tully. However, with the reckless actions of Lady Lisa, not only has the veil turned against the Tully family, but the once esteemed Tully lineage has seen a dramatic decline in its standing among the lords of the realm. It is not merely the great lords beyond the Riverlands who have distanced themselves. Even the vassals under the Tully banner in the Riverlands have begun to display their discontent, often paying lip service while secretly undermining their lord. The majority of the Green Fork is under the governance of House Fry in the town of the Twins, where the aged and cunning Lord Walder Fry harbors a lingering resentment towards the derisive remarks made by his father about the once mighty family alliance. He frequently disregards commands issued by the Lord from Riverrun. Meanwhile, the Riverlands are increasingly united around House Targaryen in New Stone. And even the proud and traditional House Meryn of the coastal city has found more kinship with their powerful and prosperous neighbors than with the declining Tully family. As for the Tully family's core supporters along the banks of the Red Fork, they remain diligent in their loyalty to their lord. The expansion of the Crownlands has caused the Tully family to lose all rights east of Stonehall, once thought to be theirs by virtue of their noble lineage. In truth, astute observers throughout the Seven Kingdoms would argue that the Tully family can scarcely be regarded as lords of a principality. The position of governor of the Riverlands, originally granted to the conqueror Aegon, now seems more aptly named the governor of the Red Fork. After the storm in the Vale, the battered Tully family, under the leadership of Duke Hostine, has sought to align itself closely with the crown. They have not only cooperated actively with Prince Aegon in the transition of the former Riverlands territory, now part of the Crownlands, but have also shown considerable support for the crown's initiatives, providing substantial assistance to the Night's Watch and the expedition to Lys. Even the Duke's heir, Ser Edmure, has personally led the Knights of the Red Fork in the Battle of Lys. Presently, it seems that Duke Hostine's efforts may soon bear fruit. The status of King's Landing has been steadily rising among the Seven Kingdoms, compelling many lords to remain in the capital while allowing their heirs to manage their territories. It has become essential to maintain a presence before a powerful king to safeguard one's family's interests. The days when lords would seclude themselves in their lands, perhaps never setting foot in King's Landing throughout their lifetimes, have long since passed. Thus, this grand triumphal feast, despite the throne room's inadequacy to accommodate the gathering, finds solace in the great hall of the White Keep, capable of hosting thousands of lords and their kin from across the Seven Kingdoms, thereby circumventing the indignity of an open-air banquet in the palace courtyard. The ailing and elderly Duke Hostine has resided in King's Landing since the misfortune of his youngest daughter, Lisa, and his only desire is that upon his passing, his heir, Edmure, will firmly secure the title of Duke of Riverrun. Your Majesty, may I inquire how the esteemed Lord Duncan feels about my request? Edmure thought, watching his ailing father humbly and cautiously address the king. How could he persist in his own reservations about this matter? Old Tully's desire is to seek a marriage for his son, Edmure, with Lady Serena Targaryen, the daughter of Count Duncan, from the noble Targaryen family of New Stone City. As a descendant of the Targaryens, Lady Serena is undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. Not only does she rival the handsome Count Duncan, but even the Countess, Jenna Lannister, renowned for her beauty in her youth, was once the light of the Westerlands. However, for Edmure, the essence of the matter lies in her character. Being from the Riverlands, Edmure is well acquainted with the illustrious reputation of Lady Serena. Whether it is from her valiant campaigns alongside her father against the Ironborn, or her courageous act of rescuing a young girl from the clutches of a fry. Despite her widespread acclaim, Edmure feels a respectful distance from the celebrated Lady Serena, as his heart yearns for the gentle, kind-hearted girl who had once been beguiled by the sweet words of a wandering minstrel during his youth. The king, seemingly unfazed by old Tully's audacity, signaled to the herald. And after the resonant sound of 3 trumpets, the hall fell into a solemn silence as all lords awaited the king's address. "Lords," he began, "on this victorious day, I have several delightful announcements to make." The king surveyed the assembly and continued with a smile. "First, our esteemed heir of River Run, Ser Edmure Tully, shall wed my niece, Princess Serena, daughter of Prince Duncan." The first piece of joyous news astonished the crowd, yet no one dared to disrupt the solemnity, eagerly awaiting the king's next proclamation. Next, the king declared, "I am pleased to announce that my nephew, Roland Targaryen, is to marry Miss Rosalind Frye, daughter of Lord Walder Frye." This revelation was indeed monumental, marking not only the union of Prince Duncan's heir, Ser Roland, but also the ascension of House Frye into the esteemed Targaryen lineage. In comparison, the third announcement was less surprising. "Lastly, my nephew, Loren Targaryen, is to wed Lady Alysanne Lythar." As the king's words echoed, the hall reverberated with enthusiastic applause. Old Tully's matrimonial aspirations had been fulfilled, yet he felt a twinge of ambivalence. The Targaryen family of Newstone City would serve as a powerful ally for Edmure. Yet one could argue that the Tully family itself equally bolstered the Targaryens' control over the Riverlands. Moreover, the alliances formed between the Targaryens of Newstone, the Freys of Twin Rivers, and the Lythars of Gold Tooth created formidable arms that constricted the entire Trident region. The esteemed Duke Tywin shared a similar sentiment as the king, his countenance adorned with a rare, subtle smile as he joined in the applause, aware that the king's gaze was upon him. In his heart, Duke Tywin felt both joy and concern. As an in-law of the Targaryens of Newstone, their increasing favor with the king would undoubtedly serve as a significant external support for House Lannister. However, the fact that the marriage of his important vassal heir had occurred without his consent filled Tywin's heart with indignation. Yet, as he himself had expressed to his heir, Jaime, in the current realm of the Seven Kingdoms, all must grovel at the feet of the Targaryens, much like the lords of the Westerlands do before House Lannister. Furthermore, the solid dominion of House Lannister in the Westerlands was, after all, a result of the king's former support. Contemplating this, and reflecting upon the rising strength of the Red Lion, House Reynes, and his own antagonism towards them, Tywin could not help but entertain new thoughts. In light of the potential loss of the king's trust or the challenges posed by other lords backed by the crown, it seemed more advantageous to retain a vassal within his domain who posed no threat to him. In contrast, while Duke Tywin and Duke Hostert may have harbored their own concerns, Lord Frye was filled with elation at the culmination of his long-desired union with the Targaryens. Though merely a cadet branch of House Targaryen, he could not overlook that even his liege lord, the esteemed Duke of Tully, who once regarded him with disdain, was now seeking an alliance with the Targaryens of Dragonstone. As for the notion of presenting his unmarried daughters like merchandise before that young Targaryen, it seemed trivial in comparison. Regrettably, despite all his scheming, the resplendence of House Targaryen would not allow Prince Aegon to wed a daughter of House Frye. However, his future son-in-law, Loren Targaryen, appeared to hold significant favor with the prince. This led Lord Frye to muse that even Prince Aegon might have been momentarily taken aback by the beauty of his daughter, Rosalind. Alas, this Aegon was not the same as Aegon IV. Had it been His Majesty Aegon IV, even if Rosalind could not ascend to the role of queen, she would certainly become his cherished mistress. For the pragmatic Lord Frye, reputation held little weight. Chapter 62. The Feast of Fish. Regardless of Edmure's satisfaction, this marriage was inevitable and proceeded at an unexpected pace. Hostert Tully felt his life force gradually waning. In a bid to depart in peace, the elder Tully, disregarding decorum, promptly began preparations following the king's announcement of the nuptials. Among those pleased with this union, aside from the merchants in King's Landing who provided wedding services, none were more delighted than the High Septon. Following the passing of the beloved High Septon Jaehaerys Targaryen, and with the king's endorsement, the newly elected Gaunt High Septon not only proclaimed himself a servant of the Seven and a loyal subject of the king, but also a distinguished disciple of the former High Septon, actively aligning his actions with the king's will. This marriage garnered substantial royal support, and the elder Duke Tully generously contributed a considerable sum to the church. Under the previous High Septon's populist policies, the church had devoted its immense wealth accumulated over centuries even millennia, to the welfare of the people. Whether it is the renovation plan for the slums of King's Landing, the comprehensive reconstruction of the city itself, or even the construction of the royal palace under the pretext of establishing a small chapel for the Seven in the Red Keep. All of these endeavors are generously supported by the church's wealth, not to mention the improvements along the King's Road and the establishment and maintenance of various charitable institutions and orphanages across the Seven Kingdoms. Duke Tully, rest assured that your son's marriage will undoubtedly receive the blessings of the Seven, and the Blessed Mother will watch over Princess Serena, ensuring she bears the Tully lineage soon. The gaunt archbishop said with a tone that bordered on flattery. In due time, there will also be blessings bestowed upon you from Her Majesty the Queen, he added with even greater exaggeration, as if to suggest that, for this servant of the Seven, the king was a figure more worthy of servitude. Duke Tully was no stranger to this archbishop. In fact, among the upper echelons of the Seven Kingdoms, many preferred to refer to him by his nickname, the Sycophant. His obsequiousness before the king only reinforced the depth of the king's wisdom, which prevented any awkwardness. Of course, esteemed archbishop, the gratitude for the king's kindness will be forever etched in the hearts of every member of House Tully. The archbishop's eager gaze compelled old Tully to nod in agreement, which was met with the archbishop's sincere affirmation. In contrast to Duke Tully, who was bustling about in preparation for his son's marriage, Sir Edmure appeared to be an outsider. Recently, whispers had circulated among the upper-class circles in King's Landing suggesting that Sir Edmure had affections for another, expressing dissatisfaction with the impending union with Princess Serena. However, out of respect for the king's authority, no one dared to publicly speak of it. Edmure, I do not care what your opinions on this marriage may be. You must gather your spirits and embrace your responsibilities. After bidding farewell to the archbishop, Edmure assisted old Tully down the lofty steps of the Great September of Baelor. Surrounding guards kept the other worshippers and minor nobles at bay, allowing old Tully the opportunity to impart wisdom to his son. Father, enough. Regardless of the circumstances, you must find joy. On your wedding day, sincerely thank the king and assume your duties as a husband. By the Seven, I fear I may never meet your children. In stark contrast to Edmure's troubled demeanor, the other principal in this union, Princess Serena Targaryen, remained remarkably composed. Congratulations, brother. I have seen Miss Rosalind. She is indeed a fine young lady. If it were her, even a fry might not be entirely objectionable, Serena reassured her brother. Roland nodded calmly. As the eldest son, he had long understood that marriage was not dictated by his own desires. Moreover, despite having only met her a few times, he found it difficult to lament anything regarding the beautiful and gentle Rosalind. Sister, we harbor no grievances, but what of you? No, it is that red-haired trout. What right does he have to court you? In stark contrast to the composure exhibited by his elder siblings, young Loren Targaryen of Newstone City displayed a far more tempestuous demeanor, though not concerning his own matrimonial prospects. Miss Alyson Rayford, while not particularly remarkable in her own right, did possess the esteemed status of an heir to the Golden Tooth. His uncle, the king, had already shown considerable favor towards his nephew. Loren's discontent stemmed from the fact that his accomplished sister would consent to marry the insipid and unremarkable Edmund Tully. He argued that during the recent Battle of Rays, had it not been for the prince's exceptional intervention, such a mediocrity would never have found the opportunity to achieve any distinction. Loren, enough, called his brother. If I do not wed Edmund, who else is there for me? Selena interjected timely to quell what could have escalated into a quarrel between the two brothers. The eligible heirs among the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms were few and far between. I understand your admiration for Prince Aegon, but the number of women seeking to marry him could stretch from the north to Dorne. Within our own Targaryen family, both Daenerys and Cersei have their sights firmly set. Yet, there are other commendable options. Jaime from Casterly Rock, Raymond from Storm's End, and even Andoroys from the Vale, as well as the admirable Briss from the Stormlands, Loren retorted, somewhat petulantly. Jaime Lannister remains unmarried, and it is well known what Lord Tywin desires. He seeks a true Targaryen princess. At the very least a daughter of a house sworn to the realm. As for Raymond, let us not overlook the considerable age difference. And the king has already intended for Princess Rhaenys to be pledged to him, Selena rationally analyzed. Loren, Edmund will make a commendable husband, with the king's backing. Tully will undoubtedly secure his position as the Duke of Riverrun, Roland responded with a more balanced perspective. In truth, regardless of the sentiments of those directly involved, this union had become an inexorable reality. Within the Grand Hall of Baelor, under the auspices of the High Septon and amidst the watchful eyes of the kingdom's elite, the opulent wedding commenced. The ceremony within the hall was solemn and dignified, while the subsequent feast brimmed with both decorum and exuberance. His Majesty the King graciously opened the central courtyard garden of the palace for the newlyweds. And the affluent Tully family spared no effort to ensure that this wedding would leave a lasting impression on all attending nobles. The banquet featured 77 exquisite dishes, crafted to honor the 7 gods. 7 of Edmund's most despised singers performed in turn, serenading the assembly with pieces ranging from the maiden, the mother, and the crone to my beloved wife, from the bear and the beautiful maiden to the wife of Dorne. Furthermore, they included the Targaryen classic The Hammer and the Anvil along with various Valyrian ballads revived by Prince Aemon and court minstrels. The atmosphere of the wedding was both fervent and joyous, as nobles from across the 7 kingdoms presented their heartfelt wedding gifts. His Majesty the King bestowed a gilded dragonbone great bow, while Prince Aegon presented a saddle inlaid with a ruby trout motif on behalf of his father, Prince Gaemon, who was away on a campaign. Additionally, Prince Aegon gifted a tent woven with golden threads, adorned with dark patterns and embroidered with the Targaryen family crest embellished with emeralds. The golden crown and the shield bearing the emblem of the Tully family alongside the trout insignia. Among other notable gifts, Duke Tywin contributed a 3-sided golden goblet, each side embellished with gems symbolizing the 3 great houses, the ruby 3-headed dragon, the emerald royal palace, and the onyx dragon, accompanied by a silver trout. Furthermore, Lord Frey presented a model of Riverrun crafted from pure gold. Observing his daughter-in-law eagerly conversing with the queen and the various Targaryen princesses, old Tully's heart swelled with joy. He felt assured that he could depart without concern, confident that even Edmure would safeguard the interests and glory of House Tully under the king's patronage and the support of powerful alliances. In fact, Edmure's disposition seemed well suited to thrive beneath such a formidable monarch. With this thought, old Tully cast a glance at Duke Tywin, who was bent before the king, seemingly engaged in discussion. One could see that even the iron-willed protector of the Westerlands had to accept his role as a loyal servant of the crown in these times. His gaze then swept over Prince Aegon, surrounded by numerous nobles, conversing with his betrothed, Princess Nerys. Old Tully's eyes appeared to transcend time, envisioning a resplendent era of House Targaryen that had spanned a century. As his gaze grew increasingly distant, the clamor of the banquet seemed to fade into the background. Horse Tully felt the afternoon sun warming him gently, reminiscent of a serene moment spent fishing at Riverrun. Chapter 63. The funeral of the fish. With a heart filled with satisfaction and tranquility, Duke Horse Tully closed his eyes forever. The first to sense something amiss was his kin, Prince Duncan of Newstone, who hurriedly approached the Duke's side. Chancellor Pycelle quickly announced to the gathering the news of the old Duke's passing. However, seeing the lingering smile upon the old Duke's lips, all present believed he departed this world joyfully, summoned by the 7. In the span of a single day, Sir Edmure underwent a profound transformation in identity, from a single young man to a married husband, and from the son of a duke to a duke himself. His Majesty soon proclaimed Edmure Tully as the heir to all his father's titles, granting him lordship over the territories west of the confluence of the Trident, including the lands beyond Nobleheart and Stonehall. Amidst the overwhelming sorrow and confusion following his father's death, Edmure found immense comfort and understanding from his wife, Princess Syrax. Any lady would find it hard to bear such a tragedy during the early days of marriage, especially on the day of their wedding. Yet, Princess Syrax not only voiced no complaints, but also consoled her husband, Edmure, and immediately took on the responsibilities of the Lady of House Tully. From the solemn farewell of the late Duke Tully at the magnificent Belgard Cathedral to the meticulous arrangements for the Tully family to escort his casket back to Riverrun, everything unfolded with remarkable order. Nobility from the 7 kingdoms could not help but marvel at the late Duke Tully's foresight and fortune, as he had, in his final moments, secured an impeccable match for the Tully family in a lady of high standing. Outside Riverrun, Lord Edmure and his wife, Prince Aegon, who represented the king, along with the Duke and Duchess of Brandon and their children who had journeyed from the north, gathered to pay their last respects to the late Duke Tully. Accompanying the prince was the attendant, Ser Cragen Stark, who had not seen his kin in quite some time. And both Robb Stark and Bran Stark felt a surge of emotion. However, the solemn atmosphere of the funeral kept all from expressing their feelings too boisterously. As Uncle Edmure Tully missed 3 shots in succession and watched the late Duke's funeral barge drift further away, Robb could not contain a chuckle. This elicited a fierce glare from his father, Lord Brandon Stark, and a warning look from his mother, Lady Catelyn Tully. The Kingsguard, Ser Brynden Tully, who was also paying his respects to his brother, could no longer restrain himself and approached to snatch the bow and arrows from his nephew. Unexpectedly, A fiery arrow struck true, igniting the funeral barge in flames. All eyes turned to see Princess Cersei Lannister, the Duchess of Riverrun, wielding a massive dragonbone bow, having successfully hit her mark. Although the somber mood of the occasion prevented any cheers, admiration for the renowned Targaryen princess filled the hearts of those present. The vassals of House Tully and the lords of the Riverlands felt a chill run through them. In light of the Tully family's recent decline, especially following the passing of the once respected Duke, the complacent nobles were suddenly galvanized. Historically, the Tully family had not produced many outstanding leaders, and they had never been a family of great kings. Yet, as lords granted lands by the conqueror Aegon, they had maintained a stable governance under the protection of the Dragon Lords. Now, with the continued backing of the crown, highlighted by Prince Aegon's personal attendance at the funeral and the formidable alliance through the current Duke's kinship with Prince Duncan, the Tully family still held considerable influence. The Riverlands' mourning drew to a close, and the lords of the area were faced with the task of acclimating to the new era under the Duke. In King's Landing, the reverberations of the Tully family's dual joys and sorrows had already dissipated. In the bustling city, the impact of any significant event rarely lasted more than a month. Presently, the most pressing topic was the seeming intent of Duke Tywin Lannister to finally select a suitable bride for his unmarried eldest son, Jaime Lannister. Although the recent scandal involving Cersei Lannister had inevitably tarnished the Lannister family's reputation, the winds of change were stirring once more. However, regardless of being the son of the Hand of the King, the guardian of the Westerlands, the heir of House Casterly Rock, and a renowned knight among the Seven Kingdoms, Jaime Lannister remains the idol of countless maidens and a coveted suitor. Father, have you finally relinquished your aspirations of becoming kin to His Majesty the King? Jaime remarked with a hint of jest directed at his father. Since resigning from the Kingsguard, serving as the prince's squire, and escorting his two nephews while transporting royal provisions north to the Wall before returning to King's Landing, Jaime Lannister has found himself with little to occupy his time. He bears no resentment towards his father's matchmaking endeavors, fully aware that as the heir of the Westerlands, such duties are his obligation. Do you believe the king would consent? Duke Tywin's piercing gaze pierced through Jaime's attempts to mask his true feelings. I once hoped you would wed Princess Alysanne, the sister of Prince Aegon. While attending to his affairs, Tywin's words momentarily led Jaime to believe that Aegon held feelings for Alysanne that transcended mere sibling affection. Until a pause from Tywin tightened Jaime's chest, his father was indeed aware. The secret of his relationship with his sister Cersei, which had remained concealed since their mother, Lady Joanna, passed away, seemed to have escaped no one's notice, especially not that of the ever-vigilant Tywin. Moreover, Cersei herself was not one to keep secrets, and had it not been for their cousin Lancel serving as a shield, Jaime feared he might have already been exposed. In any case, neither the king nor Prince Aegon will allow you to marry a royal princess. The once eligible Princess Myrcella is now wed. At this juncture, Tywin was, in truth, acutely aware. The king would never permit any powerful family within the Seven Kingdoms to lay claim to Targaryen blood, even with the dragons currently under royal control. Yet, the far-sighted King Aegon would leave no potential threat for future generations that could lead to another dance of dragons. The Tully family, while nominally a guardian of the Riverlands, is, at best, of secondary noble status within the realm and has consistently served the crown loyally. As for House Tyrell of Highgarden, one could say their fortune lay in the era of grand alliances orchestrated by the late King Aegon VI, resulting in a royal princess marrying into their house. However, the cost? Just look at who currently holds sway in Highgarden. It is said that the rose lies prostrate beneath the dragon's feet. The young scions of House Tyrell resemble more the blood of dragons than roses. Presently, your choices are limited. Princess Arianne of Dorne is of comparable age and status. Yet her claim as the heir of Dorne poses a dilemma. Miss Alice Karstark of House Royce from Old Town, whose father, Count Yon, is now the regent of the Vale. And the Royce family commands considerable influence in the region. As for the eligible ladies from other noble houses, I fear they are still dreaming of marrying Prince Aegon. Tywin remarked with a sardonic smile. What of Miss Sansa Stark from the north? Jaime quipped, relishing the opportunity to banter with his father. From what I understand of Prince Aegon, it is unlikely he would consider a union with Lady Sansa. Jaime never anticipated that his jest would elicit such a serious gaze from his father. You are correct. I shall first discuss this matter with His Majesty the King. The Stark family of the North is indeed a commendable choice. As he witnessed his father's earnestness, Jaime felt as though he had inadvertently struck his own foot with a stone. Chapter 64. The Winds of Winter while in King's Landing. The Lannister father and son were engaged in deliberations regarding an alliance with House Stark. Meanwhile, in Winterfell, The Stark family was once again meeting with Prince Aegon not long after their previous encounter. Prince Gaemon and Princess Lyanna had initially been touring the north and inspecting the wall, but the occurrence of the Stormlands incident, along with the subsequent upheaval on the eastern continent, compelled them to terminate their journey and return to King's Landing prematurely. Presently, Prince Gaemon was embarking on a campaign to the Bay of Slaves, while Princess Lyanna remained in King's Landing to tend to their young children. Curiously, it was Prince Aegon who was meeting with the Starks. The funeral of the late Duke Tully had concluded, and the atmosphere of the banquet in Riverrun had long since relaxed. Conversations flowed freely, and it appeared that Duke Edmure was beginning to emerge from his sorrow. Observing her brother, who was smiling and conversing animatedly with Princess Serena, Lady Catelyn could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Her foolish brother had recently written to her lamenting this very marriage, yet now he seemed to revel in it. "You can rest assured, Edmure has a good wife," Duke Brandon remarked, fully aware of his wife's concerns. "Of course, you have not seen our Princess Serena, who has completely assumed the role of Mistress of Riverrun. The respect shown to her by the stewards far surpasses that afforded to Edmure." Catelyn felt a sense of estrangement from the castle that had nurtured her, not merely due to the absence of familiar faces, but also because, with her father's passing, she truly no longer belonged there. "Are you not also the Mistress of Winterfell?" Brandon inquired, acknowledging his wife's occasional immaturity. Yet, she managed the household with remarkable efficiency and devoted herself to raising their children, even extending care to her illegitimate son. Thus, Brandon allowed her seemingly whimsical behaviors, which might appear impractical to the stoic Northerners. For Duke Brandon, it was paramount that his heir bore an abundance of traits from his maternal lineage, resembling not a Stark man, but rather a lordling nurtured in the warm, verdant South. This train of thought inevitably led him to consider his illegitimate son, Cragen Snow, a child truly worthy of the legendary name Cragen. He possessed the pure northern blood of both House Stark and House Lethwell. Alas, even in the north, the rights of bastards could not be compared to those of legitimate heirs. Catelyn, upon hearing her husband refer to her as the Mistress of Winterfell, cast him a playful yet reproachful glance. Although her eldest son Robb was already in his teenage years, Catelyn herself was only in her 30s, still within the prime of womanhood. "What do you think are the chances of Sansa's marriage to Prince Aegon?" Catelyn cast a glance at the bashful girl seated beside the prince, her infatuation unmistakable to any discerning observer. In contrast, her mischievous younger son Bran was unabashedly encroaching upon the two, playfully engaging with Aegon. Meanwhile, her elder son Robb occupied the space beside Prince Aegon, visibly aware of his sister Sansa's affections, yet enveloped in a sense of awkwardness. Catelyn recognized that Robb harbored a profound pride. In the north, aside from Domeric of House Bolton, few held any significance in his eyes. Though he had heard Domeric extol the illustrious virtues of Prince Aegon, he would likely feel somewhat out of place upon meeting him in person. Princess Lyanna was quite supportive of this proposed union and held a fondness for Sansa, though it seemed her affections leaned more towards Arya. Were it not for the disparity in their ages, she might have preferred Arya as her daughter-in-law. Catelyn, in her contemplation of the renowned Lyanna Stark, her husband's most cherished sister and the esteemed princess of Dragonstone, could not fathom why many believed her wild daughter Arya resembled her Aunt Lyanna. Perhaps it was the untamed spirit, referred to as the blood of the dire wolf by their Stark kin? Yet, such traits were not evident in the princess herself. Her daughter, Princess Alysanne, had astonishingly become the leader of numerous mercenary companies and earned a crown for herself from a free trade city-state. As for Sansa's marriage, one should relinquish such hopes. Even if Gaemon and Lyanna were to consent, His Majesty would not acquiesce. The words of Duke Brandon left Catelyn momentarily stunned. She could not comprehend the king's objections. "Do you not perceive our king's intentions? He seeks to suppress the influence of the regional guardians, augment the power of the crown, and elevate the lesser lords of each realm." Brandon whispered softly to his wife, a smile playing upon his lips, as if merely exchanging tender confidences. Eddard was fortunate. The Tully family enjoyed the king's favor, having secured a formidable alliance. As for the Stark family, consider House Bolton, whose heir had long served as Aegon's squire, while the Manderley family of White Harbor had been zealously aligning themselves with the crown. Noticing the growing gravity of his wife's expression, Brandon realized his words had startled her. "But fret not, we are kin to Prince Gaemon. In the king's current strategy, the North and Dorne, previously isolated, are gradually integrating through our alliance with Gaemon. So long as we remain within our bounds, His Majesty shall not infringe upon our limits. Moreover, for the Iron Throne, the North requires a strong protector, and we Starks also seek support from the throne." With a dawning understanding of her husband's words, Catelyn relinquished her yearning for a royal marriage. And what of Sansa's future? Do not worry. Is it conceivable that a Stark maiden would face difficulty in finding a suitor? It is Robb who must embody the strength of a Stark man, assertively managing his vassals, respecting and effectively utilizing the powerful among them. More crucially, he must learn to navigate relationships with those superior and formidable. If Catelyn had merely felt a shiver at the earlier words, the Duke Brandon's remarks regarding Robb sent a chill through her heart. She discerned her husband's discontent with their heir. I have great respect for your beliefs. Yet you must not impose the faith of the Seven upon anyone but Bran, he continued, noting Catelyn's confusion. Robb shall become the protector of the North. He must be a steadfast worshipper of the old gods, and Rickon will be his loyal vassal. As for Sansa and Arya, they will marry into powerful northern families. Regarding Bran, when the time is right, I shall request Prince Aegon to take him under his wing. He will inherit Eddard's position. Catelyn had always recognized her husband, Brandon Stark, as a fierce dire wolf, emblematic of their house. She understood that as a lord, he was also a shrewd politician, and now she bore witness to his cold, calculating nature. He had meticulously arranged their future. Deep within, Catelyn pondered what plans her husband harbored for their two noble bastards, and even for those low-born bastards of whom she could scarcely recall their maternal lineage. Regardless of the arrangements, she silently prayed that the presence of the bastard, Cragen Snow, would not affect Robb. Catelyn resolved to heed her husband's wishes and minimize her influence over Robb. As she contemplated, Robb and Prince Aegon approached the couple. Father, mother, I have invited Prince Aegon to Winterfell, and he has graciously accepted, Robb said, slightly flustered under his father's stern gaze. It is an honor for House Stark, Your Highness. Brandon and Catelyn welcomed him, both aware that this was no impulsive invitation from their son. Prince Aegon undoubtedly bore the weight of his responsibilities in inspecting the North, and more importantly, the Seven Kingdoms recognized his attention towards the Wall and his support for the Night's Watch. On the King's Road leading to the north, Prince Aegon, Duke Brandon, Robb Stark, Cragen Snow, Jon Snow, and others rode ahead, the prince's 3 dragons soaring above them, while the Stark children and Aegon's direwolf forged a path ahead. Chapter 65. The Rangers Venture Beyond. Since Prince Daemon visited the Wall, yet another heir to the Iron Throne had arrived, having just secured victory in the Battle of Rhys. Aegon Targaryen, the second in line to the Iron Throne, returned to the Wall. The prince's 3 dragons and the massive direwolf, comparable in size to a calf, left a profound impression on the men of the Night's Watch. The wrath of the dragons was not to be trifled with, and none dared approach the 3 dragons temporarily residing outside the Black Castle. Yet, it was the prince's impressive white direwolf that compelled many brave men of the Night's Watch to draw closer for a better look. It is said that the prince's ice wolf, second only to the black-eyed ice wolf of Princess Alysanne, is the second largest among the 12 ice wolves acquired by Duke Brandon. The Night's Watch men can hardly fathom the sheer size of Princess Alysanne's ice wolf. The one before them, with fur resembling snow and eyes that gleam like golden ice, is already the largest wolf they have ever encountered. In fact, even the seasoned rangers, who traverse the lands beyond the Wall, seldom come across the ice wolves of those remote regions. Your Highness, although our gratitude may seem modest, we implore you to accept our most sincere thanks. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont, accompanied by 1st Ranger Benjen Stark, 1st Steward Bowen Marsh, and 1st Builder Donal Noy, welcomed Prince Aegon and Robb Stark. Benjen Stark also conveyed his heartfelt appreciation, having never before led such a vast contingent of rangers. Among them were the core knights of the Stormlands, who, after following Ser Loras Tyrell during the War of the Five Kings, chose to join the Night's Watch, as well as knights from House Tyrell dispatched to accompany Ser Loras from Highgarden. Even elite knights of House Lannister, loyal to Cersei, were among the 500 who donned the black cloaks, selected for their training and prowess. Throughout the millennia of the Night's Watch's history, such a formidable assembly of rangers has seldom been seen. As Prince Aegon and the others stood atop the Wall, braving the biting winds, they gazed across the desolate lands beyond. Here, at the end of the long summer, the oppressive heat of the ghost summer is finally dispelled by the frigid winds from the eternal frost of the far north. The haunted forests beyond the Wall, through the diligent labors of the Night's Watch brothers, have receded significantly from the base of the Wall. The fallen trees have not gone to waste. The brothers tirelessly repurposed them into defensive structures along the Wall. Indeed, even among the brothers of the Night's Watch, there is a degree of skepticism regarding the warnings of the others proclaimed by the Dragon Lords. Previously, nearly all of Westeros regarded these as mere legends from a distant barbaric age. Nevertheless, the tales of the wildlings beyond the Wall are all too real, as Mance Rayder, A traitor among the Night's Watch who claims the title of king beyond the wall is said to have counted nearly all the tribes of the wildlings. Regardless of the disdain for the wildlings' equipment and combat abilities, their numbers, which may reach tens of thousands, instill a sense of caution in all. This indeed marks the most formidable moment for the Night's Watch in centuries. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont cannot remain indifferent to the prince's warnings. Yet he deeply understands the king's predicament. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms will not relinquish their immediate interests until the very last moment of impending crisis. Your Highness, after deliberation, we Rangers unanimously agree that your proposal is indeed worthy of consideration. Chief Ranger Banyon Stark voiced the sentiments of the Rangers. Prince Aegon opined that even the legendary Children of the Forest could not convince all the lords of the Seven Kingdoms of the imminent threat. Thus, perhaps capturing a servant of the cold god, a revenant awakened from the depths, known as a wight, might truly awaken the lords to the looming peril. Nidhogg harbored a strong aversion to crossing the wall, yet I believe my skills in dragon riding can provide you ample support, Aegon remarked, gazing at Banyon Stark, the chief ranger, and his uncle. Your Highness, I command 700 elite rangers. I shall select 100 of the finest among them. Banyon regarded the Targaryen prince before him, recognizing that despite his appearance, he bore the bloodline connection to his sister, Lyanna. We may be better suited to the harshness beyond the wall than you, he said with a rare smile, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from his Night's Watch brethren. This prince was not only the foremost supporter of the Night's Watch among the Seven Kingdoms, but also the second in line to the Iron Throne. His safety, in many respects, outweighed the entire Night's Watch's well-being. No one could afford to risk any misstep concerning the prince. Very well. I shall arrange for Cregan and Jon to accompany you with their direwolves. Trust me, their synergy is unparalleled in reconnaissance, Aegon assured. The assembled company could hardly refute the prince's goodwill, knowing well that direwolves were more attuned to danger than any human. Cregan and Jon, entrusted with this significant responsibility, were filled with exhilaration. As bastards, being chosen as the prince's attendants was a mark of honor. Yet their Stark blood instilled in them an innate yearning for the North's fierce snows and the pursuit of glory. Banyon selected the 50 most adept Night's Watchmen, well-versed in the ways of the realms beyond the wall, alongside 50 knights who had recently demonstrated remarkable adaptability to the northern storms during their forays. Additionally, he chose 200 fine steeds from the stables at Castle Black, providing each man with 2 horses, as well as 50 pack animals and several trained sled dogs and hunting hounds. Not only were provisions adequately supplied, but they also planned to supplement their resources through hunting along the way. The party would make a brief respite at the wildling stronghold of Castle Castor after passing through White Tree Village, and after traversing the ancestral peaks. They would follow the Milkwater River upstream towards the land of eternal winter, where they would commence their search. All were busy preparing their gear, for once they crossed the wall, it would serve as their most formidable assurance of survival. The Night's Watch had long since deemed dragonglass weaponry essential, while steel weapons were effective against wildlings. However, against the undead wights and the fabled White Walkers, steel proved utterly ineffectual. The hard yet brittle dragon crystal proves challenging to forge into large weapons. However, this does not deter the skilled artisans of the Night's Watch. Whether it be dragon crystal arrowheads, javelins, or spears, the supply remains abundant, and the dragon crystal daggers have become fashionable items along the wall, each individual modifying their dagger to their personal taste. The colossal weapon known as the dragon crystal sword, however, is not suited for all. Its massive ironwood blade demands a high level of skill from its wielder, and its serrated edge serves as a terrifying weapon against unarmored tribesmen. In this cohort of rangers venturing beyond the wall, several are equipped with these fearsome weapons. Jamon Buckwell from the Buckwell family of Horn Hill securely fastens his dragon crystal sword to his saddle, a blade larger than the typical dragon crystal sword. Crafted by the chief artisan, the sturdy ironwood blade from the Shadow Forest is intricately engraved with the Buckwell family crest, featuring golden antlers upon a backdrop of white-spotted blue fur. Each serration embedded in the sword is meticulously edged with fine steel to enhance durability and protect the fragile dragon crystal, while each serration remains exquisitely sharp. With the sound of a long horn, the ranger contingent streams forth from the gates of the wall, galloping towards the distant north. Chapter 66. The Horn of the Ancestors. All members of the Night's Watch are aware that a single horn signifies the Brothers of the Watch. 2 horns indicate an impending attack by the wildlings, and the 3rd horn has not echoed for millennia, for it heralds the approach of the cold god's servants, the others. Beneath the ancestral Fist Peak, the Ranger Squad is making their final preparations. Their reconnaissance mission, though not entirely smooth, has yielded success. Following their designated route, they skillfully evaded the watchful eyes of the king beyond the wall, steering clear of large wildling tribes. As for the smaller spies of the king, they fell prey to the rangers' ambush. It was only by the banks of the Milk River that they encountered a small band of free folk. Known for their savagery, the free folk proved to be formidable adversaries. After suffering the loss of several brothers of the Night's Watch, they vanquished this small band of free folk. From this encounter, the keen-eyed rangers first caught a glimpse of their quarry. These free folk were undoubtedly remnants of a tribe that had scattered following a horrific assault. The only force capable of inflicting such terror upon the free folk could only be their intended target. As Jaemon Buckwell stood on guard, a chilling northern wind swept through, prompting an involuntary shiver. He remains reluctant to recall the critical moments of this expedition, particularly the search for the attacked free folk tribe. The remnants within the free folk camp, dismembered limbs akin to a gruesome altar of a bloody priest, and the horrific sight of the undead transformed from the ancestors, either rotting or preserved in the frozen earth, haunt his thoughts. Certainly, the most haunting memories for him remain those three ghostly entities. While whites are indeed fearsome, their lack of trepidation when wielding dragon crystal weaponry allowed them to not only slay numerous foes, but also capture two. Perhaps it was merely their numbers that warranted caution. In stark contrast, the truly terrifying presence was that of the icy specters, the White Walkers. It took a meticulous coordination, unwavering bravery, and the ultimate sacrifice of over 20 Night's Watch men to disperse them. By the gods, that stark bastard, Cregan, proved to be quite the formidable warrior. Wielding the Valyrian steel sword, Bearclaw, lent by the old bear. With the support of his Night's Watch brethren, he single-handedly felled two of the White Walkers. The other had fled swiftly, which explained their urgent return. After all, they were acutely aware that it would surely summon forth more of these dreadful beings. Damn it, why was it growing increasingly colder? Alas, there was no way to kindle a fire, thought Jambuckwell. Not far away, another sentinel, Jon Snow, another stark bastard, sounded the horn. The scouts have returned. Another blast. Jambuckwell's alertness heightened. Misfortune had befallen them. They had encountered a wildling party. A third blast. However, Jambuckwell no longer required the horn's warning. Within his line of sight, a heavy fog parted to reveal a dozen White Walkers mounted on horseback, atop mammoths, and even fearsome giant ice spiders, all accompanied by a dense throng of whites, advancing towards him. To his surprise, when confronted with these terrifying entities, he felt not fear, but rather a pang of regret for not having detected them sooner and alerted his brothers. That Stark boy was indeed impressive. It seemed he and his red-eyed, white-furred direwolf possessed a keen sense for reconnaissance and vigilance, though I failed to spot them in time. Detaining you for a moment is not beyond my capabilities. This wildfire is quite effective, though unfortunately, I have little left. As he contemplated, Jambuckwell cast one last glance towards the south, his irretrievable homeland. Compared to the vigor and well-equipped state of their departure, the current detachment of rangers resembled a band of refugees. Originally a force of over 100, now barely 30 remained. Following the ancestral clash at the Fist of the First Men, the rangers had fought and retreated, suffering the loss of 30 to 40 lives before nearing the wall. The nearly wounded Banyan surveyed his two nephews. Jon had sustained a wound to his sword arm, a gash from a white scythe. Yet his condition was among the best in the group. Cregan, wielding the Valyrian steel sword, Bearclaw, stood as the core of their martial strength. And Banyan felt immense relief that Aegon had dispatched two to accompany them. Including the two slain in the Saran camp, Cregan has vanquished a total of 5 whites. Aside from the distant, legendary Dawn Age, Cregan stands as the human who has dispatched the most whites. If the Night's Watch brethren regard him with both reverence and trepidation as the White Slayer, Banyan believes it is well-deserved. The vital responsibility of guarding the captured 2 whites has been entrusted to Cregan and Jon, while the Rangers, Colin and Solensmore, provide cover. Although the group is utterly fatigued, none dare to pause for rest. In the last skirmish, a dozen brothers of the Night's Watch sacrificed their steeds for them, bravely confronting the White Horde alone. Now they have discarded all burdens, retreating at full speed towards the wall. More importantly, Banyan has dispatched 2 brothers on the 3 healthiest horses to return to the wall to seek reinforcements. Currently situated at the southernmost edge of the haunted forest. They are merely half a day's journey from the wall. Yet, Banyan increasingly senses the pursuit closing in behind them. He has prepared for the worst, instructing Colin and Cregan, along with 2 others, to return with their mission, while he remains behind to buy them time. The sled dogs have also suffered significant losses during several attacks. Reluctantly, Jon's direwolf, Ghost, has taken the lead as the sled dog. Surprisingly, Jon and Ghost have established a remarkable synergy, with Jon steering the sled, providing robust support for the team. Cragen, alongside his dire wolf, Ice, serves as the squad's guardian. "Jon, can you hold on?" Cragen inquires, his concern for his cousin evident. In truth, had it not been for Cragen's cover, Jon might not have maintained his current state of well-being throughout their journey. "Fear not, Cragen, I am well." Jon replies honestly, feeling a fierce fire burning within him, perhaps the Stark blood known as the blood of the running wolf. Or perhaps, it could be the blood of the stars. Although no one has spoken to Jon about his mother, the infatuation of his father, Lord Eddard Stark, with Lady Aishera Dayne from Starfall, seems to be a well-known secret in King's Landing. Furthermore, the legendary Kingsguard, Sir Arthur Dayne, brother to Lady Aishera, has always shown him great kindness, reinforcing his belief that the fabled Aishera is indeed his mysterious and unknown mother. Just as Jon draws inspiration from the tales of the Stark family's heroic ancestors and the legendary Dawn Sword of House Dayne, the final moments of their expedition draw near. Although forests typically aid in evading pursuers, in reality, they find themselves at a severe disadvantage against the relentless, tireless whites. As their strength wanes, the frequency of the pursuers catching up increases. Soon, the rear guard of their party sounds a series of urgent 3 blasts of the horn. The pursuers are upon them. As Ban Yong resolved to lead his companions in a valiant stand, a long, resonant horn echoed from the south. Chapter 67, Life and Death in the Shadow Forest. Beyond the Great Wall, the Shadow Forest had been significantly cleared. However, in this dense expanse, still half a day's journey from the wall, the forest remained lush and impenetrable. Neither Ban Yong nor Jon could penetrate the thick foliage to discern the source of the horn's call. Seemingly sensing their plight, a fierce dragon flame surged forth. The vast coniferous forest beyond the wall blazed beneath the colossal shadow, the heat akin to that of the sun, and the thick, molten black dragon fire, potent enough to melt rock and steel, reduced everything to ash in an instant. After the twin bursts of dragon fire, a swath of barren ground, wide as a digit and stretching for dozens of yards, lay between the pursuing forces and the cavalry squad. The cavalry squad, faced with their unforgettable saviors, beheld 2 colossal dragons, one golden and one silver, whose intertwined flames obliterated the undead army they confronted. Even the pursuing whites met their demise beneath the scorching dragon fire. The sudden appearance of the dragons left the leader of the whites, an individual adorned with an icy crystal crown, momentarily stunned. In his calculations, this human contingent could not possibly evade his grasp. Yet, a few distinguished humans posed a considerable threat, particularly the tall Stark youth wielding a magically imbued sword. Through a methodical pursuit, he was confident he could annihilate them before they reached the foot of the Great Wall. But now, the emergence of the 3 formidable dragons had utterly disrupted his plans. Notably, the largest dragon, resembling a mountain, seemed to draw the attention of a silver-haired youth atop its back. The white leader sensed an overwhelming surge of power emanating from him. His extraordinary vision allowed him to glimpse the taunting gaze of his adversary and the magical blade at his waist, reminiscent of the Stark youth's weapon, albeit smaller and more dagger-like, yet imbued with a richer aura of magic. Without hesitation, he acknowledged the failure of their mission. The undead army, under his control, dissipated like a receding tide. His white companions, at his signal, dispersed. They needed someone to carry news of this formidable opponent back to their ranks. Not far from the 2 groups, a band of free folk held their breath, diligently concealing themselves. Their familiarity with the terrain made them the first to detect the Night's Watch and the accursed undead. However, whether driven by a long-standing hatred for the Night's Watch or an inherent fear of the undead, they chose to remain at a distance. Yet now, it appeared that their objective had manifested. Thorn and Tormund, the leaders of this free folk squad, bore the weight of a significant mission entrusted to them by Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. On the other side, as the Rangers faced a life-and-death moment, the arrival of reinforcements made them wish to lie down in exhaustion upon seeing their pursuers disperse. However, the military discipline instilled in them as Night's Watchmen, along with the burdens they bore, compelled them to persist and facilitate the retreat of the wall. Fortunately, the cover of the aerial dragons alleviated much of the tension. After a long march, they finally encountered their fellow Night's Watch brothers who had come to assist. This intrepid group of rangers, having navigated numerous perils, was now returning to the wall after a grueling journey. Setting aside the brothers receiving treatment from the healers and those indulging in feasting within the halls of Black Castle, Balin, Cragen, and Jon meticulously reported their mission to Prince Aegon and Commander Mormont. Doubt regarding Prince Aegon's words among the Night's Watch brothers had vanished. In fact, the sudden appearance of two captured whites at Black Castle had sparked an immediate uproar. Your Highness, I believe we must swiftly organize a contingent to parade those two creatures across the Seven Kingdoms. I am confident that their presence will compel those stubborn lords to confront the harshness of reality. Absolutely, Lord Mormont. I shall promptly correspond with His Majesty, and the royal decree will be disseminated throughout the Seven Kingdoms. From this moment forth, the Wall shall no longer accept criminals or vagrants lacking military experience. Your Highness, we are still experiencing a shortage of manpower at the Wall, Commander Caitlin diplomatically countered. Though it may sound indelicate, the Wall is vast, yet our numbers are limited. My lord, what we require is not a gaggle of green recruits who will merely deplete our scant resources. Rather, we need seasoned warriors capable of immediate combat effectiveness, noble younger sons with ideals and aspirations eager to prove themselves, and knights with blemishes on their records but solid military training. We need them to serve as the kingdom's unwavering shield. It was the first time the assembly had witnessed such fervent resolve from the prince. The tempered ire of a true dragon was sufficient to extinguish dissent. Igor, you too must learn to heed differing opinions, remarked the elder, the venerable Maester Aemon, the oldest Targaryen of the realm, who dared to offer counsel at this critical juncture. We still find ourselves in the waning days of summer, with crises looming near. Yet we possess time to prepare, Aemon continued. However, we cannot indiscriminately accept all who come, thieves, rapists, or even children. Individuals lacking honor or too frail will only burden us all. Consensus emerged among the assembly. The group led by Yoren would traverse the Seven Kingdoms, bearing news of the encroaching peril to the lords, gathering supplies, and recruiting true Night's Watchmen. As this consequential meeting of the Night's Watch neared its conclusion, the steward, Addison Tollett, entered to announce. A delegation of the King Beyond the Wall seeks audience outside the Wall. Tormund curiously surveyed the council chamber of his adversaries, Black Castle. The other envoy, Thorne, presented a more dignified appearance as he sat gracefully upon the seat prepared for them by the Southern Prince. In the very center of the hall, Prince Aegon occupied the chair of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Alongside him sat Commander Mormont, while an elderly and frail man occupied the opposite side. Behind the prince stood several well-armored knights, while next to the two free folk, a group of crows stood fully armed. It was evident that this dragon prince held significant importance to the Night's Watch. Yet, considering that he commanded a dragon akin to a demonic force capable of wreaking havoc on unspeakable undead creatures, Thorne could comprehend the gravity of his status. If these shapeshifters wielded powers that seemed almost divine to ordinary men, they remained fundamentally human, and thus susceptible to death. As Prince Aegon observed one of the envoys, a wild man who boldly scrutinized him, he began to suspect the intentions behind their visit. You, who rides a dragon, are you perhaps fearful of Tormund? The tall male envoy spoke crudely to Prince Aegon. Crows, lower your swords. Do not be deceived by my unarmed state. I possess 9 ways to end your life. 9. Tormund's words ignited fury among nearly all present in the hall. However, Prince Aegon, with a smile, retorted, So, your purpose is to showcase your might? If it is your so-called King Beyond the Wall, Mance Raider, I would gladly face him in combat myself. The female envoy, Thorne, who observed the prince from the shadows, struggled to fathom how this southern prince, possessing a beauty that even the fairest of the north could not rival, concealed within his seemingly delicate frame a strength beyond her comprehension. Nevertheless, she noted, if it is your wish, my retainer, Sir Cragen, would be honored to duel with you. Indeed, months prior, after the tournament in King's Landing, Sir Cragen Snow had been knighted by Prince Aegon himself. Tormund, with a mixture of respect and trepidation, glanced at the tall prince's retainer, having witnessed firsthand the extraordinary prowess that had allowed him to slay a White Walker. The cunning prince knew well that while Tormund was formidable, he lacked the confidence to confront one who could vanquish such a foe. Now, sheath your arrogance, and convey Mance's request. For the sake of our shared humanity, I am willing to listen. At this moment, both Thorne and Tormund finally grasped why all present in the hall, even the brave warrior capable of slaying White Walkers, were inclined to bow to the prince before them. It was a reverence born of his noble lineage, an admiration for his dragon, and a recognition of the leadership qualities that surpassed even those of Mance.